Chapter 1. The Dawn of Survival in the Wasteland. Blue Star, 2225. Beneath a somber sky, towering buildings of yellow and black rise like tombstones, while clouds of dust suffocate the air, making it difficult to breathe. Within a rented room, Qin Feng unscrews a tube of synthetic nutrient resembling toothpaste and expressionlessly squeezes its contents into his mouth. A taste reminiscent of potatoes mixed with inferior protein powder spreads across his palate, sticky and unpleasant, akin to chewing wax. It has been 2.5 years since he last savored real food. Having traversed into this resource-depleted parallel world, Qin Feng's sense of taste has nearly perished. Occasionally, he reminisces about his previous existence. Back then, he was an enthusiast of wilderness survival, scaling snow-capped mountains and traversing rainforests, procuring sustenance through primitive methods in the most unrefined of environments, relishing nature's purest offerings. That was truly living. Unlike now, where he clings to life on mere feed. While others traverse as either wealthy lords or emperors, I must be a disgrace to all fellow travelers. Qin Feng chuckles at his own misfortune, carelessly discarding the empty nutrient tube. It is not due to a lack of effort, rather. This world is on the verge of death. Most rivers have run dry, forests have turned to desert, and even the mountains stand barren, devoid of life. The desolation of the mountains and rivers, the lifelessness of the flora, all speak of this grim reality. Before him, the sign-in system that accompanied his crossing displays a gray interface with a message at its center. Sign-in location energy depleted system cannot be activated. Utterly useless. At that moment, a grand and chilling will unlike any human language etched each word clearly into the minds of 7 billion people. Warning: Blue Star's resources have fallen below the 1 threshold. Civilizational continuity program initiated. Survival in the eerie wilderness is officially launched. Each nation will randomly select 100 representatives to be transported to an unknown wasteland for extreme survival. Any materials obtained by participants may be amplified by 10,000 times, now belonging to their respective nations. The final rankings will determine the fate of nations. The bottom 30 nations will be utterly erased from the map of Blue Star. As the declaration echoed, a profound silence enveloped the globe. Qin Feng stared in disbelief for a moment, then burst into laughter. Was this not a game that treated all of humanity as mere guinea pigs? Nevertheless, for him, this might be the only opportunity. In the next instant, every mobile phone, computer, and street screen was forcibly switched to the same live broadcast. National fate, survival in the wilderness. Flags from various nations illuminated as the list scrolled. The representative list for the Lighthouse Nation has been announced. Jack Anderson, former Navy SEAL demolition expert. Mike Smith, former Navy SEAL combat instructor. MacArthur Brown, former 5-star general. 3 SEALs. 3. Victory is assured. God bless the Lighthouse Nation. A cacophony of cheers erupted within the borders of the Lighthouse Nation. Representative from the Bear Nation. Alpha Special Forces Sniper. Siberian Hunter. Representative from Africa. Odebiao, legendary survival master. Representative from the land of the rising sun. Matsushita, Morisa female male fighter. Xiao Bai Zaiji. Yura, cheers to the impending victory. Let them taste the might of our fists. The citizens of the motherland have already uncorked their vodka. Following suit, the warriors from the peninsula, the nation of the 3 suns, and others all are the finest military elites or survival specialists from their respective countries. The gaze of the world ultimately converges upon the vibrant crimson banner of the Dragon Nation. In the official live broadcast of the Dragon Nation, billions are fixated on their screens, so much so that they forget to breathe. The roster begins to scroll. Announcement of the Dragon Nation representatives. First, Lung Yu, member of the Phoenix Blade Special Forces active duty. Second, Chun Hu, master of the Dragon Fist Martial Arts School, Grandmaster of Internal Martial Arts. 58th, Lin Han, renowned actress and singer. 100th, Qin Feng, age 24, occupation university student. The information is so simplistic that it consists of merely an ordinary identification photograph. In the photo, the young man possesses a refined countenance, his expression calm and unassuming. Instantly, The Dragon Nation's live stream erupts. Wow, it's Longyu, our most enigmatic female Special Forces member. Goddess Longyu. Fantastic. We're secure now. With Longyu here, we have hope. Master Chun, who is also present. The Dragon Fist is invincible. But soon, the tide turns. An actress? What on earth is this? We're not going into the wilderness to seek survival. It's not a red carpet event. My mindset is shattered. Why do we randomly select Lenny Han? Is she going to dance for the beasts? And this university student, who is Qin Feng. What kind of luck is this? We're doomed, utterly doomed. Oh heavens, do you not wish for the Dragon Nation to survive? While other countries send elites, we have an actress and a student. Are we simply courting death? The Dragon Nation swiftly becomes the subject of ridicule. In the live stream of the Lighthouse Nation, military expert General Blake sips his coffee with a chuckle. The Dragon Nation is quite fortunate. Perhaps that beautiful actress can charm the beasts. As for the university student, maybe he excels in singing, dancing, rap, and basketball? Ha ha! Laughter erupts unabashedly in the studio. In the live stream of the Land of the Rising Sun, guest Koizumi Jiro's expression is exaggerated as he points at the screen, his voice sharp and piercing. Oh, the Dragon Nation is so pitiful. I can already envision, 3 days hence, the land of the Dragon Nation adorned with the cherry blossom trees of our great Yamato Empire. Malicious taunts pierce the hearts of every citizen of the Dragon Nation like steel needles. In the official live stream of the Dragon Nation, the host's face pales and the experts invited remain silent, unable to utter a single formal phrase. Fortunately, another host, Sop Baining, maintains a high level of professionalism and attempts to lighten the mood. We, the 14 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation, must believe in every competitor. We must rally behind them. If we do not believe or support our own at this moment, who will? Who will stand with us? His impassioned words resonate deeply within the hearts of many, gradually inspiring a wave of encouragement in the chat. Come on, brothers. Ensure your safety. Do not fear. Behind you stands 14 billion of us to support you. Meanwhile, in a rented apartment, Qin Feng gazed at his identification photo displayed on the screen, beneath which scrolled an incessant torrent of insults and derision, his expression remaining impassive. He disabled the barrage of comments, focusing instead on the words eerie wilderness. The term wilderness caused a slight quickening of his pulse. At that moment, the gray system interface, dormant for 2.5 years on his retina, flickered unexpectedly. A line of softly glowing text gradually materialized. Detection of high-dimensional energy reaction. Wilderness sign-in system. Activation successful. Location bound. Eerie wilderness. Qin Feng paused for a moment. He cast a glance at the last tube of nutrient gel on his table. That was to be his sustenance for the following day. He picked it up, applying pressure with his fingers. Crack. The plastic tube crumpled effortlessly, the viscous white paste oozing from the rupture, dripping onto the filthy floor. He discarded the empty tube into the trash bin, rose from his seat, and gently stretched his neck. With a crisp crack, he approached the window, peering through the grimy glass at the lifeless world beyond. It had been 2.5 years he had finally awaited this day. No matter what the eerie wilderness entailed, it was certainly preferable to this dying world. Moreover, a slight smile tugged at his lips. Did this mean he could finally savor of a bite of genuine, warm meat? Chapter 2. System Activation. Master-Level Perception Awakening. A blinding white light instantaneously enveloped the entire world. Qin Feng felt his body seized by an irresistible force. A resonant hum tearing through the fabric of space echoed in his ears. In the next moment, the solid ground beneath his feet affirmed his presence. Qin Feng opened his eyes to behold a lush, primeval forest. Towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, their rough bark adorned with moss, while the air was suffused with the scent of damp earth and fragrant vegetation. How long had it been since he had inhaled such an aroma? He drew in a deep breath, his lungs instantly filled with the invigorating air, the long-forgotten freshness causing him to squint in delight. It felt so vividly real. Just then, the cold voice of the eerie wilderness system resounded once more in the minds of all participants. Transmission complete. Welcome to the eerie wilderness. A total of 117 countries are participating, with 100 representatives from each nation, totaling 11,700 contestants. Each contestant will receive 3 fixed items: a full set of protective clothing, a multi-functional backpack, and a thermal blanket 5M x 5M. Additionally, each individual will randomly acquire 3 survival tools. Please check your inventory. As the announcement concluded, global streaming platforms were inundated with viewers. In the Lighthouse Nation's live stream, what the hell? This place looks just like Jurassic Park. Our Navy SEALs are the kings in this environment. Other nations' weaklings prepare to tremble. Look at the expressions of those Dragon Country folks. They must be terrified. Ha ha. In a live stream of the Russian Federation, this forest feels like our backyard to the hunters of Siberia. I bet we will dominate this wilderness within 3 days. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's live stream, the sentiments of over 1 billion viewers were a complex blend of emotions. This environment appears too perilous. There are signs of beasts everywhere. Go, Foam. Don't be afraid. We support you. Where is the cold moon goddess? I must see her. At this moment, a discerning viewer uncovered a staggering reality. Wow, this wilderness continent is immense. Some are on snow-capped mountains. Others are in deserts, and still more by the sea. How vast must this be? It feels larger than the entire Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, as they surveyed the panoramic map, all were astounded to discover that this realm, known as the Eerie Wilderness, encompassed nearly every ecological environment found on Earth. Tropical rainforests, boreal coniferous forests, arid deserts, snowy glaciers, and expansive wetlands. 11,700 participants were randomly dispersed across this boundless expanse, most separated by hundreds of kilometers or more. Of course, some fortunate individuals landed in proximity to their compatriots, while Qin Feng raised his wrist to find a previously unseen smartwatch. The display revealed a clear message. Live status. Active daily shutdown duration. 2 hours. Is this the much-rumored live streaming device? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. This meant that his every move could potentially be observed in real time by billions around the globe. Intrigued, he glanced down at a dark green backpack at his feet, crouched, and unzipped it. Inside lay a neatly arranged assortment of items, a set of high-quality outdoor clothing, from undergarments to outerwear, socks to boots, all included. The fabric felt lightweight yet resilient, likely possessing waterproof and tear-resistant properties. A silver-gray thermal blanket was folded neatly. Additionally, there were 3 items that were evidently randomly allocated. A sharp-edged entrenching tool, its blade adorned with serrations, a small iron pot with a lid, seemingly capable of holding 3 liters of water, and a roll of high-strength fishing line. Decent enough, he mused. As Qin Feng examined each item, weighing them in his hands, he silently assessed their utility. Although lacking in more practical items such as flint, salt, or cutting tools, the versatility of the entrenching tool was commendable, while the fishing line and small pot would suffice for basic needs. However, some viewers from the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill of dismay. The entrenching tool is fine, but what can we do with fishing line and a pot? Look at the gear from other countries. They have military knives, survival blades, and flint. Meanwhile, in other nations' live streams, the commentary painted a different picture. Jack from the Lighthouse Nation received a military knife, flint, and a bow. God, this configuration is nothing short of divine. Jack is destined to dominate the entire wilderness. The contestant from the Russian Federation was even bolder, securing a battle axe, survival knife, and a wilderness first aid kit. Did you see that? This is the luck of a warrior nation. Our fighters could take on 10 Dragon Kingdom students single-handedly. The Japanese competitors were equally formidable. A katana, shurikens, and a poison kit. Yash, our noble ninjas will show everyone the meaning of terror. As global audiences fervently debated the equipment configurations of various contestants, suddenly, a cold and merciless voice resonated above all the contestants. Warning. Contestant Abdul Hassan has been killed by a giant brown bear due to improper teleportation. The giant brown bear seemed to quip, a delivery right to my doorstep? How intriguing. Current number of survivors, 11,699. The global live stream fell into an immediate silence. This was soon shattered by a wave of panic akin to a roaring tsunami. What? Someone just died upon teleportation. Mom, I want to go home. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Even the foreign spectators, who had previously mocked the Dragon Kingdom, could no longer revel in their misfortune. They realized that the contestants from their own countries were equally facing a life-and-death ordeal. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, anxious voices arose in unison. Maple, find a place to hide. Whatever you do, avoid those monsters. What should we do? Could our contestant also? Do not utter such ominous words. Our people will surely survive. Meanwhile, Qin Feng exhibited an unexpected calmness. He secured a shovel to his waist, packed fishing line and a small pot into his backpack, and nonchalantly donned protective gear. The fit of the clothing was impeccable, and the fabric felt exquisite. Once clad, he gazed up at the dense canopy overhead, then lowered his gaze to examine the soil and vegetation beneath his feet. The humidity was high, the soil loose, and the flora abundant. A quintessential temperate, deciduous broadleaf forest environment. Judging by the angle of the sunlight, it was approximately 10 o'clock in the morning. Interesting, a slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips. This familiar environment reminded him of his previous life, during an expedition in Changbai Mountain. He had once survived alone in the primordial forest for a whole month. Fishing, hunting, constructing shelters, crafting tools. These skills were deeply etched into his muscle memory. Furthermore, he possessed a sign-in system that he did not fully comprehend. At that moment, a system interface materialized on his retina. Welcome to the Wilderness sign-in system. You may sign in once for every 3 days of survival. Current location, Mysterious Wilderness Eastern Forest Region Beginner's Gift Pack, is ready. Would you like to open it now? Qin Feng silently thought. Open. Ding. Acquired skill. Master-level environmental perception. Instantly, a peculiar force surged into his mind. Everything around him became strikingly clear. Wind direction, humidity, atmospheric pressure changes, traces of animal activity, and the state of plant growth. All information flooded his perception like a tide, swiftly integrated and analyzed by his brain. 300 meters away, there was a clear stream suitable for drinking. 700 meters to the northwest lay a natural cave, ideal for a shelter. Directly in front of him were bear droppings, indicating the presence of large carnivores nearby. Among the surrounding vegetation, at least 7 edible plants and 3 with medicinal properties could be found. Is this master-level environmental perception? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. With this skill, his chances of survival in this wilderness had increased at least tenfold. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were witnessing an entirely different scene. Why is Feng Gu standing still? What is he daydreaming about? Stop dawdling. Quickly find a place to hide. I see that the competitors from other countries have already begun to take action. Just as everyone was anxious about Qin Feng's apparent sluggishness, he moved. Without hesitation and devoid of any confusion, Qin Feng strode directly towards the northwest, his steps resolute and his objective clear. Chapter 3. The Fish is Hooked. At this moment, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a vast conference room filled with survival experts gathered urgently. The wall-mounted giant screen was divided into 100 small windows, displaying the real-time status of every contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is critical. A middle-aged man briskly entered the conference room. He was Li Jianjun, the Minister of Emergency Management of the Dragon Kingdom. We must establish the highest command center to provide technical support and psychological assistance to our competitors, according to the Wilderness System rules. A message of no more than 100 words could be sent weekly to the nation's participants. Shortly thereafter, 3 hosts took to the live broadcasting stage. Sa Baining, dressed in formal attire, bore a solemn expression. Dear viewers, I am Sa Baining. Today, we shall witness the life and death trials faced by the sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom in a foreign realm. Dongqing elegantly seated herself in the center, her aura of tranquility bringing a sense of stability to over 1 billion hearts of the Dragon Kingdom. Hello, everyone. I am Dongqing. At this pivotal moment, we must have faith in our contestants. They carry the hopes of 14 billion compatriots. The third host was Chunyi, a renowned survival expert and disciple of the famed bear, recognized as an authority in the field of outdoor survival in the Dragon Kingdom. With a serious demeanor, he stated, I am Chunyi. I will now provide a professional analysis of our contestant survival techniques. Esteemed viewers, this is not a performance. It is a genuine contest of life and death. The appearance of the trio instantly flooded the Dragon Kingdom's live chat with enthusiastic comments. Teacher Sa, Teacher Dong, Teacher Chun is here too. A professional team. Seeing them reassures me. The Dragon Kingdom will surely prevail. At that moment, the viewership statistics from various sub-broadcasting rooms displayed stark contrasts. In Lung Yu's live room, 80 million viewers online. In Chun Hu's live room, 60 million viewers online. In Lin Yihan's live room, 40 million viewers online. However, in Qin Feng's live room, there were merely 300,000 viewers. The majority of the audience regarded this university student as a burden, lacking any allure. Let's first take a look at our outstanding contestants. Dong Qing's gentle voice resonated. The scene shifted to Lung Yu, the poised female special forces soldier who is swiftly constructing a makeshift shelter with deft and decisive movements. Lung Yu has demonstrated exceptional professionalism. Chun Yi exclaimed, his eyes filled with pride. Look at her chosen location. It is sheltered from the wind and exposed to sunlight, with traces of nearby water sources. This is the mark of true expertise. Moreover, she employed military tactical shelter-building methods, effectively shielding against beast attacks. The live chat erupted in excitement. Goddess Lung Yu is magnificent. She is our Dragon Kingdom's ace. No wonder she hails from the special forces. Her professionalism is unmatched. The scene transitioned once more, revealing Chun Hu diligently foraging for wild fruits. His discerning gaze targeted only those berries that were uniform in color and shape, his movements cautious and methodical. Each fruit was meticulously examined, ensuring it was non-toxic before being carefully harvested. Master Chun Hu is indeed a master of internal martial arts. This level-headedness is beyond what ordinary individuals can achieve. Es binding nodet in Admiration. Indeed, he is currently foraging for hawthorn berries, rich in vitamin C, which serve as an excellent nutritional supplement in the wilderness. His technique is remarkably professional, deftly avoiding the poisonous wild berries nearby. Chun Yi provides an expert commentary, his tone imbued with evident admiration. The barrage of comments erupts once more. Master Longquan is impressive, steady and methodical. Now that is professionalism. With Master Chun around, I feel at ease. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's live stream appears rather desolate. Brother Feng is still wandering. It has been 10 minutes. Where on earth is he headed? The other competitors have already begun constructing shelters. While others are industriously at work, he continues to meander aimlessly. I cannot comprehend his actions at all. Forget it. I shall watch Goddess Lin Yue instead. This university student is rather dull. The viewer count gradually declines from 300,000 to 280,000, and then to 250,000. Qin Feng remains oblivious to these comments. His focus is entirely absorbed by the information provided by his masterful environmental awareness. The humidity in the air grows increasingly palpable, the refreshing moisture confirming his judgments. The earthy scent mingles with a sweet, watery aroma and a faint fishy odor, indicating that there's not only a water source ahead, but also fish activity. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. When the stream comes into view, even Qin Feng cannot help but feel a spark of excitement. This is a crystal-clear stream, approximately 2 meters wide, with a gentle flow, and the pebbles at the bottom are distinctly visible. Most importantly, the water exhibits a subtle bluish-green hue, indicating a rich mineral content, marking it as a high-quality natural water source. Moreover, the occasional flash of silver within the water affirms Qin Feng's assessment. He removes his backpack and retrieves fishing line and hooks. This moment invigorates the few viewers in the live stream. They have discovered spring water. It looks so enticing to drink. Indeed, I have not seen such water quality in decades. Brother Feng is quite lucky to have found a water source. Wait, what is he about to do? Fish. Qin Feng finds a long branch, meticulously inspects its flexibility, and upon confirming its tensile strength, he ties the fishing line to it. Then, he takes a trowel and begins digging by the stream's edge. The shovel penetrates the earth, turning up dark, moist soil. Soon, several plump earthworms are unearthed. Qin Feng selects the fattest one, deftly threading it onto the hook. His movements are clean and precise, indicating he is no novice. This series of actions, seemingly simple, actually reflects a wealth of wilderness survival experience. However, in live streams from other countries, the sound of derision rings out. In the live stream from the Lighthouse Nation, look at this university student from the Dragon Country. He doesn't even know how to make a proper fishing rod. Using a broken stick to fish? Is this a joke? Are people from the Dragon Country this primitive? Ha ha ha. Our outdoor expert Jackson has already set up a shelter, while this Dragon Country fellow is still playing in the mud. The mockery from the Japanese live stream grew increasingly venomous. Baka, is this the level of the Dragon Kingdom? Even our 3-year-olds are more professional. Look at our player Mutu. He's already ignited. The Dragon Kingdom people are still busy digging for insects. The Chinese are forever lagging behind. These disparaging comments swiftly reached Qin Feng's live stream. The mere 250,000 viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were instantly incensed. You little Japanese bandits, come and try us if you dare. The trash from the Lighthouse Nation should keep quiet. What else can you do besides run your mouths? Our brother Feng is grounded in reality. His skills surpass your flashy tricks 100-fold. Support Brother Feng. Don't listen to those foreign dogs barking. Go, Brother Feng. We believe in you. However, amidst the fervent exchange of insults, Qin Feng had already cast his bait into the water. He found a comfortable spot, grasping the rudimentary fishing rod in one hand while gently caressing the fishing line with the other, attuning himself to the underwater movements. This primitive method of fishing demands exceptional sensitivity and experience. Modern individuals, accustomed to electronic bobbers, have long lost this ability to communicate with nature. Yet, Qin Feng was different. During his previous life, he had spent a month on Changbai Mountain employing this very technique to catch fish. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. Some viewers in the live stream began to express their impatience. Why haven't we caught anything yet? Is there even a fish here? I see other contestants reaping rewards while our brother Feng is still sitting here. Just then, a flash of silver darted through the stream. The fishing line abruptly tightened. A catch! Chapter 4. A Thousandfold Return. A fish that shook the world. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the fishing line, feeling the immense pull from beneath the water. This fish possessed formidable strength. Judging by the tension, it weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. It thrashed about in the water, desperately attempting to break free from the hook's grasp. However, Qin Feng, with his exceptional skill, refrained from pulling forcefully. Instead, he adeptly guided the fish towards shallower waters, utilizing its own momentum. This was a contest of endurance and finesse. The more the fish struggled, the more energy it expended. Yet, Qin Feng remained composed, the fishing line in his hands bending to his will. In the live stream, the remaining viewers held their breath. Go, Brother Feng. What a massive fish. Look at that pole. My heavens, there really is a fish. 3 minutes later, a shimmering silver fish, measuring nearly half a meter in length, was hauled ashore. It was a wild carp, its scales glistening in the sunlight, plump and robust, weighing no less than 4 or 5 pounds. It flopped energetically on the bank, exuding an extraordinary vitality. Success. Indeed, such quality fish could only thrive in pristine waters. Qin Feng gazed at the magnificent carp, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This fish would suffice for a day's meal, and the nutritional value of wild fish far surpassed that of farm varieties. A moment of silence enveloped the live stream for 3 seconds, followed by an explosion of fervent comments. Wow, so big. Brother Feng is incredible. Take that. Who said Brother Feng couldn't do it? This is true skill. Damn it, I nearly switched to another stream. Was this the legendary master-level fishing technique? Just then, a chilling system notification echoed across the globe. Ding. First instance of resource acquisition detected. Triggering thousandfold return mechanism. Dragon Nation receives. Wildcarp 10,000. Deployment location. Central square of the Dragon Nation's capital. A global hush fell for 3 seconds. All who were watching the live stream, whether from the Dragon Nation or abroad, were left in stunned silence. A thousandfold return? One fish transformed into 10,000? Could this be real? Then pandemonium ensued. In the central square of the Dragon Nation's capital, A magnificent golden light descended from the heavens, forming a 10-meter diameter pillar of light in the square's center. As the light dissipated, 10,000 lively wild carp appeared out of thin air, piled high like a small mountain. Each fish weighed 4 or 5 pounds, their scales gleaming, and the scent of fish instantly permeated the entire square. The sight of these fish, glittering in the sunlight, was nothing short of spectacular. The citizens in the square were initially dumbfounded, then erupted into thunderous cheers. My heavens! This is real. A thousandfold return. It truly is a thousandfold return. Qin Feng. It was Qin Feng who did this. I take back my previous words. Brother Feng is amazing. The entire square descended into a frenzy. People whipped out their phones, capturing photos and recording videos. This moment would be etched into history. In a live stream, the three hosts stood utterly astonished. Dongqing's mouth fell agape, her elegant facade utterly shattered, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Sa Beining rubbed her eyes, confirming her disbelief, her voice trembling. Is this really happening? Chen Yi stood up abruptly from his seat, his voice quaking. A single fish is transformed into 10,000. The barrage of comments erupted into chaos. Feng Shun. From this day forth, you shall be known as Feng Shun, the pioneer of 10,000-fold returns. I am weeping, truly weeping. Where are those haters now? Step forward and face the music. Who said our Dragon Nation was doomed? This is a live demonstration of vindication. Feng Shun shall forever be a deity. I wish to bear Feng Shun's offspring. The viewership surged exponentially. 250, 000. 1, 000, 000. 3, 000, 000. Meanwhile, in the live streams of other nations, the previous derision came to an abrupt halt. It was replaced by an overwhelming tide of resentment and jealousy. Damn it. Why not us? Cursed luck. Baka. This cannot be. Why is it a citizen of the Dragon Nation? Semida. This is unjust. Yet, despite their bitterness, the undeniable truth lay before them. Qin Feng, this university student looked down upon by all, had single-handedly reshaped the world perception of the Dragon Nation's might with a mere fish. At that moment, Qin Feng gazed at the wriggling fish in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, he could savor genuine meat. However, as global audiences remained in shock over this 10,000-fold return, discordant voices emerged from the Dragon Nation's live stream. 10,000 fish sounds like a lot, but we have over 1 billion people in our nation. On average, we won't even get a fish scale. Let us be realistic. Brothers, these treasures won't reach our bellies. Don't worry, we won't be receiving any. The higher-ups will surely claim them all. This comment swiftly resonated as more individuals chimed in. What does 10,000-fold return matter? We're just here for the spectacle. Eating fish is out of the question. The three hosts in the Dragon Nation's official live stream bore expressions of concern. Just then, a solemn voice reverberated across the nation. Emergency announcement. The Dragon Nation government solemnly declares, all contestants who acquire resources through the bizarre wilderness will have their 10,000-fold returns distributed to all citizens via a nationwide lottery system, conducted fairly, openly, and transparently. No institution or individual may privately intercept. Violators will be prosecuted for treason. Tonight at 8, a nationwide live lottery for 10,000 wild carp will take place. Winners may collect their prizes with identification at nearby locations. As the announcement concluded, the entire Dragon Nation erupted in fervor. No way. Is this for real? They're actually doing it. A nationwide live lottery? I'm all in. Prosecution for treason? Now that's serious. Feng Shun not only brought us fish, but also bestowed upon us hope. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, the previously sarcastic comments vanished instantaneously, replaced by an outpouring of emotion and excitement. Long live the Dragon Nation! At 8 o'clock tonight, I shall resolutely remain before the television. Even if I do not win a prize, the mere sentiment is profoundly moving. The excitement in Si Beining's voice quivered as she exclaimed, Dear viewers, this is the spirit of our Dragon Nation. We share our blessings and shall not let any compatriot down. Dongqing, momentarily forgetting her elegance, clapped her hands in approval. This embodies the responsibility of our dragon nation. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that a single fish had stirred such immense waves in the dragon nation. He was diligently preparing to cast his line once more. The previous catch had instilled in him great confidence, and he felt the rhythm was just right. Indeed, within 10 minutes, he hooked a second fish. This time, it was a grass carp, even larger than the first. Qin Feng skillfully dragged the fish ashore, yet this time, the system notification failed to sound. It seemed that the 10,000-fold return was indeed a matter of chance. Shortly thereafter, he caught a third fish, but once again, no notification was triggered. Alas, the hope of allowing more brothers from the Dragon Nation to enjoy fish had been dashed. This low probability elicited a sigh from Qin Feng. Yet the viewers in the live stream remained undeterred. No worries. Feng Shun has done splendidly. 3 fish. That's enough to last a while. Keep it up. Watching Feng Shun fish is pure delight. I'm already looking forward to seeing him enjoy his catch. At that moment, the global system notification chimed once more. Ding! Japanese contestant Matsushita Morisa has received resources. Poisonous mushrooms 3. Triggered 10,000-fold return. Japan receives poisonous mushrooms 30,000. Deployment location: Central Tokyo, Japan. The live stream from Japan instantly shifted from elation to stunned silence. Poisonous mushrooms? 30,000 poisonous mushrooms? What in the world is this? The audience worldwide was momentarily taken aback before erupting in a laughter filled with schadenfreude. Ha! The retribution has arrived. 10,000-fold return of poisonous mushrooms. This is fate. Weren't they just so arrogant? How they fare now? 30,000 poisonous mushrooms. Japan is in for quite the commotion. Chapter 5. The goddess of the cold moon hunts the rabbit, and Qin Feng encounters a bear. Alas, why must it be poisonous mushrooms? That foolish woman Matsushita Moriya. Does she wish to poison us? Why is the Dragon Kingdom represented by fish while we are portrayed as toxic fungi? Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast was filled with gleeful mockery. Ha ha ha! Poisonous mushrooms. The pirates deserve it. This is divine retribution. Did you not consume 2 mushrooms earlier? Have you forgotten? Shortly thereafter, the system notification chimed. Ding! A contestant from the third country, Raju, has acquired resources. Decayed fruits 5. Triggering 10,000-fold return. The third country receives decayed fruits 50,000. The third country's live broadcast erupted in chaos. What? Decayed fruit? Is this Raju an imbecile? Why is our luck so abysmal? Ding! A contestant from the stick country, Park Duandiao, has acquired resources. Stinky fish 2. Triggering 10,000-fold return. The stick country receives Stinky Fish 20,000. The stick country's live broadcast exclaimed. Semida! Observing the negative rewards accumulated by other nations. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were in hysterics. Ha ha ha! The contrast is too stark. Our Feng Shun is truly remarkable. Fresh carp versus poisonous mushrooms, decayed fruits, and stinky fish. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. At that moment, another system notification resonated. Ding! A contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, Cold Moon, has acquired resources. Wild Rabbit 1. Triggering 10,000-fold return. The Dragon Kingdom receives Wild Rabbit 10,000. Drop location: Central Square of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast erupted once more in fervor. The goddess of Cold Moon. Another 10,000-fold return. 10,000 rabbits. The scene shifted to Cold Moon, who was crouched before an injured little rabbit. The rabbit's hind leg was wounded, bleeding profusely, appearing quite pitiful. Were she an ordinary girl, she might have softened at the sight, wishing to save the little creature. Yet Cold Moon was not swayed. Her gaze was calm and rational, devoid of hesitation. Little one, may you be reborn into a better life. With a swift and decisive action, she ended the rabbit's life and commenced the preparation of her catch. The entire process was fluid and unencumbered, showcasing the true essence of a Special Forces operative. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, viewers applauded. Now this is professionalism. The goddess of Cold Moon is extraordinary. A compassionate heart in the wilderness can lead to peril. Long-lived pragmatism. Conversely, the other nations' broadcasts were rife with envy. Damn it. Why is it the Dragon Kingdom again? Their fortune is far too favorable. A fish, a rabbit, both triggering 10,000-fold returns. General Blake, a military expert from the Lighthouse country, wore a grim expression. These two contestants from the Dragon Kingdom indeed possess some skill. In the central square of the Dragon Kingdom, following the appearance of 10,000 carp, another 10,000 plump wild rabbits materialized out of thin air. These rabbits, each weighing between 3 to 4 pounds, possess a lustrous fur, unmistakably indicating their status as high-quality wild specimens. The citizens in the square erupted in fervor once more. Here they come again. A 10,000-fold return. 10,000 rabbits. The Dragon Kingdom's competitors are truly exceptional. Tonight's lottery promises to be even more thrilling. At this moment, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Qin Feng, having stowed away his fishing rod, gazed at the 3 plump fish before him, nodding in satisfaction. He retrieved a trowel from his backpack and, with practiced skill, removed the fish scales. He then proceeded to gut the fish, discarding the entrails into the river as bait. Upon discovering the fish bladders, a smile graced Qin Feng's lips. These are indeed valuable items, not only edible but also useful. However, he had no immediate plans for them. Once he had finished preparing the 3 fish, the daylight was beginning to wane. Today's catch was quite commendable. He stood up and stretched, noting the excellent conditions of this water body, rich in fish resources and with crystal clear water. If he were to camp nearby, this would be a significant source of sustenance. Nevertheless, he now faced a more pressing issue: finding shelter and starting a fire. Qin Feng filled a small iron pot with the clear stream water and placed it in his backpack. Although the system indicated that the water was safe to drink, in a wilderness survival situation, every detail could determine life or death. Additionally, consuming hot water in this dense forest could effectively prevent hypothermia. This was basic knowledge. He hefted the 3 prepared carp and, utilizing his master-level environmental perception, pinpointed a cave to the northwest and began his trek towards it. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of his clothes against the leaves and the occasional movement of the fish in his grasp. It was too quiet. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Based on his past life experiences, such an unusual silence often heralded danger. In a live stream, the audience remained enraptured by the excitement of the recent 10,000-fold return. Is Feng Shun heading to find shelter? Why is it so quiet in these woods? Perhaps the animals are resting in the afternoon. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a grizzly bear echoed from afar, followed by the pitiful cries of a wild deer. With a rustling sound, countless startled birds took flight from the trees, darkening half the sky. Qin Feng halted abruptly, his gaze sharply directed towards the source of the sound. It turned out there was a grizzly bear nearby. The live stream erupted in chaos. Oh no, a grizzly bear. It's over. Feng Shun is in danger. That roar sounds terrifying. The grizzly bear is the king of the forest. One swipe could be fatal. Meanwhile, other countries' live streams reveled in schadenfreude. Ha! Retribution has come. Grizzly bear, go and devour that university student. This is what you get for being so arrogant earlier. The Dragon Kingdom's good fortune has come to an end. In the Lighthouse Nation's live stream, military expert General Blake scoffed. It seems that God is fair, not allowing the Dragon Kingdom to remain fortunate forever. The live stream from the nation of Wa took a more malicious tone. Baka, go bear, tear that Dragon Kingdom person apart. In the command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the hearts of the 3 hosts were in their throats. Sa Beining, with a hint of anxiety, exclaimed, "The brown bear is one of the most perilous predators in the forest." Dongqing's face turned pale. What should Qin Feng do now? He only has a shovel. He is no match for the brown bear. Chen Yi, a professional survival expert, stood up resolutely. No, he must vacate this area immediately. The bear's attacking power and speed are incredibly terrifying. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. However, the image of Qin Feng revealed no sign of panic. He stood still, quietly attuned to the sounds in the distance. From the noise, it seemed the bear was hunting a deer approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away from him. A thrill surged through Qin Feng, not from fear, but from exhilaration. This place boasted a stable supply of clean water, abundant fish resources, and lush vegetation. If that cave was suitable for habitation and sufficiently safe, then it should be the bear that departs, not himself. In his previous life, as an enthusiast of wilderness survival, he had encountered various large beasts. He had first-hand experience with wolf packs, wild boars, and even tigers. Although the brown bear was formidable, with its massive size and astonishing strength, it was not invincible. The crux lay in employing the right methods, seizing the opportune moment, and utilizing intellect rather than brute force. Humanity's dominance on Earth has always been attributed not to muscle, but to the mind. Chapter 6. The Art of Fire by Friction, the Aroma of Grilled Fish. Qin Feng cast a distant glance towards the direction of the brown bear and proceeded to walk in the opposite direction. Along the way, he continuously bent down to gather dry twigs scattered on the ground, straining his back with the effort. These twigs varied in thickness. Some were suitable for kindling, while others were ideal for sustaining the flame, thus sparing him the labor of chopping wood to start a fire. With practiced ease, he stowed the twigs into his backpack. In the live-streaming room, the audience finally exhaled in relief. Is Feng Shun heading to find shelter? Thank goodness he didn't confront the bear head-on. My heart nearly leapt down my chest. Covering a distance of 800 meters took Qin Feng a little over 10 minutes. This was not due to the difficulty of the terrain, but rather because he was keenly observing his surroundings, identifying edible plants, searching for signs of wildlife, and determining suitable locations for setting traps. His masterful environmental awareness made his mind akin to a sophisticated radar, continuously gathering valuable information. At long last, the stone cave came into view. Nestled halfway up a small hillside, the cave's entrance faced south, allowing it to receive maximum sunlight. The entrance was partially concealed by vines, making it difficult to detect from a distance, a perfect hiding place. Upon reaching the cave, Qin Feng scrutinized it closely. The cave was approximately 3 meters deep, around 2 meters wide, and just tall enough for him to stand upright. It was dry inside, devoid of any animal droppings or foul odors, indicating that no large creatures had recently taken residence there. As a temporary shelter, this stone cave would suffice. After inspecting the interior, Qin Feng formed a conclusion in his mind. While it provided adequate protection from the elements, the space was too cramped for long-term habitation. In a couple of days, he would need to find a more suitable location or construct a shelter of his own. He placed his backpack in the driest corner of the cave and began preparing to make a fire. His first task was to gather kindling materials. Nearby, he discovered an abundance of dry leaves, which served as the ideal tinder. Grasping a large handful, he rubbed them between his hands to break them apart, rendering them more fluffy and flammable. Next, he sought out fire-starting materials. He found some dry moss and feathers from birds in the vicinity, both of which were excellent for kindling. Finally, he selected 2 appropriate pieces of wood for the friction fire tool, one to serve as the fireboard and the other as the drill. Using his entrenching tool, he carved a small groove into the fireboard and created a small opening at the edge of the groove to allow the wood shavings to fall away. With everything in place, he grasped the drill firmly with both hands and began to rotate it rapidly. The sound of wood grinding echoed within the cave. His rhythm was impeccable. He maintained sufficient speed without applying excessive force that might damage the tools. After 3 minutes, smoke began to rise from the groove. 5 minutes later, the wood shavings started to glow red. Carefully, Qin Feng tipped the glowing shavings onto the tinder and gently blew upon them. A wisp of blue smoke ascended as the tinder ignited. He quickly added the dry leaves, and the flames leapt to life in an instant. Subsequently, he incorporated thinner twigs, followed by thicker branches. Within 10 minutes, a warm bonfire blazed brightly at the entrance of the cave. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Oh my, it's really on fire. Is this the legendary method of friction fire? Feng's technique is truly professional. I'm astounded. The last time I watched Bear Grylls attempt a bow drill, he failed twice. In the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, the 3 hosts couldn't help but applaud. Sa Baining exclaimed with enthusiasm. This technique is absolutely top-notch. Dongqing nodded in agreement with a smile. From the selection of materials to the execution, every step is impeccable. Qin even stood up, declaring, "As an outdoor survival expert, I can responsibly say this is the most standard demonstration of friction fire I've ever seen." Meanwhile, in the live broadcasts of other countries, a wave of envy swept through. What's the big deal about starting a fire? Our competitors can do it too. It's merely luck. Yet deep down, they all understood that achieving friction fire in such a short time could not merely be attributed to chance. Once the fire was established, Qin Feng began preparing dinner. He selected 3 relatively straight branches and skewered the fish. The 3 carp had already been cleaned, glistening enticingly in the firelight. Qin Feng placed the skewered fish over the flames and began the slow roasting process, occasionally turning the skewers to ensure even cooking. As the temperature rose, the fish skin began to shrink, emitting a sizzling sound. A delightful aroma wafted from the fish, filling the cave. After 10 minutes, the skin turned golden brown, slightly charred on the surface, yet the flesh remained tender. Qin Feng gently sliced open the fish skin with a spade, revealing the snow-white flesh inside. Steam rose, and the fragrance was intoxicating. He tore off a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. The succulent juices burst forth instantly. Delicious. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, continuing to relish this outdoor feast. In a live broadcast room, viewers were drooling. Wow, that fish looks incredibly fragrant. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. What a divine grilled fish. I haven't had such fresh fish in ages. Is Feng hosting a gourmet show? Conversely, in the other countries' live rooms, the audience's morale crumbled. Why does he get to eat so well? Our competitors are still gnawing on tree bark. Just as Qin Feng was enjoying his grilled fish, the water in the small iron pot began to boil. The bubbling sound echoed in the cave, steam rising from the pot's opening. At that moment, his master-level environmental awareness conveyed a message. Near the cave entrance, there existed a special herbaceous plant. This plant had slender leaves emitting a faint fragrance, suitable for brewing tea. Moreover, it possessed mild aphrodisiac properties. Qin Feng paused. He set down the grilled fish and approached the cave entrance to search meticulously. Indeed, beside a rock, he discovered several clusters of slender green grass. The deep green leaves had tiny serrated edges and exuded a mint-like fragrance. This is dragon beer grass? Qin Feng recognized the plant. In his previous life, during his wilderness survival experiences, he had encountered this particular grass. The indigenous inhabitants of the region frequently utilized it to brew tea, claiming it invigorated the mind and enhanced physical strength. As for its aphrodisiac properties, the system's notification should not be mistaken. Qin Feng chuckled softly and commenced the collection of these dragon whisker grasses. He delicately plucked the leaves, taking care not to damage the roots, ensuring the grasses could continue to thrive. This location must be remembered. Should he relocate in the future, it was imperative to harvest all of these grasses. Qin Feng silently resolved within himself. 1 plant, 2 plants, 3 plants. He meticulously counted his harvest, ultimately gathering a total of 10 dragon whisker grasses. Just as he placed the final leaf into his backpack, the familiar sound of the system notification resonated globally once more. Ding! Rare resource acquisition detected. Triggering 10,000-fold return. Dragon Kingdom receives. Dragon Whisker Grass 10,000. Distribution location. Randomly throughout the entire realm of the Dragon Kingdom. A profound silence enveloped the world for 3 seconds. Then chaos erupted. Within the Dragon Kingdom, 100,000 dragon whisker grasses materialized in various corners. Some sprouted in the flower beds of residential complexes. Others appeared on the lawns of parks. And some even grew directly in the flower pots on people's balconies. The entire Dragon Kingdom was suddenly infused with an abundance of verdant vitality. Chapter 7. The arrival of 100,000 invigorating herbs in the Dragon Kingdom in the command center, upon encountering the verdant plant. Shunye's eyes gleamed with surprise as he couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, indeed, this herb possesses the ability to dispel heat and invigorate vitality. Sab Beining immediately added, Most importantly, our land is now adorned with numerous verdant plants. This holds significant implications for the improvement of our ecological environment. He intended to steer the conversation away from the herb's invigorating properties. Yet to his astonishment, the men of the Dragon Kingdom were unfazed. Upon hearing the term invigorating, the live chat erupted with fervor. Wow, invigorating? Is this for real? Feng Shan is bestowing benefits upon all the men of the nation. Ha ha! A lucky herb has appeared on my balcony. Dear, come see this miracle. Thank you, Feng Shan. Tonight, we shall test its effects. Brothers, our men in the Dragon Kingdom are on a rise. Meanwhile, in live streams from other countries, viewers were utterly disheartened. Damn it. Why is it the Dragon Kingdom again? Invigorating herb? This is unfair. We need this herb too. FK. The luck of the Dragon Kingdom is unparalleled. Qin Feng regarded the notifications with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He placed several leaves of the dragon beard grass into a small iron pot, and the hot water instantly transformed into a pale green hue, emanating a fragrant aroma. Lifting the pot of dragon beard tea, he took a gentle sip. The tea was sweet and infused with a hint of mint, invigorating his senses. The flavor was indeed delightful. He contentedly set down the small pot and continued to savor the roasted fish. After consuming 2 fish, he felt sufficiently satiated. Leaving one for breakfast the next morning, Qin Feng patted his slightly distended belly, producing a crisp sound. At that moment in the Dragon Kingdom, countless men were fervently searching for dragon beard grass nearby, eager to experiment with its effects at home. This night was destined to be extraordinary. As the night deepened, it marked the first night for everyone. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the flickering light of the campfire dancing in the wilderness, punctuated by the crackling sounds it produced. Occasionally, a spark would land on Qin Feng, which he would gently brush away as silence prevailed, with even the chirping of insects barely audible. Leaning against the cave wall, holding the warm iron pot, Qin Feng slowly savored his tea while gazing at the starry sky outside the cave. Without the blight of urban light pollution, the heavens were exceptionally radiant. The Milky Way spanned the sky, with countless stars twinkling faintly. A full moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. How blissful it was! He let out a long, contented sigh. This tranquility, far removed from the clamor of the world, was a rarity even in his past life. Just then, his smartwatch vibrated. Glancing down, he saw a system notification. Current global death toll, 127. Death toll in the Dragon Kingdom. 0. Remaining participants. 11. 573. Causes of death. Hypothermia 42. Animal attack 38. Accidental fall 25. Food poisoning 13. Others 9. Observing the data on his watch, Qin Feng felt a slight tightening in his chest. On the first day, a staggering 127 individuals perished, a number far more brutal than he had anticipated. However, it is fortunate that the Dragon Kingdom has suffered no casualties thus far. He silently prayed for his compatriots to endure. This desolate wilderness is perilous beyond its superficial appearance. Every survivor is deserving of admiration. Rising to his feet, he commenced preparations for the night. Firstly, he tended to the fire. Qin Feng methodically added the dry twigs he had previously gathered into the blaze, deliberately selecting several thicker logs to ensure the flames would endure until dawn. In the wild, fire is synonymous with life. It not only provides warmth, but, more crucially, repels wild beasts, as most animals possess an instinctual fear of flames. Next, he tightly wrapped himself in a thermal blanket. Although the cave was relatively warm, the temperature drop at night was considerable. Hypothermia is an insidious killer in the realm of survival. Finally, he undertook the most critical task. Qin Feng found a sturdy branch at the cave entrance and inverted a small iron pot atop it. He then ingeniously connected a rudimentary alarm system with fishing line. Should anyone or any creature approach the cave entrance and disturb the line, the pot would fall, creating a cacophony that would rouse him immediately. This significantly enhanced his safety. Qin Feng inspected his handiwork with satisfaction. In the live stream, viewers were left in awe. Wow, this is incredibly professional. An alarm system has been devised. Is Feng God transforming the cave into a fortress? This exemplifies the distinction between expertise and amateurism, while other contestants are trembling in fear. Feng God has already begun to savor life. After completing these tasks, Qin Feng reclined in the innermost part of the cave, clutching his entrenching tool tightly in his right hand. This was his sole weapon and his last line of defense. Even in slumber, he could not afford to let down his guard. The firelight cast flickering shadows on the cave walls, and the occasional distant howl of wolves echoed through the air. Nevertheless, he soon slipped into a light sleep, one of the fundamental skills of wilderness survival, allowing him to recuperate while remaining alert. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, viewers watched this scene with deep admiration. Feng God is so professional even in his sleep. Gripping the entrenching tool, his vigilance is unparalleled. I am utterly convinced. I was truly blind before. As night deepened, an array of peculiar sounds resonated through the wilderness. Yet within Qin Feng's cave, it remained safe and warm. The campfire crackled softly, its flames dancing in the stillness. This night was destined to be tranquil. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, illuminating Qin Feng's face. The golden light accentuated his already handsome features, and his eyelashes shimmered with a hint of gold in the sun's glow. He emanated a serene, yet formidable aura. The live stream was instantly flooded with comments. "Ah, Feng God is so handsome. His looks are absolutely stunning." The moment the sunlight graced his face, my heart fluttered. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Is this the legendary beauty of an era? Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth on his face. He stretched languidly, easing his somewhat stiff body. The chill of the night had not yet fully dissipated, and the temperature within the cave remained somewhat low. However, compared to the outside, this place felt like paradise. At that moment, his masterful environmental awareness conveyed an exhilarating piece of information. Approximately 2 kilometers to the southwest, there lay a nest of wild chickens. Judging by the sensed information, there appear to be quite a few, at least 4. It seems today I shall not dine on fish. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. While fish is delectable, it can become monotonous. A change in flavor would be most welcome. Moreover, wild chickens offer higher nutritional value, with rich protein content and moderate fat. Such prey is a rare find in the wilderness. He swiftly gathered all his belongings and donned his backpack. The campfire was extinguished and buried, ensuring no risk of a forest fire. Before departing the cave, Qin Feng cast one last glance at the sanctuary that had provided him with a night of safety. If there are no better places nearby, I shall return, he resolved silently. He set forth towards the direction of the wild chicken nest, proceeding with a measured pace. He was not merely admiring the scenery. He was in search of suitable materials. To successfully hunt the wild chickens, a mere entrenching tool would be woefully inadequate. He needed to fashion a more effective weapon, a spear. The importance of a spear in wilderness survival is self-evident. It not only offers a considerable range for attack, but is also simple to construct with readily available materials. Most importantly, it compensates for humanity's limitations in speed and strength. Qin Feng meticulously scrutinized every tree along the roadside, seeking the most suitable materials. The spear's shaft must meet several criteria. It should be sufficiently straight, adequately hard, of appropriate length, and of moderate weight. Though these requirements may seem straightforward, they are surprisingly challenging to fulfill. After approximately half an hour of searching, Qin Feng finally identified an ideal candidate in a white birch tree. Chapter 8. The Wilderness, Men and Women. Live stream off before him stood a straight branch, approximately 3 centimeters in diameter and nearly 2 meters long. The wood was dense and sturdy, devoid of any noticeable bends or knots. Its surface bore a faint aroma of resin, signifying its freshness and remarkable resilience. This was it. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Feng ascended the tree with agility akin to that of a monkey. He first tested the branch's weight-bearing capacity with his hands, confirming its safety before commencing his task. The entrenching tool in his grasp seemed to come alive, each stroke precise and deliberate, ensuring a clean cut while avoiding any damage to the trunk. The entire process flowed seamlessly, expending not a single ounce of unnecessary effort. From the moment he climbed the tree to the point of severing the branch, it took less than 5 minutes. The viewers in the live stream erupted with applause. This tree climbing technique is truly professional. He seems like a boar hunter. Having secured a satisfactory spear shaft, Qin Feng did not rush to the wild chicken nest. Instead, he found a flat stone to sit upon and began meticulously crafting his weapon. First, he sharpened the spearhead. With the blade of the entrenching tool, he carefully whittled away at the wood. Each cut was measured, ensuring sharpness without compromising strength. Wood shavings fell away as the spearhead gradually took shape. Next came the polishing of the spear shaft. He meticulously smoothed the entire surface with a stone, removing any splinters and irregularities. This polishing was not merely for tactile comfort. Qin Feng mused that a smooth surface would reduce air resistance, enhancing accuracy during throws. After igniting a fire, he planned to harden the spearhead further. High temperatures would drive moisture from the wood, tightening its fibers. The entire crafting process took approximately 40 minutes. Along the way, he consumed the leftover grilled fish from the previous day to replenish his strength, all while observing his surroundings, a multitasking ability that left the live stream audience in awe. When Qin Feng raised the exquisitely crafted spear, the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, that spearhead is remarkably sharp. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. It's even more refined than those bought in stores. Is Feng Shan about to go hunting? We can't wait. With satisfaction, Qin Feng wielded the spear a few times, feeling its weight and balance. Perfect. With this weapon in hand, his chances of a successful hunt would undoubtedly soar. It was time to confront those wild chickens. He hoisted the spear and strode purposefully toward his target. Just as Qin Feng advanced towards the wild chicken nest, the various live streams across the Dragon Kingdom suddenly ignited with fervor. Brothers, quickly, tune into the Japanese pirate live stream. Oh my, something significant is happening over there. What is going on? Two Japanese pirates have encountered each other. The barrage of comments flooded the screen as countless viewers switched to the live stream. In the Japanese live stream, the footage revealed a man and a woman meeting by a small creek. The female ninja, Matsushita Shusa, was petite yet agile, her black hair tied in a ponytail, her gaze sharp as a blade. The male fighter, Kobayashi Masashi, was robustly built, muscled, with a menacing scar etched across his face. Laughing heartily, one exclaimed, "Heaven has favored our great nation. I have truly encountered allies." The combination of Matsushita Morisa and Little Bazaar is simply invincible. Other nations are doomed. In the high command of the Japanese nation, all the senior officials stood up in excitement. Excellent. The synergy between the two will exponentially enhance their combat effectiveness. What about the brown bears? They are but oversized dogs before us. They derided the other nations shamelessly, but their voices noticeably softened when mentioning the Lighthouse Nation. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's command center, the atmosphere turned instantly grave. Bining furrowed his brows, stating, "Indeed, in the wilderness, the collaboration of two individuals is not merely a sum of 1 plus 1, but a qualitative leap." Dongqing expressed his concerns. They can take turns keeping watch, working in tandem, significantly increasing their survival odds. Chunyi added directly, "The most crucial advantage is that they can coordinate to hunt large prey. This advantage is too apparent. We must devise a strategy." In the Dragon Nation's live stream, the audience's mood grew heavy. It's over. The Japanese have such luck. Two professional players teaming up. How can we compete? Our people must seize the opportunity to meet. Upstairs, meeting in such a vast wilderness is akin to a heavenly miracle. The Japanese are just plain lucky. Just as everyone despaired over Japan's fortune, a dramatic scene unfolded on screen. Matsushita Morisa and Little Bazaar stood face to face by a stream. The sound of rushing water drowned their words. Yet from their lip movements and gestures, it seemed they were engaged in some form of intimate exchange. Suddenly, under the gaze of billions worldwide, the two embraced tightly. What, Baka, were they doing? Following this, even more sensational footage emerged. Matsushita began to remove her ninja attire, while Little Bazaar also shed his shirt. Just at that pivotal moment, the screen abruptly went black. The player has closed the live stream. Global viewers were left dumbfounded for 9 seconds, then chaos erupted. So these two masters are like this? How intriguing. What are they up to? It's so hard to guess. These are indeed skilled individuals. The Japanese live stream was completely inundated with mocking comments. Baka! These two fools. At such a critical moment for the nation's survival, they dare to. What a disgrace. What utter shame. In the highest command of Japan. The previously jubilant officials were now pale with shock. Bakayuru, these idiots. Is this the time for romance? Survival should come first, you fools. The commander slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Are their brains filled with waste? At that moment, Qin Feng was blissfully unaware of the farcical events unfolding outside. He was entirely focused on stealthily advancing towards the wild chicken nest. The masterful environmental perception constantly relayed the surrounding information to him. 100 meters ahead, 3 wild chickens were foraging. 2 adult birds, robust in stature and adorned with splendid plumage, accompanied by a juvenile, roughly half their size. 2 halves precisely. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he tightened his grip on the spear. He softened his footfalls, utilizing the concealment offered by trees and shrubs to inch closer to his objective. The wild chickens, possessing keen alertness, would flee at the slightest rustle. A single, decisive strike was imperative. With a mere 5 meters remaining, Qin Feng halted, meticulously observing the positioning and movement patterns of the 3 wild chickens. The 2 adults were pecking at the ground for insects while the juvenile hopped about nearby. Now was the moment. Qin Feng suddenly sprang forth from the thicket, his spear striking like lightning. Whoosh! The spear tip precisely pierced the body of 1 adult wild chicken. Cluck, cluck, cluck! The other 2 chickens, startled, immediately scattered in flight. Yet, Qin Feng's objective had been achieved. The wild chicken in his grasp continued to struggle, blood dripping down the spear shaft. This was a plump bird, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, its feathers a striking chestnut hue, shimmering under the sunlight. Ha! Indeed, today would yield a feast of wild chicken. Just as Qin Feng prepared to process his catch, the familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding. Resource acquisition detected. Triggering 10,000-fold return mechanism. Dragon Country receives. Wild chicken 10,000. Deployment location. Central squares of major cities in Dragon Country. In an instant, the world trembled anew. In the central squares of major cities across Dragon Country, golden light glittered. 10,000 lively wild chickens materialized out of thin air, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds, with vibrant plumage and robust vitality. Cluck, cluck! The cacophony of chicken calls resounded, creating an extraordinarily grand spectacle. Here it comes again. Another 10,000-fold return. Wild chickens. 10,000 wild chickens. Feng, Shun is amazing. Oh dear, what are you doing? The Dragon Country live stream erupted in fervor, with viewership soaring past 5 million in an instant. Meanwhile, the spectators from other nations, who had just mocked the Japanese competitors, now wore expressions of disbelief. Damn, why is it Dragon Country once more? What sort of monster is that university student? 3 consecutive 10,000-fold returns. This defies logic. The Japanese live stream fell into an eerie silence. The 2 professional players, who had just been shutting down their stream to cause trouble, now appeared utterly ridiculous, while others were earnestly striving for survival and resource acquisition. They were frivolously cavorting in the wilderness. The contrast was stark. Qin Feng gazed at the plump wild chicken in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed fortune was on his side today. He began to search for a suitable spot to kindle a fire, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous wild chicken feast. Chapter 9. The grim news arrives. Qin Feng cautiously traversed the forest, a plump wild chicken in hand, with his environmental awareness skills continuously relaying information about his surroundings. 200 meters to the left lay a swamp, unsuitable for his needs. To the right, 300 meters away, was a small puddle, but the water was murky. After a lengthy detour, Qin Feng found no better water source than the small stream he had previously encountered. It seemed he must return to the familiar spot. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned towards the stream where he had fished the day before. The soothing sound of flowing water reached his ears once again, the crystal-clear stream shimmering under the sunlight. Observing this well-known place, Qin Feng sighed, appreciating its charm. He located a smooth, large stone and placed the wild chicken upon it. Wielding his entrenching tool to swiftly sever its neck, blood gushing forth. He noted that the feathers could be preserved, muttering to himself as he began to pluck them. Selecting a few intact feathers, he envisioned fashioning them into exquisite arrow fletchings to enhance the accuracy and stability of his arrows. With the chicken now bare, Qin Feng took his entrenching tool and made a precise incision from below the breastbone to near the vent, extracting the innards. The heart, liver, and gizzard were indeed prized finds. The intestines were also useful. Once cleaned, they would provide a delightful crunch. As for the inedible entrails and debris, Qin Feng chose not to discard them. These odorous remnants would serve well as bait, he remarked as he tossed the refuse into a small cove of the stream. Observing the fish that swam by, a slight smile gracing his lips. After a brief wait, as more fish gathered, it would be easier to catch them. He cleared a patch of ground, laying out ample dry firewood. Watching the flames flicker to life, Qin Feng hurriedly skewered the wild chicken and suspended it over the fire. As he adjusted the chicken's position, he grasped his fishing rod, wasting not a single moment. The fishing line was cast into the baited waters, and within seconds, the rod bent under the weight of the catch. With a resounding snap, a palm-sized crucian carp was pulled ashore. Success! Over the next half hour, the fishing proved far more fruitful than the previous day, with various species eagerly biting. How would the seasoned anglers react upon witnessing this? Silver-striped whitefish, green-backed grass carp fry, and even a hefty black fish weighing 2 pounds. This black fish was a prized catch, renowned for its succulent meat and minimal bones. Qin Feng beamed with satisfaction at his bounty. Just as he reeled in his third fish, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once more. Ding! Resource acquisition detected, triggering 10,000-fold return mechanism. Dragon Country gains. Mixed freshwater fish 30,000. Release location, major lakes and reservoirs across Dragon Country. Instantly, 30,000 various freshwater fish materialized in the few remaining reservoirs within Dragon Country. Whitefish, crucian carp, grass carp, blackfish carp, all manner of fish frolicked in the water. The Dragon Country livestream went into a frenzy. What the heck? Here we go again. 30,000 fish. Is Feng Shan trying to feed the entire nation? A consecutive threefold return. Is this still human? Clearly, the deity above is extraordinary. Tonight, Feng Shan feasts while the entire nation savors fish. I just visited the reservoir, and the fish are leaping out of the water in abundance. The viewership has surged past 80 million, and the live stream's popularity is off the charts. Sa Beining's voice trembles with excitement. Dear viewers, we are once again witnessing a miracle. Dongqing can hardly contain her exhilaration. Qin Feng's performance has completely shattered our perceptions. This is no ordinary university student. He is truly a god of the wild, Chun Yi boldly asserts. From a professional standpoint, every skill displayed by Qin Feng has reached a masterful level. Fishing, processing prey, lighting a fire, each action is nothing short of textbook excellence. At that moment, Qin Feng is lifting a golden brown wild chicken from the fire. The skin is crisp and charred, with fat sizzling and dripping down, creating a tantalizing sound. The rich aroma of meat mingled with a hint of smokiness is utterly mouth-watering. He uses a spade to carve out a piece of chicken leg, taking a gentle bite. The outer crispness and tender interior unleash an explosion of flavor in his mouth. The wild chicken's meat is firmer and more flavorful than that of domesticated fowl. Ah, the cooking is just perfect. Qin Feng nods in satisfaction. The viewers in the Longwell live stream, watching him relish his meal, are left drooling. That roast chicken looks incredibly delicious. I wish I could leap through the screen for a piece. I want some too. I can't take it anymore. I'm starving just watching this. It's only the second day, and Feng Shan is already indulging in rich feasts in the wilderness. As Qin Feng enjoys his roast chicken, he begins to prepare the fish for cooking as well. Just then, his wristwatch lights up, accompanied by a series of urgent notification sounds. Qin Feng sets down the chicken leg and glances at the watch screen. System announcement. Longwood contestant Li Ming triggers a 10,000-fold return. Resources gained. Wild kiwi 50. Resources returned. Wild kiwi 500. 000. Notice, contestant Li Ming has tragically fallen during gathering and is deceased. Qin Feng's actions momentarily pause. A death has occurred, and it is one of his fellow Longhua compatriots. Despite his strong mental fortitude, the news of a comrade's demise weighs heavily on his heart. He understands Li Ming's intentions. Like other Longhua contestants, they are all desperately striving to contribute to their nation. However, in the wilderness, a moment's impulsiveness can prove fatal. In the Longhua livestream, the audience, who had been filled with laughter moments ago, now falls into an eerie silence. The barrage of comments is filled with mourning and lamentation. A hero. A true hero. Brothers, let us remain rational. The lives of our contestants are more valuable than any 10,000-fold return. Indeed, survival is paramount. Li Ming sacrificed his life for 500,000 Kiwis. He is a true hero. May all other contestants remain safe. Within the Longhua Command Center, the atmosphere has turned gravely somber. A general clenched his fist. Another good young man has departed. Another high-ranking official's eyes glistened with tears. Li Ming sacrificed himself for the Dragon Nation. Bining sighed deeply, his voice somewhat choked. Dear audience, let us observe 3 minutes of silence in honor of the brave contestant Li Ming. Though he has left us, we shall forever remember his contributions to the Dragon Nation. The entire livestream fell into a momentary hush. After 3 minutes, Dong Qing softly remarked, "We must transform our sorrow into strength and place greater emphasis on the safety of the remaining contestants. Each individual is a precious asset to our Dragon Nation." Qin Yi also solemnly stated, "This lesson teaches us that in the wilderness, safety must always take precedence. No resource is worth risking one's life." Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. The death of Li Ming served as a wake-up call. Although he possessed environmental awareness skills, he could not afford to be complacent. In this perilous wilderness, death could strike at any moment. He must exercise greater caution and vigilance. After all, he bore not only his own life, but also the hopes of the entire Dragon Nation. Chapter 10. Discovery of the Wilderness Hardware Store. The news of Li Ming's demise brought Qin Feng's actions to a sudden halt. With a stoic expression, he carefully wrapped the remnants of the roasted chicken and fish in broad leaves and stowed them away in his backpack. He extinguished the fire thoroughly, burying the ashes deep in the earth, leaving no trace behind. Having completed these tasks, he hoisted his backpack onto his shoulders, gripped his entrenching tool tightly, and turned to vanish into the depths of the dense forest. Where could Feng Shun possibly be heading? Is he not eating? That roasted chicken looked so appetizing. Perhaps he is in a somber mood, especially after the sacrifice of a compatriot. Indeed, who could possibly have the heart to eat at such a moment? One can only hope that Feng Shun finds a way to regain his composure. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with concern and understanding. Within the command center, Sa Bining's expression grew grave. It appears that the sacrifice of contestant Li Ming has profoundly impacted contestant Qin Feng's psyche. Dong Qing nodded in agreement, her voice tinged with worry. I hope he can swiftly regain his mental equilibrium. In the wilderness, negative emotions can be exceedingly lethal. Yet, only the expert Chun Yi remained furrowed in concentration, his gaze fixed intently on the steady silhouette of Qin Feng on the screen. No, you are mistaken. Chun Yi's voice was resolute. He is not despondent. On the contrary, he is now more focused and more dangerous than ever. He is surveying his territory, eliminating all potential threats while simultaneously seeking out more valuable resources. As Chun Yi had observed, Qin Feng's mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. His masterful environmental awareness transformed the rustling of grass and the whisper of the wind within a radius of hundreds of meters into vivid three-dimensional images in his mind. Sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A fluffy squirrel, clutching a nut, darted from one tree to another, curiously observing the bipedal creature that passed by. A few vividly colored forest birds chirped merrily in a nearby thicket, their calls ringing clear and bright. Everything appeared vibrant with life. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the small creatures, shaking his head without pause. They were too small. The effort required to catch them would yield insufficient meat. Lacking a suitable ranged weapon, hunting efficiently in the jungle would be a mere fantasy. He required a bow, a powerful bow. Qin Feng strolled leisurely along a game trail, his footsteps light, barely making a sound. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, just as he prepared to change direction in his exploration, a potent signal surged forth from his environmental awareness. Alert! A vast expanse of high-quality bamboo forest detected 300 meters ahead. Qin Feng's steps came to an abrupt halt, his eyes igniting with fierce brilliance. Bamboo. It is a revered treasure known as the Wilderness Hardware Store. Bamboo tubes can serve as cups, bowls, and even cooking utensils. Bamboo shoots can be consumed as food. Bamboo strips can be woven into various tools. Most importantly, bamboo of the right age and resilience is the perfect material for crafting bow shafts. Truly, it is as though the pillow has been provided just when one feels sleepy. He suppressed his inner excitement and quickened his pace. Soon, a lush bamboo grove appeared before him. The bamboo stands tall and straight, each stalk as thick as a bowl, with verdant joints glistening under the sunlight. Qin Feng stepped forward and tapped one of the bamboos, listening to the crisp and resonant echo, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Indeed, these were fine bamboos, all over 3 years old, boasting exceptional elasticity and toughness. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream watched in bewilderment as Qin Feng tapped and struck the bamboo. What on earth was he doing? Did he wish to eat bamboo shoots? Given the age of these bamboos, could there still be edible shoots? Wouldn't they be bitter? It seems to me that Qin Feng's gaze upon the bamboo resembled that of a lecher gazing at a beautiful woman. A viewer remarked, "That analogy is rather odd." It's strangely fitting. With suitable materials for the bow body in hand, a new dilemma arose: what to use for the bowstring. Although the fishing line in his backpack was strong, its lack of resilience would lead to its snapping after only a few pulls if fashioned into a bowstring. An idea quickly flitted through Qin Feng's mind. Mulberry trees. He recalled how, in his childhood in the countryside, the village elders would strip the fibrous bark of mulberry trees into long strips, which would then be soaked, pounded, sun-dried, and twisted into fibrous ropes. Braiding 3 strands together would yield a bowstring that was both sturdy and durable. Given the similarity of the vegetation in this world to that of Blue Star, it was highly probable that mulberry trees also existed. No time to waste. He resolved to gather sufficient materials first. With determination, Qin Feng swung his entrenching tool down upon the base of a bamboo he had long since chosen. With a resounding thud, the entrenching tool struck the resilient bamboo wall. Qin Feng's muscles flexed as he delivered blow after blow, his movements imbued with strength and rhythm. Bamboo shavings flew about, and soon, a massive bamboo measuring 7 to 8 meters came crashing down. He did not pause, continuing to fell more. The second, the third, he intended to craft not only a bow, but also a multitude of arrows and some defensive spike traps. Thus, the more bamboo, the better. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers observed Qin Feng transform into a lumberjack, their confusion deepening. Why was he felling so much bamboo? Was he planning to build a house? Building a house out of bamboo? That would hardly be sturdy. Stop speculating. How could we mere mortals fathom Feng's thoughts? Just watch. Just as Qin Feng felled the 5th bamboo and prepared to drag it to an open space, the familiar and exhilarating sound of the system notification resonated globally. Ding! Detected that Dragon Kingdom contestant Qin Feng has acquired a substantial amount of strategic resources. Mao Bamboo, triggering tenfold return. Dragon Kingdom receives quality mature Mao Bamboo 50,000. Drop location, designated wasteland in the southwestern region of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! In the previous moment, the nation was steeped in the sorrow of their compatriot's sacrifice. In the next, this sudden wave of immense joy left everyone momentarily stunned. In the southwestern region of the Dragon Kingdom, several barren hills, stripped bare due to soil erosion, are now sprouting robust and upright mozo bamboos, growing at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere seconds, the desolate landscape transforms into an endless expanse of verdant bamboo forest. The bamboo sways with the wind, producing a rustling sound akin to celestial music. Oh my goodness! Bamboos. 50,000 stalks of mozo bamboo. Maple God. Once again, the maple God. My heavens! A strategic resource. The utility of bamboo is immense: construction, papermaking, crafts. This is a tremendous profit. The viewership in Qin Feng's live stream instantaneously surges past 10 million. Countless comments flood the entire screen. In the command center, several generals rise from their seats in excitement. Their faces flushed. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Bamboo. This is a treasure. With this bamboo grove, many of our light industry's raw material issues can be alleviated. Additionally, it will effectively address the problem of soil erosion in the southwestern region. This achievement is on par with commanding 1,000 troops. In the live stream, Sa Beining, overwhelmed with excitement, stammers, "Dear audience, I scarcely know what to say." Dong Qing, with reddened eyes and a choked voice, adds, "He always brings us the greatest surprises and hope when we need it the most." Expert Chun Yi adjusts his glasses, forcing himself to suppress his excitement, and analyzes in a professional tone. "You may not know what player Qin Feng intends to do with these bamboos, but I have a bold hypothesis." His words instantly captivate everyone's attention. Chun Yi takes a deep breath and articulates, word by word. What he aims to create is a bow and arrows. He is crafting a set of hunting weapons that will allow him to dominate the wilderness. Chapter 11. The Deadly Bamboo Trap. The official live stream of the Dragon Nation. As the expert Chun Yi resolutely concluded that Qin Feng was to craft a bow and arrow, the anticipated flood of admiration and accolades failed to materialize. Instead, a brief silence was followed by an overwhelming tide of mocking comments. "Is that it? Just that? I declare myself a prophet. I predicted yesterday that Feng would forge a bow and arrow. Enough of the boasting upstairs. I knew from the moment Feng cut his first bamboo that he needed a suitable bowstring. Please spare us the analysis. At this rate, I fear you'll predict the color of Feng's undergarments for tomorrow." Inside the broadcast room, Chun Yi glanced at the comments. His elderly face tinged with a shade of red. He awkwardly adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat a couple of times, attempting to maintain his dignity as an expert. Ahem. Well, primarily, it is because Qin Feng's thought process is exceedingly clear. Great minds think alike. The host, Sa Beining, quickly interjected with a smile to ease the tension. "Well, let's not make things difficult for Teacher Chun Yi. What does this illustrate? It signifies the elevated level of our audience in the Dragon Nation. We're almost on par with the experts. This is a testament to the overall enhancement of our nation's prowess. It's a positive development. Indeed." Dong Qing stifled a gentle laugh, gracefully adding, "Indeed." Witnessing Feng's gradual ascent to strength fills us all with pride. Although the sacrifice of Li Ming has left us in sorrow, it has also united us more than ever, making us eagerly anticipate Qin Feng's forthcoming performance. The somber atmosphere was deftly alleviated by Dong Qing's few words, and everyone's gaze once again turned to the solitary figure quietly maneuvering in the wilderness. In the dense forest, Qin Feng bound 5 stout bamboo stalks tightly together with resilient vines, forming a massive green raft. He inhaled deeply, bent down, and with a surge of strength, he hoisted the heavy burden, weighing several dozen pounds, onto his shoulder. Wow, this is quite the challenge. The rough bamboo nodes pressed against his shoulder blades, a heavy pressure coursing through his entire being. His feet wobbled slightly, but his solid muscles tensed immediately, stabilizing his form like a rock. He slowly began to stride towards the makeshift shelter, each step sinking deeply into the soft, decaying soil, leaving distinct imprints behind. Qin Feng's breath grew labored, his warm exhalations transforming into puffs of mist in the cool air. Yet within, his mind raced, calculating the myriad details of using these bamboos to craft traps. The air was infused with the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth and mingling flora, tinged with a faint, primal aroma of wild beasts. Roar! At that moment, a ferocious bear's growl echoed from deep within the mountains. The sound was deep and resonant, like a thunderclap rolling through the woods, causing the leaves to tremble. And the previously vibrant chorus of insects and birds fell abruptly into silence. A bear! That bear again! Goodness, with a noise like that, The sound waves are almost hitting my face. It's not far from foam. Alas, if caught in the act. Fleeing with dozens of pounds of bamboo would be utterly futile, leading to a fate most grim. Yet, upon hearing a roar that would send shivers down the spine of an ordinary person, Qin Feng's steps merely faltered for an instant. His body instantaneously transitioned into a state of combat readiness, muscles taut. However, mere half a second later, he completely relaxed. He did not panic, nor did he turn to flee. Instead, he slowly turned his head, straining to listen. Engaging in a head-on confrontation? Such folly is reserved for the foolish. Given his current physical prowess and equipment, facing off against a fully grown brown bear, likely weighing over 500 kilograms, would render his chances of success nearly non-existent. But who said one must confront strength with strength? A cunning smile graced Qin Feng's face as the imposing figure of the bear loomed in his mind. The thick fur, suitable for crafting top-tier armor, the invaluable gallbladder, prized for medicinal purposes, and the substantial meat that could provide vast energy. This was hardly a lethal threat. It was, in fact, a veritable treasure trove on 4 legs. It seemed he had to prepare quite the gift for this creature. Qin Feng moistened his parched lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling arc. No longer hesitating, he hoisted the heavy bamboo upon his shoulder, his strides towards the cave now even more rapid than before. Upon returning to his sanctuary, he unloaded the bamboo with a thud, scarcely pausing for rest before commencing the processing of these colossal stalks. Grasping a military shovel, he aligned the sharpest edge against one end of the bamboo and began to slice with great speed. Swish, swish, swish. Each strike of the sharp blade was precise and forceful, greenish bamboo skin and white fibers flying like billowing waves. With a deft flick of his wrist and an astute angle, the originally blunt end of the bamboo gradually revealed an exquisitely sharp, 30-centimeter-long diagonal point. This was none other than the most commonly used and lethal trap in ancient warfare and hunting, the bamboo stake array. He crafted several of these pointed bamboo stakes, each exceeding half a meter in length, meticulously sharpening the tips with stones to ensure not a single flaw remained. The viewers in the live stream gasped collectively. What on earth is Feng Shin planning? Why make so many spears? I have a bad feeling about this. Could these be intended for the bear? The audience erupted in astonishment as Qin Feng bound the completed stakes with vines, carefully wrapped the remaining roasted fish and chicken in large leaves, and, armed with his military shovel, once more ventured cautiously into the forest. This time, his aim was distinctly clear, the territory of that brown bear. With his masterful environmental awareness fully engaged, he formed a vivid, three-dimensional image in his mind of every rustle and breeze within a radius of hundreds of meters. He could see the nocturnal birds preening in the trees, and was equally adept at avoiding the potential patrol routes of the bear. Soon, a nauseating stench, pungent and acrid, invaded Qin Feng's nostrils. He immediately halted, crouching low. Before him, on the narrow path, lay a massive pile of excrement, still emanating a faint warmth. It was bear dung. Fresh indeed. He had found it. A flicker of joy sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes, devoid of any disgust. After meticulously surveying his surroundings to ensure his safety, he set down his belongings and wielded a spade with determination. With a swift thrust, the sharp edge of the spade effortlessly penetrated the surface of the decayed soil, embedding itself deeply into the moist, sticky earth. He labored in silence, shoveling one scoop after another. The motions were mechanical and repetitive, yet they embodied remarkable endurance. Sweat soon soaked his forehead, clinging to his skin, eliciting an itch. He had no time to wipe it away, allowing the beads of perspiration to cascade down his cheeks and drip into the soil beneath his feet. His arm muscles ached from prolonged exertion, burning as if countless ants were gnawing at them. Yet, his pace remained unwavering, steady, and efficient. Time slipped away gradually, an hour, 2 hours. After a full 3 hours, when Qin Feng finally expended his last ounce of strength to toss a shovelful of dirt out of the pit, a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter and nearly 2 meters deep emerged before him. Qin Feng steadied himself against the pit's wall and leapt out, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. He shook his sore arms and then retrieved a dozen sharpened bamboo stakes. Using both hands and feet, he slipped into the cramped bottom of the pit, forcefully driving each sharp stake into the earth at a 30-degree angle, ensuring they were firmly embedded. Every stake was driven with utmost effort, even using his feet to compact the soil, guaranteeing they could withstand immense impact. Soon, the entire base of the pit was adorned with upward-pointing bamboo spikes. Gazing upon the masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted, Qin Feng wiped the sweat and dirt from his face, revealing a weary yet menacing smile. "Bear, I hope you will appreciate the lavish abode I have prepared for you." Chapter 12. A Hole of Fire and a Kettle of Tea. The global live stream left everyone stunned with a swift motion. He bent down, carefully laying a disguise over the trap. The branches he selected were of uniform thickness, strong enough to support the fallen leaves and soil, yet would shatter under immense pressure. One by one, he intertwined several branches in a specific structure, forming a fragile yet stable net. Next came the leaves, dried, yellowed foliage gently spread over the branches, creating the illusion of an ordinary forest floor. Who would suspect that a deadly trap lay concealed beneath? Finally, he scooped up a handful of damp humus and evenly scattered it over the top, masking any signs of human interference. Qin Feng stepped back a few paces, squinting as if appraising a piece of art. The trap had vanished, leaving behind only an unremarkable patch of woodland, seamlessly integrated with its surroundings. Perfection. He dusted off the dirt from his hands and gently placed 2 aromatic roasted fish atop the camouflage layer. "Bear, a 5-star feast awaits you. Will you not come and partake?" His voice was soft, yet laced with a chilling intent. As the last vestiges of twilight faded from the horizon, a delicate dusk enveloped the mountains. Qin Feng grasped his entrenching tool and strode briskly toward the brook. The gentle sound of water was particularly crisp in the serene forest. He crouched by the stream, watching the clear water create ripples at the bottom of his pot. The water was cool, imbued with the unique sweetness of the mountains. After filling his pot, he casually collected some dry firewood. In the damp forest, dry fuel was the lifeline of survival. Returning to the warm stone cave, he expertly ignited a bonfire. The orange flames surged upward, dispelling the darkness and chill at the cave's entrance. He set the pot over the fire and tossed in a handful of dragon whisker grass. Soon, a fragrant steam infused with herbal aromas began to fill the cave. This scent was far more invigorating than a handcrafted brew from Starbucks. He tore off a generous piece of roasted chicken, dipped it briefly in the steaming herbal tea, and brought it to his mouth. The meat was tender, and the tea carried a sweet aftertaste. This sense of fulfillment, akin to a second chance at life, made him comfortably squint his eyes. Yet, before long, an insatiable yearning, rising from the depths of his being, surged forth. Salt. Damn, there was no salt. Qin Feng swallowed the meat, his brow furrowing tightly. No matter how fragrant the food, without the balance of salt, it remained devoid of soul. And this was only the second day. The copious sweat lost while digging traps in the daylight had already prompted his body to protest. A faint soreness lingered in his muscles, and his spirit was not as buoyant as in the previous days. Tomorrow, he must find salt, he resolved firmly. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Qin Feng did not rest, but instead picked up a sturdy bamboo stalk, beginning to carve it with his entrenching tool. The sound of the blades scraping against the bamboo echoed rhythmically within the cave. He was preparing a bamboo tube capable of sealing out moisture for the salt he would procure in the future. The bamboo naturally formed a perfect base. All that was required was to carve a precisely fitted lid at the opposite end. As Qin Feng devoted himself to this intricate craftsmanship, a sudden, deep rumble resonated from the distant horizon. Boom! The sound echoed through the valleys and mountains, and soon after, raindrops the size of beans began to patter sporadically on the ground outside the cave. Is it raining? Qin Feng raised his gaze toward the entrance. The starry night sky, once speckled with twinkling lights, had been completely obscured by heavy clouds. The rain intensified, pouring down in torrents, drowning out all sounds within the forest, leaving only the cacophony of the downpour. Simultaneously, the live broadcast mercilessly shifted to the situations of competitors from various countries. In a lighthouse nation, the strongest special forces soldier, John, was curled up beneath a tree that offered scant shelter from the rain, hugging his knees. Chilly droplets cascaded down the edges of his clothing, sapping away the last vestiges of warmth from his body. "Damn it, what wretched weather," he muttered through chattering teeth. In stark contrast, the Japanese competitor, Tanaka, faced an even grimmer fate. He had found only a protruding rock as refuge, but the fierce winds drove the rain in from all directions. Soaked to the skin, he resembled a drowned rat, helplessly wrapping his arms around himself. A tremendous sneeze caused his already chilled body to convulse violently. Despair was spreading like wildfire in his heart. The live chat erupted in a torrent of anger and disbelief. Japanese livestream. Baka. Useless. Can our great Yamato Empire warriors not even escape a mere rainstorm? This is it. Tanaka-kun will perish here. Where is the spirit of Bushido? Show your resolve. Lighthouse Nation livestream. Oh my god. Is this really John, our strongest warrior? He looks like a homeless vagabond. Switch the camera. I want to see how that Dragon Kingdom competitor is faring. He must be in worse shape. He has been digging all afternoon, utterly drained. The camera promptly switched. Dragon Kingdom's female special forces soldier, Lung Yu, had found a dry cave. The flickering firelight danced across her stern face as she meticulously cleaned her dagger, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. Actress Lenny Han had constructed a makeshift shelter with her delicate hands. Though rudimentary, it provided her with a semblance of safety. Dragon Kingdom livestream. Sister Lung Yu is so composed. Love it. Ihan is doing well too. Far better than those hulking men. What about Feng Shen? Quick, show Feng Shen. Finally, the camera turned to Qin Feng. In the next moment, audiences worldwide were left in stunned silence. Inside the stone cave, the campfire flickered warmly and brightly. Qin Feng leaned leisurely against the dry stone wall, cradling a steaming iron pot in his hands, sipping leisurely on hot herbal tea. This stark contrast created a breathtaking tableau that struck all viewers with awe. WEF, is this a movie? While others strive for survival, he indulges in a vacation. Qin Feng remains blissfully unaware of the tumult beyond his sanctuary. Immersed in this isolation from the world, he cradles a steaming cup of tea, gazing at the curtain of rain illuminated by intermittent flashes of lightning, a profound sense of ancient security swelling within him. He is reminded that for his primal ancestors, who survived by raw means, such stormy nights signified safety. The thunder masked their footsteps, while the torrential rain washed away scents. Most ferocious beasts would seek refuge in their lairs, awaiting the dawn. This is one of nature's rare reprieves, a night to breathe freely. This deep-seated sense of security, ingrained in our very genes over millennia, still lingers in the souls of modern humans. Thus, on rain-drenched nights, people often find themselves in a sweet slumber. The downpour intensifies, as if to cleanse the entire mountainous forest. After savoring the last sip of his tea, Qin Feng begins his nightly preparations. He cleverly secures his iron pot with a few stones at the entrance of the cave, crafting a rudimentary tripwire alarm. Anything attempting to enter would inevitably collide with the pot, producing a sound sufficient to rouse him from slumber. Caution is the mother of safety. Completing his tasks, Qin Feng tightens the thermal blanket around him, leaning against the warm stone wall kissed by the campfire, gently lying down. Outside, the sound of rain serves as the finest lullaby, while the campfire envelopes the small cave in a comforting warmth reminiscent of home. Chapter 13. Wilderness Airdrop. After a night of deep slumber, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, casting dappled spots of light upon the cave entrance, Qin Feng gradually awakened. He stretched languidly, feeling a delightful crackle resonate through his joints. Following the torrential rain, the air in the mountains was refreshingly intoxicating. The earthy aroma of the soil mingled with the fragrance of the foliage, filling his lungs with invigorating freshness. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a few warm embers. Qin Feng waved at his live-streaming watch as a casual greeting. Good morning. His voice was calm, yet it instantly ignited the anticipation of countless viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Wow, the Maple God has finally awakened. That sleep must have been heavenly. I was so anxious I couldn't sleep a wink, just waiting to see if the traps bore fruit. Stop dawdling, Maple God, and go check your treasure. Bear, bear, bear. Quit pressuring him upstairs. Can't you see the Maple God is stretching? The routines of the great are often simple and mundane. Qin Feng, of course, could not see these comments, but his thoughts aligned perfectly with the millions of viewers in the streaming room. The traps, those were the fruits of his labor from the previous day, and they would serve as his primary source of protein in the coming days. He grasped the sharpened spear and secured the entrenching tool at his waist, preparing to embark on his quest. Just then a cold, mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in the ears of every contestant and global viewer. Global announcement. To heighten the intensity of the competition, we have dispatched 1,000 resource airdrops across the wilderness continent. Upon landing, the airdrops will release red smoke as a marker. The contents of the airdrop boxes are random and may include, but are not limited to, food, water, first aid kits, tools, axes, and even firearms. Contestants, please proceed with caution and good luck. Boom! This announcement detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting chaos worldwide. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the comments surged like a torrential flood, racing across the screen. Are you serious? Airdropping firearms? Is this wilderness survival or battle royale? This is going to be chaos. Clearly, this is an invitation for contestants to turn against each other. Those from the Lighthouse Nation must be ecstatic. Among their 100 contestants, at least 30 are former Navy SEALs or Delta Force members. Armed, they would wreak havoc. Maple God, be careful. Don't get caught up in the frenzy. In the official livestream room, the expressions of the three hosts grew exceedingly grave. This is a forced acceleration. Sa Beining, usually humorous, spoke with a serious tone. The appearance of airdrops means the contestant safety zones will no longer exist. To compete for resources, skirmishes and conflicts are now inevitable. Dongqing's brows furrowed tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern and the mention of firearms. This is profoundly unfair for our Dragon Kingdom contestants. Aside from Captain Lung Yu, the rest are essentially ordinary individuals. How can they compete with those professional soldiers? No, this may also present an opportunity. The once silent survival expert, Chun Yi, suddenly spoke. His gaze sharp and incisive. High risk invariably entails high reward. The worth of a first aid kit, an axe, and a firearm in the wilderness is immeasurable. The crux lies in the choice made. All eyes once again converged on the live broadcast of Qin Feng. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Feng merely furrowed his brow slightly. He lifted his gaze, scanning the sky above, completely obscured by towering trees, where not a trace of an airdrop was visible. Without hesitation, he averted his eyes and resolutely directed his steps toward the direction of yesterday's trap. What nonsense! No matter how good the airdrop is, it must be nearby. There's not a hint of it within 100 miles. The trap is far more pragmatic. Witnessing this scene, Chun Ye's eyes sparkled with astonishment, unable to refrain from slapping his thigh. Splendid. This is the most rational and correct choice. In a situation where information is wholly unequal, the airdrop is an unknown, a perilous variable. Conversely, the trap is a known entity. Forsaking immediate stable gains to gamble on an elusive opportunity is a blunder in strategy. Qin Feng is, by nature, a top-tier hunter. A comment flashed across the screen. So everything you say makes sense, huh? Chun Yi adjusted his glasses with a chuckle, saying, "Get this person banned for me." After a night of torrential rain, the forest path had turned into a quagmire. Each step sank into the muck with a squelching sound, the slippery mud nearly engulfing his ankles, rendering each movement exceptionally laborious. The leaves above, unable to bear the weight of the rainwater, periodically dripped down, chilling him against his neck. After more than half an hour, he finally returned to the side of the trap he set yesterday. From a distance, he suddenly halted, his nose twitching as he inhaled deeply. Aside from the earthy aroma, there seemed to linger a faint hint of blood. His heart raced. It worked. Instantly, he crouched low, gripping his spear tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, moving forward almost silently. Soon, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. The trap he had meticulously camouflaged was now in disarray. The branches and leaves that had concealed it had all collapsed, creating a large opening. and the surrounding soil bore the chaotic marks of a struggle. Something had fallen. A surge of ecstatic joy rushed to Qin Feng's head. He instinctively tightened his grip on the spear, his breathing quickening. Could it be the bear? Images of a sizzling, oil-dripping bear paw and a coat made from its hide, capable of withstanding the harshest cold, danced in his mind. In a matter of mere meters, Qin Feng nearly sprinted forward. Meanwhile, the audience from Longhua in the live stream held their breath, their hearts in their throats, eagerly anticipating the moment of witnessing a miracle. It must be a bear. Surely a bear. Feng Shan is about to achieve the extraordinary. Hurry, let me see what this creature is. Qin Feng hurriedly approached the edge of the pit, instinctively raising his spear before his chest, poised to strike at any moment. Peering down, he found not the imagined black bear, but a similarly formidable creature, a stag, lying pitifully at the bottom of the pit. Its gaze was already vacant, and its abdomen and chest were pierced by several sharpened bamboo stakes, from which gushed a pool of blood the size of a bowl, staining the earth beneath with a deep crimson hue. It was evident that, in the chaos of last night's torrential rain, the creature had lost its footing and plunged into this deadly trap. Though it was not a bear, a fleeting sense of disappointment flickered within Qin Feng. Nevertheless, the sight before him ignited a fervor in his eyes. This stag was nearly twice the size of an ordinary cicadere, weighing no less than 200 or 300 pounds. This was not merely meat. It represented fat, energy, and protein, resources that could empower him to dominate in this treacherous wilderness. As Qin Feng contemplated how to manage this colossal prize, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed across the globe once more. Ding! Dragon Country contestant Qin Feng has successfully captured a large prey, a stag, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Reward: Stag 10,000. Delivery location: Central Square of the Dragon Country capital. Boom! The entire Dragon Country erupted in excitement. In the next moment, in the central square of the capital, robust, live stags began to pour forth from the portal like dumplings. The stampede of deer created a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. The citizens, momentarily stunned, erupted in cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. Wow! Feng Shan, I declare that from this day forth, Qin Feng is my sole idol. Who's in favor? Who's against? Opposed? Who dares to challenge me? I've tasted the fish returned by Feng Shan, and it was divine. Ha ha ha! I'm at the Imperial Capital Square. I am utterly amazed. Goodness! They are even more robust than cattle. A group of soldiers is currently capturing them. Thank you, Feng Shan, for allowing us to witness the magnificent sight of 1,000 deer galloping in an age of dwindling resources. I have no regrets in this life. Chapter 14. The Brown Bear's Feast. Oh my heavens! The fortune of Longhua is simply extraordinary. The audience from Weiguo has expressed that they are utterly drained of saliva. Alas! While our contestants from Banjuguo are still gnawing on tree bark, the people of Longhua are already indulging in a sumptuous feast of venison. In the live streams from various countries, envious and jealous comments nearly obscured the screens. Meanwhile, in the Longhua live stream, everyone's hearts raced with Qin Feng's every movement. In the footage, Qin Feng stood at the edge of the trap, firmly grasping a spade. He did not hastily descend but first tossed the spade into the pit, then grasped the vines along the edge, executing a nimble swing that landed his feet securely on the soft earth below. The moment he touched down, a nauseatingly intense scent of blood, mingled with the earthy aroma, surged into his nostrils. Qin Feng frowned slightly, his throat constricting. This was the scent of sustenance, the essence of life. At the bottom of the pit lay a colossal moose, its demise tragically gruesome. Several sharp bamboo stakes had pierced its body from various angles, its robust muscle fibers starkly visible. Qin Feng circled the carcass, pressing his hand against the muscle of the moose's leg. Firm, resilient, excellent quality, he murmured to himself, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his voice. Withdrawing the spade, he scraped it against the moose's hide and began his task. No superfluous movements. The first incision precisely severed the carotid artery, draining the remaining blood. Subsequently, The spade in his hands transformed into a surgeon's scalpel. He cut, separated, and boned. Each slice followed the muscle grain and skeletal seams, methodically stripping away chunks of exquisite moose meat. The legs, the ribs, the tenderloin. In the blink of an eye, the 300-pound behemoth was dissected into 7 or 8 neat portions. His technique was so deft that it resembled not a struggle for survival, but a masterclass in butchering. Incredible. Is Feng Shan a graduate of a butchery program from New Oriental? As a butcher with 20 years of experience, I feel utterly inferior. This is no ordinary university student. This is a human weapon. Qin Feng remained oblivious to the clamor of the live stream. He tore off several large leaves, carefully wrapping the most succulent tenderloin and a portion of ribs to prevent contamination by dirt. Then he hoisted the heaviest hind leg onto his shoulder, the weight exceeding 50 pounds pressed down, causing him to slightly sink, yet his steps remained remarkably steady, his arms exerting strength as he effortlessly ascended the pit wall. Upon returning to the surface, he paused not for a moment. The heavy moose leg felt less like a burden and more like the impetus driving him forward. The forest was eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves beneath his feet. His gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings like a hawk, attuned to every whisper of the wind. With such a bountiful supply, he could afford no missteps. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to the cave. He placed the moose leg on the coolest stone slab in the cave, then added several large rocks atop it for weight before turning swiftly to race back to the trap. 2 more trips remain. He licked his parched lips and quickened his pace. The remaining meat must be transported back without delay. Meanwhile, within 100 meters of the trap, a colossal brown bear, its size almost exaggerated, emerged from the thicket, peering curiously from behind the underbrush. Standing at an impressive height exceeding 3 meters, its tawny fur bristled like steel needles. The most terrifying aspect was its eyes, devoid of any emotion, radiating a primal hunger and brutality characteristic of apex predators. The sweet metallic scent of blood in the air elicited a suppressed growl from its throat, glistening saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. It gazed intently at Qin Feng's retreating figure, its massive paw restlessly scraping the ground. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng reappeared at the edge of the trap, leaping down with a buoyant spirit, ready to retrieve the second batch of spoils. However, the moment his feet touched the ground and he beheld the pit's interior, he felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, freezing in place. The pit was empty. Aside from a few torn banana leaves and pools of congealed dark red blood, the substantial portions of venison, along with the bones, had mysteriously vanished. What on earth happened? Qin Feng's breath hitched momentarily as his gaze swept across the ground. There, imprinted in the damp earth, were several staggering footprints that were alarmingly large. Each print surpassed the size of his entrenching tool, S-blade, with 5 robust toe impressions deeply embedded in the mud. Each toe mark bore 5 parallel claw marks, extending several centimeters long. These claw marks, akin to daggers, etched a proclamation of death into the soil. A bear, and not just any bear, but an unimaginably gigantic one. A chill surged up Qin Feng's spine, racing to the crown of his head. This bear had been mere steps behind him. What if he had delayed even slightly? The consequences were too horrifying to contemplate. Following the direction of the footprints, he noticed that one side of the pit's wall had been violently excavated, forming a rough slope. The bear had forcefully carved a path for itself. What terrifying strength this entailed. My God, what manner of beast is this? Run. Phone, run. This is not an opponent of the same caliber. Command Center, look at this data. Based on the depth of the prints and the damage observed, this bear's weight could possibly exceed 500 kilograms. The experts at the Dragon Kingdom Command Center turned pale. Si Bei Ning stared intently at the screen, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Dong Qing stood up abruptly, hands clenched tightly. What should Qin Feng do now? A bear of this magnitude is not something even professional hunters would dare to provoke lightly. At the bottom of the trap, Qin Feng stood beside the enormous paw print, his face ashen. The meat he had anticipated was gone, and he was in proximity to such a terrifying neighbor. This was the worst-case scenario. He slowly bent down, extending a finger to touch the edge of the claw marks. The soil was still fresh. That creature had not departed long ago. It was even possible that it was nearby, indulging in the meal that was rightfully his. He slowly rose to his feet, his chest heaving violently for a moment, ultimately releasing a long breath of misty, murky air. The shock and fury in his eyes were swiftly supplanted by a chilling intent to kill. Silently, he picked up the entrenching tool from the ground, turned, and began to scale the wall of the pit. Damn it! I will not let this go. How dare you steal from me? Just wait until I strip you of your bare hide. Qin Feng muttered through clenched teeth, a glimmer of danger flashing in his gaze. He was genuinely enraged. Inside the cave, the hind leg of the deer lay quietly on the cool stone slab. Yet Qin Feng felt no appetite whatsoever. He sat at the cave entrance, repeatedly wiping the entrenching tool that bore traces of deer blood. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves above, casting dappled patterns on his face, but could not dispel the gloom that lingered in his brow. A fire of rage smoldered within him. Damn that bear. With a long exhale, Qin Feng released a breath of frustration and stood up. Remaining still would only stoke the flames of his anger. He needed to take action, to find an outlet for this pent-up energy. Glancing at the store deer leg, and then at the corner where the unprocessed deer hide lay, he grasped the entrenching tool, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out of the cave without a backward glance. It was still early, not yet noon. He resolved to explore a new direction, venturing into an uncharted territory in search of fortune. Chapter 15. The Tiger Falls, only to be deceived by the monkey? One shovel to end it all. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, what is troubling Feng Shen? His mood seems rather off. Well, can you blame him? If the hard-earned prey is snatched away by a bear, would you feel good? Alas, it is truly heart-wrenching to witness. He hasn't even touched his food. Do not fret. Feng Shen possesses formidable mental resilience. He is merely stepping out to recalibrate his state of mind. Inside the studio, the host, Sa Ning, gazes at the silent figure of Qin Feng on the screen, his tone heavy. Expert Chen Yi, the player Qin Feng, is currently neglecting food and opting to explore outside. Could this pose any risks in terms of survival strategy? Chen Yi adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. On the contrary, this is the most prudent choice. There exists a formidable competitor in his vicinity, necessitating an immediate expansion of his exploration range to seek safer territory or additional resources. Dong Qing nodded in agreement. Exactly. Transforming negative emotions into a driving force for progress is, in itself, a tremendous ability. Qin Feng traversed an unfamiliar ridge, heading towards the rising sun. The forest here was denser compared to the area near his shelter. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the ground was blanketed with layers of decaying leaves accumulated over countless years, soft and silent underfoot. The air was laden with the nauseating scent of rotting vegetation, occasionally interrupted by the sharp call of an unknown bird, which quickly fell silent again. After walking over a kilometer, his inner turmoil gradually subsided. Suddenly, he halted. A peculiar sensation surged within him. Master-level environmental perception, an invisible map unfolded in his mind, inundating him with environmental data from within a radius of several hundred meters. Approximately 50 meters to his left front, a distinct point of light illuminated. What could it be? A flicker of intrigue stirred within Qin Feng as he promptly adjusted his course, parting the obstructing underbrush and dashing towards that direction. Before long, he arrived at a grove that starkly contrasted with its surroundings. The trunks of these trees were a grayish-white, their branches supple, and their leaves oval-shaped with serrated edges. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. Mulberry trees. What a fortuitous discovery. He hastened forward, reaching out to caress the rough bark, a wave of joy nearly overwhelming him. Bamboo serves as an excellent material for bow shafts, and the fibrous bark of the mulberry tree is the optimal choice for bowstrings. By stripping the bark, followed by pounding, soaking, and twisting, he could create bowstrings of unparalleled strength and resilience. Armed with a bow and arrows, complemented by mulberry bark strings, that bear will have some reckoning to face. Resolutely, Qin Feng ceased hesitating, immediately extracting his entrenching tool and carefully stripping large sections of bark from several sturdy mulberry trees, meticulously rolling them up and stowing them in his backpack. Regrettably, this time the system did not emit the sound of the tenfold return. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained unfazed. The mere discovery of such materials was a stroke of immense fortune. After gathering a sufficient amount of supplies, he contentedly slung his backpack over his shoulders, ready to delve deeper into his exploration. Suddenly, a gentle tap on his right shoulder interrupted his thoughts. The sensation was soft, imbued with a hint of warmth, as if a hand had touched him. What the hell? Who is it? A chill surged from Qin Feng's tailbone to the crown of his head. His muscles tensed instinctively, and in a reflexive motion, he twisted his body to the left while his right hand swung the army shovel backward with a whoosh, executing a defensive counterattack in a mere second. However, there was nothing behind him. Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he scanned his surroundings, his heart pounding violently in his chest. A sharp screech echoed from above. He quickly looked up to find a robust branch supporting a half-grown monkey dangling upside down, one paw still poised in the position it had used to tap his shoulder. Upon seeing Qin Feng turn, the creature displayed no signs of fear. Instead, it grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and spat a glob of sticky saliva in his direction with a defiant poo. Qin Feng narrowly dodged, the foul-smelling spittle grazing his cheek. His expression turned icy at once. Undeterred by its failed attempt, the monkey grew bolder, swinging its body like a bandit, firmly grasping Qin Feng's backpack straps with both paws and pulling back with all its might. Chattering defiantly, it tugged while screeching in a boastful manner. In that instant, the fury ignited within Qin Feng, previously sparked by a bear and forcefully suppressed, erupted with a vengeance. Damn it! A bear snatched my food. Now, even a wretched monkey dares to ride on my back and defecate. Seeking death. Qin Feng's throat constricted as he uttered two cold words, the murderous intent in his gaze unrestrained. With no hesitation left, he exerted force from his waist, spinning his body violently, channeling all his strength into the army shovel clutched in his hand. Whoosh! The sharpened edge of the shovel carved a chilling arc through the air. Propelled by an overwhelming rage, aimed directly at the monkey's paws, which clutched his backpack. Thud! A sickening sound echoed. The monkey let out a high-pitched, distorted scream as its front paws were severed cleanly at the wrists. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Screaming in agony, it plummeted from the tree, writhing on the ground in pain, gazing at its now bare wrists, emitting a desperate wail. Qin Feng, expressionless and with eyes as cold as frost, stepped forward, raising the army shovel high above, and without a moment's hesitation, brought it crashing down upon the struggling monkey. Thud! The sound of splintering bone filled the air. The monkey's cries abruptly ceased. Its body convulsed twice before falling still. Warm blood splattered onto Qin Feng's pant leg, yet he did not even blink. In an instant, the world fell silent, the only remnants of life being the heavy scent of blood wafting through the forest. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Incredible. Feng Shun is magnificent. What a decisive strike. It's so satisfying. Take that, you brazen monkey. When confronting such aggressive beasts, one must not show an ounce of mercy. Feng Shun has unleashed all his frustration upon the bear. Haha. The majority of viewers applauded Qin Feng's resolute and ruthless actions. However, dissenting voices soon emerged. Isn't this a bit too cruel? It's just a monkey. It merely wanted some food. Couldn't he have given it a little? Why such a heavy hand? Oh my, it's so bloody. I feel like I might vomit. How could Qin Feng act this way? Does he lack compassion? Unsubscribing. Supporting the wanton slaughter of innocents indicates a serious psychological issue. In a live chat, two factions quickly became embroiled in a heated debate, with comments scrolling faster than ever before. In the studio, before Sa Beining and Dongqing could utter a word, expert Chen Ye's voice rang out, "Well done." He adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses unusually grave. Let me reiterate, do not impose your moral standards from the safety of your comfort zone upon a survivor struggling on the brink of life and death. This monkey is unafraid of humans. It actively provoked and attempted to snatch. This is an extremely dangerous signal in animal behavior. If Qin Feng shows weakness today, tomorrow this monkey will return with its troop to seize everything from him. In the wilderness, Mercy equates to cruelty towards oneself. Qin Feng's actions are entirely justified. He decisively eliminated a potential threat. Chun Ye's voice resonated powerfully, instantly silencing all the sanctimonious remarks in the live chat. Meanwhile, the footage captured Qin Feng shaking the blood off his entrenching tool, casting not a glance at the lifeless monkey, before turning to delve deeper into the forest. He had no interest in such sustenance. Only in a dire situation where he faced starvation would he even contemplate consuming monkey meat. Chapter 16. A scene of the century's darkest moment. The Indian contestant unexpectedly. The air in the forest bore no trace of industrial pollution. Each breath felt as though it were cleansing the lungs, dissipating the accumulated impurities within the body. This vibrant and primordial landscape, in a present era of Blue Planet, is a sight that can only be found within the pages of textbook. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, millions of viewers beheld this ethereal scene, and the barrage of comments softened in response. It is truly beautiful. This must be the kind of place depicted in our ancient Chinese landscape paintings, right? I am moved to tears. I have lived for 30 years and have only seen trees so green and skies so blue in holographic images. Alas, if only the maple god could return some of this greenery. Even a small grove would provide our cities with a breath of fresh air. Indeed, watching the maple god traverse such a locale makes my eyes feel much more at ease. In the studio, host Dong Qing genuinely expressed his admiration. Although this strange wilderness is fraught with peril, its primal purity is indeed a treasure we have lost. Each exploration by contestant Qin Feng seems to unveil a lost masterpiece. Yet, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, the tone of the live comments shifted dramatically. Several bold, red comments flooded the screen. Goodness, brothers, stop watching. Hurry, rush to the Indian country's room 18. A scene of the century's darkest moment. You'll regret it for a lifetime if you miss it. Go watch the Indian. I'm losing my mind. That guy is going against the odds. Directing you to contestant Kumar. High energy alert. High energy warning ahead. In an instant, the curiosity of all was piqued. Contestants from the Indian country? Haven't they always been starving and performed mediocrely? What high-energy scene could possibly unfold? Driven by intense curiosity, countless viewers from the Dragon Nation flooded into the Indian country's live stream. On screen, a bearded Indian contestant appeared, wearing a smug expression. At his feet lay an opened airdrop crate containing a first aid kit and several packs of compressed biscuits. More strikingly, he held in his hand a writhing lizard. Over a meter long, it seemed that Kumar had struck lucky, finding an airdrop and catching himself some food. In the command center of the Indian country, several high-ranking officials watched the screen, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Indeed, Kumar was doing well. Lizard meat is still meat and can replenish protein. Finally, there is a harvest. Our national fortune is about to improve. However, in the next moment, Kumar's expression took a peculiar turn as he gazed at the struggling lizard. A grotesquely lecherous smile spread across his face. Following this, under the watchful gaze of billions of global viewers, he slowly unfastened his belt while looking at the lizard. In an instant, the live broadcast screen went black. A chilling system notification appeared in the center of the screen. The contestant has ended the live stream. It will forcibly resume in 2 hours. The entire world fell silent at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In every live broadcast room across the globe, the comments erupted in chaos. What I just witnessed? Did he just take off his pants? Oh no, my eyes. My eyes have been tainted. What is he planning to do with that lizard? I once believed the foreign competitors were unparalleled. Yet it seems there are true masters among them. Ashen, you are the real deity. Incredible. I can only exclaim in awe. Is this truly the work of carbon-based life forms? The command center of Ashen must be utterly embarrassed right now, probably wishing to vanish from existence. Ha ha ha. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, the host, Sa Binoing, struggled to suppress his laughter, his face flushed red, until he could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Ahem, well, every nation possesses its unique customs. And we must respect the personal choices of the competitors. Dong Qing wore an expression of embarrassment and disbelief, merely lifting his cup to sip water in an attempt to mask his discomfort. Expert Chun Yi wore a grim expression, coldly uttering two words: foolish. Unaware of the external uproar, Qin Feng continued to traverse the forest. The further he walked, the more the ground beneath him became muddied. His masterful environmental awareness alerted his mind in advance. Beneath the seemingly tranquil grass lay a swamp capable of devouring all. Without hesitation, he altered his course, skirting the perimeter of this deadly terrain. Before long, he noticed an increasing concentration of animal droppings on the ground, some fresh, others dried. This place was undoubtedly a gathering ground for some creature, or perhaps a necessary thoroughfare for their daily passage. Qin Feng slowed his pace, gripping his spear tightly, seamlessly blending into the environment like a stealthy leopard. Suddenly, he halted and listened intently. A faint, moist licking sound reached his ears. He parted a cluster of ferns before cautiously peering out. Ahead lay a small clearing in the woods, where a sleek, graceful deer was focused intently on licking a large, grayish-white stone. After several licks, it would abruptly raise its head, its clear eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, its long ears twitching, capturing any suspicious sounds. At that moment, Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the stone. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Salt! That stone was a natural salt mine, the very source of life for all herbivores. For the past few days, he had relied solely on the food itself for trace amounts of salt, and his body had begun to signal distress. Muscles twitched slightly, stamina rapidly waning, all reminders that he must replenish his salt intake swiftly. And now, a magnificent treasure lay before him. Qin Feng's grip on the spear tightened, his excitement causing veins to stand out. He fixated intently on the fawn, still licking the rocks, his calm demeanor overtaken by a fervent greed. The salt mine, he craved it, and that deer, he desired it too. Slowly he crouched down, lowering his center of gravity to the ground. His form seemed to meld with the shadows cast upon the earth. He calculated the distance and gauged the direction of the wind, his vision narrowing to the unguarded neck of the fawn. Now it was the moment. Qin Feng suddenly exerted force through his waist and back, his arm muscles taut, channeling all his strength into his right arm as he hurled the spear with every ounce of power he possessed. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, transforming into an indistinguishable shadow that accurately pierced the fawn's neck. Thud! Blood gushed forth. The fawn emitted a brief, mournful cry, its body quaking violently before it staggered a few steps and collapsed, its limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. Qin Feng did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he maintained his throwing posture, his cold gaze sweeping rapidly across every shadow surrounding the open space. Caution is the mother of safety. After a minute, having confirmed no other predators were drawn to the scene, he strode forth with purpose. First, he retrieved his spear, then swiftly approached the massive gray-white rock, drawing out a spade and forcefully striking off a small fragment. He brought the shard to his nose and inhaled deeply. A unique briny scent, mingled with earth and minerals, surged into his nostrils. He extended his tongue, gently tasting it. A long-forgotten, pure saltiness erupted on his palate. It was salt. Indeed, it was a salt mine. An indescribable ecstasy surged forth from Qin Feng's chest. Unable to contain himself any longer, he tilted his head back and let out a suppressed, yet liberating roar. Bliss. With salt, he could craft jerky, preserving food for the long term. With salt, his physical stamina could swiftly return to its peak. Chapter 17. The Lighthouse Nation's Slaughter. Meanwhile, the audience from the Dragon Nation, who had just escaped a live broadcast from the A3 Nation, erupted in excitement as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Goodness, I just returned from a brief respite, and Feng has hunted yet another deer? And salt. Natural salt mines. Feng has discovered a strategic resource. Ha ha ha. While others are challenging the limits of survival, my Feng is pushing the boundaries of humanity. With meat and salt, if I don't ascend to the heavens, I'll wash my hair upside down. In the studio, host Dong Qing stood up in a surge of exhilaration, her voice trembling with emotion. Salut Mina. Contestant Qin Feng has found a natural salt mine. Expert Chun Yi wore an expression of admiration, nodding vigorously. Just as Qin Feng was reveling in this significant discovery. A cold, mechanical voice thundered in his mind, triggering the 10,000-fold return mechanism. The Dragon Nation receives Wild Forest Deer 10,000. Location: Central Square of the Dragon Nation's capital. Upon receiving this news, the Dragon Nation's command center erupted in a frenzy. In the live broadcast room, the audience, who had just been cheering for the salt mine, found themselves plunging into madness as they beheld the urgent interjection of a spectacular scene of a stampede of deer. Goodness, here it comes again. The familiar 10,000-fold return, the unmistakable essence of foam. 10,000 deer. We could feast until we burst. No, that's too narrow-minded. We need to establish a national deer breeding base. I'm overwhelmed. Foam, I implore you to reign in your divine powers. At this rate, I fear the contestants from other nations will not starve, but rather succumb to temptation. Amidst the revelry, a question surfaced. Wait, why does hunting deer yield returns while the discovery of the more valuable salt mine remains unacknowledged? Just as this inquiry arose, it was promptly suppressed by a bold, emphatic comment. New here? Returning salt mines? What a ridiculous notion. Our Dragon Nation's salt is sufficient to sustain all of humanity until the earth explodes. Do you understand? My phone only replenishes what we lack. In the wilderness, Qin Feng dragged the lifeless deer beside the salt mine, instead of immediately tending to his catch. He drew out a spade and began striking the massive gray-white rock with vigor. Clang, clang, clang. The edge of the spade collided with the hard stone, sending forth sparks. With each strike, his palms tingled slightly, yet it was predominantly a gratifying sense of accomplishment. What a windfall! As the quantity of salt mine stones in his backpack increased, their heavy weight offered him a sense of reassurance. After filling nearly half of his backpack, estimating it to weigh over 20 pounds, Qin Feng finally paused. He slung the backpack onto his back, gripping the hind leg of the deer with one hand, and strode purposefully toward his shelter. A smile of happiness illuminated his face. Today's bounty was exceedingly bountiful. A deer weighing 40 to 50 pounds would sustain him for quite some time, coupled with the more than 20 pounds of coarse salt. Once purified and processed, he could commence making jerky and curing meats, thereby resolving his food storage concerns entirely. The journey home seemed to have become considerably lighter. As he traversed a dense forest, the multifunctional watch on his wrist vibrated abruptly. Qin Feng halted, raising his wrist. Upon the screen appeared several notifications from the Dragon Kingdom's official channels. Notification: Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Dali has discovered edible tuber yam in the eastern hilly region, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Notification: Dragon Kingdom contestant Wang Tai has found hemostatic grass in the southern rainforest, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Notification: Dragon Kingdom contestant Long Yu has successfully hunted a jungle wolf, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Observing this series of triumphant reports, a barely perceptible smile crept upon Qin Feng's otherwise expressionless face. Excellent. Everyone is striving diligently. The hope of the Dragon Kingdom is gradually igniting. This alleviated, albeit slightly, the pressure weighing upon him. Yet, it was only a slight relief, for he understood all too well that the true threats were never hunger or beasts, but rather the other contestants. Just as he prepared to continue his journey, the watch vibrated violently once more. This time, it was not a message from the Dragon Kingdom channel, but a crimson, forced global announcement. Global announcement. Lighthouse Nation contestant Jack has successfully eliminated Bond Nation contestant Pedro. Eliminated? Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. This term, prior to entering the wilderness, was officially interpreted as death. Someone had committed murder, and it was a contestant from the Lighthouse Nation. Within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the previously jubilant atmosphere was instantly doused by this gruesome announcement. The barrage of comments halted for a full 3 seconds, before erupting in a more frenzied manner. Murder. Damn. The people from the Lighthouse Nation have resorted to killing Pedro. I recall he was that football player from Bond Nation. Just like that, he has gone. Damn it. They disregard the rules. Rules? In their eyes, their fists are the rules. In the broadcast studio, Sa Baining also retracted all smiles, his expression grave, While Chun Yi stared intently at the screen, his voice hoarse and cold. I have long maintained that when survival pressure reaches a certain threshold, or when conflicts of interest become irreconcilable, the slaughter among contestants is inevitable. I just never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. He paused, retrieving the profile of the Lighthouse Nation contestant Jack. Jack, a former member of the Lighthouse Nation's SEAL Team 6, an elite special forces operative proficient in jungle warfare and assassination. For him, this wilderness is not a place for survival, but rather his hunting ground. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the official spokesperson of Samba Nation immediately convened an emergency press conference, tearfully denouncing the barbaric acts of the Lighthouse Nation's contestant. Yet, their protests were met with scorn from the entire nation of Lighthouse. You contestants are trash, and your entire country is even more so. We will not only eliminate your nation's contestants, but will also hunt down those from other nations. The bizarre rules of survival in the wilderness are singular. Survive. The wind, it seemed, had turned cold. Qin Feng stood motionless, an intangible scent of blood permeating the air. The essence of this game had transformed. From this very moment, every living soul in this desolate wilderness could be a hunter, or perhaps the prey. Chapter 18. Extracting salt and crafting bows and arrows. Returning to the cave, Qin Feng sat cross-legged beside the fire. A pile of grayish-white salt were laid before him. Although the global announcement still echoed in his mind, his expression remained remarkably tranquil. For now, there was no time for excessive contemplation. Survival was the only path forward. He grasped a fist-sized piece of salt, or placing it upon a flat stone, and lifted another stone to strike down with force. Crack! The salt shattered with a resounding noise, scattering a few tiny fragments. Qin Feng did not falter. He continued in a steady and vigorous rhythm. Each blow was meticulously controlled in intensity, shattering the ore to pea-sized pieces while preventing debris from flying everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. The monotonous sound of striking echoed within the cave. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, viewers watched Qin Feng engrossed in his task of crushing salt. What on earth is Fengshen doing? Crushing salt? I get it. He's purifying it. One viewer exclaimed. Damn, I was just worried about the killing announcement. But now seeing Fengshen crush salt, I feel inexplicably reassured. In the broadcasting hall, expert Chun Ye's eyes glimmered with approval. The psychological resilience of contestant Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Just moments after receiving a death threat, he manages to calmly focus on his task. Such composure is not something an ordinary university student possesses. Sa Beining nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were me, I would have been in a complete panic. Dong Qing couldn't help but exclaim, and look at the precision in his striking force and angle. This is clearly someone with experience. Minutes later, a small mound of pea-sized salt fragments had accumulated before Qin Feng. He clapped his hands together and poured the fragments into an iron pot. The water-to-salt ratio was approximately 10:3, which he had estimated based on experience to be the optimum proportion. The next step was to heat and dissolve the mixture. Qin Feng set the iron pot over the flames, continuously stirring with a sharpened stick. As the temperature rose, steam began to rise from the pot, and the salt fragments gradually dissolved, causing the water to become murky. Bubbling, the salt water began to boil, releasing a faint salty aroma intertwined with the scent of minerals. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. This fragrance signified that food could be preserved for an extended period, granting him an additional layer of assurance in this wilderness. Once the dissolution was complete, it was time for filtration. Qin Feng had prepared for this. He retrieved an empty bamboo tube from his backpack, scooped up a handful of fine sand from the cave entrance, scraped some ashes from the campfire, and broke a few pieces of charwood. He laid a layer of fine sand at the bottom of the bamboo tube, followed by the ashes, and topped it with the crushed charcoal. Thus, a simple yet effective filter was crafted. Is this the legendary activated carbon filtration? Fengshen's skills are extraordinary. I am truly amazed. Is this really just a university student? Qin Feng slowly poured the steaming salt water into the bamboo tube filter. The murky liquid flowed in from the top, emerging clear and transparent from the bottom. He repeated the filtration process thrice until the resulting brine was utterly clear. The final step was crystallization through evaporation. Qin Feng poured the filtered brine back into the cast iron pot and placed it over a gentle flame to simmer. "This is nearly complete," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. With salt in hand, survival in the wilderness is now fortified. As the moisture evaporated, white crystals began to manifest at the bottom of the pot. The entire purification process took nearly 2 hours. When Qin Feng scraped up the layer of pristine white salt crystals from the pot's base with a wooden stick, the live streaming room erupted in excitement. Incredible! The purification was a success. This salt appears even whiter than what one would purchase at the supermarket. Qin Feng gazed at his creation with satisfaction. He repeated the process twice more, filling the bamboo tube to the brim with salt, enough to last him for 6 months. At that moment, his stomach issued a timely protest with a rumble. It was time to savor the spoils of the day. Qin Feng dragged out a leg of venison. The meat was firm, with an even distribution of fat, and merely gazing at it stirred one's appetite. He used a trowel to make several incisions in the meat, allowing for better seasoning and heat penetration. Next, he carefully sprinkled the freshly purified salt over the leg. The pristine salt granules fell onto the vibrant red meat, glimmering in the reflection of the firelight. As the venison leg met the waves of heat above the flames, it emitted a tantalizing sizzle. The aroma of the meat intermingled with the saltiness, permeating the cave. Qin Feng attentively turned the leg, observing the transformation of the meat. The surface gradually took on an alluring caramel hue, and the fat began to render under the high temperature. "Ah, this is just right," he thought, rubbing his hands together in excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment he could feast. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were salivating. "Damn it, I just finished dinner, and now I'm hungry again. I can smell the deliciousness of that roasted meat through the screen. Feng Shan is tempting us late at night. This is outrageous. Hey, upstairs. It's only 8 o'clock, all right? That's even worse. I haven't had dinner yet." In the studio, even a usually composed Dong Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. "This roasting is simply too aromatic." Sahib Baining exaggeratedly clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. I want to eat too." Chun Yi maintained his professional demeanor, yet his eyes never strayed from the screen. Look at how Qin Feng flips the venison leg. His control of the heat is exceptionally precise. Such skill is definitely not honed overnight. Approximately half an hour later, the venison leg was finally roasted to perfection. The exterior was crisp and fragrant, while the interior remained tender, with the salt's flavor perfectly permeating every fiber of the meat. Qin Feng tore off a piece and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a rich meaty essence exploded in his palate. The delightful juices mingled with the just right level of saltiness, prompting him to squint his eyes in pleasure. Quite remarkable. He nodded in satisfaction, finding it even more delectable than he had anticipated. This was the most exquisite meal he had relished since arriving in this world. Not solely due to hunger, but also because this represents a civilization's achievement, crafted by his own hands from nothingness to existence. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qin Feng did not take a moment's respite. He retrieved the mulberry bark he had previously gathered from his backpack and commenced the intricate task of crafting bowstrings. The fibers of the mulberry bark are long and resilient, making it an excellent material for bowstrings. Qin Feng meticulously tore the bark into slender strips, then began to twist them into cords. This endeavor demanded both patience and skill. He had to ensure that each fiber was tightly intertwined, resulting in a cord that possessed adequate strength while maintaining the necessary elasticity without being overly thick. Under the flickering firelight, Qin Feng's hands moved deftly, as tiny fibers gradually coalesced into a robust rope. Goodness, this craftsmanship is exceedingly refined. It seems that Feng is proficient in everything. Is he even human? To twist ropes with such expertise is truly impressive. Wait, is Feng actually crafting a bow and arrow? Goodness, Feng is about to enter the era of cold weapons. Once the bowstring was completed, Qin Feng took the bamboo he had previously cut and began to fashion the bow itself. He selected the thickest and straightest piece of bamboo, carefully stripping away its outer skin with a spade before proceeding to shape it. The inherent elasticity of bamboo renders it an ideal material for constructing bows. Yet to create a fine bow, one must not overlook any detail. The curvature, thickness, and grip position all necessitate precise calculations and repeated adjustments. This curvature is insufficient. Qin Feng frowned, continuing to carve the bamboo. It needs to bend a bit more. Fully engrossed in his work, he was completely absorbed in the joy of creation. 2 hours later, a beautifully shaped, perfectly balanced bamboo bow materialized in his hands. Excellent, the feel is quite satisfying. Next came the arrows. Qin Feng fashioned the shafts from thinner bamboo, ensuring they were straight and smooth. He then utilized the wild chicken feathers he had collected for fletching, meticulously selecting and trimming each feather. The arrowheads were crafted from sharpened deer bones, hardened over the fire until their sharpness rivaled that of metal. Each arrow was carefully calibrated to ensure weight balance and stable flight. This should suffice. Qin Feng inspected the arrows in his hands, eager to test their prowess the following day. Gazing at the bow and the neatly arranged 12 arrows before him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Now, he possessed a true ranged weapon. Whether for hunting or confronting the potential threats posed by hunters, he had acquired more options. With this bow, the bear that had pilfered his meat would soon reckon with him. Qin Feng gently caressed the bow's body, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Chapter 19. Surviving for 3 days, first sign in, unexpected rewards. As the morning sunlight streamed through the cave's entrance, Qin Feng meticulously cleaned his teeth with a chewed twig dipped in charcoal powder. A faintly bitter taste lingered in his mouth, soon replaced by an indescribable sense of refreshment. How invigorating! Just as he finished rinsing his mouth, feeling revitalized, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Detection complete. Host has survived in the wilderness for 3 consecutive days. Meeting sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in now? Qin Feng paused momentarily. Sign in. He nearly forgot this essential aspect of his survival. These 3 days had been so fulfilling, either foraging for food or crafting tools, that he almost lost sight of the fact that he was a man with a mission. Sign in. He silently urged himself. Before signing in, please confirm whether to temporarily disable the live stream to ensure the confidentiality of your rewards. The system's prompt was remarkably considerate. Without hesitation, Qin Feng selected yes. In the next instant, his wristwatch turned pitch black, completely severing all signals. In the Dragon Country live stream, the previously clear image abruptly went black. Millions of viewers erupted in confusion. What is happening? Where's my function? Why has the screen gone dark? This isn't a malfunction. Look at the top right corner. The contestant has voluntarily closed the live stream. Voluntarily closed? What is function up to? Could it be attending to personal matters? To those thinking this way, your imagination is quite limited. My Feng Shan must be practicing some unparalleled divine skill, too extraordinary for us mere mortals to witness. Is it possible that he intends to indulge himself secretly, not wanting to tempt us? In the broadcasting studio, the 3 hosts exchanged glances. See Bining stroked his chin, a playful expression on his face. Ah, this must be the first time contestant Qin Feng has voluntarily closed the live stream. It seems he harbors a little secret. Dongqing's expression reflected curiosity. Indeed, given his previous behavior, he was almost always broadcasting, quite open about everything. This sudden closure surely has a special reason. Chanye, arms crossed and brow furrowed, offer what seemed to be the most reasonable hypothesis. I suspect he might be crafting a decisive tool or trap. This explanation gained the consensus of most viewers. Inside the cave, after confirming the live stream was off, Qin Feng finally issued the command in his mind. System. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Cold M 1911 pistol, custom version, 1. 45 ACP bullets, 30. Buzz. It felt as though a heavy hammer struck Qin Feng's mind. His heart raced, pounding as if it might burst from his chest. Before him, in the clearing, a flash of light revealed a sleek, entirely black handgun, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, accompanied by 3 neatly arranged magazines filled with bullets. This M1911 was unlike any he had known. Its lines were more robust, the grip adorned with a non-slip diamond pattern, and beneath the barrel, a tactical rail was reserved for attachments. the pinnacle of modern industrial creation. Firearms. Qin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. He reached out and tremblingly grasped the cold gun handle. The heavy weight transferred to his palm, and the unique sense of solidity emanating from steel and gunpowder filled him with an unprecedented feeling of security. With a bow and arrow, he felt as though he had stepped into the era of cold weapons. And now, with this gun, he had catapulted himself into the realm of modern warfare. "You're finished now, little bear," Qin Feng murmured to himself. However, after the excitement subsided, a more pressing dilemma presented itself. How could he explain this? Surely, he couldn't tell the newly activated livestream audience that he fashioned it from bamboo and vines. Could he? That would insult the intelligence of viewers worldwide, and if the peculiar wilderness system sanctioned him, it would spell disaster. He needed a plausible origin. Qin Feng's mind raced. A global announcement about resource airdrops flashed through his consciousness. Airdrop. Yes, airdrop. He slapped his thigh, and clarity washed over him. As long as he found an airdrop crate that no one else had discovered and fortuitously retrieved this gun from within, everything would fall into place. Airdrops inherently contained firearms, although would still astonish the world. The nature of the revelation would be entirely different. It was settled. Qin Feng carefully wrapped the magazine along with the handgun in a piece of animal hide and tucked it deep within his backpack. This was his trump card, and it must remain concealed until he found the right stage. Having completed all this, he restarted the live stream. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the screen, dark for less than 2 minutes, flickered back to life. P.S. back. Feng Shun has emerged from seclusion. Quick look. Doesn't T. Feng Shun seem a bit different? He appears more confident. Is that just an illusion? He merely went to the restroom. Can that really unlock his potential? The audience noticed nothing amiss. Only Qin Feng himself, as he donned his backpack, once more sensed the heavy weight of modern civilization. He tied the remaining deer meat with vines and slung it over his shoulder. With his newly crafted bamboo bow and arrows in his left hand and a sharpened spear in his right, he emerged from the cave, fully equipped. What does Feng Shun intend to do? Why the elaborate gear? Looking in the direction he was headed, it seemed he was making his way toward the trap from the previous day. He brought bait, clearly targeting something. He was going after that bear. No way. Is that for real? That SA 500-kilogram giant bear. Has Feng Shun lost his mind? In the broadcast room, Chen Yi's expression grew serious. The choice made by competitor Qin Feng was bold and perilous. He intended to actively hunt that brown bear. However, he carried a bow and arrow, indicating that he did not plan to engage in close combat, but rather to utilize his ranged advantage. Sa Beining nervously rubbed his hands together. But can a bow and arrow inflict effective damage on such a thick-skinned creature? It's unlikely. Chen Yi shook his head, unless he strikes a vital area, like the eyes. Otherwise, provoking it would lead to unimaginable consequences. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed. He approached the trap that had previously been ravaged by the brown bear, the soil at the edge still soft and clearly marked with the immense paw prints. He did not hasten to act, but instead began to meticulously rearrange the trap. He reinserted the sharp bamboo stakes that he had excavated the previous day, adjusting their angles and camouflaging the entrance with loose soil and leaves to perfection. He placed the bloody deer meat atop the trap. After completing these preparations, he selected a nearby tree with an excellent vantage point, deftly climbing it with both hands and feet, silent as a whisper. Settling onto a sturdy branch, he leaned his spear against his side, then retrieved his bamboo bow, knocking an arrow tipped with a deer bone. Drawing the bowstring, he felt the robust strength of the bamboo and aimed at the cleverly disguised trap below. Everything was ready. Qin Feng resembled the most patient of hunters, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, quietly awaiting the bear's descent into the snare. He squinted at the sunlight filtering through the trees. "Oh, bear, your lunch is prepared. It remains to be seen if you dare to claim it." Chapter 20. Qin Feng and Lung Yu cross paths, a gentle breeze, imbued with the earthy fragrance of damp foliage, caressed Qin Feng's cheek. During the prolonged wait, he remained utterly still, to alleviate the tedium and remain attuned to the world beyond. He lifted his wrist and illuminated his watch. The screen flickered with a cascade of information. Global announcement. Bruce, a contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, has successfully activated a resource drop, acquiring a compound crossbow and 10 arrows. Global announcement. Raj, a contestant from the Third Nation, has succumbed to poisonous plants and is deceased. Regional announcement. Wang Exin, a contestant from the Dragon Nation, has discovered iron ore, triggering a 10,000-fold return, resulting in the establishment of a rich open-pit iron mine within the Dragon Nation's territory. Iron ore. Qin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. This revelation was a tremendous boon, awakening him to the realization that his current wooden weaponry was insufficient. Completing this mission necessitated further exploration. Refining iron ore and forging iron weapons was imperative for sustainable advancement. As he pondered, a sense of urgency intensified within him. He must swiftly deal with the bear, stockpile ample provisions, and then seek the airdrop to legitimize the origins of his pistol. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in another woodland area, a lithe figure moved soundlessly through the trees. Her steps were graceful and precise, each footfall carefully placed to avoid detection. This was none other than Lung Yu, the Dragon Nation's elite female Special Forces operative. In her live stream, her popularity soared, with countless viewers following her perspective, experiencing a masterclass in jungle infiltration. Suddenly, Lung Yu halted, crouching low, her keen gaze sweeping the ground. Had she discovered something? Her crouch was remarkably professional, poised for either a sudden attack or a swift retreat. The camera zoomed in, revealing to the audience what Lung Yu had seen, small fragments of bamboo skin that had been shaved away. She remained silent, picking up a piece of bamboo, rolling it between her fingers, then bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Her attention then shifted to a cave not far away. Rather than advancing recklessly, she circled the cave, conducting a thorough reconnaissance. Soon, more signs of human habitation emerged before her. Tree stumps felled by sharp instruments, and bloodstains left after the butchering of animals. Ultimately, she arrived at the entrance of the cave where Qin Feng had once resided. A faint aroma of smoke and residual meat, mingled with a briny scent, wafted into her nostrils. Inside the cave, the embers of a campfire still held warmth, and remnants of salt lay scattered on the ground. All these details converged in her mind, painting a vivid picture of a formidable presence. Someone exceptionally experienced, highly skilled, who had already resolved the three critical survival challenges of food, fire, and salt. By the heavens, what a twist of fate. This was Feng Shun's home, her long-lost teammate. I'm on the edge of my seat. The barrage of comments could not convey her excitement. She could only watch helplessly. In the highest command center of the Dragon Nation, all personnel stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the screen, fists clenched tightly. How they wished for Lung Yu to reunite with Qin Feng. The collaboration of two formidable champions greatly enhances Lung Yu's chances of victory this time. Alas, they remained powerless. Lung Yu observed the cave entrance for a full 5 minutes before ultimately deciding to retreat. The vigilance in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a somber gravity. This territory has an owner, and that owner is an undeniable powerhouse. To recklessly invade the domain of a strong adversary, without knowing whether they are friend or foe, is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. She could not linger here. She must seek out her fellow compatriots from Longhua who might be isolated and in need of assistance. She patted her backpack, which contained the jerky she had crafted. This was not only her sustenance, but also a beacon of hope for her future companions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden red rays pierced through layers of foliage, the air thickening with heat and lethargy. Even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds grew sparse. Qin Feng had been perched in a tree for 4 or 5 hours, now reclining on a branch, eyes closed, conserving his strength. Suddenly, an incongruous rustling sound broke the stillness. It was not the whisper of the wind through the leaves, but the sound of some massive object trampling over fallen leaves and broken branches. They are here. Qin Feng's eyes flew open, a glint of cold light flashing within. He held his breath and turned towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the depths of the thicket was an enormous brown bear, its size almost exaggerated. When it stood, it undoubtedly surpassed 3 meters. Its massive head moved slightly, nostrils flaring as it was evidently drawn by the scent of deer blood. The live stream erupted in chaos. The bear. It has truly arrived. My heavens, the oppressive aura is suffocating even through the screen. Feng Shun is in danger. Run. But where to run? Descending the tree would only serve as a snack for the bear. In the broadcast room, Bining was so tense that beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Teacher Chunyi, what do we do? Chunyi's expression was graver than ever. His gaze fixed intently on the screen. Stay calm. Qin Feng's choice to remain in the tree already grants him a safety advantage. Now, we await the effectiveness of his trap. The massive bear inched closer to the snare, halting at its edge. Its colossal paw hovering less than half a meter above the camouflaged layer of soil and leaves. The bear lowered its head, eyeing the piece of deer meat exuding an enticing aroma, producing a low, gurgling sound in its throat, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Yet it remained still, circling the trap, occasionally sniffing vigorously, its small eyes gleaming with a wariness that belied its immense bulk. It seemed to understand that this feast bore potential peril. As seconds ticked by, Qin Feng's heart raced, his bamboo bow drawn taut, the deer bone arrow firmly fixated on the bear's gaze. He awaited the opportune moment. Either the bear would lose its patience and step into the trap, or would reveal a critical vulnerability. This was a contest of patience and intellect. The colossal bear circled the trap 3 times, emitting a low growl of agitation from its throat. It was evident that it was exceedingly hungry. Finally, it made a decision. However, the ensuing actions left Qin Feng and the millions of viewers across Dragon Country utterly astounded. Instead of lunging or testing the trap like any other wild beast, the enormous bear cautiously approached the edge of the pit, its forepaws gripping the walls of the pit. Then, with remarkable control, it slid down the wall, closely adhering to it, as if it were a human. With a thud, its massive body landed steadily at the bottom of the pit, perfectly avoiding the sharpened bamboo stakes that were positioned merely half a meter away. As the bear descended, the camouflage covering the trap and the piece of venison above tumbled down, landing right next to its mouth. Astonishingly, this creature entered the trap unscathed and secured its meal. What on earth? Is this really a bear? This one is even more intelligent than the legendary bear Big and Bear Second. It has truly become enlightened. This bear is undoubtedly enlightened. It knows precisely where the trap is and how to descend safely. I'm utterly dumbfounded. I genuinely thought I was watching a nature documentary, only to witness a performance of Sun Tzu's Art of War. The live chat in the Dragon Country streaming room erupted into chaos, as everyone was left in awe of this bear's extraordinary intellect. Perched in a tree, Qin Feng's hand tightened around his bow, veins bulging. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet this was one he had never anticipated. At the bottom of the pit, the giant bear grasped the venison, rose to its feet, and plunged its massive claws into the earth, preparing to climb out of the trap. Chapter 21. The Enraged Grizzly Bear. At the bottom of the pit, the colossal bear clutched a piece of deer meat, its massive body slightly sinking as its enormous paws, as large as grinding wheels, sunk deep into the moist earth. It was about to emerge. In the global live broadcast, the hearts of millions of viewers raced to their throats. In the broadcasting studio, Bining and Dongqing gripped their hands tightly, their knuckles turning white. Only Chunyi remained focused, his eyes fixed on the screen as he murmured, "The opportunity." Above the treetops, Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold arc. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The giant bear exerted its strength, its muscles taut, as its vast body was forcibly pulled from the depths of the pit, just as its enormous, mud-covered head emerged from the edge of the trap. Facing Qin Feng's direction, whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the stillness of the forest. The arrow, which had long been drawn and poised, harnessed all of Qin Feng's power, transforming into a fleeting shadow that accurately struck the bear's forehead. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. As Qin Feng had anticipated, the crude bamboo bow and deer bone arrow were utterly insufficient to penetrate the bear's thick skull. However, the immense impact firmly struck its head. Roar! The bear, in pain, jerked its massive head back, losing balance as its body, which had just emerged halfway, tumbled back into the nearly 2-meter-deep pit. This time, there was no cushioning or evasion. Uft, uft, uft. A series of jarring sounds of sharp objects piercing flesh resonated through the live stream, reaching audiences worldwide. The lethal bamboo stakes, meticulously sharpened and angled at the bottom of the pit, finally met their target. A heart-wrenching and furious roar erupted, shaking the entire forest, sending tremors through the air. Countless birds that had been nesting in the woods were startled into frantic flight. This wailing cry sent shivers down the spines of all viewers, regardless of nationality. Holy cow! It hit! It truly hit! Listen to that sound. It must have penetrated. The trap set by Feng Shun has worked. What a brilliant shot! I thought Feng Shun was going to fail, but he anticipated the bear's move. Ha ha ha! This is exhilarating. Now you know what it feels like to be brought down a peg. The Dragon Country's live broadcast room transformed instantly from a stifling silence into a jubilant uproar reminiscent of a tidal wave. The frustration of being overshadowed by the bear's cunning was released in that moment. In the studio, Saab Baining excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. In the trees, beads of sweat emerged on Qin Feng's brow, a droplet sliding down his chiseled cheek and landing on his bow arm. He dared not relax for a moment, swiftly drawing a second arrow from behind, knocking on the bowstring, once again pulling it back to a full moon. The arrowhead coldly directed towards the roaring pit below. If that bear dared to show its head again, it would face yet another merciless strike. For he knew that bear was far from dead. Roar, roar, roar. Indeed, within the depths of the trap, the roar of the colossal bear grew increasingly ferocious. It endured the searing agony inflicted by the bamboo stakes piercing its flesh, thrashing wildly as its massive paws struck the confined pit, sending plumes of earth and debris into the air with each frantic swipe. Soon, a billowing cloud of dust surged from the mouth of the pit, forming a yellowish veil that instantaneously obscured Qin Feng's vision. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. This bear exhibits quite a degree of intelligence. By heaven, has this beast truly transcended its nature, employing smoke as a diversion? I can no longer see. Feng Shun cannot discern the situation within. Is the bear attempting to escape? Is it still alive? The audience's hearts tightened once more with apprehension. Qin Feng held his breath, his ears finely attuned to the sounds emanating from below. Amidst the swirling dust, the cacophony of thrashing gradually ceased, replaced by a sound reminiscent of claws scraping against the earth. Is climbing? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he drew the bowstring tauter. Suddenly, from the obscured haze, a formidable shadow began to rise. However, this time, the direction of the shadow's emergence was entirely contrary to before. Its broad back, adorned with coarse, bristly fur, faced Qin Feng. By all that is holy, even Qin Feng, known for his composure, found himself cursing inwardly at that moment. The bear's combat intelligence had transcended that of an ordinary beast. Having been struck once, it instantly grasped the source of the threat and swiftly devised the most optimal counter-strategy. Despite his astonishment, Qin Feng's actions displayed no hesitation. Whoosh! The second arrow soared forth, striking with precision toward the expanse of the bear's back. Yet, what transpired next left all witnesses enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. Clang! The sharp deer bone arrow struck the bear's back, producing a sound akin to that of an arrow embedding itself in leather, only to be deflected with utter inevitability. The arrow fell limply to the ground, failing to leave even a trace upon its thick hide. Its physical defenses are maximized. Moreover, it appeared that the bear sensed the assault from behind, its climbing movements becoming remarkably agile, its speed suddenly escalating. A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Feng as he reached for a third arrow. But in that fleeting moment, roar! A thunderous bellow reverberated. So near it felt almost tangible. The giant bear had summoned its terrifying strength to claw its way out of the trap. Its body, drenched in blood, bore several broken bamboo stakes jutting from its abdomen and sides, crimson staining its brown fur, rendering it a fearsome sight. Yet these injuries did little to hinder its movement. Instead, they ignited its ferocity. Emerging from the trap, its small, blood-red eyes instantly locked on a Qin Feng perched high in the tree. In the next heartbeat, without the slightest hesitation, it dug its limbs into the earth, its massive form transforming into a rampaging juggernaut, charging with lethal intent towards the tree that required the embrace of two men to encircle. Thud, 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 thud. The weighty footfalls caused the ground to tremble ever so slightly. The oppressive force of its charge was utterly suffocating. The shrubs and stunted trees along the way appeared as fragile as weeds before it, easily snapped and crushed. A potent stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of beasts assaulted the senses. It was over. Run. Maple God, flee quickly. How can one escape? Leap down? There lies the bear. This tree is bound to break. It will surely shatter. I cannot bear to look. Who will save Maple God? At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom live broadcast plunged into an unprecedented state of panic and despair. All previous joy and excitement were shattered by this vengeful beast, clawing its way from the depths of hell. In the studio, Si Binoing and Dong Qing turned pale, their faces drained of color as they gasped in horror. Chenyi suddenly sprang from his chair, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on the screen, his lips quivering. He exhausted all his knowledge, yet could not conceive of any possibility for human survival in such dire circumstances. Chapter 22. Slaying the Brown Bear. With a thunderous crash, the colossal bear collided violently against an ancient tree that required the embrace of two individuals to encircle. The entire tree shook violently, shedding leaves like a torrential downpour. Standing atop the crown, Qin Feng felt a terrifying force surge through the trunk beneath him, nearly threatening to hurl him into the air. With one hand firmly gripping a sturdy branch, his body swayed with the oscillations of the great tree, yet his stance remained as steadfast as a rock. The tree did not break. Roar. As the bear's attack missed its mark, its fury seemed almost palpable, its blood-red eyes fixated on the diminutive figure perched on the tree, retreating a few paces as its powerful limbs gouged four deep impressions into the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The second impact resonated. Crack. The spine-chilling sound of splintering would echoed. A distinct fissure rapidly spread through the center of the trunk. The tree was on the verge of collapse. Run, Feng. It's over. This time, it was truly the end. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, many viewers instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. In the studio, Chenyi abruptly stood, hands braced against the table, leaning forward as if he wished to leap through the screen. However, just as the great tree was about to shatter, Qin Feng made his move. He remained calm, not even glancing at the lethal crack. After the bear's collision, it required a brief moment to recalibrate its stance. One breath, two breaths. Now, Qin Feng released his grip, slinging the bamboo bough onto his back, and grasped the remarkably sharpened hardwood spear with both hands. He did not ascend higher, nor did he attempt to leap to another tree. Instead, with his legs slightly bent, he leaped downwards towards the bear, which was retreating to charge once more. What the hell? He jumped down. Madness. Feng is committing suicide. In that fleeting instant, everyone believed that Qin Feng had surrendered. But the next moment, they witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. In midair, Qin Feng's body was taut as a spear, his hands gripping the spear tightly, directing its tip towards the ground with the weight of his body. He was a human projectile hurtling from the heavens. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The bear, gathering its strength, sensed the imminent threat from above. It abruptly looked up, and for the first time, its blood-red eyes reflected a clear image of humanity. Fear flickered in the gaze of this jungle sovereign for the very first time. But it was too late. Thud! It was not the crisp sound of a blade slicing through flesh, but rather a cacophony of a spear piercing thick fur and shattering the hard skull beneath. The sound resonated through the microphone, echoing across every live broadcast around the globe, sending chills down the spine. Warm blood mixed with white brain matter erupted like a fountain from the gaping wound atop the bear's head. Qin Feng's feet landed heavily upon the broad back of the bear, and he stood firmly. The spear remained clutched in his hand. The majority of the spear had completely penetrated the giant bear's skull. A faint, almost inaudible whimper escaped from the creature as its massive form, akin to a small mountain, surged forward for a few steps before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The earth trembled in response. It convulsed a few times, then fell silent. Qin Feng stood atop the bear's carcass, his face and clothing splattered with blood. His expression remained impassive as he raised a hand to casually wipe away the warm crimson stains, a motion as serene as brushing off a few raindrops. At last, it was done. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, an absolute stillness. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, millions of viewers, whether shielding their eyes or wide-eyed in disbelief, appeared frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. In the broadcasting room, Sa Beining, Dong Qing, and Chun Yi stood in various poses, as if transformed into lifeless statues. After what felt like an eternity, a trembling voice from the audience broke the silence, uttering 3 words. I. What the hell? It was as though a signal had been sent. Instantly, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was inundated with a tidal wave of comments. What the hell? What the hell? What just happened? A miracle. A miracle. The spear technique descended from the heavens. He gambled his life and gravity together. And he won. He killed it? That monster. Just like that? Mom, ask me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. I want to have a child with Feng Shun. Get lost, guys upstairs. I'll take care of it. In the broadcasting room, Chun Yi slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed crimson as he incoherently shouted, "Gravitational potential energy. This is textbook material." He has utilized high school physics to its utmost limit. He transformed his body into a weapon. Incredible. This is absolutely extraordinary. Sa Beining was so exhilarated that he could only chant, "Feng Shun, Feng Shun, Feng Shun." Meanwhile, Dong Qing covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock and a hint of fear, murmuring to herself, "That wasn't just skill, that was courage, an unwavering resolve to disregard life and death." He is both a madman and a hero simultaneously. Live streams across the globe erupted in chaos. In the Lighthouse Nation's live stream, SHIT, replay, show me the replay. I refuse to believe a mere human could achieve this. Calculations revealed. His jump height was approximately 8 meters, weighing around 80 kilograms, with a terminal velocity exceeding 12 meters per second. The instantaneous pressure generated was enough to penetrate the skull. Oh my god, this guy's a physics prodigy. In the Wokoku livestream, Baka, what unparalleled awareness. A strike of ultimate sacrifice. Our Bushido is but a joke in his presence. As the world went wild over this astonishing blow, a cold, mechanical system notification resonated globally. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Qin Feng successfully hunted a mutated brown bear, triggering a 10,000-fold return. In the Dragon Kingdom, an additional 10,000 adult brown bears of the same level will be added. Boom! Within the borders of the Dragon Nation, amidst the vast primordial forests and nature reserves, colossal, ferocious bears materialized seemingly out of thin air. They surveyed their surroundings with bewilderment before unleashing thunderous roars. In an instant, the Dragon Nation found itself with 1,000 brown bears, an unfathomable strategic, economic, and ecological treasure. 1,000 bears? My goodness, we, the Dragon Nation, have struck gold. The spectators from other nations, after a brief moment of stunned silence, were utterly dismayed. How is this possible? Why is it China again? Our competitors are still engaged in a battle of wits with a mere rabbit, and he has already commenced bear hunting, and he has slain 1,000? This is outrageous. I highly suspect foul play. Foul play? Pray, tell me how this could be cheating? Would he simply leap down and meet his demise? Oblivious to the clamor from the outside world, Qin Feng calmly leaped down from the bear's corpse and made his way to the nearby stream. He knelt by the water, submerging the bloodied spear, stained with gore and brain matter, into the icy stream, meticulously cleansing it. The water was initially tainted red, but soon returned to its crystalline clarity. After washing the spear, he rinsed his hands and face. Only after completing this did he return to the massive bear's carcass. The 500-kilogram behemoth resembled a small hill of flesh. Qin Feng drew forth his entrenching tool, contemplating for a moment. He did not immediately attend to the bear meat. Instead, he carefully sliced open the bear's abdomen, precisely locating the dark green sac, bear bile. He extracted it whole, wrapping it in a clean, large leaf before stowing it in his backpack. Following this, he began the task of processing the bear's hide. This was a monumental undertaking, yet his movements were deft. Each scoop and cut was executed with precision and efficiency, leaving no exertion wasted. The viewers in the live stream, having just settled from their fervor, were once again captivated by his astonishingly professional butchery skills. What else might the god of maple be capable of? While others slay bears as an epic feat, for him, it is merely routine. Where others process their prey for survival, he does so, as if in his own kitchen. Qin Feng's mind was solely consumed by a desire for the brown bear's flesh. He meticulously severed the choicest forepaws and a substantial portion of tenderloin, carefully wrapping them in the prepared bear hide. Having accomplished this, he rose, wiping the sweat from his brow with his grease-stained hands. Chapter 23. Scallions with bear meat? A discovery of airdrop. Qin Feng hefted the chunks of bear meat, wrapped in bear skin, while searching for a suitable clearing nearby. After taking a few steps, a familiar and tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils. It was a fragrance that mingled spiciness with a refreshing note, instantly conjuring memories of his homeland. Scallions? Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he followed the scent. Not far away, on a sun-kissed slope, clusters of vibrant green plants swayed gently in the breeze. Those familiar tubular leaves and the distinctive white roots were none other than wild scallions. What luck! Qin Feng swallowed hard, his stomach growling with intense hunger. He had not eaten for almost 10 hours and had just endured a life-and-death struggle, his strength depleted to its limits. At that moment, seeing those scallions felt like discovering a culinary treasure. As a genuine native of Shaanxi, Qin Feng held an innate affection for scallions. In his childhood, the happiest moments were spent clutching scallions while devouring pancakes. The spicy yet sweet flavor remained etched in his memory. He hastened to the scallion patch and crouched down to examine them closely. These wild scallions were thriving, their roots robust and leaves thick, exuding a rich onion fragrance. Qin Feng reached down to pluck one, gently peeling away the outer skin to reveal the tender white interior. Remarkably, the quality surpassed that of any supermarket variety. Unable to resist, he took a small bite. Instantly, the familiar spiciness burst forth in his mouth, invigorating his taste buds and lifting his spirits. This pure, natural flavor was more authentic than any seasoning. Delighted, Qin Feng unhesitatingly uprooted a dozen sturdy scallions, binding them together with their green leaves. With these treasures in hand, his bear meat feast would surely be a success. He soon found a flat piece of ground nearby, set down his backpack, and began to kindle a fire. The dry twigs ignited swiftly, and the orange flames danced in the gentle breeze. Qin Feng placed the selected bear tenderloin on a smooth stone, carefully slicing it into thick pieces with a spade. The fresh bear meat, a deep crimson hue with clear marbling, emanated a faint wild aroma. Sizzling, as the meat touched the heated stone, it produced an enticing sound. Rich fats began to seep out under the high temperature, and the mingling scents of meat and smoke filled the air. Qin Feng deftly flipped the slices while sprinkling them with coarse salt. The snowy salt crystals sparkled in the firelight, quickly merging into the meat. As the temperature rose, the surface of the bear meat transformed into an alluring caramel color, the edges curling slightly, releasing a rich fragrance. Almost done, Qin Feng picked up a perfectly grilled slice of bear meat and, while still hot, placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a robust meaty flavor exploded within. The texture of bear meat was denser than beef, with a richer taste, imbued with a unique wild essence. It was perfectly seasoned, crispy on the outside and tender within, a true delicacy. However, after a few bites, Qin Feng began to feel it was a bit overwhelming. Although the bear meat was aromatic, its high fat content made it rather heavy on its own. It was time for the scallions to make their entrance. Qin Feng picked up a large green onion, peeling away its outer skin to reveal the tender white stalk within. He took a hearty bite, and the pungent juice instantly filled his mouth. Next, he seized a piece of steaming bear meat. The rich aroma of the meat harmoniously blended with the sharpness of the onion. The greasiness of the bear meat completely alleviated by the onion's piquancy, replaced by a wonderfully complex flavor profile. Exquisite. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. This pairing was truly a match made in heaven. A bite of meat, a bite of onion, again and again. Each chew was a feast for the taste buds, rendering one unable to resist. The Dragon Country live stream erupted in fervor. This combination of green onion and bear meat is so aromatic that I can almost smell it through the screen. Damn, as someone on a diet, I feel an overwhelming urge to leap through the screen for a taste. Is this what they call outdoor barbecue? I'm envious. To those upstairs, stop being envious. I'm already in tears. Why does everyone else's survival taste so delightful? In the broadcast studio, the three hosts were equally tempted. Bining clutched his stomach. I can't take it anymore. I must go buy green onions. Right now. Dongqing elegantly swallowed her saliva. This primitive cuisine truly inspires longing. Chen Yi, ever the professional, remarked, observe Qin Feng's method. Green onions not only alleviate greasiness but also replenish vitamins, preventing scurvy. This combination satisfies taste while ensuring nutritional balance. As Qin Feng savored his meal, a thought flashed through his mind. If only I could have some white liquor, it would be perfect. He licked his lips, envisioning the exhilarating sensation of strong liquor sliding down his throat. Once he found a suitable spot to build a shelter, the plan to brew alcohol would also need to be set in motion. Qin Feng pondered. Brewing alcohol requires grains, yeast, and a proper fermentation environment. Although the conditions are stringent, it is not entirely impossible. At that time, barbecued meat paired with white liquor would truly epitomize the enjoyment of life. Just as he was immersed in the joy of gastronomy, he caught a glimpse of an unusual plume of smoke rising above the distant forest. This was no ordinary smoke. It was a vivid red, strikingly pronounced against the blue sky and white clouds. The smoke ascended in a straight line, clearly not a natural flame. A supply drop. Qin Feng immediately grasped the situation, excitement flickering in his eyes. That iconic red signal smoke was the unmistakable identifier released when a supply crate descends. He quickly estimated the distance, likely about 20 kilometers deep in the dense woods. It was quite far, considering his current pace with various packages. It would take approximately a day. There was no rush. First, he would fill his belly. He continued to leisurely enjoy the delicacies at hand. While the supply crate was enticing, satisfying his hunger took precedence. Moreover, other competitors would also require considerable time to navigate through this perilous forest to reach the drop point. Qin Feng took another large bite of the green onion, the sharp juice invigorating him. Delicious. Meanwhile, in another forest area closer to the drop point, Lung Yu crouched among the canopy of a large tree, peering through the dense foliage, and similarly spotted the wisp of red smoke. Her gaze instantly sharpened. As a seasoned Special Forces operative, she comprehended the value of the airdrop crate better than anyone else. Within it might lie advanced weaponry, invaluable medical supplies, or high-energy military rations. Any one of these could significantly enhance her survival capabilities in this desolate wilderness. Judging by the terrain, it appeared to be a relatively open valley. The flat landscape was conducive to the descent of the airdrop crate, yet it also implied a lack of cover, making it susceptible to exposure. The risks were considerable. Cold Moon weighed the pros and cons in her mind. The airdrop location would undoubtedly attract a multitude of competitors, inevitably leading to a fierce confrontation. With her solitary strength, her chances of seizing the airdrop crate amidst the chaos were slim. Yet, she had no alternative. As a trump card of the Dragon Kingdom, she was compelled to secure more resources for her nation. Even if there was but a glimmer of hope, she would exert every effort to succeed. Cold Moon conducted a thorough inspection of her gear. A military dagger, a makeshift bow and arrows, a few strips of jerky, and a bottle of purified water. The equipment was rudimentary, yet sufficient for her mission. Taking a deep breath, she glided down from the tree like a wraith, swiftly making her way towards the rising red smoke. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted in excitement upon witnessing the scene. Wow, the goddess Cold Moon has spotted the airdrop too. This is going to be thrilling. Will Feng and the goddess encounter each other at the airdrop point? Please, let them team up. With the dual kings of the Dragon Kingdom, they would be invincible. They fervently hoped nothing untoward would occur, as danger was surely lurking there. In the broadcasting studio, the three hosts also felt a surge of tension. This airdrop could very well be a pivotal moment. Qin Yi analyzed. Top competitors from various nations will rush there, and it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Sa Beining clenched his fists, wishing for the safe return of their competitors. Dong Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, safety comes first. Gear can be acquired over time, but life is singular. In the distance, the crimson smoke continued to rise, becoming the most perilous bait in the wilderness, luring countless hungry wolves toward it. Chapter 24. The Gold Mine on the Road. The afternoon sun filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Qin Feng carefully wrapped a portion of bear meat in large leaves and stowed it deep within his backpack. Regrettably, his backpack was too small, forcing him to discard the majority of the meat. A pang of sorrow struck him as he gazed at the hundreds of pounds of bear meat strewn across the forest floor. These were treasures of life in the wilderness. Yet, there was little he could do. A single person could not carry such a burden. The bear hide was rolled into a tube and secured to the outside of his backpack. He was well equipped with a spear, bow and arrows, a spade, and a handgun. Raising his gaze towards the distant plume of red smoke, excitement flickered in his eyes. What treasures awaited in the airdrop box? He set off, striding purposefully towards the smoke. The thick carpet of fallen leaves crunched softly beneath his feet. Towering ancient trees stood sentinel, entwined with vines, while the air was rich with the fragrance of vegetation. On a hillside closer to the airdrop point, a figure emerged. "My dear, do you see it?" Matsushita Shusa licked her lips, her eyes glinting with avarice. Though petite, she exuded a palpable air of danger. "Of course I see it, my little wildcat," grinned the robust man, known as Little Bizazi, revealing a set of white teeth. His muscular frame was adorned with makeshift armor, resembling a human beast. The two embraced tightly, Matsushita Shusa rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. "We must secure this airdrop. Have no fear, for I am here." Little Bizazi thumped his chest confidently. "Anyone who dares to compete with us shall feel the force of my iron fist." Matsushita Shusa giggled. "You're certainly formidable. Let us hurry. We mustn't let others get ahead." Hand in hand, the pair swiftly advanced towards the airdrop, their sweetness in the harsh environment of survival surprisingly heartwarming. The global live, streaming rooms erupted in fervor. "Wow, this is shaping up to be a chaotic showdown," exclaimed one viewer. "Those two from Japan are still busy with their lovey-dovey antics. It's nauseating." With their numerical advantage, other competitors were in peril. In the Japanese streaming room, viewers were on the verge of jumping with excitement. "Go Matsushita-chan and Little Bizakuin. Show those lone wolves the strength of teamwork." They cheered. "Haha, this airdrop is definitely ours. How could those solitary competitors possibly stand a chance against us?" In the streaming room of the Lighthouse Nation, viewers were equally eager. "Where is Jack? He must have seen the airdrop too." With his strength, he would not falter even against two Japanese competitors. Anticipating a bloody battle, let these yellow-skinned monkeys witness what true warriors are made of. The international audience engaged in a furious exchange of insults in the comments, the atmosphere charged with tension. In the Dragon Nation S studio, three hosts wore serious expressions. "The situation is rather grim," remarked C. Binding, his brow furrowed. "The two Japanese competitors teaming up make it difficult for others to contend." Dong Qing bit her lip anxiously. "I hope our competitors can gauge their abilities and avoid unnecessary risks." Qin Yi remarked, "Based on the terrain analysis, this airdrop is likely to provoke a large-scale conflict. All competitors must exercise caution." On the screen, Qin Feng was swiftly navigating through the dense forest, his movements light and agile, barely making a sound. "Observe Qin Feng's route choice," Qin Yi pointed out. "He has not taken a direct path, but has opted for a relatively concealed, yet longer route. This indicates his tactical acumen, as he is aware of how to avoid potential ambush points." Deep within the forest, Qin Feng advanced with utmost caution. The trees grew increasingly dense, nearly obscuring the sunlight. The air turned cold and damp, filled with a cacophony of peculiar sounds from all directions. chirping birds, rustling leaves stirred by the wind, and the scurrying of unknown creatures. Qin Feng tightened his grip on his spear, his senses heightened. His eyes scanned every shadow. His ears caught every unusual sound, and his nose discerned the myriad scents in the air. His backpack grew heavier, with bare meat, bare hide, and various equipment. It weighed at least 60 pounds. Qin Feng felt his shoulders beginning to ache, his pace slowing. Damn, at this rate, I'll reach the airdrop point in the year of the monkey. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow. Just then, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Master-level environmental perception activated. Special mineral resources detected nearby. Qin Feng halted, his brow furrowing. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, as though an invisible thread was tugging him towards a specific direction. What special mineral could it be? Following the instinctive guidance, he pushed aside a thicket of dense bushes. Before him stood a naturally formed rock wall, the stones displaying an unusual reddish-brown hue, their surfaces adorned with intricate patterns. However, what captivated him most were the golden particles embedded within the rock. Bathed in sunlight, these particles sparkled, exuding an alluring metallic luster. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? He hastened to the rock face, reaching out to gently caress the golden particles. A chilling sensation coursed through his fingers. The distinct metallic texture left no room for doubt. Goodness, gold. A natural gold vein. These gold particles were of high purity, some as large as a thumb, forming golden streaks within the rock. Qin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. In modern society, gold is a hard currency. In the resource-depleted Blue Star, its value is beyond measure. Incredible. I've struck gold. He swiftly retrieved his entrenching tool, beginning to excavate with great care. The shovel clashed against the rock, producing a crisp, ringing sound. The rock was not overly hard, and after a bit of effort, he successfully unearthed several pieces of exceptionally high-grade ore. Each piece was the size of an adult's fist, heavy and glimmering with gold. Qin Feng's excitement grew with every extraction. This piece must be worth several thousand. This larger one is at least worth 100,000. Good heavens, this entire vein could be worth millions. He placed the 10th piece of gold ore into his backpack. At that moment, the system notification sound that had driven the world into a frenzy resonated across the land once more. Ding! Player Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation has discovered a natural gold mine, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Reward: large gold mine 10,000. Distribution location: randomly scattered within the borders of the Dragon Nation. Boom! The entire Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. In the central plaza of the imperial capital, the elderly, taking a leisurely stroll, stood dumbfounded at the spectacle before them. The ground began to tremble slightly, and then mounds of earth rose abruptly. The surfaces of these mounds shimmered with dazzling golden light, crisscrossed by countless veins of gold, resplendent and captivating. My goodness, this is a mountain of gold. We're going to strike it rich. Our Dragon Nation is on the brink of fortune. Phone God, my phone God, you are indeed our deity of wealth. Across the nation, similar miracles unfolded. At the Bund in the Magic City, a gleaming golden island suddenly emerged along the banks of the Huangpu River. In the deep City Bay area, dozens of golden mountains rose from the sea. At Tianfu Square in Rong City, the ground cracked open, revealing brilliant veins of gold beneath. The entire Dragon Nation had instantaneously transformed into a land of gold. The Dragon Nation's livestream room was in complete chaos. Oh my goodness, Phone God is truly defying the heavens. 10,000 large gold mines. Our Dragon Nation has become the richest in the world. Other countries will have to bow down and call us their father. Phone God is incredible. The Dragon Nation is magnificent. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, rendering the visuals nearly indecipherable. Live streams from other countries were equally in uproar. Viewers from the Lighthouse Nation were left speechless. This is impossible. How could the Dragon Nation possess such an abundance of gold mines? Our economic hegemony is over. Viewers from the country of the rising sun were in despair. It's over. It's over. We will never catch up to the Dragon Nation. Why couldn't we have discovered the gold mines? Matsushita, hurry and seize the airdrop. or we will truly miss our chance. In the wilderness, Qin Feng gazed at the heavy gold ore in his hands, grinning widely. This was an extraordinary gain. He carefully secured all the gold ores and hoisted his backpack anew. Though the weight had significantly increased, it provided him with an unparalleled sense of security. Now, heading toward the airdrop, his mood was entirely different. Qin Feng strode confidently towards the direction of the red smoke. Come on, let me see what other surprises await me. Chapter 25. Hail from a sky. There are people outside. The entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in a fervor, not only among the populace, but also within the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, where a colossal screen was broadcasting Qin Feng's live stream in real time. As the system alert resonated throughout the air, the command hall fell into an almost palpable silence. An elderly general, his hair white as snow and adorned with military insignia, fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the words large gold mine 10,000 displayed on the screen, trembling with excitement, causing the teacup in his hand to clatter to the ground. Quick, calculate the total. How much is the approximate reserve for 10,000 large gold mines? Exclaimed a strategic advisor, his voice noticeably altered. Reporting, sir. According to international standards, a large gold mine has a reserve of at least 50 tons. 10,000. That amounts to at least 500,000 tons of gold. A collective gasp echoed through the command center. 500,000 tons. This figure exceeds twice the total global gold reserves. Heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom. The aged general, tears brimming in his fierce eyes, let out a roar towards the heavens. Simultaneously, in the central square of the imperial capital, the ground began to tremble violently as shimmering little hills of gold burst forth from the earth, radiant gold veins coiling upon them like the veins of a colossal dragon. My goodness, it's a mountain of gold, a living mountain of gold. Feng Shun. Feng Shun is our living god of wealth. Across the nation, similar miracles unfolded with wild abandon. At the Bund in the Magic City, an island of glittering gold rose from the Huangpu River, while in the Deep City Bay area, dozens of gold mines emerged from the sea surface. In that moment, the Dragon Kingdom transformed into an unequivocal land of gold. The live stream room of the Dragon Kingdom went utterly berserk. Wow. 10,000 large gold mines. What does this even mean? From this day forth, who dares to impose economic sanctions against us? We could crush them with gold bricks. Other countries will have to kneel and call us father. Feng Shun is incredible. The Dragon Kingdom is magnificent. In the broadcast studio, the three hosts were so overwhelmed they stumbled over their words. Sa Beining clenched her hands tightly, her voice trembling. 500,000 tons of gold. Comrades, this is a figure capable of altering the world's landscape. This is a miracle. Dongqing's eyes glistened with tears as her voice faltered. With this wealth, we can procure the vast quantities of food and strategic energy we urgently require. Our children will be better nourished, and our nation can progress further. In stark contrast, the live streams from other countries were engulfed in silence and despair. Viewers from the Lighthouse Nation wore expressions of ashen defeat. It's over. Our gold reserves have become a mere joke before the Dragon Kingdom. Economic hegemony is utterly finished. Viewers from the Yamato Nation gritted their teeth. Baka, why? Why was it not our esteemed Matsushita who discovered the gold mines? The nation of the Korean Peninsula was in complete disarray, flooding the internet with furious posts. Gold was first discovered and used for adornment by our peninsula in ancient times. The Dragon Kingdom is stealing our cultural heritage. Certainly, the remarks from a nation of the Little Stick naturally ignited a flurry of responses from netizens, with some resorting to extreme vitriol. For instance, one commented, "Little Stick, your horse is gone. I am on the early shift," while another chuckled, "When our Dragon Nation was founded, you were still plucking bananas from trees." Even individuals from other nations joined in to berate the Little Stick, rendering it the target of widespread derision. In the wilderness, Qin Feng felt the weight of the gold ore in his backpack, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. This was indeed a lucrative venture. Next, it was time to seize the airdrop. He made his way toward the drop zone, the red smoke still billowing in the distant sky, while other competitors were surely rushing to the same destination. Yet, scarcely half an hour into his journey, the sky transformed without warning. The previously clear expanse was suddenly engulfed by tumultuous clouds, obscuring all sunlight in an instant. The temperature plummeted, and the air turned chillingly damp. This ghastly weather changed far too swiftly. Qin Feng frowned as he looked up. A howling wind surged from all directions, causing the trees to sway violently. He quickened his pace, eager to reach the airdrop point before the weather worsened. Suddenly, a hailstone the size of a baby's fist struck his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through him, causing him to grimace. Then, as if the heavens had opened, a deluge of hail cascaded from above. The relentless barrage of hailstones pounded the ground, shattering leaves and snapping fragile branches. Within moments, the earth was blanketed in a layer of white hail. Good heavens! This is murder! Qin Feng was reeling from the impacts. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed a cast-iron pot from his backpack and, without a second thought, placed it atop his head. The hail clanged against the pot, producing a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans, reverberating painfully in his ears. Yet, this was certainly preferable to a direct blow to the head. He hunched over, using his backpack to shield his vulnerable back while trudging forward amidst the relentless onslaught of hail. Each hailstone that struck him felt excruciating, leaving his back and arms bruised and battered. This was perilous. While dashing with the pot as a makeshift helmet, Qin Feng scanned the surroundings for refuge. At last, he spotted a naturally formed cave beneath a nearby rock face. The entrance was modest, but just spacious enough to accommodate one person. He dashed inside with a swift leap. The world outside fell silent, replaced only by the sound of hail pounding the ground and the howling wind. Qin Feng removed the pot from his head. Rubbing his numbed scalp, he noticed that the sturdy base of the pot had sustained several distinct dents from the hail. What accursed weather! He muttered, leaning against the cave wall, gasping for breath. The hail outside grew increasingly fierce, with some stones even larger than an adult's fist, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that sent shivers down one's spine. Viewers in the Dragon Nation's livestream held their breath in anxiety. Goodness! Is this hail being fired from a cannon? It could kill someone, they exclaimed. Feng Shun is remarkably quick-witted. A pot for protection, a master of equipment. Just watching it makes one wince. My heart aches for Feng Shun. In the broadcasting studio, the three hosts wore expressions of deep concern. Bining shook her head, expressing, "The fluctuations in the weather here are too extreme, utterly defying the laws of science." Dongqing bit her lip anxiously, hoping that the other contestants could also find shelter in time. Meanwhile, the other competitors were indeed suffering. Matsushita Shusa from the land of Wa and her companion, the little Bazaizi, were scurrying through the dense forest, shrieking in terror. They huddled beneath a large tree, yet the sparse leaves offered no protection against the relentless hail, leaving them battered and bruised. Jack from the Lighthouse Nation fared the worst. He had unwittingly stepped into an open area devoid of any cover. The hail descended like a torrential assault, soon leaving him bloodied and injured. Damn it! Damn it! Jack roared like a wild beast, shielding his head with his backpack. Drawing upon the formidable willpower of an elite special forces soldier, he pressed on despite the pelting hail. However, after only a few strides, a colossal hailstone struck his knee, causing him to stumble and collapse onto the ground, unable to rise for some time. Other contestants took refuge beneath trees, burrowed into bushes, or simply lay flat on the ground, feigning death, yet none could escape the merciless onslaught of hail. Viewers from various countries watched in horror as the competitors endured such torment. The weather was nothing short of a cataclysmic disaster. In stark contrast, Qin Feng in the cave appeared remarkably at ease. Leaning against the cave wall, he listened to the commotion outside while leisurely organizing his gear. Hail pelted the cave entrance, splashing icy droplets. The temperature inside continued to drop, and the humidity was palpable. Qin Feng exhaled a puff of mist, rubbing his hands together. It seemed he would be unable to leave for the time being. He retrieved the remaining bare meat from his backpack, preparing to start a fire for warmth. In such adverse conditions, igniting a fire by friction proved to be a challenge. What usually took him only a few minutes now consumed a full 30 without yielding any results. It seemed he would need to resort to flint. Shaking his head, Qin Feng set the small stick down and decided to rest for a moment before attempting to kindle a fire again. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Step, step, step. The sound was faint, yet amidst the cacophony of hail striking the ground, it remained distinctly audible. Who could it be? Chapter 26, Encountering the Frenchman. Qin Feng abruptly turned his gaze towards the cave entrance, his eyes sharpening instantaneously. He immediately extinguished the thought of maintaining a fire, silently gripping his entrenching tool, pressing his body against the rocky wall of the cave as he peered outside. Through the dense curtain of hail, he vaguely discerned a figure approaching in his direction. The individual moved with remarkable steadiness, advancing step by step. Who could it be? Alarm bells rang in Qin Feng's mind, his fingers tightening around the entrenching tool until the knuckles turned pale. As the figure gradually became clearer amidst the hail, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the newcomer. It was a man of medium stature, burdened with a bulging backpack. Hail pelted against him with a dull thud, yet he bore it without so much as a furrow of his brow, resolutely making his way towards the cave entrance. What captured Qin Feng's attention most was the man's appearance. He possessed the distinct features of a mixed-race individual: high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. However, his facial contours lacked the sharpness typical of pure Westerners, instead imbued with a subtle softness reminiscent of Eastern descent. Which country does this contestant hail from? Qin Feng pondered rapidly. The man halted 3 meters from the cave entrance. Upon seeing Qin Feng holding the entrenching tool with an alert expression, his demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a profound sense of panic. "I mean no harm," the man exclaimed, hastily raising his hands high above his head, his voice trembling with anxiety. He spoke in fluent English, albeit with a peculiar accent, laden with a distinctive inflection. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What astonished him further, and elicited a mixture of surprise and amusement, was the man's gesture of surrender. With his hands raised above his head, fingers fully splayed, and his body slightly leaning forward, he instinctively stepped back half a pace. This posture was nothing short of a textbook example of surrender, executed with a proficiency that seemed ingrained in his very DNA. Goodness, an absurd thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Could this fellow possibly be from France? After all, throughout Blue Star's history, the French were notorious for their conduct in warfare, renowned for their unparalleled skills in surrender. Such a fluid and practiced act of capitulation indeed exuded a rich French flair. Seeing that Qin Feng did not immediately attack, the man relaxed slightly. He gradually crouched down, removing the backpack from his shoulder and gently pushing it towards Qin Feng. "This is all my gear. I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to escape the hail," he said in somewhat halting English. "Moreover, I am willing to share my tools." Qin Feng remained vigilant. In the perilous environment of survival, any stranger could potentially be an adversary. Especially such overt gestures of goodwill often concealed greater dangers. Yet he was undeniably intrigued by the backpack. From its appearance, it seemed quite full, containing a plethora of items. In the resource-scarce wilderness, these could prove invaluable. The man appeared to sense Qin Feng's hesitation. He gestured towards the scattered dry wood near the cave entrance, and then pointed to the backpack he had just nudged forward. "Fire! Fire!" The man gestured with his hands, mimicking the act of igniting a flame. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Was this individual suggesting that he possessed fire-starting tools within his backpack? In such damp and frigid weather, kindling a fire was indeed of utmost importance. After contemplating for a few moments, he resolved to take a risk. "Step back 10 paces. Qin Feng instructed in English, simultaneously gesturing with his entrenching tool toward a distance. The man immediately complied, retreating obediently to a safe distance while keeping his hands raised high. Only then did Qin Feng cautiously approach the backpack. As he unzipped it, he was greeted by a delightful sight. On the top were some compressed biscuits and canned goods. Beneath them lay a first aid kit, ropes, a knife, and other standard equipment. However, what thrilled Qin Feng most was the slender black magnesium rod nestled at the bottom of the backpack, a flint. This was a high-quality flint stone, its surface smooth, capable of producing sparks effortlessly when paired with a steel tool. In the damp wilderness, a flint was far more reliable. It was impervious to moisture and devoid of fuel shortages, making it an essential survival tool. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. He had struggled to ignite a fire earlier, and had he possessed this tool, it would have been far less cumbersome. He lifted his gaze towards the mixed-race man, who still maintained a posture of surrender, his face etched with anxiety and anticipation. "What is your name?" Qin Feng inquired. "Pierre." "Pierre Dupont," the man replied, his voice still somewhat trembling. "Dupont." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. This indeed was a French surname. It appeared his assumption was correct. This fellow was a French contestant. "Have you not encountered anyone from your own country?" Pierre offered a rueful smile. "No, I've been alone all this time." Despite the accent, his English was relatively clear. "I have been unfortunate. I wandered for 3 days before arriving here." Qin Feng nodded. Such circumstances were not uncommon. Most contestants from various countries formed ad hoc teams without undergoing professional training. It was reasonable for individuals to flee in the face of danger. Nevertheless, Pierre's survival until now indicated he possessed a certain degree of survival skill. "What do you desire?" Qin Feng asked directly. In the wilderness, goodwill was rarely offered without ulterior motives. Pierre hesitated for a moment, pointing towards the cave. I wish to seek shelter from the rain with you." His voice was barely a whisper, clearly lacking confidence in this request. Qin Feng deliberated. From a pragmatic perspective, having an additional person could indeed be beneficial. They could take turns keeping watch and share the risks. Most importantly, he possessed the flint. Very well, Qin Feng decided, but there are a few conditions. Pierre's eyes sparkled with surprise. "What conditions?" "First, you will heed my commands without question. Second, you are prohibited from inquiring about any personal matters. Third, should we encounter danger, we will each fend for ourselves." Qin Feng's tone was cold. He did not mind a temporary alliance, but had no intention of fostering any semblance of friendship. In this brutal survival game, trust was a luxury one could not afford. Pierre nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "No problem, absolutely no problem." His voice trembled with excitement. Finding a willing ally in such harsh conditions was indeed a stroke of fortune. Qin Feng tossed the backpack back to him, saying, "Take care of your belongings and come inside." Pierre, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly slung the backpack over his shoulder and dashed into the cave. The interior instantly became crowded, yet it was far preferable to being battered by hail outside. Qin Feng set about starting a fire. He first dug a small pit in the ground with his entrenching tool, then gathered dry stones from within the cave to form a circle. Pierre proactively offered a flint and some dry grass. "Thank you," Qin Feng replied, taking the flint and swiftly rubbing it against the stones with the blade of his tool. Sparks flew in golden arcs, igniting the dry grass. The small flames flickered in the cave, dispersing the damp chill. A satisfied smile spread across Pierre's face. With fire came hope. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers were abuzz with chatter. "This Frenchman seems quite earnest. Has Feng gained another subordinate? The French surrender is indeed professional. That gesture is so standard. Ha ha ha, must be a hereditary skill." In the studio, the three hosts displayed varied expressions. Bining stroked his chin, remarking, "This Pierre is quite clever, knowing how to make overtures." Dongqing expressed concern. Could there be a hidden agenda? Chinny adjusted his glasses, stating, from a tactical perspective, temporary cooperation is a wise choice. However, it is also prudent for Qin Feng to remain vigilant. Within the cave, the firelight danced. Qin Feng took out bear meat, slicing it thinly with a knife and skewering it on a sharpened stick to roast. Fat dripped onto the flames. Hissing as it did so, an enticing aroma of grilled meat quickly filled the cave, making Pierre swallow hard. He hadn't tasted hot food in 2 days, subsisting solely on compressed biscuits and cold canned goods. The scent of the roasting meat was driving him to madness. "Would you like some?" Qin Feng asked nonchalantly. Pierre nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with longing. "Trade me your flint." Qin Feng extended his hand. A flicker of anger crossed Pierre's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and handed over the flint. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and offered him a skewer of grilled meat in return. For Qin Feng, This exchange was exceedingly profitable. In any extreme environment in the future, starting a fire would be considerably easier. He chuckled inwardly at the advantageous deal. Pierre received the grilled meat, nearly moved to tears. "Thank you. Truly, thank you." He cautiously took a bite, instantly squinting his eyes in delight. "What kind of meat is this?" "Bear meat," Qin Feng replied succinctly. Pierre's eyes widened in astonishment. "You killed a bear?" "Yes," Qin Feng answered without elaborating. Continuing to roast his portion, Pierre's gaze towards Qin Feng transformed entirely. A person capable of hunting a brown bear with bare hands was undoubtedly a top-notch hunter. Following such a formidable ally would significantly enhance his chances of survival. He silently rejoiced in his choice. Outside, hail continues to fall, yet within the cave, it is as warm as spring. The two individuals silently indulge in the steaming roasted meat, neither uttering a word. However, the air is infused not only with the aroma of the meat, but also with an elusive, subtle ambience. Chapter 27. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits. Outside, the hail gradually ceased, while the fire within the cave blazed brightly. Pierre stole glances at Qin Feng from time to time, a glimmer of subtle calculation flickering in his eyes. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Qin, you are truly remarkable. I've never encountered anyone capable of hunting a brown bear in my life." Qin Feng offered no response, merely stirring the fire with a stick to ensure a more even burn, as if he had not heard Pierre's words. "I imagine a person of your caliber possesses many impressive possessions," Pierre ventured tentatively, leaning slightly forward. At last, Qin Feng cast him a sidelong glance, his expression calm and unperturbed, causing a sudden flutter in Pierre's heart. Pierre forced a sheepish smile, wisely choosing to silence himself. He recalled the rule Qin Feng had established earlier: no personal inquiries. A flash of cunning crossed his eyes, quickly masked by a fa of sincerity, as he added, "There's a saying among us French: friends should assist one another. You saved my life. I will surely repay you." In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the audience had begun to sense something amiss. This Frenchman's gaze seemed off, akin to a weasel plotting to pilfer a hen. "Be wary, Feng Shun. This fellow appears dubious. The French are known for surrendering. What else can they do?" "Fear not. Feng Shun is undoubtedly aware." Within the studio, Chen Yi furrowed his brow, noting Pierre's demeanor is somewhat peculiar. Typically, a protected weaker party should exercise greater caution rather than repeatedly probing the limits of a stronger individual. Dongqing also felt a twinge of unease, stating he has inquired too much, and his eyes are rife with avarice. Sabinoskoft. What is termed romance sometimes includes romantic betrayal. It remains to be seen if he possesses the audacity. As night deepened and the hail outside finally subsided, Pierre glanced at his watch, then cast another sidelong look at the meditative Qin Feng. "Qin, it is getting late. Why are you not yet asleep?" Qin Feng did not even open his eyes, replying coolly, "Aren't you also awake?" Pierre paused, then forced an awkward smile. Indeed. However, I am accustomed to staying up late. You should rest first, and I will keep watch, ensuring everything is secure." "Not tired." Qin Feng's response was succinct and forceful, effectively stifling Pierre's attempts at conversation. Internally anxious, Pierre maintained a facade of friendliness then. "Shall we keep watch together?" "Suit yourself." Time ticked away, and Pierre grew increasingly restless. He checked his watch repeatedly and cast frequent glances outside the cave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After approximately half an hour, he could no longer contain himself and abruptly stood. "Excuse me, I need to step outside for a moment." He hastily shouldered his backpack, his movements betraying urgency. Finally, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk gracing his lips. From the moment Pierre entered the cave, he had sensed something amiss about this individual. His gaze was erratic, and that overly stuffed backpack, which seemed cumbersome even while seated. Does one truly need to carry all their possessions to relieve oneself? Does he think he is but a 3-year-old child? Whatever. The voice of Qin Feng remained composed. Pierre, as if granted a reprieve, hastily exited the cave, his footsteps swiftly fading into the night. Once he departed, Qin Feng sprang to his feet, his movements as swift as a cheetah. He kicked the campfire apart, smothering the embers with earth, shouldered his gear, and silently melted into the darkness beyond the cave. Moonlight streamed through the clouds, casting a silvery glow over the wilderness. Utilizing his masterful environmental awareness, Qin Feng quickly located a sheltered spot behind a windbreak of rocks. He crouched in the shadows, nocking an arrow. The cold tip gleamed ominously in the moonlight, rendering him a consummate assassin, seamlessly merging with the night as he awaited his prey. Indeed, within 10 minutes, two furtive figures approached from the distance. Pierre lowered his voice, tinged with excitement. Ivan. He.S. right in that cave, alone, well-equipped. Just his entrenching tool and bow are worth a fortune. A coarse voice responded, thick with Eastern European accent. Are you certain there's only one? You weren't spotted, were you? Absolutely. I've been watching all night. It's just him. Moreover, this guy's incredibly arrogant. He is probably still asleep in the cave, completely unguarded. Pierre asserted confidently. Very well. The man named Ivan sneered. Remember, first incapacitate his hands and feet, seize his equipment, and then eliminate him without leaving a trace. Their silhouettes emerged into the moonlight. Buzied Pierre. The other figure was a burly white man, reminiscent of a bear, wielding a gleaming machete. It was Ivan, the brute from the bear country who had previously eliminated a contestant from the Stick Nation. Pierre pointed towards the cave. Right there. We charge in and catch him off guard. Ivan grinned maliciously. An arrogant Asian monkey, thinking he is a hunter? Once we take his bow and shovel, everyone else in these woods will become our prey. The two stealthily approached the cave. The Dragon Nation's live stream erupted in chaos. Oh no, it's indeed a trap. A double cross. Those two bastards. Phone run. Wait, where's Phone? Where is he? Hold on, it seems he slipped away long ago. Brilliant. At the entrance of the cave, the two were poised for their ambush. Ivan raised his machete, and Pierre brandished a dagger. 3, 2, 1. Charge. They lunged into the cave like ravenous wolves. Where is he? The cave was empty, save for a heap of scattered ashes. Pierre's face paled, his voice trembling. Impossible. He was here. Ivan abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at him. You fool. You've been spotted. Just then, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air behind them. Whoosh. An arrow, like a bolt of black lightning, pierced Pierre's thigh with pinpoint accuracy, the tremendous force knocking him to the ground. Ah! Pierre's blood-curdling scream shattered the stillness of the night, crimson staining his pant leg almost instantly. Ivan was taken aback, raising his machete and bellowing towards the direction from which the arrow had come. Who? Show yourself. In response, a second arrow flew forth. Whoosh! The arrow, swift as a flash, pierced directly through his wrist, which gripped the blade. Ah! The machete clattered to the ground, and Ivan clutched his bleeding wrist, screaming in agony. Qin Feng emerged slowly from behind the rocks, his bow once again drawn, the arrowhead aimed at the two of them. In the moonlight, his silhouette resembled that of the Grim Reaper descending upon the earth. Cooperation? Qin Feng's voice was cold, devoid of any sentiment. Is this how you envision cooperation? Pierre's face turned as pale as a sheet, and despite the excruciating pain in his legs, he scrambled backward with desperate urgency. No, it's not like that. Qin, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Qin Feng chuckled icily. I heard it quite clearly. First, incapacitate the limbs, seize all equipment, and then clean up? Ivan, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted with feigned bravado, You cannot kill us. This is being broadcasted live around the world. If you commit murder, your Dragon Nation will face sanctions from our Fagua. Chapter 28. A counterattack yielding abundant rewards. Sanction. A glimmer of supreme derision flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. You seek to take my life, yet I should fear sanctions? He slowly drew back the bowstring, the bow creaking with a terrifying sound. In this realm, only the strong survive. No, please. I beg you. Pierre, completely shattered, kneeling on the ground with his hands raised high above his head, adopting the most quintessential posture of surrender. We were wrong. We shall give you everything. Spare our lives. Ivan also collapsed to his knees, his eyes brimming with terror. I implore you to let us go. We shall never dare again. As Qin Feng gazed upon the two in their pitiful state, his heart remained unperturbed. In this brutal world, mercy is merely cruelty towards oneself. If these two do not perish tonight, it may very well be I who meets my end tomorrow. Your equipment, Qin Feng spoke softly, his voice resonating distinctly in the night breeze. I shall take it myself. No sooner had the words left his lips than whoosh. The third arrow was released, whistling with the breath of death, striking precisely into Pierre's eye socket and piercing through his skull. Pierre's pleas were abruptly silenced, his body falling rigidly backward, his face frozen in a mask of sheer terror and disbelief. Ivan, terrified beyond measure, turned to flee. Yet Qin Feng, with indifference, drew a fourth arrow from his quiver, knocked it to the bow, and released it with fluid grace, swift as the wind. Thud! The arrow pierced through Ivan's back, splattering blood and pinning him firmly to the ground. Qin Feng approached expressionlessly, first extracting the arrows lodged in Pierre's leg and Ivan's wrist, meticulously wiping them clean with their filthy garments before solemnly reclaiming them. Each arrow was a treasure of immense worth. He then began deftly scavenging the spoils. The night breeze carried with it the potent scent of blood, yet Qin Feng paid it no mind. His heartbeat quickened slightly from exhilaration. Wealth, abundant wealth. He first rummaged through Pierre's backpack. Aside from a few compressed biscuits and half a bottle of water, a brand-new red first aid kit caught his eye. Opening the kit, he found neatly arranged bandages, antiseptic, painkillers, and sutures, his eyes gleaming with delight. In the wilderness, this was akin to a second life. Next, he discovered a folded Swiss Army knife in Pierre's pocket. Click! With a crisp sound, the main blade sprang forth, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Qin Feng flicked through the small tools. Knife, scissors, can opener, screwdriver, each one revealing its intricate mechanical design, and the smile at the corners of his mouth grew ever more pronounced. The practicality of this item surpassed that of a military shovel in certain respects. Turning his attention to Ivan, he found that this brawny man's bounty was even greater. His backpack contained half a wind-dried rabbit, a sturdy nylon rope at least 10 meters long and as thick as a thumb, along with a machete that had fallen to the ground. Qin Feng picked up the machete, feeling its substantial weight, far superior to that of a spade. He swung it casually, producing a sharp whoosh through the air. This tool was designed for clearing paths and felling robust trees, boasting an efficiency that far exceeded that of a spade. Ropes, machetes, military knives, first aid kits. These were the coveted essentials for survival. Qin Feng stuffed every useful item into his already bulging backpack, casting a final, cold glance at the two corpses on the ground. In the next life, may your eyes be more discerning. With that, he turned, burdened by his heavy spoils, and vanished into the vast night without a trace of nostalgia. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's live stream had transformed into a jubilant sea of excitement. The barrage of comments erupted like a volcanic eruption, so dense that the visuals were nearly obscured. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Feng Shun is amazing, decisive in his actions. This is the true spirit of the man from the Dragon Nation. One must never show mercy to the enemy. Like the mantis catching the cicada, the yellow oriole waits in the wings. From the very beginning, Feng Shun had meticulously plotted against these two fools. Such intelligence, such execution, simply remarkable. Ha! The French player generously provided supplies from afar, a gesture of great significance. Gratitude to the top supporter for the first aid kit and Swiss Army knife. The generous offerings from our French comrade, the machete and nylon rope, are indeed treasures. Feng Shun has truly upgraded his arsenal. Did you see that final look in Feng Shun's eyes? Absolutely stunning. He is the embodiment of pure charisma. I admire Feng Shun for being a man of few words who gets things done. In the broadcasting studio, Sop Binding excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Brilliant. A textbook-level counterattack. Dong Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "He has demonstrated to everyone that in the wilderness, the greatest danger is not the beasts, but the hearts of men." The revelry of the Dragon Nation stood in stark contrast to the silence enveloping certain other countries. In the global emergency meeting channel, The representative from France turned a shade of deep crimson, abruptly rising to his feet, pointing angrily at the face of the Dragon Nation representative on the screen, and bellowing, "This is murder, a blatant act of murder. Your competitor from the Dragon Nation has ruthlessly slain our participant. The Dragon Nation must pay the price for this." In response to the French representative's outrage, the Dragon Nation representative leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing gently on it before slowly raising his eyelids. Accountability? What accountability? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the conference room. The rules of wilderness survival are clearly defined. Elimination equates to death. Your competitor was outmatched, their intentions foul. They attempted a sneak attack and met their demise. This is a consequence of their own actions. He set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Or do you believe that only your competitors should be permitted to kill, while ours are forbidden to resist? The French representative trembled with rage, yet found himself at a loss for words. For what the Dragon Nation representative stated was the undeniable truth. The rules are thus: the weak are devoured by the strong. The representative from the Lighthouse Nation watched with great interest, even sporting a smile as if savoring the unfolding drama. As the French representative realized he could gain no advantage through the rules, his expression twisted into a menacing grimace. He fixed his gaze on the representative from the Dragon Nation and declared, "Very well. Just wait. In 2 days, the communication channels between the competitors will be temporarily opened. At that time, I will personally command all surviving contestants from France to pursue every single one of you from the Dragon Nation at any cost. Upon sight, kill. There will be no mercy." This declaration, brimming with malice, plunged the atmosphere of the conference room into frigid silence. However, the Dragon Nation representative merely chuckled lightly, reclining in his chair with an air of nonchalance that betrayed no hint of fear, exuding a demeanor of sovereign confidence. "We shall await your arrival." Chapter 29. The joy of possessing tools. Qin Feng, burdened by the weight of his spoils, traversed the forest with silent grace. Despite having endured a sleepless night, the exhilaration brought on by adrenaline dispelled all weariness. During this interval, the system had disseminated the news of his successful elimination of 2 foreign contenders to all surviving participants from the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation contestant Qin Feng has successfully avenged himself against French contestants Pierre and Ivan, seizing a considerable amount of supplies. This simple message was sufficient to stir a tempest among the remaining contestants from the Dragon Nation. Within a secluded cave, cloaked in vines, Cold Moon meticulously sharpened her military dagger upon a whetstone. Suddenly, her wristwatch vibrated, causing her to pause and direct her gaze toward the screen. Upon reading the battle report, her keen, hawk-like eyes narrowed in surprise. Qin Feng. Once again, it was he. Initially, she had perceived him merely as a resilient hunter. However, it appeared that she had underestimated him. "Well done," she murmured to herself, a hint of unnoticeable admiration lacing her voice. She switched off the screen and resumed sharpening her dagger, but this time her motions were imbued with greater intensity and urgency. An invisible pressure, coupled with a formidable drive, surged within her heart. She recognized that she could not afford to be left behind. Meanwhile, other surviving contestants from the Dragon Nation, including the discoverer of iron ore, the delivery worker, and the office clerk, reacted variably upon witnessing this news. Shock, exhilaration, and disbelief coursed through them, ultimately transforming into a profound sense of pride and hope. Qin Feng, this university student initially doubted by all, was steadily demonstrating to his compatriots that the Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. To the east, the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Qin Feng rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothing, and slung his heavy backpack onto his back. He oriented himself and continued towards the direction of the extinguished red smoke column. The airdrop was his to claim. After hours of intense marching, Qin Feng's legs felt as if they were laden with lead. Each step was fraught with pain, and they began to tremble slightly. He resolved to pause, to recuperate and replenish his energy. Using his masterful environmental awareness, he navigated towards a more humid area, and soon the sound of trickling water reached his ears. Parting the underbrush ahead, he uncovered a gently flowing stream, though the water was not particularly clear. Mingling with fine silt and fallen leaves, in this dire circumstance, it was undoubtedly a source of life. Qin Feng set down his heavy backpack and withdrew the seized machete. The blade gleamed with a cold, menacing light in the morning sun, feeling substantial and powerful in his grip. Approaching the stream, he selected a tree roughly the thickness of a bowl. Drawing a deep breath, he flexed his arm muscles and swung the machete with force. The blade sliced through the air with a decisive thud. The sharp blade effortlessly penetrated the tree trunk to nearly half its depth, executing the task with remarkable precision. The sensation it provided was a veritable paradise, especially when compared to the numbing discomfort experienced while wielding a spade to chop wood earlier. Exhilaration surged through Qin Feng as he couldn't help but let out a low exclamation, swinging the blade repeatedly, sending wood shavings flying. With a crisp crack, the small tree succumbed and fell within mere minutes. Swiftly, he disassembled it into a pile of appropriately sized firewood. Next, he produced a flint he had scavenged from Pierre. With the back of his Swiss Army knife, he struck the black magnesium rod forcefully. A brilliant spark erupted, landing precisely on the dry tinder he had prepared. A wisp of blue smoke began to rise, and in an instant, a warm campfire blazed to life by the creekside. The feeling of having a fire was simply delightful. Qin Feng mused, as the fatigue and chill that had enveloped him seemed to dissipate significantly. Using his spade, he dug a rudimentary filtration pit by the creek, layering it with sand, gravel, and the ash from the fire. He filtered the murky creek water several times before pouring it into an iron pot and placing it over the flames. While waiting for the water to boil, he retrieved half a dried rabbit from Ivan's backpack. The rabbit meat was dry and tough, akin to wood, yet in Qin Feng's eyes, it was a delicacy of the highest order. After feasting on bear meat, some rabbit would be a welcome change. With his versatile Swiss Army knife, he effortlessly sliced the rabbit into small chunks, skewering them onto a sharpened branch, which he then positioned over the campfire to roast slowly. Soon, the heat coaxed the fat from the meat, which dripped onto the burning wood. The rich aroma of the meat mingled with the fresh scent of the wood, boldly wafting through the forest. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, countless viewers, busy with their breakfasts and commuting, were suddenly struck by this primal and enticing scene. I'm losing it. Brothers, here I am gnawing on dry bread, while Feng is feasting on freshly roasted rabbit by the creek. I'm drooling. That rabbit looks unbelievably delicious. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and let's not forget the fire. Look how smoothly Feng uses that flint. I can't even light a fire as quickly with a lighter. Ha. We must give our French bro a wave of 666, sending gear from afar, and even throwing in half a rabbit as a toll. Now that's exceptional service. In the studio, Saab Bei Ning watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva, jokingly remarking, "Director, could you provide a link? I feel like this roasted rabbit is even more authentic than the barbecue stand downstairs. My mouth is watering like the Huanghuasha waterfall." Beside him, Chunyi wore a serious expression, his eyes gleaming with insight as he analyzed. Everyone, pay attention to how Qin Feng manages the water source. This is the most classic and effective filtration method. He constructed a natural filtration layer using sand, gravel, and ash. The ash not only absorbs impurities, but also possesses certain antibacterial properties. This is undoubtedly a testament to his extensive wilderness survival experience. Chunye's voice brimmed with unreserved admiration and astonishment. The air-dried rabbit meat sizzled as it roasted, its skin taking on a tantalizing caramel hue. Qin Feng sipped the water that had been brought to a boil and then allowed to cool, savoring the crispy exterior and tender interior of the roasted rabbit meat. The fatigue from a sleepless night was gradually dissipated by the warmth and moisture. After finishing the last morsel of rabbit, he drank several hearty gulps of water, then meticulously buried the campfire under sand, dousing it with water and checking thoroughly to ensure no embers remained. This was a fundamental principle of wilderness survival. Caution must always come first. With his heavy backpack once again slung over his shoulders, he felt rejuvenated. It was time to set forth. After orienting himself, he continued in the direction where the signal smoke from the airdrop had vanished. However, less than half an hour into his journey, his pace involuntarily slowed. His body had issued a warning more swiftly than his mind could comprehend. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet. The entire forest was enveloped in an eerie, deathly silence. The once audible chirping of birds and the bothersome buzzing of insects had vanished without a trace. The rustling of leaves in the wind and the crunch of twigs beneath his feet echoed magnified in the oppressive stillness, sounding exceptionally jarring. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, instantly extinguishing the warmth of his recent meal. Every muscle in Qin Feng's body tensed, and his breathing became subtle yet prolonged. His hand had quietly grasped the handle of the machete at his waist, and his steps came to a halt. Chapter 30. Cooperation? Then you might as well take your own lives. At this moment, the master's extraordinary environmental awareness reached its zenith. His senses transcended the confines of sight and sound, expanding like an invisible web radiating from his very core. In the air, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil, was an exceedingly faint, unfamiliar aroma. He scanned his surroundings, and at last, his gaze fixated on a spot approximately 10 centimeters above the ground, nestled between two trees. There lay a slender line, almost indistinguishable from the environment, crafted from the innards of some creature, tenacious and concealed. A trap, a snare specifically designed for humans. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted in chaos. Good heavens! The atmosphere is unnerving. Why has it suddenly fallen silent? Feng Shun has halted. Has he uncovered something? Damn, my palms are sweating profusely. This tension is more exhilarating than a horror film. There's an ambush. An absolute ambush. This eerie silence is far too unnatural. Inside the broadcast room, Sa Beining's expression grew grave, his voice dropping several notches. Teacher Chunyi, what is happening? Chunye's eyes were glued to the screen, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he spoke, almost breathlessly. It's the aura of killing intent. Genuine killing intent. Qin Feng, he has been targeted. Everyone's hearts raced, rising to their throats. However, the Qin Feng depicted on screen executed an unexpected maneuver. Instead of retreating, he slowly crouched down, extending his finger to gently trace several circles on the ground, as if calculating something. His gaze was chillingly calm, devoid of any fear, radiating only the focused coldness of a hunter spotting its prey. Based on the position of the snare, he swiftly constructed a three-dimensional attack diagram in his mind. From which direction was the attack most likely to come after the snare was triggered? What angle would be most suitable for shooting? Where are the ambushers most likely to be concealed? 30 meters to the left front, a particularly dense oak tree. To the right rear, a slope perfectly concealed by shrubbery. 2 prime ambush points. A barely perceptible, cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Want to be the hunter? We shall see if your teeth are sharp enough. He refrained from touching the snare, instead quietly retreating 2 steps, his figure vanishing like a phantom into the shadow of a massive tree, merging seamlessly with the environment. Simultaneously, he retrieved his handmade longbow from his back. A sharp-bone arrow silently knocked on the string. 30 meters ahead, on the oak tree, a figure clad in camouflage clung to the sturdy trunk like a gecko. He was a contestant from the Hua Kingdom, Xiao Baizaiji. He watched the spot where Qin Feng had disappeared, a sinister grin and impatience etched on his face. Matsushita-kun, that guy has stopped. Has he discovered something? He whispered to the person beside him. Impossible, came a cool female voice from beside him. That gut line trap was crafted using our ancient methods from the Hua Kingdom. Unless he is a top-notch reconnaissance soldier, there's no way he could detect it. The woman in question is none other than Matsushita Morisa, one of Japan's ace competitors in this event. Perhaps he was merely fatigued. Nevertheless, Matsushita Morisa's voice exuded an unwavering confidence. Zake, remain patient. The moment he steps forward to trigger the trap shall mark his demise. His equipment, along with the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, will soon belong to us. Understood. Little by Zake licked his parched lips, his eyes brimming with avarice. Yet a minute passed. Then 2. The target area remained eerily still. Baka, what on earth is that guy doing? Little by Zake's patience was swiftly waning. At that moment, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket. Startled, Little by Zake pivoted his crossbow towards the source. A gray wild rabbit emerged from the underbrush, glancing around in panic before darting off. Phew, just a rabbit. He sighed in relief and redirected his scope to the open ground. Yet this brief moment of distraction proved to be a fatal oversight. As his gaze refocused, a shadow, striking like a venomous serpent, shot into view from the periphery of his scope. Thud! An arrow, a projectile of unparalleled speed and ferocity. It pierced through Little by Zake's right wrist, the tremendous force driving his palm into the tree trunk behind him. Ah! A shrill scream, twisted in agony, shattered the forest's silence. The cruel grin on Little by Zake's face froze, replaced by sheer pain and disbelief. He and T even discerned from where the arrow had come. An ambush! At another concealed vantage point, Matsushita Morisa reacted swiftly. The instant the scream echoed, she rolled out from the bushes, her blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, instinctively guarding herself. Yet, all she beheld was her comrade, impaled against the tree, writhing in agony. The supposed prey, the man from the Dragon Kingdom, had vanished without a trace. Zake! Matsushita Morisa called out sharply. My hand! It's ruined! Little by Zake, contorted in pain, gasped, yes there. Behind that tree, Matsushita Morisa followed his direction, her pupils constricting in shock. Qin Feng emerged leisurely from behind the massive tree, bow in hand, his gaze calm as he regarded them, as though observing two lifeless corpses. At that moment, the global live stream erupted into chaos. Dragon Kingdom's live chat. What the hell? Incredible counterattack. Feng is amazing. He had already noticed. He was calculating the enemy's position all along. I was terrified, thinking Feng was doomed, only to find the fool was Little by himself. Ha ha! This is exhilarating. Let them play dirty. They sent their heads to us. Meanwhile, the Japanese live stream fell into a chilling silence, followed by frantic curses. Bakayuru, that fool Zake. He actually fell for a counterattack. How could the people of the Dragon Kingdom possibly uncover Lord Matsushita's trap? It is inconceivable. Eliminate him. Lord Matsushita, please ensure his demise, to restore our great Yamato's honor. In the forest, Qin Feng advanced step by step, the formidable aura he exuded causing Matsushita Shusa to momentarily lose her breath. She realized she had encountered a formidable opponent. Who exactly are you? Matsushita Shusa inquired in halting Chinese, her gaze sharp as a blade. Initially, she had merely intended to intercept a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, but she had not anticipated facing the relentless Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained silent, slowly raising the bow in his hand, an arrow knocking into place. To him, the dead need not know too much. Wait! Matsushita Shusa suddenly shouted, attempting to buy time. We can collaborate. The resources in this area, along with the supplies in the airdrop, we can share evenly. Upon hearing her words, a colder smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. Finally he spoke, his voice low yet resonant, reaching the ears of both individuals and echoing through the global live stream. Collaboration? Certainly. You shall leave all your equipment behind and then take your own lives. This is my proposal for cooperation. Chapter 31. The Cold Moon Under Attack. Within the official live broadcast room of the Yamato Nation, a senior official with impeccably slicked back hair suddenly slammed his palm onto the table. The screen displayed his corpulent face, now flushed a deep shade of liver red from rage. Bakayuru, arrogance. This Dragon Kingdom individual is utterly presumptuous. He dares to insult our esteemed Yamato warriors. This is a blatant provocation. Kill him. Matsushita-kun, Zaikiro-kun, eliminate him. Let him comprehend the might of our empire. The barrage of comments from furious Yamato netizens flooded the screen. How outrageous. A mere Dragon Kingdom citizen dares to speak to Lord Matsushita in such a manner. Zaikiro-kun's hand has been ruined, all because of this scoundrel. Flay him alive. Self-termination? That is the most noble end for a warrior. How dare he, a barbarian, even suggest it? In stark contrast, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room erupted with fervor. Over 1 billion viewers momentarily paused in astonishment before erupting in a cacophony of celebration. Damn, that was invigorating. Leave the equipment behind, then self-terminate. I will remember those words for a lifetime. This is the essence of our dragon kingdom men. Those who offend our realm shall be punished, no matter how distant. Well done, Fengshun. Ha ha. Did you see the expressions on those little Yamato fellows' faces? They turned green. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Inside the studio, even the usually composed Dongqing could not suppress a smile, while Si Baining, filled with excitement, raised his fist in triumph. Dominance. This is the spirit of our Dragon Kingdom competitors. When faced with wolves, the only solution is to send them to their demise. In the forest, the air seemed to freeze. Matsushita Morisa's face darkened with an intensity that could almost drip with disdain. As a descendant of a swordsmanship family, she had never endured such humiliation. Each word spoken by Qin Feng felt like a resounding slap, striking her face and the so-called honor of her warrior pride. Very well, she managed to utter through clenched teeth, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent so palpable it could be felt. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant you your wish. Before her words faded, she sprang into action. Rather than charging directly, she flicked her wrist, sending 3 finely honed diamond-shaped stones hurtling toward him. The stones whistled sharply as they aimed for Qin Feng's face, chest, and lower leg. Executed with a cunning and ruthless precision. In tandem with her throw, she crouched low, advancing swiftly like a cheetah from the side, her short blade drawn, gleaming ominously in the dappled light of the forest. However, Qin Feng's reaction was swifter still. Faced with the oncoming stones, he did not retreat. With a twist of his body to the left, he harnessed his core strength, as if an invisible force had propelled him. The 3 stones grazed the edges of his combat attire, embedding themselves deeply into the trunk of a tree behind him. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng knocked his longbow once more, the string creaking under the tension. His target was not the advancing Matsushita Morisa, but rather the unfortunate Zaikiro, who was pinned against the tree, struggling desperately. His right hand was rendered useless, the agony twisting his features in torment. With his left hand, he was desperately attempting to grasp something or break free. Buzz! The bowstring thrummed with impending release. A bone arrow, released with precise timing, tore through the air with a sharp whoosh. The sound of blood bursting forth echoed. The malice and ferocity etched on Zai Ji's face froze in an instant as he lowered his gaze in disbelief. His unblemished left wrist had been pierced thoroughly by a bone arrow, pinning his other hand firmly to the trunk of a tree. Rendered helpless, he was nailed to the ground in a cross-like position. Ah! A scream, tenfold more anguished than before, shattered the tranquility of the forest. Zaiji! My Zaiji! Matsushita Morisa's heart trembled violently. The adversary not only evaded her attack, but also incapacitated her comrade instantaneously. What terrifying archery skills! Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for Qin Feng's figure loomed larger in her sight. After neutralizing all ranged threats, Qin Feng discarded his longbow. With a swift motion, he drew a spade from his back, advancing rather than retreating, charging boldly towards Matsushita Morisa's blade. Clang! The spade collided fiercely with her short sword, sending a shower of dazzling sparks into the air. A force emanating from the blade, one that seemed beyond human capability, surged through, causing Matsushita Morisa to feel an electric shock cascade up her arm, her grip faltering as blood seeped from her hands. She staggered back 2 steps, struggling to regain her balance. Is this man from the Dragon Kingdom a monster? Seizing the moment, Qin Feng did not hesitate. With a twist of his wrist, the spade, cutting through the air, traced an intricate arc aimed directly at her neck. Matsushita Morisa felt a rush of dread, hastily crouching to evade. And in a bid to reclaim the upper hand, she executed a sweeping kick towards his lower body. Yet, Qin Feng appeared to anticipate her every move. With a deft pivot on his left foot, he elevated himself slightly, avoiding her kick. Simultaneously, his right boot, propelled by a swift motion, targeted the very head she had just lowered, delivering a fierce blow. This strike was swift, precise, and brutal, devoid of any extraneous movements, purely intent on murder. Matsushita Morisa's heart raced with terror. She could only hastily cross her arms to shield her face. Thud! The sound of a bone-crushing impact resonated. Matsushita Morisa felt as though her arms had been struck by a battering ram, the agonizing pain of shattered bones coursing through her. Her body was sent spiraling uncontrollably, crashing against a large tree, bark flying in all directions. Gasping, she tasted blood in her throat and her vision began to blur. Before she could catch her breath, a shadow enveloped her. Qin Feng approached like a specter, his gaze frigid, devoid of any hint of humanity. The spade in his hand was raised high, poised menacingly above her head. About a kilometer away, Lung Yu halted, crouching behind a thicket, straining to listen. The recent anguish scream was unlike that of a beast. It was human, and one enduring excruciating pain. There was a battle. As a top-tier special operations soldier, she quickly discerned the direction of the conflict. Rather than rushing headlong into danger, she moderated her breathing to the lightest whisper, concealing all traces of her presence. Like a true jungle shadow cat, she stealthily advanced towards the source of the sound, utilizing the cover of trees and shadows. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the audience could only witness the incessantly swaying and shifting green scenery through the diminutive camera perched atop her head, their hearts lodged in their throats. Cold Moon halted behind a colossal banyan tree, cautiously peering out to reassess the situation ahead. At that moment, a faint yet lethal whoosh pierced the air from an absolute blind spot in her peripheral vision. An ambush! Instantly, every muscle in Cold Moon's body tensed. Her years of combat instinct prompting her to roll aside without a moment's thought upon hearing the sound. Thud! The swift maneuver saved her life, though it did not entirely spare her from harm. A pitch-black arrow grazed her back, plunging deeply into her thigh. An excruciating pain erupted instantaneously. Ugh! Cold Moon stifled a muffled groan, her complexion paling dramatically as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Blood swiftly soaked through her combat trousers. She grit her teeth against the agonizing pain, rolling into a denser thicket, swiftly drawing her dagger and vigilantly scanning the direction from which the arrow had come. Footsteps echoed ominously. A tall figure of a Caucasian emerged from behind a distant tree, a finely crafted compound crossbow in hand, a sinister grin upon his face. He bore binoculars slung across his chest and was well equipped. He was a contestant from the Lighthouse Nation. Ah, such quick reflexes, little kitty from the Dragon Kingdom. He taunted in fluent English, his gaze appraising her as though she were prey in a cage. Unfortunately, you were a tad slow. He refrained from advancing hastily, leisurely raising his crossbow, aiming in the general direction of Cold Moon's concealment. He was well aware that being struck in the thigh in this jungle was tantamount to a death sentence. The bloodstains on the ground served as a clear marker. However, what plunged Cold Moon's heart into despair was yet to come. The contestant from the Lighthouse Nation whistled loudly towards the dense forest behind him. "Buddies, it's time to work." As his voice echoed, two more equally armed contestants from the Lighthouse Nation emerged from the shadows of the woods. One bore a recurved bow, his gaze sharp, while the other was a muscular behemoth wielding a glistening axe. Three men. They exchanged no words, but moved in perfect unison, spreading out to form a standard tactical triangular search formation, slowly encroaching upon the area where Cold Moon had taken refuge after her injury. The axe-wielding giant licked his cracked lips and rumbled. "Ghost Shadow, move faster. I can smell the blood." "Patience, Mad Bull," the crossbowman, known as Ghost Shadow, chuckled darkly. "Let's not let her bleed out too quickly. We want her equipment intact." Chapter 32. Supreme Acting. The moment of drawing the gun left the world stunned. In the dense forest, Qin Feng, with an impassive expression, wielded a spade with precision. A dull thud resonated as the venomous resentment and unwillingness in Matsushita Shus's eyes forever froze. Blood splattered across Qin Feng's body, yet he did not falter. Instead, he turned and picked up a longbow from the ground, knocking an arrow with deftness. Witnessing this scene, the pinned-up Kobe's shrank in terror, his pupils reduced to pinpricks, emitting a series of desperate wheezes that resembled a monkey's cries. Qin Feng paid him no heed. The bowstring hummed lightly as a bone arrow accurately pierced his throat, silencing his final screams. Dragon Kingdom's contestant Qin Feng has successfully eliminated Japan's contestant Matsushita Shusa. Dragon Kingdom's contestant Qin Feng has successfully eliminated Japan's contestant Kobeizai. The successive global announcements ignited a frenzy in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, while the Japanese broadcast fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by wails of despair. Qin Feng calmly retrieved all usable arrows and scavenged a sharp dagger and half a flask of water from the two bodies. He then set off towards the direction of the airdrop's red smoke without a backward glance. Half an hour later, he finally reached his destination. A massive military green metal box lay quietly in a clearing, accompanied by a parachute entangled in the branches above. Qin Feng did not approach immediately. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with vigilance, confirming there were no ambushes before glancing at the live-streaming watch on his wrist. "Live stream off," he calmly uttered. The watch's glow dimmed instantly, plunging billions of screens worldwide into darkness. What the hell? God, Feng turned off the live stream? What is going on? Just when it was getting critical. What is inside that box? Lighthouse Nation official, strongly protest. This is cheating. The airdrop resources must be disclosed. Dragon Kingdom official, protest invalid. Rules allow contestants to turn off the live stream for 2 hours daily. In the Dragon Kingdom's broadcasting hall, Bining anxiously rubbed his hands. What is contestant Qin Feng planning? Is there something in the airdrop that we cannot know? Only Chun Yi, with a profound gaze, murmured, "No, it's not that he doesn't want us to know, perhaps. He doesn't wish for everyone to know immediately." Ignoring the clamor outside, Qin Feng pried open the metal box, its lid revealing its contents. There were no firearms or ammunition, nor high-tech equipment. Instead, several bags of seeds, sealed in waterproof material, were labeled in multiple languages: high-yield, cold-resistant potatoes, fast-growing, drought-resistant corn, high-protein soybeans. Additionally, there was a more sophisticated military-grade first aid kit, a multifunctional axe, and a palm-sized solar charger. Strategic resources. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. In this wilderness, seeds capable of producing stable food supply held far greater value than any weapon. He quickly stowed the items into his backpack. Then, he executed an unexpected move. From a most secret compartment of his backpack, he retrieved the M1911 handgun and 2 magazines he had acquired through signing in. He placed the handgun and magazines into the now empty metal box. Having completed all this, he prepared to restart the live stream. However, at that moment, his masterful environmental awareness abruptly alerted him to a strong warning. Someone was approaching. Not just one. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly darted behind a colossal tree, blending into the shadows like a wraith. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and coarse conversations echoed through the forest. "Ghost Shadow, are you certain that the Dragon Kingdom representative will come here?" A gruff voice inquired in English. "Shut up, Mad Bull. The airdrop is the only variable in this area. He will definitely come," a relatively calm voice replied. As the voices faded, 3 tall figures emerged into a clearing in the woods. They were indeed the 3 competitors from the Lighthouse Nation. What made Qin Feng's pupils constrict even further was the sight of a captive among them. The individual was tall, sporting a sharp bob haircut. It was undoubtedly Lung Yu. A makeshift bandage was wrapped around her thigh, with blood seeping through, her complexion pale, lips pressed tightly together. Yet her eyes resembled a lone wolf on the icy plains, burning with an indomitable flame. At that moment, the Dragon Kingdom audience in Lung Yu's livestream felt their hearts clench tightly. It's Lung Yu. She has been captured by those from the Lighthouse Nation. Damn it. 3 against 1, and they ambush. Those lighthouse dogs. Fengshen. Fengshen is nearby. Hurry and save her. The leader of the lighthouse competitors, a man known as Ghost Shadow, Kane, cast his gaze over the airdrop box on the ground, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Come out, Dragon Kingdom friend. I know you are here," he shouted loudly. "Your companion is in our hands. If you do not wish for more holes to appear on her beautiful face, you will obediently hand over the contents of the airdrop." Qin Feng remained unmoved, quickly analyzing the situation. 3 enemies, fully armed, wielding compound crossbows and recurve bows, while a burly man brandished a cleaver. On his side, Lung Yu was already injured and incapacitated. Engaging in a direct confrontation would yield little chance of victory. Seeing that no one responded, Qin lost his patience. He exchanged a glance with the burly man, Mad Bull. With a sinister grin, Mad Bull pressed the gleaming cleaver against Lung Yu's neck. At that moment, Lung Yu suddenly glanced in the direction where Qin Feng was concealed, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, she imperceptibly shook her head. Do not concern yourself with me. Survive. Qin Feng understood her meaning. Yet, he had his own plan. He slowly emerged from behind the tree, raising his hands with a touch of just the right amount of tension on his face. Do not harm her. The items. They're all in the box. You could take them. Now that's clever, Qin remarked with satisfaction, motioning with his chin toward the airdrop box. Open it, and let us see what treasures you have acquired. Following his instructions, Qin Feng made his way slowly towards a metallic box. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream erupted in despair, everyone believing that Qin Feng was about to capitulate. Feng Sheno, this is a trap. It's over. The equipment will be taken, and both he and Lung Yu will perish. Qin Feng crouched before the box, feigning difficulty as he attempted to pry open the lid. This box is a bit tight. He spoke without raising his head, his body deftly obscuring the view of most, as his hand reached into the box. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up, the impatient Mad Bull urged. All right, Qin Feng replied softly. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around. What he held was no longer a spade or a longbow, but a black handgun glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Before anyone could react, Qin Feng had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot shattered the tranquility of the forest. The bullet did not target the leader, Qin, but struck the Mad Bull squarely between the eyes at an acute angle, hitting its mark with precision. The sinister grin on Mad Bull's face froze instantly, and his massive form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Bang! Almost without pause, a second shot rang out. The contestant from the Lighthouse Nation, who had just placed his hand on the bowstring, was met with a burst of blood erupting from his chest. In disbelief, he glanced down at his wound before staggering and falling. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of 3 had perished. Qin felt a chill run down his spine. He could hardly fathom that their opponent wielded a firearm. Was this a devil from hell? Instinctively, he raised his crossbow, but Qin Feng was swifter. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots fired, one disarming Qin of his crossbow, the other piercing his shoulder. Qin let out a wretched scream, the immense force propelling him to tumble away. He rolled and crawled, not daring to glance at his fallen comrades, and dashed into the depths of the thicket, vanishing in an instant. From Qin Feng's emergence to the elimination of 2 and the retreat of 1, the entire episode unfolded in under 10 seconds. The forest returned to its silence, the air thick with the acrid scents of blood and gunpowder. Qin Feng, wielding an M1911 with smoke still curling from the barrel, approached Lung Yu calmly and severed her bindings with a dagger. Leaning against the tree trunk, she pressed her hand to her bleeding thigh, gazing at the man before her, her eyes brimming with shock, gratitude, and a profound, incomprehensible bewilderment. The global live stream fell into a silence that lasted half a minute. Then, a torrent of comments flooded the screen, overwhelming it entirely. Holy crap! A gun! It's a gun! What the hell did I just see? There's a gun in the airdrop. Phone is awesome. Voice cracking. Who just said phone would compromise? Step forward. When Feng acts, even the Oscars owe him a golden statuette. The Lighthouse Nation must be dumbfounded, right? Ha ha! Thought they could rob? They got countered instead. So satisfying. Absolutely exhilarating. The entirety of Long Nation erupted in jubilation. Chapter 33. In search of a new sanctuary. The echoes of gunfire dissipated in the forest, leaving behind an eerie silence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the warm, metallic tang of blood, transforming the previously tranquil clearing into a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. The M1911 in Qin Feng's grasp still radiated warmth, its heavy metallic feel serving as a reassuring presence amidst the untamed wilderness. He did not immediately lower his guard. His hawk-like gaze swept over the vanishing figure of Qin, while his ears attuned to every subtle sound within the woods. Only when he confirmed that the threat had retreated did he shift his attention to the figure resting against a tree. Lung Yu. Lung Yu's gaze met his, filled with a tumult of emotions, shock, confusion, and a flicker of relief that she had survived. As a special operations team leader, she had faced life-and-death situations countless times. Yet the scene before her transcended her comprehension. The man who had, just a moment ago, raised his hands in a display of panic had instantaneously transformed into a harbinger of death. His composure, precision, an acute sense of timing were qualities far beyond those of an ordinary university student. "Thank you." Lung Yu's voice was raspy as she attempted to rise, only to be met with a jolt of pain from her wounded leg, forcing her to collapse back down. "Do not move," Qin Feng instructed as he crouched beside her, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. "The arrow has barbs. Any movement will exacerbate your injury." He retrieved a military first aid kit from his backpack, swiftly opening it to reveal a complete array of supplies: disinfectant, coagulant powder, bandages, and surgical scissors. With meticulous care, he used the scissors to cut away the fabric of her pants, exposing a gruesome wound. A black crossbow bolt was embedded deeply in the outer thigh, its tail still quivering slightly. Qin Feng's actions were chillingly professional. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly pressed down on her thigh muscle with his left hand, grasped the arrow shaft with his right, and with a sudden thrust, pulled it out. Ugh! Lung Yu bit down hard, cold sweat beading on her forehead, yet she stifled any cry of pain. As the arrow was extracted, blood gushed forth. Qin Feng remained impassive, swiftly applying the coagulant powder and cleaning the wound with disinfectant cotton before producing a suturing needle and thread to begin stitching. His fingers were long and steady, weaving the thread with a fluidity reminiscent of an artist crafting a masterpiece. The spacing of each stitch and the tying of every knot were nothing short of textbook perfection. Lung Yu's gaze was transfixed on his profile, her astonishment mounting beyond measure. Such battlefield medical skills were something she had only witnessed in the most elite of military medics. Who are you?" she could not help but ask. Without lifting his head, Qin Feng remained focused on his task, as if he were mending not a human thigh, but a tattered piece of clothing. "I am Qin Feng, a competitor from the Dragon Kingdom. My information is on the watch." "What I mean is," Lung Yu pressed, her tone intensifying, "where did you learn all of this?" She gestured to encompass everything he had just demonstrated. Qin Feng meticulously tied the final knot and severed the sutures, beginning the process of bandaging. At last, he lifted his gaze to Cold Moon, his eyes as tranquil as still water. She refrained from further inquiries. Every individual harbors secrets. In this perilous wilderness, survival is paramount. The man before her is undoubtedly the most formidable survivor she has ever encountered. "Regardless, you saved me," Cold Moon stated earnestly. "I shall remember this favor." "No need to remember," Qin Feng replied, tidying the first aid kit and rising to his feet. "As long as you are alive, our nation, the Dragon Kingdom, gains a measure of hope. We are no longer merely two individuals. We are two figures on the list of survivors of the Dragon Kingdom." His words, cold and pragmatic, stirred something within Cold Moon. She was accustomed to the camaraderie and brotherhood of her military comrades, whereas Qin Feng explicitly defined their relationship as a survivor alliance based on national interests. It was harsh, yet profoundly pure. At that moment, the global live broadcast had descended into chaos. "I hereby declare that Feng Shun is now my sworn brother. That acting, that marksmanship, utterly spectacular." The live chat in the Lighthouse Nation is now filled with lamentations. Their contestants, Mad, Bull, and Archer, have gone dark. Feng Shun eliminated them in an instant. How exhilarating. Let them gang up on us. Let them attempt a sneak attack. Now, for they know that we, the Dragon Kingdom, are not to be trifled with. I am more concerned about the one who fled, Phantom Kang. He witnessed Feng Shun wielding a firearm, which poses a significant future threat. In the broadcasting studio, Si Baining was flushed with excitement, while the expert Chun Yi wore a grave expression. Qin Feng's response was nothing short of flawless. Yet he had revealed a critical trump card. Chun Yi pointed at the screen, stating, "The gun represents a force beyond the rules of this wilderness." The contestant named Kane is an elite from the Lighthouse Nation SEAL team. His escape means that all contestants from the Lighthouse Nation will soon learn that the Dragon Kingdom possesses a devil armed with a gun. What will they do? Si Binding asked anxiously. They will stop at nothing to unite and hunt down Qin Feng, Chunyi asserted decisively. Qin Feng's existence has shattered the balance. To the Lighthouse Nation, he poses a greater threat than any resource. In a clearing amidst the woods, Qin Feng swiftly cleared the battlefield. He approached the bodies of the two contestants from the Lighthouse Nation, unreservedly beginning to scavenge. He even stripped them of their garments, leaving the corpses utterly bare. Do you even need their underwear? Cold Moon frowned. Of course, it could be used to start a fire, Qin Feng replied matter-of-factly. He removed a tactical vest from Mad Bull and seized a composite crossbow along with a full quiver of carbon fiber arrows, top-tier equipment. Their comrades will return shortly, accompanied by more individuals. We must leave this place immediately. He walked over to Cold Moon and extended his hand. Cold Moon hesitated for a moment, observing his blood-stained and muddy hand, but ultimately grasped it. With a surge of strength, Qin Feng effortlessly lifted her up. Where shall we go? Lung Yu inquired once she regained her footing. We must seek a new sanctuary, a rendezvous for the competitors of our Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng's gaze was cast towards the distant silhouette of the mountains, his eyes deepening with a dangerous intensity, envisioning a new abode from which they might never return. In the depths of the dense forest, Cain was in a frantic flight. He resembled a wounded wolf pursued by hounds, each breath laced with the metallic tang of blood, the agonizing pain in his left shoulder nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, he dare not pause. His mind replayed those hellish 10 seconds incessantly. The seemingly panicked expression of the Dragon Kingdom youth, the gesture of raising his hands, and the cunning way he crouched to obscure the box. It was all a ruse, a flawless, deadly deception. Then came the gun, that obsidian M1911, exuding a palpable aura of death. Bang! The bullet struck the forehead of the berserk bull, and his massive frame collapsed like a felled tree, the deafening thud echoing in Cain's ears even now. Bang! The look of disbelief on the archer's face had yet to fade when a bloom of crimson erupted from his chest. It all transpired too swiftly, too rapidly for even a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier to mount a viable response. He was not contending with a mere university student. He was entangled in a dance with a devil disguised as a man. Fear, an unprecedented terror, seized his heart. Yet following that fear came an unending tide of humiliation and rage. Cain's fist struck the nearby trunk, his knuckles splitting open as he felt no pain. The Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng. He ground his teeth, forcing the name through clenched jaws, his eyes seething with venomous resentment. I swear, you shall pay 1,000-fold for all that you have wrought today. He understood that he must survive. He must relay this intelligence. The Dragon Kingdom possesses firearms. This revelation could alter the very landscape of the wilderness survival battleground. He would rally all the forces of the Lighthouse Nation, crafting an intricate web to utterly dismantle that devil. Chapter 34. A night of cohabitation with the beautiful Special Forces soldier. The breeze in the forest carried a hint of chill, dispersing the lingering scent of blood. Qin Feng supported Cold Moon, feeling the tautness of her muscular arm. Despite her grievous injuries, this woman retained the poised demeanor of a coiled leopard, ever vigilant. One of Cold Moon's legs was unable to bear weight fully, and much of her body's weight rested upon Qin Feng. She could distinctly sense the steady strength emanating from his arm and perceive the unique scent of earth mingled with a faint trace of blood on him. This proximity, while somewhat uncomfortable, provided her with an undeniable sense of security born from the harsh realities surrounding them. We cannot linger here. Qin Feng's voice shattered the silence, calm as if discussing a matter entirely detached from himself. The man named Cain could return at any moment with reinforcements. We must find a defensible new location to spend the night. Cold Moon nodded in silence, fully aware that the two corpses and the airdrop crate served as glaring coordinates. Before long, this place would transform into a battleground teeming with various factions. Together, they hobbled deeper into the woods. Qin Feng's stride was steady. He bore the brunt of Cold Moon's weight while simultaneously employing his masterful environmental awareness to scout their surroundings. The trees grew denser, the light dimmer, and the decaying leaves crunched softly beneath their feet, each sound potentially masking a lethal threat. They did not find the cave they had anticipated. The terrain in this area was relatively flat, dominated by dense forests and hills, with natural caves being exceedingly rare. As twilight descended, Qin Feng finally halted beneath a massive ancient tree that would require 3 or 4 people to encircle. The canopy spread like a vast umbrella, obscuring a significant portion of the sky, while the gnarled roots below formed natural depressions and barriers. "We shall rest here for the night," Qin Feng declared decisively. "It's too exposed." Cold Moon frowned, her instincts as a Special Forces soldier immediately detecting the defensive flaws of the location. "There are no better options," Qin Feng replied, guiding her to a sheltered spot against the roots. An open area also meant a clear line of sight. At the very least, they would not be caught unaware. Without further explanation, he began to unload his gear. First, he spread a massive bear pelt upon the ground to insulate against the dampness, his motions fluid and assured. Then, with a clatter, items were extracted one by one from his backpack, quickly forming a staggering mountain of supplies before them. Cold Moon gazed at the array of equipment, her breath hitching for a moment as a tempest of emotions surged within her. Her own gear was already commendable, but in comparison to Qin Feng's, it felt akin to a refugee encountering an arms dealer. First, there were the weapons, a confiscated compound crossbow accompanied by an entire quiver of carbon fiber bolts glimmering ominously, a fearsome machete, a sharp Swiss Army knife, and a compact combat dagger. This does not even account for the seemingly crude, yet astonishingly powerful bamboo, bow, and bone arrows wielded by Qin Feng. Next came the tools, a multi-functional entrenching tool, a flint, a telescope, 2 military canteens, and a field cooking pot. Then there were the supplies, a large bundle of salt extracted from a salt mine. Upon seeing this, Lung Yu instinctively licked her cracked lips, recalling the debilitating fatigue she had experienced over the past few days due to the lack of salt. An almost pristine military first aid kit, far superior to her nearly depleted one, caught her eye. There was also a roll of high-strength nylon rope and an exaggeratedly large bear skin spread out on the ground. Lastly, there was a waterproof sealed bag containing high-yield seeds taken from the airdrop crate. This did not even include the 2 almost new tactical backpacks they had just scavenged from the competitors of the Lighthouse Nation and the Yamato Nation. Gazing at this dazzling array of supplies, and then at Qin Feng, who appeared calm as though merely retrieving everyday items, her heart was tumultuous. She had traversed this path, laboring tirelessly in search of water and food, each day teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet this man before her not only thrived, but had amassed enough resources to equip a small team. Was this truly something a university student could achieve? Who was he? Really? In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience was utterly captivated. Am I seeing things? Did Feng Shun just bring a supermarket into the wilderness? This equipment. I suspect Feng Shun is not here to survive, but to stock up. Look at Lung Yu's expression. It's identical to mine on my first day at work when I saw my boss in a Rolls Royce. Shocked and envious. Ha ha ha, Lung Yu, who am I? Where am I? Am I not the strongest in Dragon Country? Why do I feel like a beggar? Inside the broadcast studio, Chun Yi adjusted his glasses, his voice brimming with admiration. Qin Feng's ability to accumulate resources has surpassed our wildest expectations of any survival expert. In the forest, Qin Feng meticulously organized the supplies, concealing the pistol ammunition close to his person while distributing the other items into 3 backpacks, preparing for a swift relocation. Once this was accomplished, he picked up the cooking pot and 2 canteens, rising to his feet. You stay here to build a fire, maintain your body temperature, and remain vigilant. Qin Feng instructed Lung Yu, handing her the flint and a dagger. I will gather some water and see if there's anything edible in the vicinity. Your wound requires clean water for washing, he added. Lung Yu accepted the items, nodding as she watched Qin Feng's figure fade into the dim forest. Unable to restrain her curiosity, have you always been alone? Qin Feng paused momentarily, not turning back. In the wilderness, sometimes being alone is safer than being with a group. His silhouette soon melded into the deepening twilight. Lung Yu gazed in the direction he had departed, then looked down at her flawlessly stitched leg, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. This man was powerful, enigmatic, like a riddle yet to be solved. After leaving the camp, Qin Feng did not venture far. He utilized his masterful environmental perception to attentively listen to the whispers of the forest, the rustling of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the distant growls of unknown beasts. All these sounds coalesced into a vivid auditory map in his ears. Soon, he detected the faint sound of flowing water emanating from the west. With a pot and a water jug in hand, he made his way in that direction. The forest, shrouded in the cloak of night, was fraught with peril, yet he traversed it as if strolling through his own backyard. He deftly avoided the slippery moss and circumvented the entangling vines, as if he were one with the very essence of the woodland. After about 10 minutes, a crystal-clear brook appeared before him. Qin Feng crouched down, scooping some water in his hands to taste, confirming its purity before filling his jug. Just as he was about to fill his pot with water, a buzzing sound captured his attention. It was no ordinary insect. The sound was dense and powerful, resonating with a certain rhythmic vibration. Following the source of the noise, he discovered an irregular hollow in a massive dead tree on the opposite bank of the brook. The buzzing sound was emanating from that hollow. A beehive. Chapter 35. Wild honey, a spark ignited within Qin Feng's mind. Sugar, much like salt, it is a strategic resource in the wilderness. It replenishes stamina and soothes the nerves. In dire straits, a single taste of sweetness embodies the hope of survival. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, locking on several clusters of moist mugwort by the stream and some dry twigs on the ground. A plan instantaneously took shape. He set down his pot and water jug and approached the mugwort, carefully selecting only the lush leaves of the plant. Upon returning, he produced a flint, striking it with precision, and a spark landed perfectly on the dry twigs. Flames erupted. He did not immediately toss in the mugwort. Instead, he exhibited patience, waiting until the twigs produced a steady, red ember before gently covering them with the half-wet mugwort. A sizzling sound erupted as a dense, pungent white smoke billowed forth. The smoke was not irritating. Rather, it exuded a refreshing, herbal aroma. Qin Feng tore off several broad leaves, deftly rolling them into a conical shape. He encased the burning mugwort within, leaving only a small opening for the smoke to escape. A rudimentary, smoke-emitting torch was thus completed, executed with such efficiency that the livestream cameras struggled to keep pace. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the barrage of comments momentarily halted, then erupted in a frenzy. What just happened? I blinked, and how did something new appear in Feng's hands? It's mugwort. P.S. making a smoke torch. Wild bees are afraid of this. The smoke can confuse them, rendering them less aggressive. My grandfather did this, but never so skillfully as Feng. Wow. Is this knowledge embedded in his DNA? All I know is that mugwort can be used for foot baths and making sweet dumplings. Don't ask. Just acknowledge the practical skills of a university student. I suspect we didn't attend the same university. In the broadcasting studio, Chunyi adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the glow from the screen. The mugwort smoking technique, smoke density, roasting duration, wind direction. One misstep could provoke a hornet's nest with dire consequences. Qin Feng, under such conditions, had flawlessly replicated this technique using the most rudimentary materials. His voice betrayed an undeniable astonishment. On screen, Qin Feng held the smoke torch as he waded through the frigid stream. He approached a gnarled tree, directing the torch towards an irregular hole in the trunk, and gently blew the thick smoke inside. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hive erupted in chaos, the sound of buzzing escalating, filled with unrest. Countless wild bees surged from the entrance, plunging into the dense smoke. They swirled drunkenly like inebriated revelers, spiraling a few times before helplessly dropping to the ground. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, maintaining a steady rhythm as he patiently smoked the hive. After 5 minutes, the buzzing subsided completely. The moment had arrived. He set down the torch and retrieved his entrenching tool, carefully prying along the fissures of the tree hole with the blade. A crack resounded as decayed bark peeled away. A brilliant flash of gold suddenly illuminated the dim forest. The golden honeycomb lay bare, exposed to the air without reservation. In a flawless hexagonal structure, glistening and viscous honey filled the air, reflecting an amber glow beneath the faint moonlight. The exquisite sweetness, pure to its core, instantaneously penetrated the screen, causing the throats of all viewers in the live broadcast room to involuntarily swallow. Oh my heavens, I can smell it through the screen. Saliva. My saliva. This color. This luster. This is pure wild honey, the kind that can fetch a 4-digit price for just one spoonful. I was mistaken. I truly was. I thought Feng was here to survive, but now I understand he is here for a vacation and to restock. Suddenly, my instant noodles for dinner seem less appealing. Even the bears would have to offer a cigarette and call him Brother Feng. Now, that's professionalism. The premiere of Culinary Adventures in the Wilderness is officially on air. Director, Qin Feng. In Qin Feng's eyes, only the bounty before him existed. With a dagger in hand, he precisely severed a sizable chunk of the most plump honeycomb and carefully placed it into his cooking pot. Golden honey dripped down the edges of the honeycomb, pooling at the bottom of the pot. He refrained from being greedy, taking only 2/3. To exhaust the resources is a cardinal sin of survival. Just as the honeycomb settled securely into the pot, a line of chilling text materialized before his eyes. Ding! Player Qin Feng has acquired a rare resource, wild honey, triggering 10,000-fold quantity return. Rewards are being dispensed. The notification flickered past. Qin Feng remained unfazed, filling the pot with stream water, one hand grasping the pot, the other holding 2 water bottles as he turned to head back to camp. With water and honey, he could better tend to the wounds inflicted by the cold moon, while also replenishing his stamina. However, the moment he turned, he abruptly froze in place. His body tensed in an instant, muscles taut like a bowstring. A shirinoha, tinged with the scent of rust, emanated from a nearby thicket. Something was concealed there. A pair of eyes was fixated on his back through the gaps in the foliage. The alarm of masterful environmental awareness blared in his mind. The world fell silent. The sounds of wind, insects, and flowing water vanished entirely. In the dim light of night, that thicket transformed into the maw of a monstrous beast, exuding a potent aura of death. Qin Feng slowly, ever so slowly, lowered the water bottles and pot in his hands. His movements were so subtle that they produced not a single sound. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, from south to north, from east to west, gigantic wild beehives appeared out of nowhere in countless parks, rural areas, and designated ecological zones across various cities. The citizens' curiosity and gathering soon gave way to the cordoned-off areas and the urgent deployment of expert teams. The command center of the highest action group was inundated with phone calls, the urgency reminiscent of the eve of war. Report: 1,200 new wild beehives detected in Guizhou province. Report: 900 discovered in the dense forests of Heilongjiang. Preliminary statistics indicate a total of 10,000 similar wild beehives have emerged nationwide. As the news spread, the Dragon Kingdom erupted in chaos. In the studio, the host, Sop Baining, rose with palpable excitement, fists raised, his face flushed with fervor. Honey. It is indeed honey. Contestant Qin Feng has merely discovered a hive of honey. This brings us 10,000 high-quality wild beehives. 10,000. What does this signify? It signifies a monumental leap for our agriculture and our ecology. Heaven bless our dragon nation. Meanwhile, Chunyi was fixated on the screen. Displayed before him was Qin Feng, having just set down the precious resources he had acquired, standing motionless by the stream. His back turned to the camera. In the dimly lit forest, his silhouette resembled a statue poised for action. The excitement and admiration etched on Chunyi's face were abruptly supplanted by an overwhelming gravity. He murmured to himself, something is amiss. That posture, he has encountered something. Chapter 36, The Wolf Pack. Qin Feng's muscles tensed as he fixed his gaze upon the thicket. Behind the foliage, a pair of emerald green eyes stealthily assessed him, the humanoid prey. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, the bushes parted, and a colossal adult gray wolf leaped forth. It crouched low, its powerful hind legs coiled with strength, each movement exuding an aura of raw power. Its moist nose twitched in the air, greedily inhaling the lingering scent of blood that clung to Qin Feng. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Qin Feng's forehead as his left hand slowly inched toward the M1911 at his waist. Just as his icy fingertips grazed the gun's handle, a piercing, high-pitched howl abruptly shattered the night sky. The gray wolf threw back its head and unleashed a long, haunting call to summon its packmates. The sound resonated with unyielding intensity, echoing throughout the silent mountains. In that moment, Qin Feng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Damn it, it knows how to call for help. A social creature. From the very beginning, it had no intention of confronting him alone. That howl was a summons for the entire wolf pack. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng's arm shot toward his waist like lightning. The M1911 instantly gripped in his hand. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the night. The bullet, propelled by fury, struck the alpha wolf squarely in the eye, the immense force instantly shattering its brain. Its massive body lurched backward and thudded to the ground without a sound of agony. Blood splattered upon the leaves of the thicket, but it was too late. Howl! 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 In the distance, a chorus of howls responded, converging from all directions. The sounds grew louder, clearer, and increasingly dense. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted in chaos. Holy crap! A wolf! Phone God took it out in one shot. So cool. Cool my foot. Didn't you hear? Wolves are howling from all sides. He has stirred up the wolf's den. It's over, it's really over. Judging by the commotion, there are at least 8 or 10 of them. Phone God, run. Forget about the wolf carcass. Qin Feng's complexion turned ashen. He dashed to the fallen wolf's side, glancing at the robust creature with a twinge of regret. The wolf's pelt and flesh were top-tier resources. However, at this moment, survival outweighed any material gain. Howl! Howl! The wolf howls were now alarmingly close, revealing different pitches, indicating that the pack was encircling him from at least 3 directions. Qin Feng swiftly grabbed the mess kit and water bottle from the ground, turning his back on the scene as he sprinted toward the campsite. Time was of the essence. He had to escape with the Cold Moon before the wolf pack could complete their encirclement. Meanwhile, Cold Moon in the camp also heard the gunfire and the ensuing howls. She abruptly rose from beside the campfire, her right hand tightening around her spear. The pain from the arrow wound in her thigh throbbed, but her body had already shifted into an absolute state of combat readiness. It was the wolf pack. Cold Moon's expression turned grave. As a member of the Special Forces, she understood better than any observer that a well-organized pack of wolves possessed a hunting efficiency far superior to that of a human squad. What was more dire, however, was her current inability to move swiftly. Yet, she remained composed, instinctively stuffing supplies from the ground into her backpack. A glimmer of determination flickered across her face. If escape proved impossible, she resolutely vowed never to become a burden to Qin Feng. With this thought, she reached for the dagger at her waist. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from the forest, growing closer with each passing moment. Cold Moon instantly grasped her spear, adopting a combat stance, the pain in her injured leg failing to disrupt her upper body's steadiness. It's me. Qin Feng's voice broke through the darkness, and moments later, his figure burst forth from the woods. In the moonlight, his expression was grave. The wolf pack, at least 7 strong, was drawing near. Qin Feng relayed the situation with urgency, insisting they must relocate immediately. The stream, Cold Moon interjected, echoing the very thought in Qin Feng's mind without a moment's hesitation. The flowing water would conceal their scent and tracks. The wolves abhorred water, making it their sole path to survival. A flicker of approval shone in Qin Feng's eyes. Indeed, a woman from the Special Forces. Even in life-and-death situations, she remains composed, not a whimper of panic. As he swiftly stowed a half-full water bottle into his already packed bag, he nodded in agreement. No further words were necessary. Their understanding was instinctive. With his backpack secured, Qin Feng hoisted it onto his shoulders, and Cold Moon bore the searing pain in her leg, following closely behind. The campfire was swiftly extinguished, plunging the campsite into darkness. Just as they departed, a furious wolf howl erupted from the very spot they had just vacated. The advance party of the pack had arrived. The two moved quickly through the shadows, Qin Feng leading the way with his machete, clearing the thorns that obstructed their path, while Cold Moon stifled her agony, striving to minimize the sound of her footsteps. Behind them, The low growls of the wolves searching for them, coupled with the unmistakable sound of branches snapping, reverberated ominously. A sharp, piercing howl signaled that the lead wolf had caught their scent. Instantly, the entire pack shifted from a search to a frenzied pursuit. The heavy footfalls echoed like war drums, pounding in rhythm with their racing hearts. "Hurry!" Qin Feng urged in a hushed tone, sensing the murderous intent drawing nearer behind them. The gurgling sound of the stream grew increasingly distinct. It was the sound of hope. Yet the wolves' heavy breathing also surged closer, a cacophony infused with the stench of saliva and blood, as if it were just behind them. With a swift glance under the moonlight, Qin Feng finally caught sight of the glimmering surface of the water ahead. They were nearing the stream, but at that moment, a gray shadow darted like a specter from the thicket beside them. It did not howl. Its silent strike was far more lethal. With a clear target, it lunged directly at Cold Moon, whose movements were hindered by her injury. "Watch out!" Qin Feng shouted, just as Cold Moon sensed the impending danger. Her instinct to fight was even quicker than her mind. She stumbled suddenly, appearing to fall, but in truth, she deftly twisted her body, raising the machete in her hand, ready to pay the price of an arm to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. "I must not hinder my comrades." Yet, she was ultimately a beat too slow. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into her shoulder, bang, Qin Feng had abruptly turned, the muzzle of his M1911 tracing a cold arc through the air. The gunshot resonating once more. The bullet pierced fiercely into the back of the gray wolf, the tremendous impact toppling it to the ground. However, it was merely wounded, not instantly slain, and instead let out a heart-wrenching howl of agony. This shot, this cry of despair, utterly revealed their location, serving as the rallying call for the pack's assault. "Awoo, awoo, awoo!" The howls from all directions converged in an instant, and the entire pack surged toward them in a frenzy. Shadows danced within the forest, countless pairs of green eyes igniting. Qin Feng seized Cold Moon's arm, feeling its chill and the slight tremor within, and roared, "Jump!" With no other choice, the two leapt into the icy, biting waters. The penetrating cold enveloped them instantly, and the stream aggravated the wound on Cold Moon's leg, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through her, eliciting a muffled groan. But this was their only path to survival. They surfaced from the water, gasping for air, glancing back toward the shore. In the darkened forest, pairs of green eyes, 1, 2, 3, a full dozen, gleamed like will-o'-the-wisps, halted at the water's edge, refraining from recklessly entering the water. Leading them was an exceptionally robust black wolf, its icy gaze fixed intently on the two prey in the water, a growl of discontent rumbling in its throat. Just as Qin Feng believed they were escaping peril, the pack, under the black wolf's command, frantically scattered along the banks of the river, moving with astonishing speed. Seeing the wolves' movements, Qin Feng inwardly cursed. He turned to the flushed Cold Moon and exclaimed, "Damn it, these brutes are preparing to intercept us on the opposite bank." Cold Moon's expression was far from right. She could muster no strength, so she remained silent, relying solely on her willpower to swim toward the far shore. Noticing something amiss with Cold Moon's condition, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and urgently inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Chapter 37. High Fever Infection. "What is wrong with you?" Qin Feng gazed at the abnormal flush on Lung Yu's face, a sense of alarm ringing in his heart. Her cheeks blazed as though set aflame, yet her lips were startlingly pale. Lung Yu's voice was hoarse, her eyelids heavy, the arrow wound. It might be infected. Infection. A wave of dread washed over Qin Feng. An infected arrow wound in such an environment was tantamount to a death sentence. The icy waters were biting, and the two struggled to navigate the turbulent current. With a heavy backpack weighing him down, Qin Feng could only wrap one arm around Lung Yu to prevent her from being swept away by the water. On the riverbank, a pack of wolves had split into two groups, racing along either side of the river, intent on intercepting their prey downstream. Dragon Country live stream. What the hell? Lung Yu looks off. It's a high fever. The arrow wound is infected. It's over now. We're completely finished. Feng, throw her aside. Otherwise, Both of you will perish. Is the person upstairs insane? That's his teammate, a contestant from Dragon Country. Can we be rational? This is called strategic abandonment. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Sacrificing yourself for someone who is doomed is foolish. Shut up. Just watch. I believe in Feng. In the broadcast room, host Shun Shui's nails nearly dug into her palm. Teacher Chun, Lung Yu, she's. Chun Ye's face was ashen, his gaze fixed on the screen. An infected arrow wound leading to a high fever. In the wilderness, without antibiotics, the mortality rate exceeds 80. What about Qin Feng? He now faced the most arduous decision of his life. Chun Ye's voice was heavy. Reason dictated he should abandon Lung Yu. But in the water, Lung Yu's scorching breath brushed against Qin Feng's ear, her teeth chattering, yet her voice carried a fierce unwillingness. Qin Feng, this wound. It's dragging you down, don't mind me. Go downstream and shake them off. She attempted to push him away, but lacked even the strength to raise her hand. Don't speak and don't sleep. Qin Feng growled, gritting his teeth, pressing his forehead against hers to gauge her temperature. Scalding, at least above 39 degrees Celsius. Even in this frigid stream, her temperature remained alarmingly high, indicating the severity of the infection. Listen, if I feel my life is in danger, I will abandon you, but not now. His voice was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, resonating across the icy river and in the hearts of all viewers from Dragon Country. Holy hell! Feng! Now that S a real man. That S the spirit of our Dragon Country, S military. Tears! I'm truly moved. ISNT this 1,000 times better than those who abandon their teammates. Stop getting emotional. Look ahead. The wolves are about to encircle them. Howling, the wolves on the bank began to split up. Qin Feng struggled to swim through the turbulent waters, dragging Lung Yu along, each stroke consuming tremendous energy. The equipment in his backpack felt even heavier in the water, as if intent on pulling him to the riverbed. The body of Lung Yue grew increasingly limp, her breaths becoming faint. Lung Yue, do not succumb to slumber. Qin Feng shouted fervently beside her ear. Lung Yue's eyelids fluttered, and she managed to open them just a sliver. I cannot hold on. Then allow me to sustain you. With a sudden shift in posture, Qin Feng cradled Lung Yue in his arms, swimming on his back to continue their journey. Although this method was slower, it ensured that her head remained above the water surface. The river's icy water slapped against his cheeks, chilling him to the bone, yet the warmth radiating from the woman in his embrace felt like a blazing ember. This stark temperature contrast made Qin Feng acutely aware that Lung Yue's life was ebbing away. A howl pierced the air, a wolf's cry. Damn it! The pack had circled downriver. A surge of determination coursed through Qin Feng as he abruptly veered toward the riverbank. He had to find an opportunity to ascend, otherwise, they would be trapped between the wolves, with no escape for either of them. Under the moonlight, he spotted a relatively gentle shoal by the riverbank. That essed, with every ounce of strength, Qin Feng swam towards the shore, but Lung Yue had completely lost consciousness, her only sign of life a faint breath. His feet finally touched the riverbed's sand, and with his last reserves of energy, he lifted Lung Yue onto the bank. Both drenched, they shivered in the chill of the night breeze. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the sound of the wolves' footsteps echoed from afar. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footfalls grew ever closer, accompanied by deep, labored breaths. Holding the unconscious Lung Yue, Qin Feng frantically searched for a hiding place in the moonlight. Just then, he noticed a dark opening in the mountainside ahead. A cave. With no time to waste, Qin Feng dashed towards the entrance, cradling Lung Yue. The opening was small, just enough for one person to pass through. He bent low and squeezed inside, and as he did, Luna brushed against the cave wall, emitting a faint groan. Hush! Qin Feng gently caressed her forehead. We will be safe soon. Upon entering the cave, Qin Feng was astonished to discover it was more spacious than he had anticipated. Bathed in the dim moonlight filtering through the entrance, he discerned that this was a naturally formed stone cave, extending about a dozen meters deep. However, what piqued his vigilance were the unmistakable signs of habitation within the cave. The ground bore clear signs of having been tidied, with small, artificial depressions in the walls. seemingly for storing items. Most crucially, a faint scent of smoke lingered in the air, indicating that someone had lived here not long ago. A jolt of alarm coursed through Qin Feng, but the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. Ling Yue's fever had reached a perilous threshold and required immediate attention. He gently laid her on the relatively dry ground, feeling her forehead. It was alarmingly hot. Ling Yue. He lightly slapped her cheek, tried to rouse her. Her eyelids fluttered, barely managing to open a crack, her gaze unfocused. Qin Feng, I am here. I am here. Qin Feng rummaged through his backpack. You must hang on. Do you hear? Ling Yue attempted to speak, but her lips merely quivered without producing sound. Qin Feng swiftly assessed her injuries. The arrow wound on her thigh had begun to fester, with the surrounding area severely inflamed, indicating a grave infection. He promptly retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack, containing only basic medical supplies. However, in the face of such a severe infection, these items were woefully inadequate. At that moment, the howls of a wolf pack echoed from outside the cave. A woo, a woo. They had found their location. A woo. The wolf howls reverberated outside, seemingly close to the cave entrance. Qin Feng held his breath, gripping the M1911 in one hand while shielding Lung Yu with the other. The woman in his arms, feverish, emitted faint moans. In such an environment, any sound could betray their position. Hush! Qin Feng gently stroked her forehead, attempting to soothe her. Moonlight streamed through the cave entrance, casting dappled shadows on the walls. He could clearly see several dark shapes flitting at the entrance. The wolves were sniffing around. Dragon Country live room, damn. These wolves are too clever. God Feng, please do not fire a shot. It would completely expose our position. Will Lung Yu's moaning be heard? This cave seems peculiar. It's evident that someone has dwelled here. No time for such thoughts. We must evade the wolves first. In the broadcasting room, Chunyi clenched his fists. The current situation was exceedingly perilous. A wolf's sense of smell is 1,000 times stronger than that of a human, making it nearly impossible to mask the scent of blood and the human presence. Shun Shui bit her lip. Then they can only pray for a miracle. Outside the cave, a gray wolf cautiously approached the entrance. Its moist nose twitched in the air, capturing any suspicious scent. Qin Feng could hear its heavy breathing and even feel the wild aura emanating from it. It was too close, less than 3 meters. Just then, Lung Yu twitched due to her fever, letting out a faint sound of discomfort. The gray wolf instantly perked up its ears. It had heard her. Qin Feng's heart nearly ceased to beat, his finger already poised on the trigger. The gray wolf slowly edged closer to the cave entrance, its green eyes gleaming in the darkness. Just as it was about to poke its head inside, a woo, a distant howl from the lead wolf called out. As if sensing a new prey, the gray wolf hesitated for a moment, but ultimately turned and ran towards the lead wolf. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, cold sweat soaking his back. That was too close. Once he confirmed that the sounds of the wolves had completely receded, he dared to reignite the flint, using the faint spark to inspect the cave's interior. What he discovered only reinforced his earlier conclusions. Deep within the cave lay a rudimentary stone hearth, showing signs of prior use. Beside it were neatly stacked dry twigs, evidently prepared by someone. More importantly, he found a battered tin can in a small crevice of the cave wall, remnants of herbal fragments still lingering within. Someone has resided here, albeit for a brief period. Chapter 38. Someone is feeding the wolves. Qin Feng observed the meticulously constructed stone stove and the neatly arranged firewood, both exuding an ambience of precision bordering on obsessive. His brow furrowed slightly. This style resembled that of a soldier, or perhaps. At that moment, Lung Yu convulsed again, beads of cold sweat streaming down her face as she bit her lip, moaning in agony. Qin Feng's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by her pained gasp, and he swiftly turned to assess her condition. Lung Yu, wake up. He gently patted her cheek. Can you hear me? With great difficulty, Lung Yu's eyelids fluttered, managing to open a narrow slit. I'm so cold. Despite her alarmingly high fever, she claimed to feel cold. This indicated a severe disruption in her temperature regulation due to high fever, a situation more dire than he had anticipated. Qin Feng promptly retrieved the bear hide and draped it over her, then turned to ignite a fire. The dry wood in the cave was evidently prepared with care by the previous occupant, making it easy to ignite. He drew his dagger and struck it against the flint with force. With a swift spark, the orange flame illuminated the entire cave, and the warm waves dispelled the damp chill lingering in its depths. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, comments erupted. Wow, Feng Shun's fire-starting skills would earn praise from the Yi. Lung Yu's complexion is terrifying. If this continues, she'll be lost. Without antibiotics, this kind of wound infection is essentially a death sentence. In the broadcast studio, host Shun Shui anxiously fixated on the screen. Teacher Chun Yi, Lung Yu's condition is perilous. Chun Ye's expression grew grave. In the absence of antibiotics, the mortality rate from such a severe infectious fever was alarmingly high. All Qin Feng could do now was to physically lower her temperature and maintain her fluid balance. The cave's layout suggested that the previous occupant was of East Asian descent, living a highly regimented lifestyle. Chun Yi pointed to the stone stove on the screen. This construction method is something I've seen in Japan. It's likely a contestant from Yamato. Once the fire blazed, Qin Feng immediately began tending to Lung Yu's wound. He used a small knife to cut open her pant leg, revealing a gruesome arrow wound on her thigh. The area around the wound was severely inflamed, with yellow-green pus seeping out. Bear with it. Qin Feng rinsed the wound with water, causing Lung Yu to arch her body in pain. Yet she gritted her teeth, stifling any screams. You shouldn't worry about me. Her voice was faint. This kind of infection in the wilderness is a death sentence. Don't speak. Conserve your strength. Qin Feng did not lift his gaze, continuing to cleanse the wound. His movements were gentle, yet each touch elicited fresh beads of cold sweat from Lung Yu. After managing the wound, he applied a damp cloth to cool her down physically. The woman drifted in and out of consciousness, her fever rendering her dazed. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Qin Feng instantly became alert, standing up and gripping his pistol, aimed toward the entrance. The footsteps were light, yet they resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. They were not the sounds of a wolf pack on four legs, but rather the unmistakable tread of a bipedal human. Moreover, judging by the rhythmic cadence of the footsteps, the newcomer appeared to be in high spirits, even softly humming a cheerful tune. Qin Feng pressed himself against the cave wall, gradually inching towards the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, a man of modest stature was seen approaching, carrying a dead rabbit on his back. Dressed in a windbreaker and wielding a rudimentary bow and arrow, he bore a contented smile. Undoubtedly, he was from Japan, with his distinctly East Asian features and somewhat unsavory appearance. Qin Feng instantly identified the intruder. Goodness, a Japanese contestant. Ha! This little brat has no idea his lair has been claimed. Look at the smug expression on his face. He probably thinks he is in for a rabbit feast tonight. The Japanese audience must be frantic, unable to warn him. Meanwhile, the Japanese livestream was in an uproar. Tanaka-kun, be cautious. There's an enemy in your cave. Damn those Dragon Country folks for seizing our territory. Run, Tanaka. That Dragon Country person has a gun. Why can't we communicate now? We have to wait until tomorrow. Tanaka-kun is about to be ambushed. How infuriating. Outside, Ichiro Tanaka hummed his tune, reveling in his good fortune. Today's catch was splendid. A plump rabbit was more than enough for a delightful meal. He had been residing comfortably in this cave for several days, with ample water, firewood, and splendid seclusion. Tonight, roasted rabbit paired with wild vegetable soup would be perfect. If only he could capture a Chinese woman to serve him, it would be even better. Speaking to himself in Japanese, a lewd grin crept across his face at the mention of women. Within the cave, Qin Feng witnessed this scene unfold, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. This Japanese contestant had evidently been here for quite some time, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. His relaxed stride suggested he was still oblivious to the presence of the wolf pack. As Ichiro Tanaka bent down to enter the cave, a distant howl pierced the night. Suddenly, he froze, his smile vanishing. Slowly, he turned his head toward the source of the sound. Under the moonlight, a myriad of green eyes emerged from the woods. A pack of wolves. No, it can't be. Tanaka's voice trembled. How could there be a wolf pack here? He attempted to flee, but the wolves had already encircled him. The lead wolf stepped out from the trees, its gray fur illuminated by the moon, exuding an aura of authority. Ha ha ha! The retribution has arrived. The wolf pack has done splendidly. They are avenging us. In the Japanese live stream, Tanaka-kun, run. This is the wolf pack chasing those two from the Dragon Country. How infuriating. We've been betrayed. It's all that Dragon Country person's fault. They lured the wolves. How vile. Those insidious and cunning Dragon Country folks. Inside the cave, Qin Feng observed everything with a cold detachment. Tanaka raised his bow and arrow, his hands trembling incessantly. Faced with a dozen ferocious wolves, a mere makeshift bow and arrow were utterly futile. Help me, he pleaded in broken English. The wolf pack began to close in. The leading giant wolf emitted a deep growl, to which the rest of the pack immediately responded, creating a cacophony of howls that echoed through the night. Ichiro Tanaka was utterly overwhelmed. He discarded his bow and arrows and turned to flee toward the cave entrance. However, the wolves were swifter. A gray wolf lunged from the side, its sharp claws raking 3 bloody gashes across Tanaka's back. He let out a harrowing scream and collapsed to the ground. No, please don't kill me, he cried in Japanese, desperately crawling toward the cave's mouth. Blood streamed from his back, glistening ominously in the moonlight. The pack did not kill him immediately. Instead, like cats toying with a mouse, they relentlessly inflicted wounds upon him with their claws and teeth. Each assault was perfectly timed, causing agony without delivering a swift death. These wolves are too cunning, relishing the torment of their prey. Now the little devil knows fear. This is retribution. The wheel of fate turns justly. Ha ha! There's still a chance to crawl into the cave and meet Feng Shun. Finally, Tanaka reached the cave entrance, summoning his last ounce of strength to attempt to squeeze inside. But at that moment, a massive wolf paw pressed down upon his head. Ak-hak! The sound of his neck being wrenched apart reverberated through the night, then abruptly ceased. Blood splattered against the rocks at the cave's mouth, starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Tanaka's body twitched a few times before falling completely still. The pack circled around the corpse, sniffing before they began to tear into it. The metallic scent of blood quickly filled the air. Inside the cave, Qin Feng observed the scene with an impassive expression. The death of Ichiro Tanaka stirred not a single ripple within him. In this brutal world, mercy equates to cruelty toward oneself. Moreover, the demise of this Japanese man alleviated a substantial nuisance for him. The wolves now had fresh prey and would not disturb them for a while. What is going on? Lung Yu, sitting by the fire, no longer trembling, groggily inquired. Is there danger outside? It's nothing. Just continue to rest, Qin Feng replied, lowering his head to add more kindling to the fire. He took out bear meat to roast and set a pot over the flames to prepare a hot soup. Speaking without turning back, his tone flat. There are good souls helping us feed the wolves. Chapter 39. Honey-glazed roasted meat in the cave. Other nations are anxious. Within the stone cavern, Qin Feng sat beside the crackling fire, his drenched garments gradually drying in the warmth. Vapor rose from the fabric, dissipating into the balmy air. He removed his outer coat, wringing it forcefully, droplets splattering onto the stone floor beneath him. Exhaling deeply, Qin Feng savored the long-awaited warmth enveloping his entire being. After fleeing throughout the night and repeatedly submerging in the frigid stream, his taut muscles and nerves finally began to unwind. He retrieved some bear meat from his backpack, slicing it into evenly thick pieces with his knife. The meat was a vibrant red, its marbling distinct, exuding a subtle metallic scent. Skewering the slices onto sharpened sticks, he positioned them over the fire, rotating them slowly. As the fat met the flames, a vigorous sizzle erupted, and the aroma of roasting meat began to permeate the cave. Carefully, Qin Feng unveiled a portion of honey wrapped in leaves, relieved to find that most of it remained intact. Thank goodness, it hadn't been in vain. A smile broke across his face as he observed the honey's usability. The heat caused it to caramelize rapidly, forming a glossy glaze atop the meat. The mingling scents of savory meat and sweet honey, combined with the smoky essence of burning wood, created an exquisite olfactory symphony. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his throat constricting as he glanced towards the opposite side of the fire. The woman lay quietly upon the bare skin, her fever subsiding, breaths now steady and prolonged. The flickering flames illuminated her features, softening her striking visage. She had made it through. A wave of relief washed over Qin Feng. In this harsh wilderness, saving a compatriot, especially such a remarkable comrade, instilled within him a long-lost sense of fulfillment. The enticing aroma of the roasted meat intensified, its exterior transformed into a delectable golden hue. With a deft flick of his knife, he cut off a small piece, blowing away the steam before placing it into his mouth. The crust was crispy, tinged with a hint of sweetness from the honey, while the interior remained tender and juicy. As soon as his teeth sank in, the rich juices burst forth upon his tongue. It was truly a delight. This was the most satisfying and delicious meal he had enjoyed since arriving in this desolate expanse. Tomorrow, he should be able to check in, he mused while chewing. According to the system's pattern, he would likely receive new rewards. What would they be this time? He reflected on his previous rewards: master-level environmental perception and M1911 pistol. Each had saved his life at critical moments. He hoped for something even more practical this time: medical skills, or perhaps a more formidable weapon. As the number of enemies continued to grow, his gear must keep pace. His gaze sharpened as he turned towards the cave entrance. The sounds of wolves tearing at the corpse in the field had faded, leaving behind only the mangled body and the torn backpack of that Japanese individual. Though in tatters, it might still contain useful items. Norus. Suppressing the urge to venture out and scavenge, Qin Feng decided to wait until dawn, when the wolf pack had completely departed. Safety, after all, was paramount. The firewood crackled softly in the hearth, and the cold moon turned in her slumber, emitting a faint murmur. Qin Feng silently admired the woman's remarkable constitution. Had she been an ordinary person, such an infection would have surely claimed her life by now. In the warm embrace of the cave, he relished this rare moment of tranquility, unaware that a tempest was brewing around him, one that would engulf the Dragon Kingdom. Countless eyes fixated on the live broadcast, where a number flickered incessantly. Time until communication opens: 5 hours, 12 minutes. In the Lighthouse Nation, within the vast octagonal command center, hundreds of high-definition screens displayed real-time footage of contestants scattered across the wilderness. On the central screen, Qin Feng's profile was visible, serenely roasting meat. Damn yellow-skinned monkey! General Harris slammed his fist on the table, causing the military tablet atop it to black out instantly. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the screen. He has already slain several of our elite. The man seated at the head of the table, Commander John, slowly turned, his voice low and frigid. Anger will not resolve our predicament, Harris. What we require are analysis and strategy. What do you propose we do? Harris seethed, unable to bear the thought of allowing that Dragon Kingdom man to continue slaughtering their ranks. John approached a large map, tracing his finger over it. Brown is in the northern grasslands. William in the southern marshes. He named several contestants from the Lighthouse Nation, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The moment communication opens, convey my orders. All contestants from the Lighthouse Nation, regardless of their location, are to regroup in the central mountainous region. He glared fiercely at everyone present, his voice turning even colder. Inform all contestants that upon encountering any Dragon Kingdom individual, they are to kill without hesitation. No captives, no interrogations, just eliminate. Meanwhile, in the land of the rising sun, the atmosphere in the Prime Minister's emergency conference room was stifling. Around the massive round table sat a dozen high-ranking officials, each face marked by fury and resentment. Tanaka is dead. Matsushita and Little Bezaichi are dead. A trembling voice from one of the officials echoed, the report paper quivering in his grasp. They were torn apart by the wolf pack. The scene was unbearable. Bakayuru. The Prime Minister abruptly stood, his face ashen. He was a short, lean man, roughly 5 feet tall. This is all the doing of that Dragon Kingdom man. Had he not drawn the wolf pack, Tanaka would still be alive. An elder advisor cautiously suggested, what matters most now is the protection of the remaining contestants' protection. The Prime Minister paced the room, his agitation palpable. What we seek is not mere protection. We demand vengeance. He abruptly turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Tanaka-kun is a warrior of our great Yamato nation. His death cannot be in vain. What should we do then? The moment communication resumes tomorrow, the Prime Minister articulated each word with gravity. All Yamato participants must eliminate those from the Dragon Nation at any cost. But, Prime Minister, that Qin Feng is formidable and armed. One of the officials interjected. Our competitors may not stand a chance. Then we shall unite. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth. The Beacon Nation, the Stick Nation, all of them harbor animosity towards the Dragon Nation. We can forge an alliance. He approached the window, gazing into the distant night sky. The Dragon Nation must pay the price. For Tanaka-kun, for the vengeance of our fallen comrade, we shall seek retribution. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation, in the Devil's City, the conference room was brightly lit, with high-ranking officials from a dozen nations gathered around an oval table. The atmosphere was exceedingly tense. The defense minister spoke gravely. A thick dossier of intelligence spread before him. According to our analysis, once communication resumes tomorrow, it is highly probable that various nations will unite against our participants. Is there concrete evidence? An official inquired. Comrade Qin Feng's performance has been too exceptional, posing a serious threat to the interests of other nations, the foreign minister replied, flipping through the documents. Especially as he has consecutively eliminated foreign competitors and triggered multiple tenfold returns, which has left other nations on edge. What is the current distribution of our participants? Based on a live broadcast analysis, the intelligence minister pointed to the map on the large screen. Qin Feng and Lungyu are located in the central mountainous region, while Wang Xian has discovered iron ore in the eastern plains. The other participants are spread out and would find it challenging to regroup in a short time. The officials pondered for a long moment. What message should we convey once communication resumes tomorrow? First, the defense minister stated with seriousness. We must warn all participants of the hostility from other nations, urging them to remain vigilant. Second, we should instruct them to rally towards Comrade Qin Feng as much as possible. Unity is strength. Third, if they encounter attacks from foreign participants, they must show no mercy, strike when necessary. And one crucial point, the highest authority added with unwavering determination, we must convey to Comrade Qin Feng that all won. 6 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation stand behind him. He should bear no psychological burden and pursue his actions freely. Understood. Chapter 40, Masterful Forging. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the cave entrance, Qin Feng, who had spent the night in restless wakefulness, rose to his feet and stretched his stiff limbs. Stepping outside, he inhaled a deep breath of the refreshing air, instantly feeling a sense of clarity as his senses awakened. Where in the city could one find such pristine air? Exhilarating. He let out a heartfelt exclamation, surveying his surroundings. The wolf pack had vanished without a trace, leaving only a dark stain of blood on the ground nearby. The backpack of the Japanese contestant lay in tatters, and, as Qin Feng approached, he used his entrenching tool to sift through its contents, which were scattered across the ground. Among the debris, he found a damaged bow, its frame shattered and rendered useless. A standard-issue dagger of decent craftsmanship that could serve as a reserve weapon, and a military compass, its needle still oscillating with precision, an essential item. Well, I did not expect that little rascal would choose a compass. Qin Feng nodded appreciatively, and finally, he discovered a medical kit. He held little hope for it, as such basic kits typically contained only bandages and antiseptic. Upon opening it, he confirmed his suspicions. Just as he was about to close it, his fingertips grazed a hard edge. He peeled back the gauze to reveal a tablet, individually wrapped in foil, quietly resting at the bottom of the bag. Engraved upon it were tiny letters, amoxicillin. Qin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. Antibiotics. In this untamed wilderness, such a commodity was worth its weight in gold. An elixir for treating wound infections. What a delightful surprise. He carefully stowed the tablet away and turned back toward the cave. Inside, Lungyu had awakened, leaning against the stone wall. Though her complexion remained pale, her eyes had regained their clarity. Glancing down at the wound on her thigh, She noted that Qin Feng had tended to it with great skill, yet she could still feel a burning pain deep within, accompanied by waves of weakness coursing through her body. Awake? Qin Feng's voice broke the silence. Yes. Lung Yu nodded, softly inquiring. What do you have in your hand? Qin Feng offered her the antibiotic. Take this, and I will prepare some roasted meat for you. Lung Yu accepted the capsule, momentarily taken aback. Antibiotics? Where did you find this? It was left behind by that Japanese fellow, Qin Feng replied as he began to rekindle the fire, regarding it as an unexpected boon. Being a professional soldier, she understood the invaluable nature of antibiotics in the wild and was astonished that Qin Feng would so readily offer it to her. She cast a deep glance at him, refraining from further inquiries, and promptly swallowed the tablet. A sudden, untimely rumble emanated from her stomach, yet Lung Yu maintained her composure, calmly suggesting, I still have some jerky in my backpack. Let us partake of it. This jerky, crafted from the wild rabbit she had previously hunted, had been something she hesitated to consume herself. She pondered that he, too, must have had little meat in this wilderness. As she contemplated, Qin Feng, upon hearing her words, subtly curved the corners of his mouth, turning to the fire. Allow me to prepare something delightful for you. He retrieved thick slices of bear meat from his backpack, skillfully skewering them onto a stick, and then produced a large, glistening chunk of honey, meticulously spreading it over the surface of the meat. The delightful aroma of the meat blended with the sweetness of the honey, once again enveloping the entire cave. Lung Yu was utterly taken aback, her eyes widening as she observed Qin Feng's fluid movements and the beautifully roasted, glistening bear meat. Glancing over at the remaining honey on the leaves, her mind momentarily faltered. Wait, this is bear meat? And honey? Her voice was parched. The capabilities of this ordinary university student had left even her, a special forces commander, astounded. She had believed that her consumption of rabbit meat was impressive, only to discover that Qin Feng had already begun roasting bear meat with honey. She fell silent. A few days ago, I happened upon a bear and took the liberty of extracting a beehive, Qin Feng replied casually, without turning around. Lung Yu scrutinized the man before her. Apart from his slight handsomeness, he appeared utterly unremarkable. She found it difficult to fathom how he managed to hunt a grizzly bear. At that moment, both of their wrist-worn, live-streaming watches emitted a faint vibration simultaneously. Supreme command of the Dragon Nation. To all Dragon Nation participants, the current situation is exceedingly dire. There are signs of a coalition among the Lighthouse Nation, the Yamato Nation, and the Stick Nation, whose high-ranking officials have issued hunting orders targeting our participants. Once communication is re-established, they will consolidate their forces to hunt down isolated participants. Current order. All participants are to abandon their current tasks immediately and converge at all costs towards the central mountainous region where Qin Feng and Lung Yu are located. Repeat, converge immediately. Attachment. Known intelligence on enemy elite participants. Additionally, to Comrade Qin Feng, your performance has been witnessed by the entire nation. Proceed without hesitation. Behind you stands the entirety of the Dragon Nation. The message was lengthy and dense with information. The next communication would not occur for another week. After Lung Yu read the message, her expression grew gravely serious, her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. It seems we have become targets, she stated firmly, her tone carrying a hint of excitement that even she did not fully recognize. As a soldier, her heart naturally yearned for the chance to vanquish foes in service of her country. A target could easily transform into a hedgehog bristling with arrows. Whoever approached would meet their demise. Qin Feng handed her the roasted meat, a glimmer of cold determination flickering in his deep-set eyes. First, consume some food to regain your strength. We must seek a suitable location nearby to establish a sanctuary, welcoming our compatriots as well as our adversaries. Lung Yu cast a deep glance at him, signifying her agreement. After all, she was well aware of Qin Feng's remarkable individual prowess. As Qin Feng contemplated the subsequent plans, a voice, audible only to him, resonated within his mind. Ding! The host has survived in the wilderness for 7 consecutive days, meeting the sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign it immediately? Here it comes. Qin Feng rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. I shall venture outside to familiarize myself with the surrounding terrain, preparing for the construction of the sanctuary. Lung Yu, engrossed in the honey-roasted bear meat before her, merely responded with a nonchalant not paying it much heed. Stepping out of the cave, Qin Feng sought a secluded thicket away from the cave entrance, ensuring that no one was around before quietly commanding his watch. Close the live stream. Live stream has been closed. Time remaining, 2 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine reward. Master level forging. Boom. An overwhelming torrent of unimaginable information surged into Qin Feng's mind. From the crafting of primitive stone tools to bronze smelting and the art of tempering steel. Methods for identifying various ores, controlling the temperatures of different fuels, the timing for quenching, and the techniques of forging. The wisdom of countless ancient artisans, combined with the precision of modern industrial metallurgy, melded seamlessly. In his mind, a multitude of blueprints emerged. Razor-sharp tang swords, indestructible heavy armor, intricate chain traps, labor-saving pulley systems, and even semi-automatic crossbows capable of launching bolts. In an era devoid of firearms, the lethality of such devices is beyond imagination. Just envisioning the creation of dozens of these, each Dragon Kingdom participant wielding one. The spectacle, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a confident smile spreading across his lips. A united assault? Excellent. Let me show you what a torrent of steel truly means. Chapter 41. Movements of Various Nations. Qin Feng gathered his thoughts and turned back towards the cave. Inside, Lung Yu had finished a piece of honey-glazed roasted meat and was meticulously polishing an arrow shaft with a dagger, smoothing its surface for a steadier flight. Like a machine, she allowed herself no respite. Upon hearing footsteps, she lifted her gaze, her eyes briefly scanning Qin Feng's face, pausing slightly. After just a moment away, she sensed an inexplicable change in the man before her. We must depart swiftly to find a suitable location to establish our sanctuary for the Dragon Nation. Lung Yu spoke first, her voice cold yet resolute. Your injury. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, concerned that her wounds might worsen. It is but a trifling matter. Do not worry, she interjected, waving her hand dismissively. Supporting herself against the stone wall, she stood up, though her movements were somewhat stiff. Her gaze held no hint of weakness. The enemy is gathering. With each minute we delay, the danger increases, not just for us, but for our compatriots as well. Qin Feng met her unwavering gaze and nodded solemnly. He understood that for a true warrior, waiting is the most excruciating torment. Very well, let us proceed. Without further words, the two hastily packed their belongings. Qin Feng repackaged the remaining bear meat, honey, medicinal supplies, and other acquired provisions. Their backpacks bulged and felt exceedingly heavy, yet each item was a guarantee of survival. Meanwhile, Lung Yu meticulously checked her gear. Arrows, dagger, rope, each item was polished to perfection. Exiting the cave, the two headed north, guided by the compass. The location of their sanctuary must be defensible, ideally shielded by natural barriers, and equipped with a stable water source. Above all, it must offer ample concealment. As Lung Yu walked beside Qin Feng, she surveyed the terrain while articulating her professional insights. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the distant, undulating mountains, and he added in a steady voice, it should also have mineral deposits. Minerals? Lung Yu paused, tilting her head in confusion, her clear eyes reflecting her bewilderment. Yes, mineral veins, Qin Feng replied, offering no further explanation but speaking with an undeniable authority. Iron ore or copper ore, the more, the better. Lung Yu regarded him thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. During their time together, she had come to fully acknowledge his capabilities. If he deemed iron ore essential, it must undoubtedly be a crucial element of his plan. Meanwhile, in various corners of the vast wilderness, the participants of the Dragon Nation, having received their orders, were advancing towards a common destination. Some bore numerous injuries, while others were gaunt from hunger, Yet for the sake of the Dragon Nation, they pressed on with unwavering determination. The entire Dragon Nation rallied through bullet screens, continuously cheering and encouraging them. Among them, a muscular man with a fierce countenance was extracting a military dagger from the neck of a wild boar, shaking off the blood. Damn it! No trigger for the 10,000-fold return. What wretched luck! He is Wang Ming, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom and a former Marine Corps soldier. Wang Ming glanced at the command on his watch, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. Qin Feng, Lung Yu. Intriguing indeed. A spark of excitement glimmered in his eyes, akin to that of a chess player facing a worthy opponent. I am eager to discover who possesses such significance that they command the attention of the higher-ups. I hope they are not merely all talk. He swiftly severed 2 hind legs and hoisted them onto his shoulder, orienting himself before striding purposefully toward the central mountainous region, near the edge of a swamp. There, a delicate figure was crouched in the mud, cautiously digging for an edible plant root. Once a dazzling star in the limelight, Lin Yihan now bore a face smeared with dirt, her attire tattered by thorns, in a pitiful state. Yet, her gaze remained resolute. She had not succumbed to despair. She too had seen the command on her wrist, Qin Feng. She whispered the name, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Lin Yihan understood that alone she could not survive long in this wretched wilderness. Drawing closer to them was her sole path to salvation. She stuffed the roots she had unearthed into her mouth, assessed her bearings, gritted her teeth, and began her arduous trek toward the mountains that promised hope. Danger was also amassing. In an expansive river valley, a campfire blazed as 7 or 8 figures huddled together. They were well-equipped and exuded an air of arrogance. The emblems of the Lighthouse Nation and Yamato Nation prominently displayed on their arm patches. Leading them was Kane, the elite contestant who had narrowly escaped Qin Feng's gunfire. Beside him stood a sinister man clad in traditional attire, wielding a katana, Miyamoto Musashi. The command had been confirmed. Those rats from the Dragon Kingdom were converging on the central mountains. Kane, observing the message from the Lighthouse Nation on his watch, scoffed. Do they think they can huddle together for warmth? How naive! The terrain there is intricate, perfectly suited for us to encircle and eliminate them. This time, I shall make that fellow named Qin Feng kneel before me and personally lick my shoes clean. Miyamoto Musashi, methodically polishing the blade with a piece of white cloth, spoke in a voice as grating as sandpaper. Kane-kun, your thirst for vengeance is rather vocal. It may cloud your judgment, you know? He paused, lifting his head, a sly and menacing smile creeping onto his face. Moreover, I have already devised a plan. With these words, all eyes turned toward him, each face marked with confusion. Musashi reveled in their attention, forcefully driving his sword into the earth at his feet, hands resting on the hilt as he declared, My comrades, on their way here, have successfully captured a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Just kill that person. Kane was momentarily taken aback, then, with gritted teeth, he roared in fury, the veins on his forehead bulging. His disdain for the Dragon Country people was profound. Miyamoto Musashi let out a low, rumbling laugh. Ha ha, Kane, you still do not comprehend the nature of the Dragon Country folk. Among them are many who fear for their lives. With a little cunning, the dragon individual we have captured will willingly turn traitor for us. Ha ha ha. Kane's rage metamorphosed into a sinister grin as he finally grasped the scheme. What an excellent plot. Truly brilliant. Let us set up camp here and await your companions. In the dense forest, Qin Feng suddenly halted his steps. What's wrong? Cold Moon immediately gripped her bow with vigilance, her body bending slightly into a combat stance beside him. Qin Feng did not respond. He slowly closed his eyes. The sounds of the wind, water, and the breath of the foliage. In that moment, a new awareness enveloped him, a gift from his master-level forging skills, granting him an almost mystical intuition regarding the distribution of various metallic minerals beneath the Earth's crust. The ground transformed from mere dirt and rock into a vast treasure trove, allowing him to vaguely sense where iron and copper lay hidden. Cold Moon stayed alert, bow in hand, maintaining her protective stance beside him. After a brief moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. fixating on a steep mountain peak to the southeast. The mountain loomed like a slumbering black behemoth, shrouded in mist, with a colossal waterfall cascading like a silver dragon, crashing into a deep pool and producing a deafening roar. The exposed rocks of the mountain glimmered with an unusual dark red hue under the sun. "I found it," he stated, his voice calm, yet imbued with a resolute finality. Cold Moon followed his gaze, puzzled. "There? The terrain is treacherous, but isn't it too conspicuous?" "Indeed," Qin Feng replied, a slight smile curving his lips into a fervent arc. "The more conspicuous, the easier it will be for our compatriots to locate it. Not only is there an endless supply of water, but the surrounding forest will provide us with enough fuel for lifetimes." He paused, an involuntary smile emerging on his face. "Most importantly, there lies a vein of red iron or sufficient to arm an entire regiment." Chapter 42, Global Envy. How did they discover such a feng shui treasure? The hematite vein. Qin Feng's words erupted in Lung Yu's ear, and for the first time, her perpetually calm eyes displayed a profound disbelief. A vein? Hematite? How'd he know? From such a distance, could he possibly have seen it with his own eyes? "How do you?" Lung Yu's words lingered on her lips before she swallowed them back. She wanted to inquire about his source of knowledge, but suddenly realized the question bore no significance. Since their encounter, the extraordinary occurrences surrounding this man had been far from few. Drawing a deep breath, she expressed her trust in Qin Feng through her actions. "Let us go." A single word, decisive and resolute. In a live broadcast room, the barrage of comments flooded the entire screen. "Did I just hear something? Hematite, armor regiment. Feng Shun, don't scare me. I'm timid. Can you really see that? Have you opened your heavenly eye?" So, Feng Shun wasn't admiring the scenery. He was actually observing the dragon vein. In the studio, Dongqing and Xiao Sa gaped, unable to close their mouths for a long time. Shen Yi, his face flushed with excitement, had already witnessed countless miracles from this man. Though his voice trembled, it was laced with exhilaration. Look at those peaks and waterfalls, providing an endless water source and natural barrier. Furthermore, the open land is vast enough to accommodate thousands for establishing camps and shelters, as well as cultivating farmland, backed by the forest, fuel, and game about. The two wasted no time, setting their sights resolutely towards the mountain peak. The closer they drew, the more they felt the refreshing mist enveloping them. What a splendid location! Lung Yu gazed at the scene before her, and couldn't help but exclaim. This was a natural circular valley, with steep cliffs rising over 100 meters on the left, a waterfall cascading down, impervious to all but birds. To the right, the soil of the flatland revealed a fertile black hue, overrun with lush shrubs and wild grasses, clearly a prime piece of agricultural land. At the end of the flatland lay an unbroken expanse of primeval forest, towering trees casting shadows that obscured the sky, stretching endlessly. Here, it promised an inexhaustible supply of timber and countless prey. There was but one entrance, the direction from which they had come, a natural fortress. Lung Yu murmured to herself, her eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. As a top-tier special operations commander, she immediately recognized the military value of this location. The waterfall served as a natural moat, with steep mountains flanking both sides, leaving only a broad entrance at the front. By constructing defensive fortifications at this entry point, they would possess an easily defensible and formidable stronghold, with water, land, and forest in now. Qin Feng even mentioned there was a mine. Lung Yu approached a bare rock face, extending her hand to touch the stones that glimmered with a dark reddish hue. The rock was solid and cool to the touch. She scraped at it vigorously with her dagger, and as the stone dust fell, it indeed revealed a rust-like color. She turned to look at Qin Feng, her gaze intricate. Beyond shock and admiration, there lingered a hint of dependency that even she had yet to recognize. "Ah, this must be our homeland, Dragon Country." Qin Feng's slightly weary voice resonated as he set down his heavy backpack and reclined on the wild grass, gazing up at the azure sky, exhaling deeply. He was utterly exhausted. The relentless days of travel and combat, compounded by a lack of restorative sleep, had left him physically and mentally drained. "I need a good rest. Knowing you are by my side, came the voice of Lung Yu, who, surveying her surroundings, grew increasingly satisfied. Unable to remain idle, she began collecting twigs, which would serve as useful fuel. Qin Feng, having rested only briefly, soon joined her. Let us gather as much as we can before nightfall. In the global live streaming room, the emergence of this base sparked a mix of joy and jealousy. Fengshan is incredible. This place can accommodate not just 100, but even 1,000 people. Our Dragon Country contestants are saved. Everyone else, hurry over and help us build a shelter. The audience for Dragon Country was ecstatic, envisioning their compatriots converging here to establish a formidable refuge. However, in the streaming rooms of other nations, a sour atmosphere permeated the air. Superficial grandeur. Such a massive waterfall is nothing but a live target, remarked a commentator from the Yamato nation. Once our warriors gather, this will be their resting place. Indeed, such a splendid location. They do not deserve to possess it. Lord Kane will surely lead our warriors from Beacon Nation to seize it from the Dragon Country. The viewers from Beacon Nation clamored. Exactly. We thank the Dragon Country for revealing this treasure. We shall gladly accept it. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, on a ridge overlooking the waterfall valley, two figures lay concealed among the foliage, observing through binoculars. Clad in utilitarian gray-green camouflage, they bore the insignia of the Swiss nation, a red background with a white cross. Goodness, Hans, do you see that? Is it a mirage? Questioned the younger participant, Leo, lowering his binoculars and rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It is no mirage. It is indeed a waterfall, Hans, the older and steadier of the two, replied as he set down his binoculars, his brow furrowed. I have never seen such a colossal waterfall. It is astonishing. Should we go and investigate? There must be a plentiful water source there, Leo exclaimed with excitement. Hans shook his head, his tone turning grave. The Dragon Country, Beacon Nation, and Yamato people are like rabid dogs, tearing at each other. Our Swiss strategy is to preserve ourselves and survive until the end. That place is a vortex of chaos. Getting too close would lead to our destruction. The excitement faded from Leo's face as he nodded. I understand. So what shall we do? Let's first seek out our companions. Hans commanded decisively, instructing them to engage while we observe the unfolding events. With that, the two silently stowed away their binoculars and, akin to geckos, swiftly vanished into the dense forest along the opposite ridge. In the waterfall valley, Qin Feng did not initially head towards the iron or vein. Instead, he made his way directly to the jade-green pool beneath the waterfall. The processes of forging and tempering are inextricably linked to water, as is the sustenance of everyday life. However, before utilizing it as a source of daily hydration, its safety must be ascertained. He walked along the edge of the deep pool, his steps light, as the water rippled in gentle waves from the waterfall's impact, yet remained crystal clear, revealing the pebbles and swaying aquatic plants below. Several small fish darted joyfully through the water, creating a scene of tranquility. Nevertheless, a slight frown creased Qin Feng's brow. It was too quiet. Aside from the few small fish, such a vast pool exhibited no signs of larger aquatic creatures, which was somewhat illogical. Chapter 43. A Preliminary Trial. Masterful forging demonstrates its might. Qin Feng cast his gaze upon the center of the deep pool, where the water exhibited a profound emerald hue, unfathomable in depth. An almost imperceptible aura of danger emanated from this verdant expanse. What is Fengshan doing? Is he searching for fish? This pool is so crystal clear that it seems one could drink from it. Something feels amiss. Observe Fengshan's expression. He appears to have discovered something. The audience in the Long Kingdom's live streaming room also sensed Qin Feng's unease and began to grow anxious. Qin Feng halted, extending his fingertip to gently touch the icy water. The temperature of the pool was even lower than anticipated. The moment his fingertip met the water's surface, an intense chill surged through him, coursing from his fingertip to the entirety of his being. The alarm of master-level environmental awareness rang fervently in his mind. There is something at the bottom of the pool. Moreover, it is a colossal and exceedingly perilous creature. Qin Feng swiftly retracted his hand and gradually rose to his feet. discreetly retreating several steps to establish a safe distance from the pool's edge. He remained silent, his gaze steadily fixed on the unfathomable depths, while his mind rapidly analyzed the information he had just perceived. The existence of this creature posed a significant potential threat to their future sanctuary. They could not afford to live in constant fear of coming here for water. It had to be eradicated. Yet simultaneously, a bold notion began to take root in his mind. Danger often coexists with opportunity. A creature capable of residing here, deterring other large animals from approaching, is itself a prime resource. Its flesh, hide, and even its bones could yield tremendous value as spoils. More importantly, if they were to successfully hunt it down and trigger a tenfold return, what monumental gain would that entail? Qin Feng pivoted and hastened back to Cold Moon, who was currently clearing the campsite. At that moment, she had cleared an area of over 10 square meters with her machete and was preparing to construct a simple shelter. Upon seeing Qin Feng return so swiftly, with a grave expression, she immediately paused her work. "What is it?" Cold Moon's voice was soft, yet carried a distinct alertness. "There is a large creature in the pool," Qin Feng replied succinctly. Cold Moon's pupils dilated, and she tightened her grip on the machete. "How big?" "I don't know, but it feels at least as formidable as the bear I encountered before." Qin Feng's voice was calm, yet exuded a particular sense of pressure. Cold Moon followed his gaze towards the seemingly tranquil depths of the pool, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her back. She completely trusted Qin Feng's judgment. It had to be dealt with. We must eliminate it. Cold Moon's voice was icy and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. "It is too close for comfort. I cannot sleep soundly with such a creature nearby." I share the same sentiment. A flicker of fervent battle intent ignited in Qin Feng's eyes. "However, it is submerged in water, which would significantly diminish the effectiveness of bows and arrows. We require tools that are more efficient and specialized. Grant me half a day." Having spoken, he grasped the engineer's shovel and strode purposefully towards the mining area. Lung Yu observed his retreating figure, refraining from inquiring about his intentions. She understood that this man was about to embark on yet another miraculous endeavor. Silently, she returned to the camp to continue her work, determined to construct a sturdy temporary stronghold and strategically set up early warning traps to secure a safe sleeping environment for both of them come nightfall. Upon reaching the mountain face, Qin Feng pried loose a chunk of dark red ore, its weight substantial and texture robust. With another stone, he struck it, causing the ore to crack open, revealing a metal-rich interior, hematite, with a grade of approximately 65 and minimal impurities, making it an exceptional iron-smelting material. The knowledge of master-level forging instantaneously provided an assessment. High quality. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. Such high-grade surface mines had long been extinct on Blue Star. Yet here they were abundant. He did not rush to ignite a fire for smelting iron, as that would consume too much time. His immediate objective was to utilize the available resources to craft a weapon formidable enough to contend with the aquatic behemoths. A long spear. He began to scour the vicinity of the mountain face and soon discovered a type of rock even harder and sharper edged. Obsidian. Prior to the Bronze Age, obsidian was regarded as the pinnacle of cutting tools and weaponry materials, capable of achieving unparalleled sharpness with minimal polishing. Selecting a piece the size of a human head, he also found a sturdy river pebble to serve as a hammer. Instead of immediately commencing work, he closed his eyes, envisioning countless scenes of ancient stone masons crafting tools. Each angle of impact, each degree of force, and every choice in flaking stone seemed instinctively etched into his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, now focused and sharp. Thud, thud, thud. The resonant sounds of his strikes echoed through the valley. Qin Feng held the obsidian in his left hand while wielding the stone hammer in his right. Each blow executed with precision. Chips flew as thin, sharp flakes detached from the core, his movements imbued with rhythm, both powerful and delicately controlled. What on earth is Fengshen doing? Crafting stone tools? This skill. He seems more proficient than my second uncle. What does your second uncle do? He carves tombstones for others. Damn. Quiet. Let me quietly appreciate this artistry. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, The audience watched in rapt fascination. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lung Yu had already fashioned a perimeter of makeshift snares and spikes using sharpened wooden stakes and vines around the campsite. Climbing a tree with excellent visibility, she constructed a concealed lookout point from branches and foliage. Without exchanging a word, the two demonstrated the essence of perfect teamwork through their actions. If only there were more Dragon Kingdom people like them. Shelters can be erected instantly. Indeed, however, many denizens of the Dragon Kingdom are already hastening towards this place. In the depths of the tranquil waters, a colossal shadow, sensing the impending threat from the shore, gradually opens its frigid eyes. Time swiftly passes amidst the focused labor. As the golden hues of the setting sun bathe the valley, Qin Feng finally halts his work. He exhales deeply, gazing upon his creation with a look of satisfaction. It is truly impressive. The craftsmanship born of his masterful forging skills is exquisite. Before him lie 3 brand new weapons. Although termed weapons, they are more accurately described as heavy throwing spears, composed of 3 straight, resilient white waxwood shafts and 3 razor-sharp obsidian spearheads. Each spearhead has been meticulously polished, exhibiting a flawless diamond shape, with a sharp tip, blood grooves on either side, and cleverly bound at the tail with a small tuft of feathers to ensure stable flight upon being thrown. Even more crucially, secured behind each spearhead is a robust rope, woven from multiple vines, extending several dozen meters in length. When thrown, regardless of whether it hits its target, it can be retrieved intact. This is no ordinary spear. It is a primitive harpoon capable of hunting whales. Is this a throwing harpoon? Chapter 44. The Giant Bay Crocodile. What on earth is this? Crafted by foam, Shin using stone? You dare to call this a stone tool? The luster, the angles, the streamlined design. As someone involved in industrial design, I am utterly astounded. The most terrifying part is that there is a rope tied to the back of a spearhead. This is nothing less than a primitive version of a harpoon. Professor Chun adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on the close-up of the 3 harpoons on the screen, marveling at their exquisite craftsmanship. Truly, this is a work of divine ingenuity. It rivals the weapons forged by the Vikings. In the valley, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside. He picked up one of the spears, weighing it in his hand to appreciate its impeccable balance, nodding in satisfaction. Lung Yu, bring over the bear meat, he called without turning around. In the wilderness, the temperature fluctuated erratically, causing some of the bear meat to begin spoiling, perfect for bait. As Lung Yu, who was setting traps, approached, her breath caught in her throat upon seeing the 3 harpoons resting quietly on the grass. What treasures! As a top-tier Special Forces operative, her sensitivity to weaponry far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. With just a glance, she recognized the lethal potential of the harpoon. She quickly bent down to grasp one. An immediate heaviness resonated in her palm. When she gently touched the obsidian spear tip with her thumb, a sharp sting coursed through her, and a bead of blood emerged from her fingertip. Wow, that's sharp. Throw 1 piece of bear meat into the pond, and toss the remaining on the shallow bank. We'll wait for our quarry. Qin Feng's voice interrupted her thoughts. Coming back to her senses, Lung Yu followed his instructions, tossing the bear meat into the water. Splash! The bloody bear meat sank beneath the surface, sending ripples outward before the water returned to calmness. The pair stood silently, each holding a harpoon, waiting patiently just a few meters from the pond's edge. As time ticked away, only the thunderous sound of the waterfall echoed through the valley, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Lung Yu's palm began to sweat around the spear. She sensed that although Qin Feng appeared relaxed, his muscles were coiled in a state of readiness, prepared to spring into action at any moment. In a live stream, millions of viewers from the Dragon Kingdom held their breath. Is it coming? Is it about to come? I'm so nervous. I feel like something is staring at me from below. My fear of the deep sea is resurfacing. I can hardly breathe. Suddenly, the previously tranquil waters of the pond began to ripple violently. 1-2. A flurry of tiny bubbles erupted from beneath the surface, as if the water were boiling. In an instant, the bear meat bait was yanked violently away, vanishing from the water's surface. It's here. Qin Feng and Lung Yu's pupils constricted simultaneously. In the next moment, before the astonished eyes of all, an enormous shadow surged forth from the depths of the pond. Boom! The once serene surface of the pond erupted with a thunderous roar. A fearsome and grotesque head breached the water's surface first. It was neither a fish nor a serpent, but a colossal creature of a deep emerald hue, resembling the very essence of rock. A gigantic crocodile, far exceeding any comprehension. It opened its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a full-grown wild ox, revealing a menacing array of interlocking fangs. As its throat contracted, its teeth moved rhythmically, and soon after, its immense body emerged, with robust limbs, a spine adorned with knobby protrusions and jagged armor, and a powerful, thick tail. What manner of beast is this? Is it Godzilla? This size, surely it must measure at least 5 meters long. This is a creature that simply should not exist on Earth. My heavens! In the broadcast studio, young Sa let out a startled exclamation, recognizing it as a saltwater crocodile, also known as the killer croc. Expert Chun Ye's face turned ashen, his voice quivering. This was the largest reptile currently inhabiting our world. Adults can exceed 7 meters in length, with a bite force surpassing 1 ton. It is a true apex predator. The hearts of all viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream surged into their throats. Faced with such a monster, humanity's strength appeared utterly insignificant. The crocodile lingered by the water's edge after consuming the bait, its cold, vertical pupils slowly rotating, ultimately locking onto the 2 diminutive humans on the shore. In its eyes, these 2 beings might well be more delectable than bear meat. Act now, Qin Feng commanded in a low voice, his arm muscles tensing instantaneously, channeling power through his core as the heavy harpoon in his hand transformed into a streak of black lightning, whistling through the air toward the crocodile's neck. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. The razor-sharp obsidian tip merely left a white mark on the crocodile's thick scales before being deflected away. Damn! So tough! Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Just as Lung Yu's attack arrived, she chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, she targeted the relatively softer area where the crocodile's abdomen met its forelimbs. With a satisfying thud, the harpoon successfully pierced, but it lodged only an inch deep, caught in the resilient muscle. Roar! The intense pain ignited the fury of this aquatic overlord. It violently tossed its head, yanking the rope in Lung Yu's hand with tremendous force. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward, nearly plunging into the water. The crocodile opened its gaping maw and lunged at Lung Yu on the shore. Fortunately, she remained composed, swiftly distancing herself from the beast as it missed its target, shaking its head in frustration and snorting through its nostrils. In that fleeting moment of distraction, bang, a sharp gunshot rang out, piercing through the air by the water's edge. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng had drawn his M1911, delivering a precise shot to the exposed left eye of the crocodile. Blood and murky fluid erupted, and the crocodile let out a roar of unparalleled agony, its massive body thrashing on the shore, sending a spray of mud and water flying. Now is the moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng seized the opportunity as the giant crocodile writhed in agony. He raised the final harpoon high above his head, summoning every ounce of strength, and drove it forcefully into the creature's shattered eye socket, piercing its brain like a nail. A dull thud echoed, not the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, but rather akin to puncturing a thick, grease-filled sack. Gripping the spear with both hands, he could distinctly feel the sensation of the tip as it crushed through the flesh like tofu. He did not relinquish his hold immediately. Instead, he exerted his last bit of strength to twist the spear ferociously. A roar, a cacophony of excruciating pain, emanated from the depths of the crocodile's throat. Its massive body stiffened abruptly before plunging into utter madness. The tail, thicker than a barrel, lashed out like a colossal steel whip, thrashing violently against the riverbank. Boom, boom, boom. Earth, stones, and roots were hurled into the air, and the hardened riverbank was pounded into terrifying craters. Lying in wait, Lung Yu barely steadied herself before she was overwhelmed by this cataclysmic force, stumbling back in fright. As her feet slipped, she fell to the ground. Wide-eyed as the massive tail swept past just meters away, the powerful gust it generated stinging her cheeks. Had she been a heartbeat slower, she would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already withdrawn the moment he shattered the crocodile's brain, now half-kneeling 10 meters away, his chest heaving violently, sweat mingling with mud dripping from his brow. The desperate throw had nearly drained him of all his strength. Could it be that this beast would not perish? Chapter 45. Dissecting the Behemoth, a Feast of Crocodile. Qin Feng muttered a low curse, gripping his pistol tightly as he remained vigilant, fixated on the colossal creature that was still thrashing wildly. The once mighty crocodile had succumbed to madness. Blood and white matter poured from its shattered left eye socket, while its muscular tail continued to thrash instinctively against the ground. The live stream fell into a deathly silence as viewers were rendered speechless by the gruesome scene. The raw power emanating from the screen stirred a profound sense of trepidation. After a tense 2 minutes, the crocodile's frantic movements gradually diminished, and the ferocity in its slit-like pupils began to fade. With a final, slight convulsion, the predator that had dwelled in the depths for countless years fell silent. In the valley, only the labored breaths of Qin Feng and Cold Moon could be heard, accompanied by the gentle flow of water in the distance. Ding! Global announcement. Dragon Country contestants Qin Feng and Cold Moon have successfully hunted the crocodile. Congratulations to Dragon Country for triggering a 10,000-fold return. 10,000 ancient crocodiles of the same level have been randomly released into various water bodies within Dragon Country. Warning: this creature is extremely dangerous. Relevant departments and citizens of Dragon Country are advised to take precautionary measures. A mechanical voice echoed in the live streams of all contestants and countries, followed by the collective cheers of the people of Dragon Country. Wow, it's dead. Really dead. Ha ha ha. I can already imagine the expression of the Japanese invaders like they're constipated. Crocodile meat is a great tonic, especially the tail, so gelatinous. When will the country organize a harvest? I'm already salivating. Hey, food lover, the nation has issued an emergency notice, warning residents along rivers and streams to be cautious. The military has been deployed. This is no joke. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations in Dragon Country, other nations' live streams were shrouded in silence. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. How could humans possibly kill such a monster? Haha. We in a motherland found 3 airdrops and didn't even get a gun. Dragon Country is so lucky. Our contestants in the land of the 3 are just meditating in the wilderness, looking for small animals. What the hell are you looking for animals for? Don't think we don't know. In the valley, Qin Feng and Cold Moon exchanged glances, sharing a smile that revealed the fatigue and surprise of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Their efforts had not been in vain. It was finally over. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Cold Moon, forcing herself to rise from the ground, approached Qin Feng, gazing at the crocodile's massive corpse. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness. How? Do we take it back? Qin Feng surveyed the lifeless crocodile, also perplexed. This creature must weigh at least a ton. Even if several strong men would join them, moving it would be impossible. He circled the crocodile's body, striking its dark green scales with a spade, producing a dull thud. Unable to retrieve it, Qin Feng shook his head. Let us process it here. He handed the entrenching tool to Cold Moon, instructing, please retrieve those 2 harpoons while I gather the tools from the camp. This hide is a valuable resource. We must not let it go to waste. Cold Moon nodded and hurried back to the camp to collect all the tools. Soon, the 2 embarked on the monumental task of dissecting the colossal beast. The skin of the bay crocodile was remarkably tough. Qin Feng could only utilize the seized machete in conjunction with a dagger, meticulously slicing and peeling away the hide. Cold Moon assisted diligently, grasping the flayed flesh with both hands. Under the sunlight, their silhouettes busied themselves around the enormous crocodile carcass, their garments dampened by the water, yet their movements remained meticulous. Once the hide was removed, they turned their attention to the crocodile's tail, primarily composed of gelatinous and tender meat. The most delectable part of the crocodile was this moon meat on the tail. As Qin Feng worked, he elaborated like a connoisseur. The flesh is exquisitely tender, devoid of any fishy odor, rivaling the finest steak. How do you know so much? Cold Moon inquired with curiosity. I learned it from television. Qin Feng chuckled, noticing her reluctance to probe further. After all, everyone has their little secrets, don't they? Ultimately, they focused on the succulent meat of the forelegs. Together, they invested nearly 2.5 hours to complete the dissection of the bay crocodile. As for the remaining skeleton and entrails, Qin Feng made sure not to waste them. He buried them on site to serve as fertilizer, for his backpack contained seeds found in the airdrop crate. High-yield, frost-resistant potatoes, fast-growing, drought-resistant corn, and high-protein soybeans. He had devised a plan, designating areas for cultivation. Farming seemed etched into the very genes of the people of Long Country, an instinct they could not forget wherever they went. The two returned to the makeshift camp that Cold Moon had erected, dragging the heavy crocodile meat and skin. The camp was exceedingly rudimentary, merely a slanted shelter formed from a few sturdy branches propped against the mountainside, covered with broad leaves, barely shielding them from the wind and rain. Beside it was a rudimentary fire pit constructed from stones, and apart from that, there was nothing else. Though currently modest, it wouldn't be long before it improved. Take a moment to rest. I shall start the fire, Qin Feng said, placing the crocodile meat down before Cold Moon, whose complexion still appeared somewhat pale. He struck flint to ignite the dry grass, and soon, a bonfire erupted in the valley, with vibrant orange flames dancing, dispelling the chill of the forest and infusing a sense of safety. Qin Feng carved a sturdy branch and skewered a generous piece of fatty, yet lean crocodile leg meat, placing it over the flames to roast. The fat sizzled under the high heat, dripping into the fire and igniting bursts of flames, while a rich, meaty aroma wafted through the air, enveloping them in its delicious embrace. He retrieved a seized iron pot and placed it beside the fire, adding several pieces of bone-in crocodile meat and pouring in some stream water, preparing to brew a pot of hot soup. Lung Yu sat nearby, observing Qin Feng's busy figure, a smile unconsciously blossoming at the corners of her mouth. This man seemed to possess boundless energy and an array of ingenious methods. Being with him always instilled a sense of inexplicable security. Before long, under the scorching flames, the white meat gradually transformed into an enticing golden hue. Drops of fat sizzled in the fire, and the rich aroma of meat swiftly enveloped the entire valley. Qin Feng tore off a generous piece and handed it to Lung Yu, who took a large chunk for herself, savoring the unique texture of the crocodile meat, which lay between chicken and fish, showcasing a delightful chewiness and a distinctive sweetness. Eat up, replenish your strength, Qin Feng mumbled once we finish. Let us organize our supplies and get a good night's rest. Tomorrow will be busy. Lung Yu accepted the meat, blowing on it gently before cautiously taking a bite. An indescribable burst of flavor erupted on her palate. The meat was firm yet tender, imbued with an exceptional sweetness and devoid of the expected earthy taste. This is delicious. It's my first time tasting crocodile meat, Lung Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. The two ceased their conversation, indulging in the steaming crocodile soup while devouring the roasted meat, replenishing the energy they had expended. After finishing the soup, a warm current surged from their stomachs, dispelling the fatigue and chill that had enveloped them. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away in a dense forest, a muscular man with a fierce countenance was laboriously making his way through the underbrush. He was Wang Meng, a former Marine, gathering his strength after days of travel that had left him utterly exhausted, with water and food nearly depleted. Just then, a flicker of firelight emerged through the trees ahead. Could it be Qin Feng and the others? Wang Meng's spirits lifted as he immediately lowered his stance, relying on his exceptional military training to silently approach the source of the light. However, as he drew closer, his heart sank at the sounds that reached his ears. It was not Mandarin. He heard the familiar, arrogant tones of English, along with the cacophony of an irritating language. Wang Meng's heart plummeted as he parted the last thicket before him, and the sight that greeted him was astonishing. By the firelight, a dozen figures were gathered, roasting their catch. Some bore the emblem of the Star-Spangled Banner, while others displayed the flag of Japan. It was indeed Qin and Miyamoto Musashi's crew. Among them, a young man was bound to a tree, battered and barely alive, his face obscured by a black hood, leaving Wang Meng unable to discern his identity. It seemed this group also saw Qin Feng. He realized he had to reach Qin Feng before they did. Just as Wang Meng was preparing to retreat quietly, a vigilant voice suddenly pierced the silence. Who is it? Who goes there? Chapter 46. Organizing supplies and constructing shelter. The sharp and alert shout reverberated like a thunderclap in a serene forest. It was Qin. His piercing blue eyes meticulously scanned the thicket where Wang Meng was concealed. In an instant, the dozen individuals by the fire sprang into action, weapons raised in unison, bowstrings taut, blades unsheathed. Wang Meng's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Discovered, his muscles tensed, and his mind raced frantically within a fraction of a second. To flee? Absolutely not. Rising to escape would render him an easy target. For those arrows were far from harmless. To engage? That would be courting death. What to do? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his temples, as his cognitive processes surged beyond their limits. In this critical moment, Wang Meng's body reacted instinctively before his thoughts could catch up. He remained still, deliberately lowering his heartbeat and breath to their bare minimum. Then, he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and, employing a technique he had practiced thousands of times in the military, forced a stream of air from deep within his throat, producing a remarkably lifelike hoot of an owl. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The sound, sharp and haunting, echoed through the woods. Damn it, just a bird. A competitor from the Lighthouse Nation cursed, relaxing his bowstring. Qin, however, remained furrowed in thought, his keen gaze lingering on the thicket for several seconds, seemingly intent on confirming the source of the sound. At that moment, the Japanese man Miyamoto Musashi, who had been seated cross-legged, spoke up. Qin, excessive vigilance is but a sign of cowardice. After which, he leisurely picked up a piece of roasted meat and began to eat, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding him. Miyamoto's dismissive attitude caused Qin to lower his suspicions. He waved his hand impatiently, signaling his subordinates to return to their previous positions, all the while muttering irritably, "In this cursed place, one can never tell what might emerge. Better to exercise caution." Behind the thicket, Wang Meng's back was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had brushed against the gates of death. Impressive. Brother Meng is truly remarkable. Such a skill in mimicry. What a pity it isn't showcased in a comedy. You nearly scared me to death. My heart almost leapt out of my chest. Wang Meng's mental fortitude is extraordinary. This is what it means to be from Dragon Nation. Unfazed even when faced with calamity. Quickly, let's move. Now's our chance. The audience oscillated between ecstasy and trepidation. Wang Meng did not depart immediately. He lay on the cold, muddy ground, listening intently until a member of the lighthouse team began to share a ribald joke, eliciting a chorus of laughter. At that moment, Wang Meng recognized that the time to retreat had arrived. He pressed his body against the earth, inching backward until he had retreated over 100 meters, completely enveloped in darkness. Only then did he abruptly spring to his feet, feeling the night breeze wash over him, and realized that his clothing was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. With a deep breath, Wang Meng oriented himself and dashed toward the mountainous region indicated in the information. His eyes brimmed with unwavering determination. Qin Feng, Lung Yu, you must wait for me. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away in the waterfall valley, the crackling bonfire dispelled the night's chill, its warm glow comforting. A sumptuous feast of crocodile meat had finally revived the two from their exhausting hunt for the massive beast. We still have plenty of supplies, Lung Yu exclaimed, surveying the array of tools before them. The enormous, intact skin of the crocodile, hundreds of pounds of meat, and the previously accumulated bear pelts along with various weapons were enough to make any competitor envious to the point of madness. Ha. But that also means we become targets for others. As Qin Feng emptied one of the backpacks, he chuckled, the sound echoing as various items scattered across the ground. We need to take stock of what we have. It will make it easier to know what we need later. First came the weapons. Qin Feng placed the silver-black M1911 pistol in the most prominent position, flanked by 2 fully loaded magazines. This was their most formidable weapon, providing a sense of security, although they regrettably had only about 20 rounds left. Next was a high-quality hunting bow seized from Pierre and Ivan, accompanied by a mere 11 arrows, each one invaluable. 3 heavy harpoons, meticulously crafted from obsidian, glimmered with a cold, dark sheen in the firelight, still stained with the blood of the giant crocodile. Then came the melee weapons, a versatile entrenching tool, a German machete they had confiscated, a sharp Swiss army knife, and 2 spare daggers. The sight of the gleaming array of weapons caused Lung Yu's breath to quicken. In the wilderness, their worth surpassed that of gold. As Qin Feng categorized the tools, he noted 4 charred iron pots, a flint, a compass found on a Japanese competitor, and a few small yet practical items, such as a solar charging panel from an airdrop and a multi-functional axe pliers. These 2 items had been retrieved from the airdrop crate. Now, the main event. The pristine skin of the crocodile, resembling a massive carpet, lay spread out on the ground, its dark green scales as hard as iron. As she caressed the crocodile's skin, Lung Yu's gaze burned with intensity. If properly crafted into armor, it could withstand the majority of melee weapon strikes, and even provide a degree of defense against small-caliber bows and crossbows. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. This was precisely what he desired. His master-level forging skills encompassed not only the smelting of metals, but also the intricate processing of natural materials such as leather and tendons. Beside the crocodile skin lay a small mountain of cured crocodile meat, sufficient to sustain the 2 of them for an entire month. Gold and honey was stored in a captured water flask, accompanied by a bamboo tube of precious salt. In terms of medical supplies, they had 2 fully packed first aid kits, invaluable for saving lives. Finally, Qin Feng solemnly presented a small cloth bag. "What is this?" Lung Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. Qin Feng opened the bag to reveal 3 small packages wrapped in oil paper. High-yield, frost-resistant potatoes, fast-growing, drought-resistant corn, and high-protein soybeans. "Seeds," Lung Yu exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with incredulity. "You have these too? The seeds must have been collected from the airdrop box, right?" "Indeed. But why haven't they gone to gather more airdrops? With this equipment and supplies, they could easily arm a squad of 10, couldn't they? While other competitors are fighting tooth and nail for a piece of meat, Qin Feng is already contemplating whether to prioritize agriculture or craftsmanship. That crocodile skin is magnificent. Crafted into armor, Qin Feng would become a war god. Viewers of the Long Kingdom livestream watched the mountain of supplies, feeling as though they too were nestled in that secure valley, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of safety. After tallying their belongings, Qin Feng and Lung Yu exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and a hint of pride. "Let us upgrade our humble abode tonight. It's the perfect time to celebrate." Chapter 47. A Grand Discovery, Kiwi and Tobacco. Upon hearing this, Cold Moon's eyes ignited with interest. Both were individuals of action, ready to proceed without hesitation. Qin Feng rummaged through their spoils and unearthed 2 confiscated thermal blankets. Initial gear, lightweight yet durable, 1 for each of them. "Come, lend a hand," he urged, handing a blanket to Cold Moon. In a few agile movements, he ascended to the rooftop. Cold Moon, equally nimble, followed closely behind. Together, they carefully spread the thermal blanket beneath the existing branches and leaves of the roof, with the silver reflective side facing inward to maximize heat retention within their shelter. Next, they attended to the ground, digging down 20 centimeters and laying a layer of hay and leaves before placing the bare skin atop it to insulate against the dampness from the earth. With a decisive swing of his entrenching tool, Qin Feng plunged the blade into the moist soil, producing a deep, resounding thud. In mere minutes, a flat, shallow pit took shape. He filled the bottom with the dried grass and soft leaves collected earlier, and together they laid the massive bear skin over it. As his hand brushed against the thick, warm fur, a profound sense of security washed over him. Before long, a brand new sanctuary emerged before their eyes. From the outside, it appeared as an unremarkable grass hut, yet within, it was a haven of comfort. The thermal blanket infused warmth into the small space, while the thick bare skin laid upon the leaves offered softness and coziness. The two of them nestled into their refuge, instantly shielded from the chill outside. Not bad. Not bad. Quite comfortable, Qin Feng remarked with satisfaction, clapping his hands together and tossing another log onto the fire. I will keep watch for the first half of the night. You should rest, he told Cold Moon. She did not object, nodding in agreement and leaning against the warm wall, soon drifting into a deep slumber. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, new troubles approached. A faint yet vexing buzzing filled Qin Feng's ears. A few black mosquitoes flitted around his exposed skin like phantoms. Qin Feng frowned, swatting a few away, but more swarmed from the darkness. It appeared that Cold Moon, too, was disturbed in her dreams, shifting uncomfortably, her brow furrowing as she unconsciously scratched her arm. This seemed never-ending. Qin Feng muttered a curse under his breath, rising to scan the nearby thicket by the firelight. There, he had found it. He plucked several broad leaves and returned to the shelter, gently fanning them. After approximately half an hour, he managed to disperse a portion of the mosquitoes within, bringing a semblance of tranquility to the world. Yet, Qin Feng knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. Upon awakening, he would need to seek out items for mosquito protection. He sat quietly at the entrance, the M1911 pistol resting beside him, gazing into the profound darkness outside and listening to the sound of water. In his mind, he was contemplating the vast iron mine, weapons, armor, and traps, as countless forging blueprints and manufacturing plans began to take shape within him. Relying solely on the two of us is too slow. I hope we can hasten the arrival of more compatriots. In the latter half of the night, Lung Yu awoke punctually. The two exchanged positions silently, with Qin Feng leaning against the wall, soon succumbing to sleep. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the mist rising from the waterfall, transforming into a splendid rainbow arching across the valley. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, he found that Lung Yu had rekindled the fire, boiling water in an iron pot, while several pieces of smoked crocodile meat sizzled at the edge of the flames, glistening with oil. Good morning. Lung Yu handed him a bamboo tube filled with water. Qin Feng accepted it, taking a sip. The warm water flowed into his stomach, dispelling the last remnants of sleep. Today, we shall explore this vicinity, Qin Feng remarked, tearing off a piece of crocodile meat and chewing as he spoke. We need to familiarize ourselves with the terrain and identify any usable resources. Additionally, we must uncover all possible entry and exit routes and set up some warning traps. Understood, Lung Yu replied decisively, as this was precisely her area of expertise, setting traps and vigilance, in which she excelled beyond Qin Feng. After finishing their breakfast, they extinguished the bonfire, armed themselves with weapons and necessary tools, and commenced their fundamental exploration of the area. The valley was not particularly expansive, yet its terrain was intricate. They followed the stream upstream, flanked by steep cliffs adorned with vines and shrubs. As they walked, Qin Feng suddenly halted, inhaling deeply as if he had detected something. There was a faint, sweet fragrance in the air ahead. Lung Yu glanced in the direction he pointed and strained her senses, but to no avail. I can't smell anything. Qin Feng offered no further explanation, merely smiling slightly as he led the way toward the cliffside, parting dense ferns and maneuvering around a massive rock. The sight before Lung Yu made her eyes widen in astonishment. On a shaded cliff, thick vines were entwined, laden with numerous fuzzy, egg-sized brown fruits. This is kiwi? Lung Yu exclaimed in delight. It's wild. Qin Feng plucked one, squeezing it gently. The flesh was still hard, not yet ripe, but he could gather a few to allow them to ripen. Just as his fingers touched the fruit, a chilling mechanical voice resonated simultaneously in his mind and the global broadcast. Ding! In the Dragon Kingdom, the contestant Qin Feng stumbled upon a resource of edible wild kiwi fruit. The announcement triggered an explosion of excitement in a live broadcast. Wow! Wild kiwi fruit. This is incredibly nutritious. 10,000 plants. Huh! Will the Dragon Kingdom soon enjoy kiwi fruit abundance? Though not as astonishing as gold mines, This reward brings immense joy. It warms the heart. Across the picturesque, mountainous regions of the Dragon Kingdom, vast expanses of wild kiwi fruit vines emerged, delighting both local forestry departments and residents. While not a strategic resource like gold or iron, it felt like a refreshing breeze, invigorating the hearts of every citizen. The duo collected a bag full of semi-ripe fruits and continued their exploration. By a wetland creek, Qin Feng made another discovery. He crouched down, parting the weeds to reveal a patch of tender green wild vegetables, specifically shepherd's purse. Over there are ferns. Both are edible and simply require blanching for a delicious treat. Cold Moon nodded in recognition, though she admired Qin Feng's ability to spot them immediately and identify the finest specimens. After a fruitful gathering, as they prepared to retrace their steps, Qin Feng suddenly paused, closing his eyes. This time, he detected a scent entirely different, an intriguing aroma, with a hint of spice and a whisper of botanical freshness, intertwined with an indescribably unique fragrance. This scent stirred something deep within the DNA of the seasoned smoker he was. Opening his eyes, he focused on a sun-drenched slope across the valley. "Let's go take a look over there." They traversed a sparse woodland to reach the slope, where they encountered peculiar plants towering over them, adorned with broad leaves and clusters of trumpet-shaped pink blossoms. Cold Moon, intrigued, inquired, "What is this? Is it edible?" Without answering, Qin Feng approached one of the plants, plucking the most mature, broad leaf to inhale its fragrance. Ah, this is the smell. The aroma, both nostalgic and complex, surged into his nostrils. While tobacco, he murmured slowly. "Tobacco?" Cold Moon was taken aback. "What else can this be used for besides smoking?" "The possibilities are vast," Qin Feng replied with a subtle smile, his gaze reflecting a complex glimmer as he regarded the wild tobacco. For others, it might merely be a patch of useless weeds, but for him, it represented not just a luxurious stimulant, but also a treasure of potential. In the wilderness, the value of tobacco is beyond imagination. Dried tobacco leaves steeped in water serve as an exceptionally effective natural insecticide, safeguarding their future crops. It contains alkaloids that, when treated specially, can function as a topical anesthetic and analgesic. Most importantly, during this prolonged and oppressive survival journey, it offers a momentary solace for the spirit. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Is Feng Shun becoming a tobacco enthusiast in the wilderness? Haha, the shift in tone is unexpectedly down-to-earth. A smoke after a meal is better than a divine blessing for our survival expert. Don't joke around. Tobacco is indeed useful. My grandfather used tobacco leaf water to combat pests in a vegetable garden with remarkable results. Wow, so it seems Feng Shun has discovered a pure, natural pesticide. Is he preparing for farming? Qin Feng carefully harvested a dozen of the largest, darkest tobacco leaves and bound them with vines. This time, the system did not emit a notification sound. It appeared that this unconventional resource was not included in the list for tenfold returns. Nevertheless, for him, its value was perhaps unparalleled compared to any previous discovery. With his bundle of tobacco leaves in hand, his spirits soared high. Chapter 48. Constructing a blast furnace by hand. "Let's return," Qin Feng declared, weighing the hefty bundle of wild tobacco leaves in his hands, a smile that could not be concealed gracing his lips. For a seasoned smoker, the allure of this treasure was on par with a succulent roasted bear paw. Lung Yu observed his satisfied demeanor, a hint of amused helplessness flickering in her eyes. Their return to camp was laden with bounty. The kiwi was carefully placed in a corner, awaiting the passage of time for maturation, while the shepherd's purse and bracken were cleansed in the pond, preparing for an evening feast. Qin Feng sat nearby, methodically threading the tobacco leaves with fine vines, suspending them next to the fire at a position that would impart warmth without incinerating them. He watched as the verdant leaves gradually curled under the heat, their color deepening, releasing a subtle yet piquant aroma that eased the tension that had long gripped him. Is this the essence of a man's joy? Lung Yu cast a sidelong glance at the tobacco leaves, succinctly appraising them. Ha ha! Qin Feng chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. His gaze wandered beyond the bonfire, settling upon the dark red stratum of rock on the valley's cliff. Hematite. Lung Yu, I entrust you with lunch preparations and camp vigilance. Qin Feng proclaimed, seizing his entrenching tool, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I am to create something, a most significant creation. What shall you craft? Lung Yu inquired, bemused. Pointing towards a patch of fine, yellowish soil by the stream, Qin Feng replied, a furnace. With that, he fell silent, striding purposefully towards the designated area. In the Dragon Kingdom's streaming room, the audience's curiosity was ignited instantaneously. A furnace? Is Feng Shun preparing a meal? Does he not possess a frying pan? No. Observe his expression. That countenance suggests something far beyond mere cooking. I have a premonition. Feng Shun is about to embark on a remarkable endeavor. Brothers in the front, that is not just a mere endeavor. It's infrastructure. Do you comprehend? The DNA of a construction enthusiast has awakened. I wager 2 tubes of nutritional supplements that he intends to exploit that iron ore. He aims to smelt iron. Within the broadcast room, the 3 hosts' expressions shifted to one of intense focus. Sa Baining stroked his chin, excitedly conjecturing. What could contestant Qin Feng be planning? Is he truly aspiring to commence iron smelting from scratch in this wilderness? Is that even feasible? Dong Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If he manages to accomplish this, it shall stand as one of the most astonishing feats in this national survival endeavor. Chun Yi, the survival expert, shook his head gravely. Theoretically plausible. Yet the challenges are beyond imagination. Smelting iron is no trivial pursuit. It necessitates precise ratios, exceedingly high temperatures, and a furnace capable of withstanding such heat. The very first step, constructing a competent furnace, would suffice to confound 99% of individuals. On the screen, Qin Feng had already commenced his task, utilizing the entrenching tool to excavate the exquisite yellow clay by the stream. The tactile sensation informed him that this fine, adhesive soil was an exceptional material for crafting earthen bricks. However, he did not utilize it directly. Instead, he transported the clay to a flat rock and fetched some coarse sand from the edge of the pond, blending them in a specific ratio. He kneaded and pounded the sand and clay repeatedly to ensure their thorough amalgamation. What was he doing? Why incorporate sand? In an instant, Chun Yi from the broadcasting studio provided a professional explanation. This is to prevent the furnace walls from cracking under high temperatures. Pure clay, when fired, would shrink and develop numerous cracks. The addition of sand as an aggregate significantly enhances the stability of the furnace walls. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng picked up a handful of withered wild grass from the ground, chopped it with a knife, and evenly mixed it into the clay. What was this? Grass fibers? Chen's voice trembled slightly. Clay mixed with sand, and then with grass fibers. This was undoubtedly the quintessential formula for ancient rammed earth walls. Where on earth did he acquire such knowledge? In the global live broadcast room, countless foreign viewers and experts were equally astonished. Oh my God, is this person from the Dragon Kingdom playing with mud? Does he think this is a child's game? Haha, what a show-off. A true warrior only needs a sword. Not to dabble in mud like this. Davarisi remarked. Although I don't quite understand, I sense that this young man is quite impressive. He is devoted to infrastructure. Qin Feng was wholly immersed in his work, his hands caked with mud, as he piled the prepared clay mixture into mounds. He did not use any molds. Relying solely on the incredibly precise blueprint in his mind and his skilled hands, he compacted and shaped the clay. A hollow cylinder gradually took form under his deft touch. With the wall thickness meticulously controlled at around 10 centimeters and an inner diameter of approximately 30 centimeters, ensuring ample space within the furnace while maintaining robust walls. Meanwhile, Lung Yu, after setting up several simple early warning traps around the camp, stealthily ventured into the dense forest deep within the valley, bow and arrow in hand. Although their food reserves were still relatively sufficient, relying solely on them was not a sustainable plan, and she needed to hunt to maintain her combat readiness. The dappled light filtering through the trees made her resemble a phantom, gliding silently among the shadows, her steps light and soundless. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scanning for any signs of movement in the surroundings. Deep within the forest, she suddenly halted, crouching behind a clump of bushes, remaining utterly still. 50 meters ahead in a clearing, A sleek-coated spotted deer grazed peacefully, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Lung Yu slowly raised her longbow, her movements gentle. She did not nock an arrow immediately, but quietly observed the wind direction, calculating the distance. By the stream, Qin Feng used a stick to poke a downward-angled passage into the side of the furnace base. That was a vent. Chen Yi aplaned it. He will certainly need a blowing device to force air in from here, allowing the charcoal inside the furnace to reach the ultra-high temperatures required for smelting iron. As time ticked away, Qin Feng remained engrossed in perfecting his creation, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead and seeping into the earth beneath his feet. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. At long last, a cylindrical earthen furnace, standing approximately 1 meter tall, with an ancient yet impeccably symmetrical design, quietly stood on the clearing by the pond. With a sigh of relief, Qin Feng gazed at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile illuminating his mud-streaked face. This was the cornerstone of his industrial revolution. In that very moment, in the depths of the forest, Lung Yu's gaze sharpened, and his right hand had unknowingly grasped a feathered arrow. The bow was drawn taut, like a full moon. Without a moment's hesitation, the bowstring emitted a deep, resonant twang, and the arrow transformed into a streak of lethal light, accurately aimed at its target. The spotted deer seemed to sense something amiss, raising its head abruptly. But it was too late. The arrow, with a shrill whistle slicing through the air, pierced its eye and traversed the entirety of its skull. Not a single cry of despair escaped its lips before the robust creature collapsed, its legs twitching a few times before falling silent. A single shot to the throat. No, a single shot to the head. Lung Yu slowly lowered his bow and calmly approached his quarry, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Though Qin Feng by the stream and Lung Yu in the forest were separated by great distance, they both completed their endeavors simultaneously. Meanwhile, after a long trek, Lin Yihan unexpectedly reached the waterfall cascading down the mountain peak before Wang Ming, exclaiming in awe at the breathtaking beauty of the place. Could it be that they were there? Chapter 49. The distressed star of the waterfall cascaded like a dragon, thundering down from the dark, verdant cliffs. Lin Yihan leaned against an ancient tree, its bark cloaked in moss, gasping for breath. It felt as though her lungs were ablaze, each inhalation accompanied by a searing pain. Her lips cracked and peeling, revealing layers of white skin. Her outdoor jacket was tattered, torn by thorns, and her trousers were splattered with dried blood and mud, resembling little more than rags. Water, there's water. She gazed at the immense curtain of water plummeting from above, forcing out a few words from her parched throat. For the past few days, the sound of this waterfall had been her guiding beacon, preventing her from becoming utterly lost in the vast forest. In the live-streaming room, Lin Yihan's channel was in an uproar. She's arrived. Finally here. If she takes a few more steps, she'll enter Feng Shan's territory. She can't see the comments. I'm so anxious. Someone tell her. She looks so pitiful. As a grown man, I'm almost in tears. It's truly remarkable that this star has endured so much. Keep going, Yihan. You're not alone in this fight. From her clothes pocket, Lin Yihan retrieved the last 2 sour wild fruits she had found 2 days prior. Initially 5 in total, she had rationed them over 2 days. Gently, she placed one in her mouth, savoring the minuscule burst of tart sweetness as if it were the finest delicacy in the world. Cautiously, she refrained from approaching the waterfall. In this treacherous wilderness, the most beautiful places often concealed the greatest dangers. Water sources indicated the presence of wildlife, which meant more formidable predators and potentially human adversaries. Resting against the tree, she remained vigilant, her eyes scanning her surroundings. Meanwhile, in the valley, the petite figure of Lung Yu was seen dragging a stag taller than herself, emerging slowly from the dense forest. Qin Feng crouched beside a newly constructed earthen stove, feeling the dryness of the walls, when he spotted the prey Lung Yu had brought back. A wave of genuine admiration, even a hint of astonishment, surged from deep within him. He had always known Lung Yu was formidable, but it was only at this moment that he truly grasped the extent of this former Special Forces captain's prowess, single-handedly bringing down a stag nearly her height. Lung Yu dragged the stag to the bank downstream, the blood flowing from its neck tinging the crystal-clear water a faint red. She lifted her gaze and met Qin Feng's eyes, which burned with a peculiar intensity, momentarily taken aback. "Well done." Qin Feng's voice, though not loud, carried an unprecedented gravity. Those 4 words bore more weight than any ornate phrase. Lung Yu nodded silently, and though her face, often frozen in ice, softened slightly, the expression remained stoic. "Ah, I shall keep the deer hide. It will be of use to me." He spoke concisely, and with a subtle nod from Lung Yu. She unsheathed her dagger and began skillfully skinning the sick deer. Her movements were precise and fluid, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Qin Feng then rose, hoisting a spade and 2 burlap sacks, making his way towards the cliff he had long set his sights on. "Oh my, another deer. Too bad I didn't T-trigger the tenfold return." Did you see the expression on Fengshan's face? It's the first time I've seen him with that look. Utter shock. Absolutely shocked. Captain Lung Yu is incredible. That shot completely stunned Fengshan. This is truly our Dragon Kingdom's Valkyrie. The bond between strong individuals. This is the pinnacle of chemistry. I declare the Lung Feng duo officially locked. Obsessing over ships will only lead to your downfall. Those who ship CP, go away. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and arrived at the rock face shimmering with a dark crimson hue. With a vigorous thrust of the spade's tip, a large chunk of dark red stone tumbled down. Ding! Dragon Kingdom contestant Qin Feng has discovered a strategic resource, red iron ore. Triggered tenfold return. Reward: 10,000 large deposits of red iron ore have been allocated to the northwest region of the Dragon Kingdom. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, time seemed to stand still at that moment. The host, Sa Beining, who had just been praising Lung Yu's archery skills, now appeared as if a hand had gripped her throat, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. After a full 3 seconds, red iron ore. He suddenly leapt from his chair, his voice cracking with overwhelming excitement, even tinged with a hint of breaking. 10,000 large deposits of red iron ore. Even Dong Qing, whose countenance was typically calm and composed, now bore an expression of incredulous crimson, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Boom! After several seconds of profound silence, the barrage of comments in the entire Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room erupted like a volcano that had accumulated pressure for a century. What the hell? I must be hearing things. 10,000? Large iron mines? I'm flabbergasted. Northwest. Allocated in the Northwest. Our Dragon Kingdom will never lack steel again. Our industry is about to soar. Woo! As a worker in a steel mill, I am crying, truly crying. You don't understand what this means. This is the cornerstone of our nation. Even the atmosphere within the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom grew exceptionally tense. An elderly general with graying hair stared intently at the real-time geological survey report being transmitted on the screen. His hand, gripping the teacup, trembled uncontrollably. "Report, sir." A young operations officer burst in, unable to contain his joy. The Northwest Military District has urgent news. Overnight, the terrain in the mountainous region of our Northwest has undergone a dramatic transformation. Preliminary surveys indicate that underground, there are at least 10,000 immeasurable reserves of rich iron ore veins. With a clatter, the teacup slipped from the old general's hand, shattering on the floor, yet he remained oblivious. He abruptly stood, tears shimmering in his fierce eyes. God bless the Dragon Kingdom. God bless the Dragon Kingdom. The nation of the Lighthouse has not consistently sung a dirge. Rather, its highest echelons are preparing to engage in trade for iron ore with the Dragon Kingdom using alternative resources. A series of fervent meetings are unfolding within the Pentagon. For this transcends mere resource discovery. It represents a monumental leap in the industrial potential of a nation. They are compelled to react with trepidation. In the Wilderness Valley, Qin Feng merely bent down to pick up a piece of dark red, or weighed it in his hand, and upon returning to the camp, he did not commence immediately. "Cold Moon, assist me in carbonizing." Qin Feng pointed to a pile of hardwood that had long been prepared, instructing her to stack it, apply wet clay over it. Leaving a few ventilation holes, and ignite it for slow burning. This is the rudimentary method of charcoal production, as iron smelting necessitates charcoal rather than ordinary firewood. For charcoal provides a higher and more stable temperature. Cold Moon set aside her task and began constructing the charcoal kiln according to Qin Feng's direction. Their roles were clearly defined, and they worked in perfect harmony. Qin Feng, meanwhile, commenced processing the ore. He poured the ore onto a flat stone slab, wielding a sturdy rock as a hammer, vigorously shattering the larger pieces into smaller fragments, then meticulously breaking them down to fist-sized rubble. The dull yet rhythmic sound of striking resonated through the valley. Having completed this, Qin Feng retrieved the yellow clay he had previously prepared. With deft hands, he fashioned several small items resembling molds. As the audience in the live stream discerned the shapes, they collectively inhaled sharply. Those were arrowhead molds. My heavens! Is he about to mass-produce arrowheads? From mining to smelting iron, then to crafting molds. This is a comprehensive service. This is far beyond mere survival. This is a climb up the technological tree. While others remain in the Stone Age, Feng has already poised himself to enter the Iron Age. Absolutely insane. I shall dub him the first engineer of the wilderness. Qin Feng carefully placed a dozen crafted arrowhead molds beside the fire to bake and set. With everything in readiness and the day waning, wisps of blue smoke began to waft from the charcoal kiln. Cold Moon had processed most of the venison, hanging it on a wooden rack to smoke. Qin Feng cast a glance at the silent earth furnace, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He knew that tomorrow, a spark of industrial fire would ignite in this wilderness. Meanwhile, as the campfire illuminated their surroundings, Lin Yihan was curled up at the roots of a large tree, suffering from hunger and cold. From a distance, she caught sight of that flickering flame, her heart leaping into her throat. Were they humans? Enemies or compatriots? She dared not approach, nor could she move, fixating her gaze on that glimmer of light as if it were the sole beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Chapter 50. The new faces by the campfire. The night breeze was always bitterly cold. Lin Yihan tightened her clothing and wrapped herself tightly in a thermal blanket. Yet the chill still penetrated the fabric, seeping into her very bones. She curled up, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She understood that if she remained in this desolate place, her only fate would be to freeze to death. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else, summoning her last ounce of strength. She clung to a rough tree trunk and tremulously rose to her feet, inching towards the distant flicker of the campfire, step by painstaking step. In a valley campsite, the bonfire blazed vigorously. A large piece of deer leg meat sizzled over the flames, the golden fat dripping into the charcoal, igniting bursts of sparks. Above the fire, Qin Feng had fashioned a rudimentary, triangular smoking rack, upon which strips of deer meat lay, slowly being infused with smoke and heat. The smoked meat would transform into jerky, capable of preservation for an extended period, ideal for sustenance. The rich aroma of the meat mingled with the saltiness of seasoning, wafting through the air, enough to drive any hungry soul to madness. Qin Feng tore off a piece of the perfectly charred, tender deer meat and savored it slowly. The texture was firm, the juices abundant. It was a flavor he knew intimately. He then scooped a generous portion of blanched fern shoots from a nearby iron pot, their refreshing taste perfectly balancing the greasiness of the roasted meat, bringing him comfort. A satisfied sigh escaped Qin Feng's lips. Beside him, Lung Yu ate quietly yet swiftly, clearly famished. Suddenly, Qin Feng's chewing halted abruptly. He lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes piercing the deep darkness at the edge of the campsite. His ears twitched slightly. His masterful environmental awareness had detected an unusual sound. A faint footstep was gradually approaching. Someone was there. As soon as Qin Feng's thoughts crystallized, Lung Yu reacted almost simultaneously. She swiftly set aside her roasted meat, her wrist twisting as she deftly grasped her sharpened spear, muscles taut and ready, her keen gaze locked onto the shadowy area. The two exchanged a glance, a shared uncertainty lingering in their minds. Friend or foe? Qin Feng chose not to conceal himself. In this open space, the campfire blazed brightly. Since the intruder had already approached, hiding would be futile. He gradually rose, seizing his longbow, knocking an arrow against the string. The bow creaked as it was drawn back. The arrowhead aimed precisely at the source of the disturbance in the thicket. Who goes there? Qin Feng's voice was low yet resonant. You have 3 seconds to step forward. Otherwise, you shall remain there forever. In the darkness, a fragile figure trembled violently. Lin Yihan's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. She had heard it, the unmistakable language of the Dragon Kingdom. A compatriot, a profound blend of exhilaration and grievance rendered her momentarily speechless. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as Qin Feng's fingers were about to loosen and the arrow was poised to be released. No, do not shoot. A voice, frail and tinged with sobs, emerged from the shadows, filled with desperation. I am from the Dragon Kingdom. I am also a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. As her words faded, a disheveled figure staggered forth from behind the trees, fearful that a moment's delay might lead to her immediate demise. When the flickering light of the campfire illuminated her face, marred by dirt and streaked with tears, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged. It's Yihan. It's truly her. My heavens. How wonderful. They have finally reunited. I feared Yihan could not hold on any longer. Poor Yihan, at last, she can have a warm meal. Look how emaciated she is. How did she, a singing and dancing star with scarcely any survival skills, manage to endure alone for so many days and find Qin Feng's camp with such precision? It defies logic. Lin Yihan raised her hands high, signaling her lack of threat, trembling violently from weakness and fear. Qin Feng did not lower his bow, but exchanged a knowing glance with Lung Yu. The latter, understanding the unspoken communication, advanced cautiously, spear in hand, and deftly removed the deflated backpack from Lin Yihan's back. She swiftly inspected her for any concealed weapons. Name, number. Lung Yu's voice was devoid of emotion. Lin Yihan shuddered, swallowing hard. Lin Yihan, Dragon Kingdom, number 58. As she responded, she anxiously fiddled with the device on her wrist, eager to validate her identity. Lung Yu leaned closer to scrutinize the displayed number and name, confirming its accuracy before retracting her spear and nodding at Qin Feng. Observing this, Qin Feng gradually lowered his bow, though his vigilance remained intact. How did you find this place? Qin Feng's tone softened slightly, just as Lin Yihan was about to reply. Her gaze drifted beyond the two, fixating on the roasted leg of deer, glistening and dripping with fat over the campfire. Her throat involuntarily convulsed, saliva pooling uncontrollably. She could distinctly hear the rumbling of her empty stomach. Witnessing her nearly faint from hunger, the corners of Lung Yu's tightly pressed lips softened imperceptibly. Perhaps out of instinct as a fellow contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, she refrained from speaking further, turning to quietly wrap a sizzling piece of meat in a clean broadleaf and extending it toward Lin Yihan. Go ahead and eat. Those 3 words shattered the last remnants of Lin Yihan's resilience. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and without regard for the heat, she trembled as she accepted the roasted meat, shoving it into her mouth with abandon. It's hot. So delicious. She devoured her food with an urgency that was both alarming and poignant, tears mingling with the savory juices, leaving her visage smeared and unkempt. Yet she remained blissfully indifferent to her appearance. Within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, Lin Yihan's admirers were instantly moved to tears by this scene. Oh dear Yihan, my beloved Yihan, at last, she has found her kin. Seeing her eat like that has brought me, a grown man, to tears. How has she endured these past few days? Gratitude to Feng Shun. Grateful to Captain Lin Yue. You are Yihan's second parents. This is true kinship. In times of despair, nothing warms the heart more than the simple words, go ahead and eat. Qin Feng observed Lin Yihan as she ravenously consumed her meal, then glanced at Lin Yue, who had reverted to silence, before finally directing his gaze toward the cold, luminous moon above. The increasing number of people in the future suggested a heightened demand for resources. This wilderness held dangers far beyond mere hunger and beasts. It was imperative to swiftly bolster their strength, forge formidable weapons, and establish a more secure refuge. He silently calculated the time. Tomorrow marks the day for system check-ins. What will it reveal this time? Meanwhile, at the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, a young operations officer burst into the conference room, his pallor evident. Report. His voice trembled with barely contained anxiety. The veteran general at the head of the table lifted his gaze and spoke in a grave tone. Proceed. After repeated confirmations, we have determined that our contestant Zhang Pengfei's personal live feed has been fixed on the bark of a tree for 12 consecutive hours without any sign of movement. Continue. The general's fingers drummed on the table, producing a dull echo. We have substantial reasons to suspect that it was the joint team from the Lighthouse Nation and the Land of the Rising Sun that is responsible. The captive they previously captured bears over a 70% resemblance to the missing Zhang Pengfei based on size and clothing details. A profound silence enveloped the command room, the air thick with tension. All understood the implications of this revelation. A living captive was far more terrifying than a corpse. Coercion, seduction, torment, they possessed countless methods to transform a wavering spirit into a dagger aimed at the hearts of their compatriots. How long until the next communication with the contestants? The general's voice grew hoarse. Report. For days remain. For days the general gradually closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a deep concern flickered within them. Let's hope that during these 4 days, they do not find Qin Feng. Chapter 51. The Armed Hunter with an Asian Face. The crackling of the campfire resonated in the stillness as Lin Yihan, after devouring 3 substantial pieces of succulent venison, finally paused her feast. The sensation of fullness enveloped her, an experience unparalleled since her arrival in this wilderness. She leaned against the rough bark of a tree, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Her once enchanting visage, now smudged with soot from the flames, appeared rather disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled with an unusual clarity. Thank you. Thank you all. Her voice, still hoarse, bore a newfound strength. Cold Moon remained silent, simply adding a dry pine log to the fire, which flared up dramatically, emitting a crisp crackling sound. The night in this valley was intensely frigid. Each flicker of flame brought with it a measure of safety. Qin Feng's gaze rested calmly upon Lin Yihan as he spoke. Please, recount your situation. Lin Yihan's body instinctively tensed in response to his penetrating gaze, which made her feel as though her very essence lay bare before him. Steeling herself, she began to share her harrowing tale. I landed at the edge of a marshy area, and by sheer luck, I didn't plunge into it, she said with a wry smile. Initially, I genuinely believed I would perish. There was no food, no water, just an abundance of insects and incomprehensible, eerie sounds. Yet, during the filming of a period drama, I had learned to climb trees for a particular shot. I was particularly skilled, but I managed to ascend. She gestured to her arms, marred with scratches. For the past few days, I relied on that skill to find wild fruits to eat and quench my thirst by collecting dew on clean leaves. Qin Feng and Cold Moon listened intently, fully aware that a celebrity devoid of wilderness survival experience could not endure such an environment for days solely due to fortune. The sheer will to survive was in itself commendable. I encountered others twice. Lin Yihan's voice suddenly dropped, revealing a hint of trepidation in her eyes. What nationality were they? Cold Moon inquired swiftly, recognizing the significance of this information. I don't know. Lin Yihan shook her head. I hid in the tree, too frightened to make a sound. The first time, there were 2 individuals, blonde and blue-eyed, speaking a language I couldn't comprehend. They seemed to be searching for something and left in a hurry. The second time, she inhaled deeply, as if recalling a terrifying memory. There were 3 of them, moving with remarkable speed, much like soldiers. When I spotted them, they were handling the carcass of a wild boar with deft precision. Her voice lowered further, as if fearing eavesdroppers. The crucial point is, I saw one of them with a gun on his hip. A gun. A gun. Cold Moon's pupils dilated in alarm, echoing Qin Feng's incredulous inquiry. Did you see it clearly? What kind of gun was it? Qin Feng's brow furrowed in concern. His M1911 is currently his greatest trump card. If other nations possess firearms, the advantage he has established would be significantly diminished, and the peril within the wilderness would undoubtedly escalate. I'm too far away to scrutinize it closely. Lin Yihan strained to recollect, It was black, seemingly longer than the pistols depicted in films, yet not excessively so. There appeared to be something resembling wood at the front of the gun. They bore Asian features, yet their language was neither that of the Dragon Kingdom, nor of the land of the rising sun, or the nation of the Han. I have heard both of those languages. It was neither the Lighthouse Nation, nor the land of the rising sun, nor the Han Nation. Qin Feng and Cold Moon exchanged a glance, each perceiving the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. This wilderness indeed conceals formidable forces. An unknown Asian group armed with firearms lurks like a beast in the shadows, poised to reveal its fangs at any moment. This intelligence is of paramount importance. It instantaneously altered Qin Feng's assessment of the current situation. He had initially believed that the greatest threat stemmed from the alliance of the Lighthouse Nation and the land of the rising sun. But it now appeared that the true hunters might still be lurking in the shadows. The atmosphere in the valley grew somewhat oppressive. "All right, let's take a break," Qin Feng declared, shattering the silence. "Tonight, we will keep watch. I will take the first half of the night, and Cold Moon will take the second half." He then turned to Lin Han. "You are new here and in a weakened state. Rest for now, but starting tomorrow, you will keep watch from 4 to 6 in the morning." "Understood," Lin Han replied, taking a deep breath and straightening her back. "I won't be a hindrance." She did not wish to be merely a burden, contributing her strength, however insignificant it may be. After her agreement, however, her live stream chat erupted in dissent. "What is happening? Feng Shan, really? Our Han has just escaped death and is exhausted. You expect her to keep watch tomorrow? Is there no humanity in this?" "Exactly. What can a girl do? Isn't Cold Moon the one on watch? Is Qin Feng being too unreasonable? Bullying our Han, is he?" Lin Han's fans quickly became incensed, their barrage of protests flooding the screen. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived as an even stronger wave of comments surged forth. "All you deluded fans, get out. This is wilderness survival, not your backyard." "Well said. Qin Feng is rescuing her. If she doesn't learn to shoulder responsibility, will she be a burden forever? How amusing. Our Han is now the 58th contestant of the Dragon Kingdom, expecting to reap rewards without putting in effort? Dream on. Feng Shan is right. I support you. To hell with you." Those above are truly remarkable, the pinnacle of verbal disdain, a pure delight. The disputes within the live broadcast room are more fervent than those in reality, yet the prevailing opinion is unequivocal. In the wilderness, there exists no distinction of gender or identity, only allies and burdens. Qin Feng's actions have garnered the approval of the vast majority of the audience from Long Country. Meanwhile, Lin Han, at the center of the incident, remains oblivious to the sentiments expressed by her fans. She casts a glance at Qin Feng, then another at the silent, yet imposing Lung Yu beside her, biting her lip as she inquires, "May I begin now? You all seem weary. I wish to contribute to the team." Her gaze, once frail, is now imbued with a resolute determination. Qin Feng, taken aback, observes her closely and thinks, "It appears this celebrity possesses a resilience greater than I had anticipated." "No need," he replies succinctly, opting to conserve his strength and rejuvenate his spirit for the numerous challenges that lie ahead. With that, he turns his attention away from the two, retrieving a large piece of crocodile leather from his backpack, meticulously examining it in the firelight, his mind already crafting designs for leather armor. Lung Yu hands Lin Han a thermal blanket, advising her to rest, assuring her that with Qin Feng on watch during the first half of the night, there is no cause for concern. Her voice retains its coldness, yet Lin Han discerns a hint of care within. "All right," she responds with a firm nod, clutching the blanket as she approaches the seemingly unremarkable shelter. In her mind, it may merely be a makeshift earthen refuge against the wind, yet as she bends to enter, she freezes, the piercing cold of the outside world vanishing as if blocked by an invisible barrier. A wave of dry, warm air envelopes her, imbued with a subtle scent of smoke and dried hay. Lin Han's eyes widen in disbelief. The floor of the shelter has been excavated half a meter deep, covered with a thick layer of soft hay and leaves, yielding a cushioned surface that completely isolates the damp chill from below. At the very top lies an enormous, intact bear pelt, radiating warmth merely by its presence. Within this haven, there is no wind, no dampness, no cold, only an absolute warmth and safety that invites one to shed all defenses. Lin Yihan's nose tingles, tears welling up once more. But this time not from fear or hunger, but from happiness. She curls up in a corner of the bare pelt, wrapping herself snugly in the thermal blanket, relishing the dual warmth emanating from both the ground and the air. This is the most peaceful slumber she has experienced since arriving in this wilderness. As the night deepens, the valley is filled only with the sounds of the wind and the crackling flames. Leaning against a tree trunk, Qin Feng closes his eyes, pondering. Who could the other shooter be? Thailand? Or perhaps a discrete entity from Mongolia? This unforeseen variable cast a shadow over his previously clear plan. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when Qin Feng, having been enveloped by the cold moonlight, emerged from several hours of deep slumber. He extinguished the embers beneath the grill and carefully removed the venison strips that had hung overnight. At this moment, the meat had completely dehydrated, transforming into dark red jerky, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of salt and fat, exuding a hard texture and an alluring smoky aroma. He took a bite to sound crisp and resounding, leaving only a faint imprint of his teeth on the jerky. "How tough it is!" he exclaimed, rubbing his jaw with a somewhat grim expression. He then drew forth a dagger, forcefully slicing off a small piece, savoring its dense, chewy quality. The savory flavor mingled with a hint of woodiness, making it an excellent provision for travel. While undeniably delicious, it did pose a challenge for his teeth. It would be even better soaked in soup, he mused, contemplating the ample supply of jerky that would last them for over half a month. Unbeknownst to him, the cold moon had awakened and stood behind him, her gaze fixed upon the bountiful reserves, a flicker of tranquility in her eyes. Qin Feng offered an awkward smile and sliced a few pieces to hand to her. "Would you like 2 pieces?" he inquired. Cold Moon quickly waved her hand, replying, "My teeth are not as strong as yours." Lin Yihan, also roused by the enticing aroma, rubbed her sleepy eyes and gazed at the jerky, her mouth watering involuntarily. The previous day's meal had been the most delectable she had ever tasted, and now she felt ready to consume a substantial amount once again. Taking a step forward, she inquired of the two, "Is there anything I can do to assist today? I am more than willing to lend a hand." Chapter 52. Physical Enhancement. Qin Feng gazed at the resolute actress before him, once radiant and now imbued with determination. He refrained from unnecessary discourse and promptly assigned tasks. Cold Moon, guide her to familiarize herself with the surroundings of the valley, particularly the areas where we have set traps. Ensure she remembers clearly to avoid missteps. He paused momentarily, shifting his gaze towards Lin Yihan. "Your task is to fell trees of wrist-thick diameter. We need to upgrade our shelter. If cutting proves difficult, gather dry firewood. Fuel is always in abundance." "Understood," Cold Moon replied succinctly. "I comprehend." "Brother Qin Feng." "Sister Cold Moon, I shall exert my utmost effort." Lin Yihan straightened her posture, responding earnestly. Fearful of fatigue, she was even more afraid of being rendered useless. Watching as the two departed with machetes and ropes into the thicket, Qin Feng turned, calmly addressing the live, streaming device on his wrist. In the broadcast, contestant Qin Feng has closed his personal live stream. The stream will automatically resume in 2 hours. Oh no, here it comes again. Every time Feng Shun ends the stream, it feels like something significant is about to unfold. No need to speculate. I bet 50 cents just off to relieve himself. After all, he carries quite the idol's burden. Let us check on the other contestants' current situations. Uncle Chun, who seems to be thriving. He just caught a small wild boar with a trap. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream chat was filled with banter, while at that moment in the valley camp, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, closing his eyes. Sign in. Ding. You have continuously survived in the wilderness, meeting the sign-in criteria. This sign-in reward is physical enhancement. Reward description. Your basic physical attributes, including muscle density, nerve reaction speed, cellular vitality, endurance, and recovery rate, will receive comprehensive and substantial permanent enhancement. In the next moment, a searing warmth erupted from his heart, surging violently through his limbs. Qin Feng's body trembled violently. He could distinctly feel each bone emitting a fine, explosive sound. Beneath his skin, muscle fibers transformed at an astonishing rate, growing resilient, robust, and imbued with a sense of substantial power. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, an unprecedented sense of strength flooding his entire being. He felt as if he could run tirelessly for an entire day and night. Is this the sensation of power? Qin Feng murmured. To clear a working area, he approached an obstructive piece of blue stone nearby, which weighed at least 200 pounds. Previously, he had circumvented it, but now he wished to give it a try. Qin Feng took a deep breath, bent down, and grasped the edge of the stone with both hands. He summoned his strength, preparing to exert all his might to move it. However, in the next moment, he found himself utterly frozen. The anticipated heaviness was conspicuously absent. The 200-pound slab of green stone was effortlessly lifted, as though it were a mere chicken weighing a few pounds. Throughout the process, his breathing remained steady, his heartbeat unaccelerated. After shifting the colossal stone aside, he stared blankly at his hands, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation of strength and an exhilarating sense of control over everything. This feeling was indescribably delightful. The power he now possessed was entirely due to his own efforts. This remarkable leap in physical prowess filled him with immense confidence regarding his forthcoming plans. His gaze shifted toward the rudimentary earthen furnace and the meticulously prepared skin of a cicada nearby. The Industrial Revolution was, at last, beginning in earnest. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and he sprang into action. The pivotal aspect of smelting iron lay in temperature. Relying solely on natural ventilation would hardly suffice to reach the thousands of degrees necessary to melt iron ore. He required a device capable of forcibly blowing air, a bellows. In his mind, the most primitive and effective method for crafting a leather bellows from the knowledge repository of masterful forging emerged vividly. He seized a dagger and precisely cut the supple deer hide into a specific shape, puncturing the edges with a bone needle to create a series of fine holes. Next, he procured several sturdy straight branches, shaping them into a framework, and secured the deer hide tightly over the frame with resilient vines. For the crucial air outlet, he employed a hollow bamboo tube, sealing the joints with a mixture of moist clay and grass fibers before slowly drying it over a gentle flame to create a perfect seal. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements. After a meticulous round of trimming and stitching, approximately an hour later, a rugged yet remarkably durable one-way bellows was finally completed. He aligned the bellows outlet with the furnace's designated air intake, layering the pre-prepared charcoal and crushed hematite into the furnace. With a deep inhalation, he began to rhythmically compress the bellows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful gusts of air surged into the furnace, causing the charcoal within to first emit a dull red glow, which soon transformed into an intense orange, and then to a dazzling white light. A low, resonant hum emanated from the furnace, and waves of scorching heat erupted from the opening, distorting the surrounding air. Qin Feng could distinctly feel the temperature inside the furnace rising at a terrifying pace. As he maintained the rhythm of the bellows, he peered through the observation port, fixated on the changes occurring within the ore. The dark red stones began to soften and deform under the extreme heat, gradually revealing a layer of molten iron on their surface. He had succeeded. A wave of elation surged within Qin Feng as he swiftly grasped a long wooden pole, prying open the iron outlet at the base of the high furnace. With a hissing sound, a stream of molten iron, mingled with black smoke, began to flow gently along the clay drainage channel he had meticulously prepared. The searing heat and the acrid scent of sulfur heralded the birth of the first man-made metal in this desolate world. Without a moment's hesitation, he carefully poured this precious molten iron into the meticulously arranged row of arrowhead molds. As the molten metal made contact with the cold clay molds, it produced a cacophony of sharp sounds, and white steam rose amidst the scent of charred earth. When the last mold was filled, one would typically require a long rest due to physical exhaustion, but Qin Feng felt little fatigue, merely a sensation of heat. Accordingly, he decided to remove his shirt, as the live broadcast was currently off. He seized a mold that had begun to cool and tossed it into the nearby pond. With a resounding splash, A large plume of steam erupted, engulfing the area in a dense white mist. Once the mold had fully cooled, Qin Feng retrieved it and struck it against a stone, resulting in a crisp crack as the charred clay shell shattered to reveal a dark object within, a perfect barbed diamond-shaped arrowhead. It lay quietly in the palm of Qin Feng's hand. Though its surface appeared somewhat rough, with a bit of polishing, it could easily become a lethal weapon capable of piercing through flesh. He envisioned a formidable army of the Dragon Kingdom, clad in steel, triumphantly marching across this wilderness. At that moment, the countdown on his wrist-mounted broadcasting device reached 0, and the message, "Live broadcast has been forcibly activated," flashed. As the camera resumed, millions of viewers from the Dragon Kingdom beheld a striking scene. A man, bare-chested, glistening with sweat on his bronzed muscles, surrounded by shattered clay molds and dozens of iron arrowheads scattered across the ground, glinting with a cold, dark luster. The entire nation fell silent for a heartbeat. The live stream suspended in stillness for 3 seconds before being inundated by a flurry of comments. Holy cow, is that a muscle-bound man live streaming? I want to reach out and touch him. What are you all watching? Look at what S beneath Feng Shan's feet. That S iron arrowheads. Damn it, he turned off the live stream for 2 hours only to bring us an industrial revolution. Where are the experts? Someone explain this. Is it even plausible? Does this conform to science? Leading by a mile. From today on, let us call him Engineer Qin. At that very moment, a clear voice rang out from the nearby woods. Brother Qin, we're back. We have a significant discovery. Chapter 53. A new warrior joins the camp. A clear, exuberant shout echoed through the woods, imbued with an unmistakable thrill. Qin, you're back. You're back. We made a significant discovery. It was Lin Yihan's voice. Upon hearing her call, Qin Feng turned to find Lin Yihan bursting into the camp like a whirlwind, their eyes meeting unexpectedly. She exclaimed, a short, startled cry escaping her lips. She abruptly halted, her hands instinctively flying to cover her eyes, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that spread to her ears. The sight before her was overwhelming. A man standing bare-chested, beads of sweat glistening as they traced the contours of his well-defined muscles, particularly the striking 8-pack of his abdomen. Cold Moon, who followed closely behind, took an assertive step forward, her instincts prompting her to grip the knife at her waist, believing an accident had occurred. However, upon assessing the situation, her fierce demeanor dissipated, yet her gaze remained unwavering as she boldly scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe. She nodded, her tone matter-of-fact. Not bad at all. Qin Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze, a sensation far more awkward than facing a ferocious beast. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, hastily grabbing a shirt nearby to cover himself, finally feeling somewhat at ease. Ahem, what significant discovery. You're back rather quickly? He diverted the conversation, attempting to alleviate the peculiar tension. Lin Yihan lowered her hands, the blush still evident on her face, her eyes wavering as she dared not meet Qin Feng's gaze. In a hushed tone, she reported, I just went out to find a suitable place, and I heard some rustling in the nearby bushes. At this point, Cold Moon interjected with a serious and professional demeanor. I went to investigate. There's a newborn calf, still covered in its birth fluids, with the umbilical cord not yet fully detached. I examined the surroundings and found paw prints from large felines, indicating that the mother cow must have encountered a predator during the birthing process and fled, leaving her calf behind. But for some reason, the calf was not consumed. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, wonderful. What luck. Who cares why it wasn't eaten? We can have a feast tonight, a whole roasted calf. Images of the succulent calf sizzling over the flames, its skin golden and crispy, danced in his mind. However, his exuberance was met with resigned glances exchanged between Lin Yihan and Cold Moon. Lin Yihan opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated. Cold Moon rubbed her forehead and sighed, addressing Lin Yihan. See, I told you you want to eat that calf. Huh? Qin Feng looked bewildered. Why not eat it? Save it for the new year, right? Cold Moon cleared her throat and stated seriously, this calf represents not just a meal. It is also a strategic resource. She extended a finger, stating, "First, it is a cow. With grass, we can sustain it, ensuring a continuous supply of milk, the finest source of protein." Then, she raised a second finger, emphasizing second, and most crucially, it can be domesticated as a draft animal. Consider our iron mine. How much, or can we transport relying solely on human strength? Once it matures, it will assist us in carrying or in hauling timber. It consumes merely grass, yet offers immense labor in return. Surely, your strength cannot surpass that of cow. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. His mind had been consumed with thoughts of forging, weaponry, and combat, failing to connect a small cow with his grand aspirations. With Cold Moon's insight, clarity washed over him. Indeed, productivity. The cow represents the pinnacle of productivity tools in this primitive era. I understand now. Qin Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment as he gazed at Cold Moon, admiration flickering in his eyes. This woman possessed not only extraordinary combat prowess, but also a keen strategic vision. At that moment, Cold Moon seemed to notice something. Her gaze fixating on the ground by Qin Feng's feet, where lay several dark metallic lumps. She crouched down, picking one up. It felt cold and heavy in her hand, its perfect diamond shape and the reserved installation groove at its base. "This is..." A tremor of disbelief laced her voice. "Iron? Iron arrowheads? You truly succeeded in smelting iron?" Lin Yihan approached, and upon recognizing the object, she was left speechless. Though she lacked knowledge of metallurgy, she knew what this was. A weapon. A true iron tool capable of effortlessly tearing through flesh. "Brother Qin, were you a blacksmith before?" she exclaimed. "Ha ha, this is merely a trifle, hardly worth mentioning." Qin Feng laughed heartily, regaining his lost dignity. Cold Moon remained immersed in the profound shock of the iron tools. Yet her gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner of the camp. Suddenly, she froze. The massive blue-green boulder, which had previously obstructed the path and weighed at least 200 pounds, seemed to have shifted. She recalled vividly how she had deliberately navigated around that stone when they set out in the morning, and now it had been relocated to beneath a tree, clearing a sizable area of flat ground for the camp. Cold Moon's pupils constricted sharply as she slowly turned her head, her gaze moving from the boulder to Qin Feng. An absurd thought uncontrollably emerging from her heart. Could it be? He moved it? Hiss. Could this man truly possess strength surpassing that of a bull? Meanwhile, Qin Feng, observing Lin Yihan's embarrassed demeanor, belatedly recognized a significant issue he had overlooked, the need to relieve himself. Both he and Ling Yue had grown accustomed to a military-style survival in the wilderness, indifferent to such particulars. He often chose a random spot to relieve himself, burying the evidence afterward. However, Lin Yihan's arrival reminded him that as the team expanded, hygiene and convenience would become pressing matters. A fixed, sanitary restroom would not only thwart the proliferation of germs, but could also serve as fertilizer, marking a significant step towards the civilization of their camp. Ahem. Qin Feng cleared his throat, his expression turning serious as he declared, "We must promptly retrieve that calf to prevent any further encounters with that beast. Furthermore, our camp requires new infrastructure." "What kind of infrastructure?" Lin Yihan inquired with curiosity. Qin Feng gazed at her, articulating each word deliberately. "We need to construct a restroom." Upon hearing the word restroom, Lin Yihan's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and Ling Yue nodded in agreement, endorsing this pragmatic decision. Hygiene and privacy are necessities in any environment. "First, let us rescue the calf." Qin Feng issued the command, and the trio sprang into action. Ling Yue led the way, her sharp machete firmly in hand, her vigilant gaze scanning the surrounding dense forest. Qin Feng followed closely behind, his heightened senses alert to the sounds of the wind and rustling grass, all vividly resonating in his mind. Lin Yihan was shielded in the middle, gripping a dagger tightly. Though anxious, she did not falter. Before long, they arrived at the thicket Lin Yihan had previously discovered. Moo! Moo! A faint sound emanated from within. Chapter 54. The good days of simple living have come to an end. Ling Yu stepped forward, parting the last of the branches, revealing a damp little calf, struggling to rise on its shaky legs. Its large, clear, yet bewildered eyes gazed at them, the remnants of its placenta still clinging to its body. The slender legs trembled as it endeavored to stand, only to collapse repeatedly. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. "Moo!" The calf called out, its voice filled with helplessness, instantly melting Lin Yihan's heart. She crouched down, extending her hand, yet hesitated, fearing to frighten it, pausing mid-motion. Qin Feng, having retracted his earlier gluttonous expression, licked his lips and approached the calf, inspecting it closely. Apart from its weakness, the calf bore no visible injuries. He reached out, gently brushing the back of his hand against the calf's forehead. Rather than retreating, the calf leaned into his palm, seeking comfort. "Let's take it back," Qin Feng said, carefully lifting the calf entirely. Weighing around 50 to 60 pounds, the calf felt like a mere trifle to him. Ha! Just a moment ago, God Feng was contemplating a roasted calf, and now he is transformed into a super caretaker. "This little calf is adorable. Please don't eat it." The narrow-minded upstairs. Goddess Ling Yu is right. This is a strategic resource. It is our Dragon Nation's Benyu tractor. Absolutely. Once the calf matures, let God Feng craft it a suit of armor, and it will become the ironclad Benyu. Upon returning to the campsite, Qin Feng fashioned a makeshift halter from soft vines. Loosely tethering it beneath a tree, he laid down a thick layer of dry grass, and the little creature soon nestled down, curling into a ball, appearing considerably more at ease. With the new member settled, the construction of the camp could not be delayed. "All right, let us get to work," Qin Feng commanded, and the trio immediately dispersed to their tasks. Ling Yu and Lin Yihan, armed with machetes and ropes, re-entered the forest, needing to fell more trees of wrist thickness to reinforce the shelter and construct the framework for a toilet. Lin Yihan proved less delicate than anticipated. Though her movements were awkward, she worked diligently, sweat soaking her back, merely wiping her brow to continue her efforts. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, wielding a spade, ventured about 50 meters from the camp to a slightly lower, downwind area. Selecting a spot, he marked out a rectangle approximately 1.5 meters long and 80 centimeters wide with his foot, before raising the spade high and bringing it down forcefully. Thud! The black soil beneath him was effortlessly turned over. His enhanced strength rendered such labor as effortless as eating or drinking. In no time, a square pit began to take shape, dug deep to a full 2 meters. The walls of the pit would need reinforcement with clay and gravel, and the bottom layered with ash and dry earth to facilitate absorption and decomposition. These would eventually serve as the finest natural fertilizer. As Qin Feng diligently worked, his mind wandered to how he might enhance the construction of the lavatory. The entire valley campsite buzzed with fervent activity, each individual contributing to the edifice of this nascent abode, imbued with hope and vigor. Meanwhile, in a dense thicket beneath Waterfall Valley, Wang Meng, exasperated, plopped down onto the ground, vexedly stuffing a tart wild fruit into his mouth, crunching audibly. His face bore an array of bruises, a swollen bump on his left temple rendering him quite disheveled. Once a Marine, he prided himself on his physical prowess and combat skills. Yet today, he found himself outmatched by a band of unruly beasts. Half an hour prior, he had stumbled upon a bountiful grove of wild fruits, laboriously filling his pouch, and sought a moment to rest, leaving the fruits temporarily beneath a tree. In the blink of an eye, however, his bounty vanished. Raising his gaze, he spotted several long-tailed monkeys perched on the branches, gleefully gnawing on his fruits, baring their teeth at him while carelessly tossing the pits in his direction. Wang Meng's temper flared. He swiftly shed his shirt and, with a roar, ascended the tree, intent on teaching these mischievous creatures a lesson. The monkeys scattered in fear. Yet Wang Meng was quicker, seizing the tail of a lagging monkey and yanking it fiercely. The monkey screeched, scattering its fruit across the ground. At that moment, a massive old monkey king leaped down from above, its sharp claws aimed directly at his face. Wang Meng scoffed, twisting his form around the tree trunk in a remarkable maneuver to evade the assault while delivering a kick to the old monkey king's flank. The creature howled upon crashing into another branch. However, the remaining monkeys seized the opportunity, launching a frenzied barrage of stones and branches. Though unscathed, Wang Ming emerged from the encounter covered in dirt, ultimately reclaiming only a fraction of his fruits. Fuming, he leapt down from the tree, surveying his disheveled state and the retreating monkeys, his eyes ablaze with wrath. He would remember this transgression. Nursing his facial wounds, he grimaced in pain, vowing that he would not encounter them again. He had been following the approximate coordinates provided by the command post for 2 days, only to be ambushed by a troop of monkeys just as he neared his destination. Glancing at the sky and confirming his direction, he continued toward the sound of the waterfall. After approximately 15 minutes, Wang Ming abruptly halted, crouching to examine a freshly snapped tender leaf beneath his feet. His keen gaze swept the ground, quickly discerning a series of faint footprints that did not belong to him. Human tracks. Wang Ming's breathing became prolonged, the earlier fury swiftly dissipating into calmness. He no longer advanced in a direct line. Instead, he adeptly utilized the terrain and foliage as cover, stealthily encircling the traces before him. Soon, a rustling sound and a faint, unpleasant odor wafted into his nostrils. Wang Ming silently parted the last broadleaf, and in his line of sight, a man squatted beneath a tree, straining with exertion. He nearly spat out the morsel of fruit in his mouth, realizing after much contemplation that the man was merely relieving himself. Yet at that moment, the squatting figure began to mumble incoherently, the melody and intonation unmistakably. Akimushi, so comfortable in the tongue of the invaders. Wang Ming's pupils constricted abruptly, having been vexed by the antics of monkeys. He now found an outlet for his pent-up rage. He lowered his body, swallowed the remaining piece of fruit, and his right hand stealthily grasped the hilt of the machete at his waist. Little days, your fortunate days have come to an end. Chapter 55. The emergence of a lavatory and the necessity of psychological fulfillment. It is often said that those engaged in the act of using the restroom are in a particularly vulnerable state. Amidst the underbrush, a Japanese competitor found himself in such a state of utter relaxation, his back turned to Wang Ming. After fulfilling his physiological needs, his tense muscles finally relaxed, and he even hummed a disjointed tune from his homeland, accompanied by a satisfied sigh. Unbeknownst to him, the distance between them was silently diminishing. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At the precise moment the Japanese athlete was fastening his trousers, preparing to rise, Wang Ming sprang into action. His taut leg muscles, compressed to their limits, erupted with explosive force. The ground beneath him seemed to sink as he transformed into a mere shadow, silently lunging forward. No roar accompanied his movement. No superfluous actions were taken. Only the most efficient instinct for slaughter guided him. The Japanese competitor seemed to sense the gust of wind behind him and instinctively began to turn. Yet it was too late. A strong hand shot forth with the speed of lightning, firmly covering his mouth and nose, stifling the cry that was about to escape his throat. In the other hand, a machete traced a precise arc, and with a nauseating sound, the blade cleaved through flesh and severed the trachea, echoing sharply in the stillness of the forest. The competitor's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulging with an overwhelming terror. He could not comprehend why there were other individuals near his Team S camp. He struggled desperately, twisting his body, but the arm that covered his mouth and nose remained unyielding like a vice. The excruciating pain in his neck and the rapid loss of vitality caused him to gradually succumb to weakness. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering Wang Ming's hand. Yet he did not flinch. He could distinctly hear the raspy sounds emanating from the competitor's throat, a harbinger of vanishing life. Wang Ming felt no pity. He released his grip, allowing the still warm body to slump lifelessly to the ground. Upon seeing the corpse's visage, he immediately recognized that the individual's companions must be nearby. For this face was familiar. It belonged to a member of the multinational squad he had encountered earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, he had no intention of rummaging through the body for spoils, for one engaged in such a private act could not possibly possess anything of value. Wang Ming wiped the machete casually on the corpse's clothing and turned to plunge into the dense thicket on the other side, fleeing at a frantic pace. Almost a dozen breaths later, A frustrated voice echoed nearby. Baka, where is Nakamura? Let me check, came a cold, piercing voice. As a figure emerged from the woods, it was none other than the leader of the Japanese team, Miyamoto Musashi. His narrow, elongated eyes ignited with fury upon spotting his fallen comrade in a pool of blood. Enemy attack. Miyamoto Musashi let out a fierce roar as he crouched down to inspect the lifeless body, his gaze shifting to the hasty footprints left by Wang Ming. His eyes turned as cold as a serpent S. Realizing the man had just departed, he sprang to action, seizing a longbow and knocking an arrow, launching himself in pursuit. The other competitors from the Lighthouse Nation in Japan quickly responded, stringing their bows and unleashing a barrage of arrows in the direction Wang Ming had fled. The arrows whistled through the air, yet most found their mark in tree trunks or soared harmlessly into the void. Wang Ming navigated the complex terrain, deftly maneuvering among trees and rocks, rendering the ordinary projectiles ineffective. However, an overwhelming sense of peril gripped him, an imminent threat from Musashi's arrow. A chill ran down Wang Ming's spine, his hair standing on end. Without a second thought, he lunged forward and rolled. Whoosh! An arrow grazed his scalp, embedding itself in a nearby tree with a thud. That was close. Startled, Wang Ming scrambled to his feet and continued his frantic escape. Yet Musashi's second arrow was already upon him. This time, Wang Ming had no time for a complete evasive maneuver. He twisted his body to the side in a desperate attempt to dodge. Thud! The sharp arrow sliced through the air, grazing his left side and drawing forth a stream of blood. A searing pain radiated from his waist, and he stifled a grunt as he felt the warm, sticky blood on his hand. He knew he had been struck, though it was merely a flesh wound. In this treacherous wilderness, any injury could prove fatal. Gritting his teeth, he did not falter. Instead, he summoned every ounce of his potential and accelerated his pace. Musashi, enough! Just as Musashi prepared to unleash a third arrow, the captain of the Lighthouse team intervened. He approached Musashi, his gaze fixed on the direction Wang Ming had vanished, exuding a chilling calmness. Let him go. He is injured, and the scent of blood will attract unnecessary trouble in the woods. More importantly, a wounded rabbit will only desperately scurry back to its burrow. Following the trail, he leaves. We can more easily locate the true prey. Musashi's chest heaved with intensity, but ultimately he lowered his bow. He glared at his fallen comrade's body, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Next time, I will personally sever his head." Kane patted his shoulder, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "There will be an opportunity, and it shall come swiftly." Wang Ming, clutching his wounded side, dashed through the forest. He dared not pause, nor could he afford to. He lost track of time as he fled, but only when the sounds of pursuit faded into silence, replaced by the distant roar of a waterfall. Did he allow himself to lean against a massive tree, panting heavily, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, just wait for me." He let out a low growl, tending to the wound on his waist with a simple treatment. After discerning the direction, he staggered towards the source of the waterfall's sound. On the other side of the waterfall, however, a scene of stark contrast unfolded. "Hey!" Cold Moon exclaimed sharply, driving a thick wooden post into the ground with force, then compacting it with stones and clay. Linny Han stood beside her, securely binding the post with damp vines. As the last post was anchored, a rudimentary yet sturdy wall for a toilet began to take shape. The door was a sparse wooden lattice woven from slender sticks and vines. Qin Feng brushed the dirt from his hands, surveying the creation with satisfaction. "We lack materials today. We can't cover the roof. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to gather more timber." With that, he picked up a rectangular piece of wood from the ground, weighing it in his hand, seemingly pondering something. As night fell, the campfire blazed anew. Cold Moon placed a sizzling piece of roasted venison on the stone slab, while a small clay pot nearby bubbled with vegetable soup, releasing a fresh aroma. Linny Han returned from outside, cradling a large bundle of tender, juicy grass, which she offered to the little calf. The creature eagerly approached, its rough tongue curling around the grass, emitting a contented moo. The three gathered around the campfire, enveloped in a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Cold Moon silently distributed food, while the kiwis, having softened over 2 days, became edible. How tart, but still quite delicious, Lin Yihan exclaimed after taking a bite of the kiwi, sharing her insights from the day's tree cutting with animated chatter that occasionally elicited light laughter. Qin Feng enjoyed the venison jerky while toying with the piece of wood in his hand. Under the curious gazes of Cold Moon and Lin Yihan, he drew forth a sharp military dagger and began to carve the wood. His movements were slow, yet remarkably steady. With each stroke, wood shavings flew like delicate snowflakes, and the once irregular wooden piece gradually revealed a distinctive silhouette, a gently curved pipe handle, a rounded and ample bowl for a smoking pipe. Cold Moon and Lin Yihan watched in awe, captivated by Qin Feng, a man who consistently unveiled extraordinary skills beyond their imagination. From forging iron with bare hands to mastering woodworking, he seemed a veritable treasure trove of talents, leaving them in suspense regarding what marvel he would unveil next. What on earth is Feng doing? Crafting a smoking pipe? My grandfather was an old carpenter. Feng's craftsmanship is something that takes at least a decade to master. Haha. After the Iron Age, is Feng about to usher in the post-meal smoke, surpassing the living god's retirement era? Chapter 56. Wang Ming's plea. Moments later, Qin Feng brushed away the last remnants of wood shavings, revealing a beautifully crafted and antiquated pipe, its stem smooth and its bowl perfectly rounded. It was complete. Tomorrow, he would simply need to forge a bit of iron to fill the bowl. A glimmer of delight crossed Qin Feng's face, and he momentarily forgot about the roasted meat in his hands. With excitement, he stood up and retreated into the shelter, soon emerging with a small deerskin pouch. He opened the pouch and carefully pinched out a handful of finely shredded dark brown tobacco, exuding a unique, spicy aroma. Tobacco he had meticulously cured earlier. With great care, he packed the shredded tobacco into the bowl of the pipe, pressing it down firmly. Then, he retrieved a small stick from the campfire. The tip ignited with a flicker of flame and brought it close to the pipe. With a soft hiss, the tobacco caught fire, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. Qin Feng brought the pipe to his lips and inhaled deeply. A rich, creamy plume of white smoke slowly escaped his mouth, mingling with the cool night air. The spicy aroma blended with the scent of wood, instantly dispelling fatigue and enveloping him in an indescribable sense of relaxation and satisfaction. He comfortably squinted, leaning back against a wooden post, a look of bliss on his face. In that moment, all danger and weariness seemed to dissipate into the air with the smoke. Suddenly, Lin Yihan, observing his elderly demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Cold Moon shook her head in exasperation, and although she did not laugh aloud, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered in her icy eyes. The camp was filled with a joyful atmosphere. However, just as this warm tranquility reached its zenith, a jarring clatter of stones echoed from the darkness beyond the camp. It was the warning trap Qin Feng had set at the entrance. Someone was approaching. The sound was like a bucket of ice water, swiftly extinguishing the warmth by the campfire. In an instant, Qin Feng's previously blissful expression shifted to one of keen alertness. He gently set down the pipe, his gaze locking with Cold Moon's in an unspoken agreement. Without the need for words, their roles were established. Qin Feng silently grasped his hunting bow and rose, while Cold Moon deftly drew her machete, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Yihan, her eyes fixed intently on the source of the noise. The only sound remaining in the camp was the crackling of the fire. Lin Yihan, startled by the sudden turn of events, paled but did not scream. Instead, she scrambled to mimic Qin Feng and Cold Moon, hastily grabbing a sharpened stick from nearby, nervously taking refuge behind the two. The experiences of the past few days had taught her that in the face of danger, panic was the most futile of emotions. "I shall take a look," she whispered. The voice of Qin Feng was deep and composed, devoid of any hesitation. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lung Yu, who understood his silent cue. She bent down to extract a robust piece of wood from the blazing bonfire, using it as a torch. The two proceeded, with Qin Feng drawing his bow and Lung Yu holding the torch high to illuminate their path, while remaining vigilant of their flanks. The warning trap, a rudimentary device fashioned from a few stones and a vine by Qin Feng, lay in disarray, stones scattered across the ground and the vines severed. The flames flickered forward, casting shadows that danced towards the base of a stout tree, where a dark figure leaned against the trunk, gasping for breath. The man appeared to be pained by the light, instinctively raising a hand to shield his eyes. He was besmirched in mud, his clothes tattered, and his face bore the marks of bruises. Most alarming was the dark crimson stain soaking through his clothing at the left side of his waist, blood seeping continuously from the wound. Qin Feng tightened his bowstring further, the arrow tip unwaveringly aimed at the man's heart. The man, sensing the imminent danger, slowly lowered his hand and squinted to discern the newcomers. As the firelight illuminated the familiar emblem of the Dragon Kingdom on Qin Feng and Lung Yu's arms, a surge of exultation erupted across his pale visage, a feeling akin to surviving a catastrophe. Ignoring the searing pain in his side, he strained to lift his right arm, revealing the equally worn yet distinct emblem of the Dragon Kingdom. Help me. I am from the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Ming." As his words faded, the tautness in his body unraveled, and he slid down the tree, trunk to the ground. After confirming his identity, Qin Feng finally relaxed his bowstring, and he and Lung Yu hurried to assist him. "We need to move him," Qin Feng urged. With one on each side, they hoisted the muddy Wang Ming and half-dragged, half-supported him back towards the bonfire. "Ihan, go to the shelter in the left corner, fetch the items from that backpack." Lung Yu's voice was brisk and urgent. "Oh, right, on it." Lin Ihan finally snapped back to reality, scrambling into the shelter and soon emerging with a backpack in her arms. Lung Yu took the bag, swiftly opening it to reveal bandages, antiseptic, and other supplies previously gathered. "Bear with it," she instructed tersely. With no time for further words, she drew a dagger and deftly sliced through the blood-soaked fabric clinging to Wang Ming's waist. A 4-centimeter gash was exposed to the air, flesh turned outward. Although not deep, it was perilous in such wilderness. Wang Ming gasped, his breath hitching in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lung Yu maintained her stoic demeanor as she uncapped the antiseptic and poured it directly onto the wound. "Damn it!" Wang Ming let out a cry that echoed his agony, his body jolting in response, but Qin Feng held him firmly in place. The acrid scent of alcohol mingled with the metallic odor of blood permeated the air. After a thorough cleansing, they meticulously bandaged the wound with pristine dressings. Ling Yu's movements were deft and professional, clearly indicating her familiarity with such injuries. Once all was completed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the three of them. Lin Ihan, displaying her thoughtfulness, presented a plate of roasted venison and a steaming bowl of soup to Wang Ming. He, unabashed, seized the venison and stuffed it into his mouth, oil dribbling down his chin. "Take your time. No one is competing with you," Qin Feng remarked, observing his voracious appetite. After consuming several pieces of venison, Wang Ming finally caught his breath. Leaning against a wooden post, he recounted the harrowing events of the past few days, his words flowing forth like beans from a bamboo tube. From being toyed with and robbed by a band of monkeys, to stumbling upon a Japanese competitor in the midst of a private moment and inadvertently slitting his throat, to being pursued by a multinational team, and ultimately sustaining a graze to his waist from an arrow while desperately fleeing to this refuge. His narration was gripping. Qin Feng and the others listened with heavy hearts. Those sons of dogs. It was as if they had eyes for their arrows. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I would have already met Yama. Wang Ming cursed vehemently, taking a large gulp of the wild vegetable soup. Although I've tended to my own wounds, they will undoubtedly pursue us again. We must prepare ourselves. The gravity of the situation weighed on Qin Feng and his companions. They nodded in agreement. A united multinational team was no trivial matter. However, there was no use in haste. Thus, Qin Feng quietly retrieved the stone heatherwood pipe he had set aside earlier, refilled it with tobacco, and lit it with a match. He inhaled slowly, exhaling delicate rings of white smoke. In the midst of Wang Ming's animated diatribe, a flicker of movement caught his eye, causing his words to abruptly halt. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the pipe in Qin Feng's hand, a profound sense of dissonance crashing over him. "And no, wait, buddy," Wang Ming stammered, his finger pointing at the pipe. "What were you smoking?" Qin Feng paused, removing the pipe from his lips and weighing it in his hand. It's a pipe. A pipe. Wang Ming's voice shot up an octave as he straightened in his seat, inadvertently aggravating his wounded waist, which caused him to grimace. Yet, this pain did nothing to diminish his excitement. He stared at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with shock, confusion, and an almost pleading desire. Goodness, my friend, what kind of celestial life are you living? Wang Ming nearly shouted, Quick, let me have a puff. I just took down a little one, bled and sweated. Doesn't tea that count as a merit? Surely, I deserve at least a taste. Otherwise, I won't rest in peace. Chapter 57. The Stalwart Man's Shock. Discussing the initiative. As Wang Ming shouted, he struggled to rise from the ground, only to aggravate the wound on his waist, causing his features to contort in pain. Nevertheless, the hand he extended towards Qin Feng remained resolute. In the live stream, viewers from Long Country were momentarily taken aback before erupting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha! Wang Ming, the stalwart man, is earnestly begging for a smoke. In society, my brother Ming is fierce and verbose. This is killing me with laughter. Mingo, I bled for Long Country. What is wrong with asking for a smoke? Qin Feng, witnessing Wang Ming's desperate demeanor, was both amused and exasperated. He quickly tapped out the ashes from his pipe, carefully filled it with a fresh pinch of tobacco, and offered it along with a still-burning ember. Wang Ming received it as if it were a priceless treasure, his hands trembling with care. His eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Clumsily imitating Qin Feng's earlier actions, he lit the tobacco with the ember and eagerly brought the pipe to his lips, taking a deep drag. Cough, 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 cough. He clearly underestimated the potency of the unprocessed tobacco. The acrid smoke surged into his head, causing tears and mucus to stream down his face. Take it slow, Qin Feng said, his voice laced with a hint of helpless amusement. Lin Yihan was tickled by his comical state, yet she kindly offered him a peeled kiwi. Brother Wang Ming, have some fruit to ease your throat. After a moment, Wang Ming finally regained his composure, wiped his face, and accepted the kiwi. He glanced at it, then at Lin Yihan and the small pile of fruit by the campfire, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? There's dessert after the meal. Wang Ming felt as though his worldview had been shattered repeatedly within the span of mere minutes. He looked at himself, then at Qin Feng and the others. They were all surviving in the wilderness, yet he had been mocked by monkeys, gnawing on sour and bitter wild fruits, pursued like a dog. And here, a warm, dry sanctuary with a crackling fire, sipping soup, savoring roasted meat, and even indulging in fruit and tobacco after the meal. Was this even a life? In a fit of indignation, Wang Ming bit into the kiwi, and the sweet sour juice burst in his mouth. A flavor that surpassed any delicacy he had ever tasted in his life. Sated and relaxed, with smoke and fruit consumed, the pain from his wounds seemed to diminish. Leaning against a wooden post, he adopted a serious demeanor. Qin Feng, we need to discuss serious matters. He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. My journey here has been fraught with peril. This wilderness is vast. Finding the remaining people from Long Country here is more challenging than reaching the heavens. He glanced at Lung Yu and Lin Yihan, continuing, the distance is daunting, but most critically, sustenance is hard to ensure. In the absence of stable food and water sources, the mere act of traversing the terrain can be utterly exhausting. Not to mention the lurking threats from the Lighthouse Nation and the Woku, who specialize in hunting down our isolated members. Wang Ming's gaze hardened, and he violently cast the cleanly gnawed bone into the fire, which emitted a faint crackle. We cannot afford to remain idle. Such passivity is detrimental. He took another puff of smoke, this time more judiciously, inhaling lightly and slowly exhaling the mist. His eyes sharpening behind the haze. We must devise a strategy to take the initiative. We ought to eliminate every single threat within this region before they can pose a danger. Once we eradicate them, this valley, and indeed this forest, will belong to us. At that point, we can develop as we see fit, and the manifold returns we reap will enable our dragon nation to stand tall. Wang Ming's words brimmed with the steely resolve and decisiveness characteristic of a soldier. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Those who hesitate will suffer. Qin Feng understood this principle better than anyone. He gazed calmly at the campfire, the flames dancing in his profound eyes. Your thoughts mirror mine. Passive defense will inevitably lead to our demise. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, our foremost task now is to completely eliminate the group pursuing you. By neutralizing them, we can secure a brief period of safety for development while also acquiring their equipment to arm ourselves. Once we in the Dragon Nation have sufficient numbers, we shall venture forth to actively eliminate individuals from other nations. This will ensure that resource acquisition becomes significantly safer. His voice was soft, yet each word resonated clearly in the hearts of those present. First, we must address the immediate crisis, and then contemplate further development, proceeding steadily and cautiously. This is quintessentially Qin Feng. Although Wang Meng was typically impulsive, he was astute enough to recognize the truth in Qin Feng's words. Nodding in agreement. All right, I'll heed your counsel. Damn it, those bastards shot me with an arrow. If I don't avenge this, I might as well spell my name backward. You focus on recuperating, Qin Feng said, glancing at the wound on Wang Meng's waist. Tonight, Lung Yu and I will take the night watch while you and Ihan rest. I am capable. Wang Meng, eager to display his strength, found himself unable to speak. For Qin Feng's words, though delivered in a calm manner, bore an undeniable authority that compelled him to swallow his retort. He merely nodded gravely. That night, the valley lay shrouded in silence, the crackling of the campfire mingling with the sound of Wang Meng's heavy snoring, a testament to his exhaustion. Qin Feng took it upon himself to keep watch during the first half of the night, rising to alleviate the stiffness in his limbs by pacing around the camp, refusing to allow himself a moment of idleness. It was not until the cold moonlight signaled the latter half of the night that he was relieved by his companion. As dawn's first light began to break, a figure stumbled toward the stream, located several kilometers from the waterfall valley. With a desperate plunge, he submerged his entire head into the clear, flowing water, greedily gulping it down. The icy water provided a much-needed respite to his parched throat, which felt as if it were on fire. This individual was another contestant from the Dragon Nation, Zhao Ziqian, an utterly ordinary 30-year-old office worker, bespectacled and refined. Thrust into the wilderness, he had managed to survive thus far through a combination of basic knowledge and extraordinary luck, yet he had not found any sustenance for 2 days, relying solely on water to stave off hunger. Salvation had arrived. There was water. Zhao Ziqian lifted his head, wiping his face. The prolonged hunger had rendered him dizzy and unsteady. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement in the nearby bushes. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Was it a beast? Or perhaps another contestant from a rival nation? Within seconds, he scrambled behind a rock, executing the maneuver with a practiced urgency that evoked sympathy. He fixed his gaze intently in that direction. The foliage parted, revealing a tall figure who emerged, clad in relatively clean attire and holding 2 iron pots, presumably to fetch water. Aside from some wounds on his face, he appeared to be in good spirits. Most importantly, Zhao Ziqian could discern the emblem on his arm, the vivid red insignia of the Dragon Nation. A compatriot! Zhao Ziqian nearly cried out in joy, bursting from behind the rock. The tall figure, startled at first, broke into a delighted smile upon realizing Zhao Ziqian's nationality. Brother, you are also from our Dragon Nation? His eyes involuntarily scanned Zhao Ziqian from head to toe. Wonderful. At last, I found someone. My name is Zhang Pengfei. And you? Are you alone? His questions came in quick succession, not so much out of concern as though he were interrogating him. When he heard Zhao Ziqian affirm that he was indeed alone, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Zhang Pengfei's gaze, barely perceptible. Chapter 58. The Traitor's Scheme, Preparing for Battle. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, as Zhao Ziqian excitedly sprinted towards the man named Zhang Pengfei, countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. For they could see clearly that the man who claimed to be Zhang Pengfei was indeed the contestant previously reported by the authorities as missing and highly suspected of having been captured by enemy forces. Do not approach. That is a trap. This Zhao Ziqian is doomed. He has been deceived. That Zhang Pengfei must have betrayed us. Zhang Pengfei, you wretched creature. You traitor. How could you assist outsiders in harming your own kin? It's over. Feng Shun and the others are still unaware that another compatriot is about to fall into the jaws of danger. I demand the disclosure of all information regarding Zhang Pengfei's family. I wish to see what kind of household could raise such a scoundrel. Why isn't this Zhang Pengfei seizing the opportunity to flee? Why drag down his own people? The audience fervently shouted and cursed in the comments. Yet their voices could not penetrate the screen. There remained 2 days until communication with the contestants could be established. By the stream, Zhang Pengfei warmly patted Zhao Ziqian on the shoulder, inquiring after his well-being, even sharing a piece of his preserved jerky. Zhao Ziqian, overwhelmed with gratitude, hastily stuffed the jerky into his mouth, the savory aroma momentarily causing him to forget he was in the wilderness. Meanwhile, less than 10 meters away in the dense forest, a member of the Lighthouse Nation team, armed with a wooden bow, was fixated on Zhang Pengfei's back. It turned out that every movement of Zhang Pengfei was under their surveillance. He was not merely hesitant to flee. He was paralyzed by fear. As he had just lowered his head to offer jerky to Zhao Ziqian, no one noticed the unmistakable terror hidden deep within his eyes. He could still feel the excruciating pain from days prior, when Kane had struck his ribs with an axe, and the cold steel of Miyamoto Musashi's blade pressed against his neck. He had been thoroughly frightened, his backbone shattered. In comparison to distant glory, he feared the imminent fists and blades that could descend upon him at any moment. Observing Zhao Ziqian's voracious consumption, Zhang Pengfei felt not an ounce of guilt, but rather a morbid sense of pleasure. Finally, at last, another unfortunate soul had come to share in his suffering, in stark contrast to the external conspiracies and despair. The morning in the waterfall valley was imbued with a sweet, moist freshness. Wang Meng was roused by the sounds of mooing and Lin Yihan's laughter. He opened his eyes, stretched lazily, feeling utterly at ease. The thick bear pelt beneath him shielded him from the chill and dampness of the ground, soft and warm. Far more comfortable than any military cot he had ever slept on. My goodness, this bear pelt is truly delightful. Wang Meng sat up, rubbing his eyes and exclaiming. Lin Yihan, who was nearby watering the calf, couldn't help but glance back at him with a playful smile. The mat is comfortable, but Brother Wang, your snoring is rather loud. Last night, I thought a bear had wandered into the camp. Wang Meng, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, his gaze shifting to the calf, which seemed to have regained some energy, affectionately licking Lin Yihan's palm, making her giggle. Wang Meng's eyes instantly brightened as he took a few steps closer, rubbing his hands together, nearly drooling. Oh my, Brother Qin Feng, when are we going to eat this calf? Its hind leg looks quite meaty. Qin Feng, who was cooking soup by the campfire, merely lifted his eyelids at the remark. Before he could respond, Lin Yihan's voice chimed in. Brother Wang, can't we not eat dung dung? It will help us plow the fields and carry things. Dung dung? Wang Meng grinned. That's a good name. Sounds sturdy. All right, we won't eat it. Though he said this, his eyes couldn't help but sneak glances at the calf's rear. After a simple breakfast, Qin Feng brought out all the bows. One was the first he had crafted himself, its lines smooth and filled with a sense of power. The other 3 were seized from the players of the Lighthouse Nation and the pirates they had defeated. 4 bows represented their strongest ranged firepower to date. Then, Qin Feng placed a heavy leather bag on the ground and emptied its contents. With a clatter, 70 or 80 black, rough-cast iron arrowheads tumbled across the ground. Just as Wang Meng was about to take the bow that Qin Feng handed him, his peripheral vision caught sight of the pile, and he froze in shock. He crouched down, seemingly unable to believe his eyes, and picked up an arrowhead. It felt heavy in his hand, the coldness of metal palpable, and beneath its rough surface lay a solid structure. He flicked it with his fingernail, producing a crisp sound. This is iron. Wang Meng's voice trembled as he looked up, eyes wide, staring intensely at Qin Feng. Old iron. You really forged iron out here in the wilderness. As a former Marine, he understood all too well what this meant. This was not merely crafting stone spears or bone arrows. This was a true industrial-level advancement. Qin Feng simply nodded calmly. Wow! Wang Meng let out an exclamation. Excitement surging through him as he stood up, his face flushed, gazing at the pile of arrowheads as if it were a trove of gold. No wonder. No wonder you still have a pipe to smoke. Brother Qin Feng. With this, who needs to fear pursuing enemies? He picked up an arrowhead, weighing in his palm, his expression growing fierce. Rest assured, even if it wears my hands down to the bone, I will get these arrowheads fitted today. Damn it. I want those bastards to experience the sensation of being pierced by iron. In the cool moonlight, Ling Yue simply nodded. Ihan. Qin Feng turned to Lin Ihan. You are responsible for assisting them, delivering tools. There are bird feathers we collected during our previous outing in the corner of a shelter. You will sift through and process them to create arrow fletchings. Additionally, keep a watchful eye on Dung Dung and the campfire. Understood. Lin Ihan nodded earnestly, aware of her limitations in other areas. Yet she felt that contributing to the logistics was equally valuable. And what about you? Wang Meng inquired with curiosity. Big brother, what will you do? Qin Feng turned towards the large, meticulously cleaned, and laid out alligator skin on the grass, which was larger than a double bed. The dark green scales were as hard as iron, exuding a wild beauty. Qin Feng drew forth a finely honed dagger and crouched down, his gaze roaming over the alligator hide. We'll craft some life-saving garments for us. He intended to use the skin of this ancient giant crocodile to forge unique soft armor for the core combat strength of the team. That's incredible. You managed to slay such a massive crocodile. Wang Meng exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he gave a thumbs up, with clear divisions of labor. The entire camp instantly transformed into a highly efficient little workshop. Wang Meng and Ling Yue sat on either side of a flat stone, with a pile of iron arrowheads between them. Wang Meng, with his great strength, took charge of the initial rough polishing of the arrowheads using coarse sandstone, grinding away the rough edges and excess material left from the casting. The rhythmic, powerful sound of friction filled the air as he worked up a sweat, humming an off-key military song, as if he had returned to the days of equipment maintenance in the recruit training camp. Ling Yue, meanwhile, was responsible for the fine crafting. With several finer stones at her side, the arrowheads that had been roughly shaped by Wang Meng were honed in her hands to possess sharp edges and piercing points. Lin Ihan flitted between the group, handing the finished arrow shafts to Ling Yue, occasionally wiping Wang Meng's sweat and offering him a bowl of water. After completing these tasks, she would jog to provide fresh green leaves for the little Dung Dung, then return to tend the campfire, occasionally sharing a joke that elicited laughter, adding a warm touch of brightness to this little haven. Chapter 59. The Wrath of the Dragon Nation. This traitor must die. The gentle babbling of the stream resonated clearly as Zhao Ziqian trailed behind Zhang Pengfei, his feet treading upon the soft, decaying leaves, advancing step by step. He had endured hunger for far too long, his frailty rendering his thoughts sluggish. Brother, we're almost there. Our camp lies just ahead. Zhang Pengfei enthusiastically gestured toward a thicket of dense trees. We are numerous, and there is food and drink. It is utterly secure. Zhao Ziqian nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As an ordinary office worker, surviving in this desolate place had relied solely on divine favor. Now, on the cusp of finding his comrades, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Yet, as they traversed the thicket, the scene before Zhao Ziqian abruptly halted his steps. Instead of the anticipated smiles of his fellow compatriots from the Dragon Nation, he was met with a disarrayed yet heavily guarded encampment. Before a few rudimentary, triangular shelters stood 7 or 8 figures, diverse in complexion, their eyes vigilant, armed with various weapons. The insignias visible on their exposed arms caused Zhao Ziqian's pupils to constrict in horror. The Lighthouse Nation, the Wokaku. The joy that had graced his face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a pallid despair. He turned sharply, incredulity washing over him as he glanced at his compatriot. The once vibrant smile on Zhang Pengfei's visage had dissipated, supplanted by a fawning, cringing expression. He dared not meet Zhao Ziqian's gaze, hastily stepping forward like a sycophant toward a blond, blue-eyed Caucasian man. Mr. Kane, I have brought the person, he announced. Boom! Zhao Ziqian's mind went blank. Run. This thought surged through him instinctively, consuming all rational thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted abruptly, expending the last vestiges of his strength as he bolted back toward the thicket from whence he had come. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when 2 shadowy figures darted forth from behind the trees, flanking him left and right, effectively sealing his escape. They were 2 participants from the Lighthouse Nation wielding wooden spears. Zhao Ziqian attempted to force his way past them, but one of them merely extended his leg to trip him. Weak and starving, he fell heavily to the ground, his mouth filled with dirt. Before he could rise, the 2 seized him roughly, twisting his arms behind his back, dragging him back to the center of the camp as if he were a dead dog, and unceremoniously tossed him at Kane's feet. A cold, amused smile curled at Kane's lips as he squatted down, using a stick to prod Zhao Ziqian's mud-streaked face, taking an interest in the sight before him. Traitor! Zhang Pengfei, you dog of a traitor! Despair and fury surged through Zhao Ziqian, overwhelming his reason in an instant. He let out a piercing scream, his voice hoarse with emotion. He yearned to rush forward, to sink his teeth into this scoundrel's throat, but his body, weakened to the core, refused to move. Zhang Pengfei flinched at the anguished cry, instinctively retreating behind Kane, a flicker of shame and resentment crossing his face. Kane seemed to relish the spectacle, only lifting his chin lazily when the latter's voice grew hoarse from the tirade. Beside him, a man from the land of the rising sun, whose gaze was reminiscent of a predator, stepped forth with deliberate slowness. It was none other than Miyamoto Musashi. He uttered not a word, merely flexing his wrist, producing a sharp crack, before advancing step by step toward Zhao Ziqian. You shall meet a wretched end. Your entire family. Zhao Ziqian's curse was abruptly silenced. A vicious hook from Miyamoto landed heavily against his abdomen, the excruciating pain causing Zhao's eyes to bulge momentarily, bile and bitterness surging from his throat. Before he could draw a breath, Miyamoto's knee struck brutally against his face. With a dull thud, the world spun around him, and Zhao Ziqian was rendered utterly incapable of resistance. He collapsed limply to the ground, warm blood streaming from his nose, obscuring his vision, where he could only discern the face of Zhang Pengfei, lurking behind the enemy, reveling in his misfortune. This scene was vividly broadcasted to a global audience through live streaming. In the official Dragon Kingdom live room, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The host, Sa Baining, clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his face, usually adorned with a playful smile, now a shade of ashen despair. Beast! That Zhang Pengfei is nothing short of a monster. The composed Dong Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quivering with suppressed emotion. We cannot fathom the elation Zhao Ziqian must have felt upon seeing a fellow countryman, nor can we grasp the depth of his current despair. Survival expert Chun Yi meticulously analyzed. Kane's tactics are exceedingly insidious, and he has seized upon the most critical element, the disparity of information. Chun pointed at the screen. There remain 2 days until the next official communication with the contestants. These 2 days constitute Kane's golden hunting time. Feng Shun and his companions are utterly oblivious. They do not even realize that among their ranks lurks a significant traitor. The barrage of comments in the live room was ignited by flames of fury. Kill him. Eliminate that scoundrel Zhang Pengfei. Demand the authorities disclose all information regarding his family. Such a person is unworthy of Qin. Damn it, I'm about to explode. I want to charge in and eliminate him myself. It's over. Zhao Ziqian is finished, and Feng Shun is in peril. Kane will undoubtedly employ this tactic against Feng Shun. Curse that despicable Lighthouse Nation. What else do they know besides underhanded schemes? Enough with the curses, brothers. We can only pray now. Pray that Feng Shun and his companions remain vigilant and do not trust any sudden appearances of compatriots. The hearts of over 1 billion viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were knotted in anguish, watching helplessly as a compatriot was deceived and brutally assaulted, a sense of frustration and indignation threatening to tear through their chests. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Lighthouse Nation, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting. A general, adorned with the stars of command upon his shoulder, looked upon Kane's confident visage on the screen and satisfiedly applauded the table. Excellent. That Kane lad is quick-witted. trading a useless pawn for a fresh hostage, while simultaneously driving a thorn into the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom. Brilliantly executed. Beside him, a sharply dressed aide adjusted his glasses and smiled in agreement. General, this is merely an appetizer. Kane's ultimate objective should be that Qin Feng. According to intelligence, the recent emergence of 10,000 iron and gold mines in the Dragon Country is directly linked to this Qin Feng. If we can capture him alive, it will serve as our most significant bargaining chip at the negotiation table. A flicker of greed flashed in the general's eyes. Indeed, let Kane continue. Inform him that the more hostages, the better, especially that Qin Feng. I want him alive. At this moment, Qin Feng, regarded as the ultimate prey, remained blissfully unaware. In stark contrast to the despair outside, the morning in the Waterfall Valley was suffused with an atmosphere of industrious productivity. The rhythmic sound of work echoed. Scrape, scrape. Wang Meng, bare-chested, beads of sweat glistening on his bronze muscles, sat upon a large stone, diligently honing the iron arrowheads in his grasp with a coarse sandstone. Sweat trickled into his eyes, causing a sting, yet he paid it no mind. The last one, Wang Meng bellowed, flinging the polished arrowhead into a leather pouch, then boldly wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm. He gazed at the heavy iron implements piled within the pouch, his mouth agape in delight. At this juncture, Qin Feng stood, brushing off the dust from his hands. Hold on, everyone, shut down the live stream and test the weapons. Chapter 60, The Battle of National Fate, No Ground Given, the hunting wisdom of our ancestors. His voice was not loud, yet it caused everyone to pause in their tasks. The four ventured to an open area outside the camp, where Wang Meng propped a stout log against a rock as a target. Lung Yu was the first to step forward, drawing a freshly crafted iron-tipped arrow from her quiver. The weighty sensation in her hand was starkly different from that of the wooden arrows. She knocked the arrow onto the bowstring and gradually pulled back the longbow, its body bending into a full crescent. A low, resonant hum echoed as the bowstring vibrated. The black arrow shot forth with relentless ferocity, traversing 30 meters in an instant. Thud! A dull sound resonated as the iron-tipped arrow pierced through the nearly 8-centimeter thick, resilient outer layer of the log, embedding itself deeply along with a small portion of the shaft. The feathers at the arrow's rear quivered violently. Wang Meng was awestruck, rushing forward to touch the arrow deeply embedded in the wood, reminiscent of the arrow that had struck him while he was being pursued. A rush of mixed emotions, fear and exhilaration, washed over him. He exclaimed excitedly, "This power surpasses the wooden arrows by several degrees. If this were to strike a person, it would surely pierce right through." Lung Yu gazed at her creation, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. The penetrating power of the iron arrowhead exceeded expectations, signifying that their attacks could pose a lethal threat to enemies clad in simple leather armor or hiding behind trees. "My turn," Wang Meng said eagerly, rubbing his hands together. He took the bow and, emulating Lung Yu, released an arrow. His greater strength propelled the arrow with even more force, driving it deeply into the log. This was no mere hunting tool. It was a true weapon of war. Just as Wang Meng was eager to take another shot, Qin Feng spoke up, turning towards the large, meticulously prepared alligator hide laid out on the grass. After a morning of cutting and stitching, it was no longer a complete pelt. Qin Feng bent down and picked up 4 crafted pieces, utilizing the toughest and thickest scales from the alligator's back to fashion a breastplate and backplate akin to a heart guard. He stitched them together with resilient sinew, the dark green scales reflecting a cold sheen under the sunlight. He handed 3 similarly sized pieces to himself, Lung Yu and Wang Meng, while the last, slightly smaller piece, he presented to Lin Han. Lin Han was taken aback, pointing at herself in bewilderment. "I also have one." Qin Feng chuckled softly, affirmatively responding, "Wear it and survive." Lin Han was momentarily stunned, her eyes welling with emotion as she nodded vigorously. Wang Meng, unable to contain his eagerness, had already donned the leather armor, its weight causing him to stagger slightly. "Hey, I must say, this is quite heavy." He pounded his chest vigorously, producing a series of dull thuds. The thickness, the hardness. A small bulletproof vest. Damn, If those invaders laid eyes on this, they would surely soil themselves. He shifted his body, feeling a slight discomfort. The scales pressed against his flesh felt a bit chilly. Lin Yihan observed his comical demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She stepped forward and naturally adjusted the straps of his leather armor, saying, "Wang Ge, bear with it. This is a matter of life and death." You know. I know, Wang Ming replied with a silly grin, allowing Lin Yihan to fuss over him. Once everyone was suited up, 4 of them donned dark green crocodile leather armor, bows in hand and iron-tipped arrows at their sides, standing beneath the waterfall. Qin Feng gazed at his refreshed comrades, placing the final iron arrow into his quiver. He paused for a moment, lifting his gaze toward the horizon, proclaiming, "It is our turn to become the hunters." Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Supreme Command Center of the Dragon Nation was tense. A colossal screen displayed a general from the Lighthouse Nation, his expression arrogant and avaricious. The conditions were quite simple. As his voice came through encrypted lines with an undeniable tone, the 10,000 iron and gold mines obtained by the Dragon Nation must yield half of their mining rights to us. In exchange, we will persuade Qin and his team to release your captured contestants. At the conference table, an elderly official from the Dragon Nation slowly removed his glasses, polishing them with a soft cloth. He did not express anger, merely gazing at the screen with calm intensity, stating each word deliberately. Every inch of land in the Dragon Nation belongs to its people. Every citizen of the Dragon Nation is an invaluable family member, not a bargaining chip for your trade. He donned his glasses again, his eyes suddenly sharp as daggers. Should you fail to release our contestants, the consequences that ensue shall be entirely borne by your Lighthouse Nation. With that, he abruptly severed the communication. The screen darkened, and the conference room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, the official spoke in a deep voice. "Notify all departments to continue applying diplomatic pressure. Furthermore, since the Lighthouse Nation wishes to import our iron and gold to develop, we shall exploit them to the fullest. Ensure they are supplied to the enemy nations of Y and X. Additionally, inform me immediately once communication with the contestants is established. Qin Feng is our sole hope. The number of personnel for mining is limited and development will be slow," one of the members added. The high-ranking official from the Dragon Nation softly replied, "Many are enjoying the tenfold benefits brought by the contestants, yet remain unsatisfied, attacking and mocking them with barrage comments. I understand. In the Waterfall Valley, let's charge in and take down those scoundrels," Wang Ming exclaimed, flinging his bow over his back, gesticulating passionately. "Now that we have upgraded our firepower, do we still fear them? Let's locate their lair. Each of us will send them off with an arrow." "No," Cold Moon immediately dismissed the idea. "We know nothing of the enemy's exact numbers, their armament, or the defenses of their encampment. A reckless assault could lead to encirclement, leaving us with no chance to retreat." Just as the two were on the verge of a quarrel, Qin Feng interjected, "Wang Ming is correct. We must take the initiative. Cold Moon's concerns are valid as well. We cannot engage in battle unprepared." He turned to both of them, his gaze serene. "Have we forgotten the invaluable tactics passed down from our ancestors?" Wang Ming paused, perplexed. "What invaluable tactics?" "Guerrilla warfare," Qin Feng replied, enunciating the 3 words with calm precision. Wang Ming initially looked taken aback, but then his eyes ignited with fervor. "You mean, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When they camp, we disrupt. We won't confront them head-on. We'll stick to them like stubborn gum, making them restless and exhausted, driving them to madness." A subtle smile crept across Qin Feng's lips as he nodded affirmatively. "Once they are reduced to frightened birds, we shall seize the opportunity for a decisive strike." "Brilliant," Wang Ming exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. "Brother, how could I have overlooked this? Your mind is truly sharp. Let us execute this plan and wear them down." Cold Moon nodded earnestly, fully endorsing this strategy, recognizing it as the most suitable approach for their small elite team. With their plan established, the quartet sprang into action. Lin Yihan led the little calf back to their refuge, blocking the entrance with stones, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. Subsequently, Cold Rain extinguished all the bonfires and gathered their weapons, water, and jerky. Just before their departure, Wang Ming, with keen eyes, spotted several clusters of kiwi fruit they had collected earlier. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he grabbed 7 or 8, stuffing them into a leather pouch. These will quench our thirst and replenish our strength on the road. With all preparations complete, the 4-man team stealthily departed from a sanctuary they had painstakingly established, plunging into the perilous depths of the vast forest. Qin Feng led the way, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a high-precision radar. The air in the jungle was humid and oppressive, a pungent amalgamation of decaying leaves and unknown wildflowers, accompanied by the incessant chorus of insects. In such an environment, discomfort was palpable, yet each individual's gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Wang Meng crouched down, leveraging his reconnaissance experience from the Marine Corps. He picked up a frond that had been trampled, its break still fresh and oozing a hint of green sap. In a hushed tone, he informed Qin Feng behind him. "Brother, they passed this way. Judging by the traces, it was no more than 3 hours ago." He continued tracking for several meters, but halted at a rocky beach. Washed clean by rain, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Damn it, the trail ends here. These rascals are cunning. They've used the terrain to erase their tracks." Cold Moon approached to inspect the area, shaking her head in agreement, indicating their inability to proceed further. As Wang Meng was poised to disperse and resume his search, Qin Feng remained stationary, his form unwavering. He gently closed his eyes, activating his master-level environmental perception. In his mind, the entire world unfolded in a different panorama. The air still lingered with faint yet distinct scents. A waft of fox-like odor penetrated his nostrils, characteristic of those of Caucasian descent who have indulged in a carnivorous diet, resulting in a pronounced body aroma. At that moment, a subtle breeze wafted in from the southeast, carrying with it the aroma of smoke from cooking fires. Chapter 61. The Insidious Sentinel's Arrangement. As the faint aroma wafted through the air, not the robust smoke of campfire, but rather the scent of extinguished embers, Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze. He raised his hand and gestured towards the southeast, approximately 2 kilometers away. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of Wang Meng and Lung Yu. "How do you know?" Wang Meng instinctively inquired. They, being professionals, felt utterly at a loss in this situation. How could he ascertain the direction merely by standing and closing his eyes for a moment? With a light chuckle, Qin Feng replied, "Do you believe I've had a keen nose since childhood, capable of detecting the scent of foreign body odor?" Although Wang Meng was brimming with questions, he merely laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Of course I believe you." Lung Yu, inherently trusting of Qin Feng, added, "Let's first find a place to eat something while we wait for nightfall." Agreed. With that, Qin Feng and Lung Yu set off in that direction, while Wang Meng and Lin Yihan exchanged glances, both reflecting deep confusion in their eyes. Nonetheless, they unhesitatingly followed suit, as dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. The light in the forest filtered through the dense canopy. The 4 of them discovered a secluded hollow, where they simply nibbled on jerky and sipped water. Wang Meng, unable to remain idle, quickly finished his jerky and began to scan the nearby grass. With nimble hands and feet, he gathered numerous supple vines and broad leaves from the area, deftly fashioning 4 uniquely shaped hats. Though rudimentary, these headpieces resembled bird nests, seamlessly blending with the verdant environment, presenting an excellent means of camouflage. Hey, don't underestimate their appearance. Hidden amidst the grass, they work wonders. He proudly donned one of the bird nests atop his head, while Lin Yihan curiously tried one on, immediately greeted by the fresh scent of grass. Unable to contain her laughter, she remarked, "Wang Ge, it's a pity you're not opening a grass-weaving shop with this skill." Wang Meng grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites. "This is nothing, little sister. Back in my military days, I used this for camouflage, lying in the grass for an entire day while the enemy passed right beneath my nose without a clue." As nightfall gradually cloaked the jungle, the daytime cacophony of insects began to subside. The 4 figures, adorned with their makeshift bird nests, stealthily advanced in the direction indicated by Qin Feng. After covering approximately 1 kilometer, a faint flicker of firelight danced in the distance among the trees. "We've found it." The four immediately crouched low, concealing themselves behind a dense thicket of ferns. Due to the considerable distance and the dimness of the forest, Wang Ming squinted to discern the rudimentary camp ahead. Lowering his voice, laced with a hint of disdain, he remarked, "Their eyes had even a lookout around the camp. These fools are too arrogant." He was about to suggest seizing this opportunity to stealthily approach and eliminate a couple of them to secure an auspicious start. A hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. It was Qin Feng, who remained silent, merely gesturing with his eyes for him to observe the towering trees on either side of the camp. Wang Ming and Lung Yu followed his gaze, their pupils dilating in sudden realization. Hidden within the dense shadows of the tree canopies, two indistinct figures lay in ambush, skillfully camouflaged among the branches and vines. Had it not been for Qin Feng's reminder, even the seasoned Wang Ming would have been utterly oblivious to their presence at such a proximity and under these lighting conditions. What a treacherous setup. A cold sweat instantly trickled down Wang Ming's back. Qin Feng turned his head and softly addressed the three. This team possesses remarkable talent. This is textbook-level reconnaissance. First, their elevated position allows for an extensive view of the camp surroundings. Second, being perched in the trees makes it exceedingly difficult for ground-based foes to approach silently. Third, and most insidious of all, should these two sentinels be struck down by arrows, the cacophony of their fall and cries would undoubtedly awaken all slumbering companions within the camp. It was an inescapable trap. Damn it, how cunning! Wang Ming muttered under his breath, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Let us take down those two sentinels. After that, we'll flee and return in 2 hours. I refuse to believe they can remain vigilant forever. We shall wear them down. This echoed the previously mentioned strategy of guerrilla warfare, relentlessly harassing the enemy to induce psychological collapse. Lung, you concur with the plan, as it appeared to be the sole method of inflicting substantial damage upon the adversary. After exchanging a glance with Qin Feng, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the lack of better options, they slowly raised their longbows, the icy steel arrowheads glinting ominously as they aimed at the dark silhouettes above. Just as the bowstrings were about to be drawn taut, a sudden commotion erupted within the camp, prompting the four to hold their breath, retract their hands, and squint into the distance. The dense foliage of the jungle obscured their view, but they could vaguely discern a tall figure tossing a humanoid creature from the camp's shelter. Had they turned against each other? A flicker of doubt crossed Lung Yu's mind, and Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, fixated on the motionless figure on the ground. In that fleeting moment, a burst of fire illuminated the area, only to fade once more. Yet, in that instant, Qin Feng discerned the insignia on the fallen figure's sleeve. A dragon kingdom emblem. No, it appeared to be one of our own. What? Lung Yu's breath hitched, her hand poised to draw the bow freezing in place, while Wang Ming, as if struck by a sudden revelation, exclaimed, "Yes, absolutely. I mentioned having encountered their group before. They indeed kidnapped someone, but I couldn't discern who it was. Now it's confirmed. It's one of our compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom." As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the group. If they were to shoot the sentinel, would the adversaries, in their fury, unleash their wrath upon their compatriots? For soldiers, the instinct to rescue their comrades is deeply ingrained, yet the current predicament left them ensnared in a dilemma. What to do? Wang Ming turned to Qin Feng, his tone laced with urgency. Rescue? It is exceedingly challenging. Once we are exposed, they will undoubtedly use the hostages to coerce us. At that point, should we be compelled to lay down our arms, we would become mere lambs to the slaughter. Lung Yu furrowed her brow and added, "To abandon them and watch our compatriots languish in captivity is something I cannot bear." The atmosphere thickened with tension as all eyes converged on Qin Feng. His mind raced. A myriad of plans flashed through his consciousness, yet each was swiftly dismissed. A direct assault was impractical, diversion was futile. Chaos must be created, a turmoil that would render the enemy preoccupied. His gaze swept over the anxious Lin Yihan before returning to the fierce countenance of Wang Ming, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. A plan, audacious to the brink of madness, began to take shape in his mind. A cryptic smile curled at the corners of his lips as he lowered his voice, looking towards Wang Ming with a mischievous glint. Wang Ming, what if you were to say that you were ambushed by a horde of monkeys on your way here? Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, but then a fierce light ignited in his small eyes. He instantly grasped Qin Feng's intention, mirroring the same mischievous smile on his face. Huh, you rascal, that's quite devious. I get it. Chapter 62. A feint to the east, a sudden strike from the west. With the plan firmly established, the two individuals sprang into action. Although Lung Yu and Lin Han had yet to fully grasp the situation, they silently followed the pair as they retreated from the scene. Utilizing Wang Ming's memory, they swiftly returned to the infamous monkey grove that had once brought him great humiliation. This is the place, Wang Ming whispered, pointing towards the lush greenery ahead. The den of those mischievous monkeys must be hidden within. Last time I suffered greatly, but this time I shall not be afraid, he proclaimed, patting his crocodile leather armor with confidence. The jungle, shrouded in the night, was filled with the earthy scent of damp soil. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and addressed the group. We shall act according to the situation. Eliminate any threats directly, while capturing the weaker ones alive. Wang Ming rummaged through his leather pouch and produced several kiwis, which he had fortuitously brought along as snacks. Fortunately, I gathered some kiwis before coming here. Now, let us see how well you all perform. The four did not hide, but instead strolled boldly to a clearing at the forest's edge. Appearing as weary travelers who had journeyed far, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Wang Ming dramatically sighed, tossing his weapon aside. Qin Feng leisurely retrieved a kiwi from his pocket, using a dagger to peel away its fuzzy skin, revealing the vibrant green flesh within. A refreshing, tangy aroma wafted through the night air. Lin Han mimicked his actions, nibbling cautiously on her kiwi while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Although they seemed to engage in idle chatter, each individual discreetly concealed a length of pre-prepared sturdy vine rope behind them, their palms slightly moist from anxiety. Before long, subtle rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding foliage, and pairs of glistening eyes appeared in the darkness, gleaming with greed and curiosity as they fixated on the fruits scattered around them. The monkeys here bore a striking resemblance to the mischievous creatures of the past on Blue Star, particularly those on Mount Amei, daring and seemingly unafraid of humans, as if they had never encountered one before. Among them, the boldest monkey could no longer resist the temptation and stealthily descended from its perch, cautiously inching closer to Wang Ming. With a sidelong glance, Wang Ming smirked inwardly as the kiwi he held slipped from his grasp, rolling to the ground a mere half-meter away. The monkey's eyes sparkled with determination, and without hesitation, it lunged forward, reaching for the fallen fruit. Now, Qin Feng signaled to Wang Ming. Understanding the cue, Wang Ming appeared relaxed, yet his muscles were coiled with tension. His large hand, swift as lightning, shot out behind him. He felt the soft fur beneath his fingers, and with a piercing shriek, the night air was shattered as Wang Ming expertly seized the monkey's arm. The monkey, in a fit of pain, began to thrash wildly, using its other paw and feet to desperately claw and kick at Wang Ming's chest with reckless abandon. However, it was met with the unyielding scales of crocodile hide. Ah, the marvels of human civilization, little monkey. Wang Ming's grip remained steadfast as his other hand swiftly retrieved a vine rope. With the assistance of Lung Yu, they effortlessly bound the monkey, securing it tightly. Its anguished cries seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest. The forest erupted in chaos. Squeaks filled the air as a dozen monkeys descended from the trees, baring their teeth and displaying their fierce demeanor, recklessly charging towards the four individuals. Monkeys are creatures that hold grudges with great intensity. Excellent, Qin Feng murmured, feeling not fear but exhilaration. As the monkey horde surged forth, the four stood armed and unyielding. Qin Feng's agility was remarkable. He adeptly utilized his masterful environmental awareness to anticipate the monkey's attacking trajectories, sidestepping gracefully and effortlessly capturing one. In stark contrast, Lung Yu moved with precision, her actions devoid of any superfluous motion. Swift as lightning, she skillfully seized the monkey's flailing claws, twisting them with a deft grip from military combat techniques, rendering them momentarily incapacitated by pain. The two worked in tandem, binding each downed monkey, while some clever ones hurled stones from the treetops, only to be deterred by Lin Yihan's arrows. Though most missed their mark, they served as a measure of intimidation. Wang Ming stood like an iron tower, shielding Lin Yihan, his large hands swinging left and right as he captured monkeys with the ease of snatching chicks. In no time, the forest echoed with the furious shrieks of 6 or 7 captured monkeys, thrashing in defiance. Nevertheless, this mountain forest was a considerable distance from the enemy camp, and amidst the abundant wildlife, the monkeys' cacophony would merely be perceived as the usual skirmish among wild beasts, failing to raise any alarm. After a flurry of chaotic confrontation, the 7 most ferocious monkey kings were tightly bound. The remaining monkeys, sensing the tide had turned, let out a few reluctant cries before swiftly retreating into the woods, seemingly in search of reinforcements. Mission accomplished. Regroup. Qin Feng dusted off his hands, a smile gracing his face. The 4 immediately set off towards the enemy camp in stealth. Leading the way, Lung Yu carried 2 snarling monkeys in each hand, moving silently. Qin Feng and Lin Yihan walked in the middle, engaged in quiet conversation. Soon, you will need to do something. Qin Feng's voice was soft yet clear as it reached Lin Yihan's ears. A look of confusion crossed her face as she leaned in to hear his words. Instantly, her complexion drained of color, and she waved her hands in panic. Qin Feng, I can't. I'll mess it up. Qin Feng did not halt his pace, but turned his face to glance at her, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. I believe in you. If it comes to that, I have a backup plan. Be bold. Lin Yihan was taken aback as she gazed at Qin Feng's serene profile and his confident eyes. The turmoil and fear within her were unexpectedly replaced by an inexplicable courage. She bit her lower lip and nodded firmly, her gaze transforming from timidity to determination. All right. Wang Ming, on the other hand, held 3 monkeys in one hand, akin to carrying a string of firecrackers. With each step he took, the monkeys would screech. He brought up the rear of the group, providing cover. Among the monkeys he carried, one was particularly fierce, still baring its teeth despite being tied up, emitting a threatening growl from its throat as if it intended to devour Wang Ming whole. Frustrated by the incessant noise, Wang Ming muttered under his breath to the monkey, "Scream all you want, you little beast. Have you forgotten about the wild fruits you pilfered from me a couple of days ago, or when you hurled stones at me? The tides of fortune have turned. Today is your day." The monkey, oblivious to human speech, continued to bellow, its hot breath washing over Wang Ming's face. His threats suddenly ceased as he froze, his nose instinctively twitching. There is something off about this scent. He brought the monkey closer, inhaling the aroma with scrutiny. It was a blend of fruity sweetness and a hint of fermentation, a faint whiff of alcohol. His expression shifted from ferocity to confusion, and finally to sheer astonishment. In a voice only he could hear, he cursed, "Damn it! How come you smell of wine? You wretched monkey! Where on earth did you sneak off to for a drink?" With that, he gently grasped the monkey's neck, shaking it vigorously, as if hoping to extract some answers from the creature. Chapter 63. The night raid of the monkeys. The hunt begins. The monkey, disoriented and dazed, had its tongue lolling out, with a glistening froth at the corners of its mouth. Upon witnessing the monkey in such a pitiful state, Wang Ming reluctantly released his grip, holding the half-conscious, drunken monkey in his hands. His mind began to race. Where in this desolate place could the scent of alcohol be coming from? Unless the monkeys had stored wild fruits in tree hollows, allowing them to ferment naturally into monkey wine. This was an unexpected delight. If he could find it, it would be far more exhilarating than any roasted meat. He silently noted this thought. Around 3 in the morning, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Marking the lowest point of human physiological and psychological defenses, even the chirping of insects had dwindled. Qin Feng and his 3 companions stealthily approached a gentle slope at the outskirts of the cane campsite. Through the dense foliage, the layout of the camp became faintly visible, Several rudimentary shelters formed a circle, and the central campfire had dwindled to embers, radiating only a trace of warmth. Besides the two sentinels perched in the trees, the rest were sound asleep. Everything unfolded precisely as Qin Feng had anticipated. He made a simple gesture, and Wang Meng and Lung Yu instantly understood. The three crouched down and began to untie the vines binding the monkey. "Ihan, your safety is paramount," Qin Feng whispered. Lin Ihan took a deep breath and nodded, silently slipping away from the trio, making her way towards the rear of the camp. Although her legs trembled slightly, her gaze had solidified with determination. Watching her silhouette vanish into the darkness, Qin Feng felt a flicker of admiration. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, all the viewers' hearts raced. What the hell? Why is Ihan going alone? This is too dangerous. What exactly is Fengshan making her do? My goodness, my palms are sweating. Don't panic. Trust Fengshan. His arrangements are surely profound. Go, Ihan. Are you ready? Qin Feng inquired, glancing at Wang Meng and Lung Yu. Both nodded emphatically and used their daggers to sever the vines binding the monkeys. The 7 monkeys, having endured a tumultuous journey, immediately sprang to life, baring their teeth and emitting furious screeches. The drunken monkey, once freed from its bonds, attempted to attack Wang Meng. Fortunately, Wang Meng was quick-witted and swiftly seized the nape of its neck, hurling it toward the camp like a grenade. Whoosh splash! The monkey arced through the air, crashing heavily beside a shelter, followed by the second and third. One unfortunate monkey was flung directly onto the extinguished embers. Though the flames had died, the internal temperature of the embers remained high. Squeak! Howl! A piercing scream shattered the night as the monkey leaped from the embers, its fur singed and emitting a burnt odor, frantically darting about. Instantly, the entire campsite descended into chaos. What the hell? Enemy attack. Damn it, all personnel alert. Kane emerged from the shelter, gripping a sharp dagger, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The sentinel perched in the tree shouted, "Captain, it's just a few monkeys. I don't know where they came from. Cursed beasts." A soldier from Lighthouse Nation kicked away a monkey that lunged at him. Get lost. These monkeys, already brimming with rage, found their companion screams to be the final provocation. Perceiving the upright beings before them as the culprits, they charged forth recklessly. The cacophony of scratching, gnawing, human curses, and monkey shrieks turned the camp into utter chaos. Yet, amidst this pandemonium, none noticed that, at the very moment the sentinel spoke, 2 icy presences in the darkness had already locked their sights upon him. Ling Yuan knelt, her top bow drawn, her breath nearly stilled, fixated solely on the blurred silhouette swaying within the treetop shadows. Buzz! The bowstring quivered, and the iron arrow soared through the air. Almost simultaneously, Wang Meng released his bowstring from the opposite side. Thud! A dull thump echoed as the sentinel on the left stiffened, incredulously lowering his head to behold the iron arrowhead piercing through his chest. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged as vitality ebbed away like a receding tide. His body slackened, and he plummeted from the tree. The sentinel on the right reacted half a second quicker, seemingly sensing the wind's whisper. Instinctively, he twisted his body. Swoosh! Wang Meng's arrow grazed his neck, carving a deep gash that revealed bone. Ack! The sentinel let out a short, agonized cry, clutching his gushing neck, losing balance amid excruciating pain and terror. Thud! Thud! The 2 bodies crashed heavily to the ground, their muted thuds perfectly drowned out by the monkey's screeches and the curses of men. 2 of the most dangerous eyes were extinguished. Within the camp, a particularly ferocious monkey charged toward Miyamoto Musashi, its maw wide open, intent on biting his neck. Musashi's eyes narrowed. In an instant, his long sword was drawn. Whoosh, the blade flashed, and the monkey's head fell asunder, its body propelled forward by inertia before crashing to the ground. Baka! Cursed beast! Musashi flicked the blood from his blade, casting a cold glare at the surrounding monkeys. Seeing their companion slain, the others did not retreat. Instead, they surged toward him with even greater ferocity. Amidst the turmoil, 3 arrows silently pierced the darkness. Thud! 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 3 figures collapsed in response, 1 from the Japanese team and 2 from the lighthouse team. Blood gleamed with a dark luster under the moonlight. This is bad. An enemy attack. Qin reacted swiftly, his instincts kicking in. He scanned the camp, discovering 3 fallen comrades, in addition to the 2 sentinels who had just plummeted from the trees. In the blink of an eye, 5 lives had been lost. Damn it. Miyamoto, come over here. Miyamoto Musashi forcefully kicked away the monkey that lunged at him and swiftly dashed to Qin's side. The remaining 2 subordinates hurriedly gathered around them, the 4 of them taking cover behind a shelter, warily surveying the encroaching darkness. "Captain, where are they?" A tremulous voice from one of the competitors from the Lighthouse Nation inquired. Qin's gaze fixated on the fringes of the forest, where, amidst the ferns, a few shadows were discernibly shifting. "Over there. It must be those individuals from the Dragon Nation." Qin raised his bow, aiming towards that direction. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 arrows soared through the air, targeting the concealed positions of Qin Feng and his companions. "Shift left, lower your profile." Qin Feng's low command resonated like thunder, starkly clear in the ambient stillness. Several arrows whizzed past them, embedding themselves into the trees behind. These bastards are remarkably quick to react. Wang Ming gritted his teeth. "Patience." Qin Feng's voice remained composed. "They are in the light, while we reside in the shadows. Their arrows are limited in number. Ours are still tipped with iron." Cold Moon. Wang Ming, alternate your shots and suppress Miyamoto Musashi and the man to his right. In the darkness, the twang of bowstrings echoed in succession. Qin soon discerned a troubling pattern. The enemy's arrows consistently struck from cunning angles the moment they dared to expose themselves to retaliate, forcing them into hasty evasions. Within a mere half-minute, none of the arrows launched from his side had even grazed the enemy's attire, while one of Miyamoto Musashi's comrades suffered a cold arrow wound to the arm, temporarily incapacitating him. "Damn it," Qin cursed inwardly, realizing that engaging in a shootout with these slippery individuals from the Dragon Nation in the jungle at night left them with little chance of victory. Prolonging the conflict would only lead to their demise. With this thought, a glint of malice flashed in Qin's eyes as he recalled his most crucial bargaining chip. "Miyamoto, you and the other 2 hold off the enemy while I retrieve that hostage," Qin said with a sinister smile. "Let's see if they dare to shoot at their own kind." He intended to leverage the hostage to coerce Qin Feng and his comrades into surrendering. Miyamoto Musashi nodded, swiftly dispersing with his 2 subordinates, utilizing the cover of the campsite to engage with Qin Feng and his companions, transforming the situation into an intense 3-on-3 confrontation. Chapter 64. The gunshot signals a full counterattack. On the periphery of the camp, Wang Ming crouched low, replacing his arrow with a new iron-tipped shaft. He muttered under his breath, "These damned fools are quite the drain." Qin Feng, in a soothing tone, reassured him, "It's all right. Their arrows are running low." His masterful environmental awareness enveloped the battlefield like an invisible net, allowing him to hear the hollow clinks of arrows clashing in the enemy's quiver. The opposing side had but a few arrows left. In the darkness, Qin's team found themselves thoroughly on the defensive, reduced to cowering behind cover like moles, too afraid to show their faces. Miyamoto Musashi's hands, gripping his long blade, were tense with the strain of this passive predicament, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, a slight furrow formed on Qin Feng's brow. In his heightened perception, a furtive figure emerged from the farthest edge of the camp, scrambling on hands and knees before darting into the depths of the forest in the opposite direction, rolling and crawling in a frenzied escape. How peculiar. Who would flee at such a time? Qin Feng pondered, as it would be logical for the enemy to unite against them, not to abandon their comrades. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the fleeing figure. It was Zhang Pengfei. He had awakened at the sound of the first monkey being thrown into the camp, letting out a chilling scream. While Qin and his men scrambled to deal with the horde of monkeys, he remained silent, curled up in the corner of his shelter like a beaten dog, desperately stifling his own cries. As the camp descended into chaos, with everyone distracted by the enemy's assault, he had quietly slipped away, racing toward the depths of the woods. It was over, utterly over. Despair gripped Zhang Pengfei's heart as he thought. Whether falling into Kain's hands or being captured by the Dragon Kingdom. As a traitor, my fate is sealed. If Kain prevails, I, having lost all value as a hostage, will likely be eliminated without a second thought. If the Dragon Kingdom emerges victorious, just the thought of it sent uncontrollable shivers through his teeth. He understood better than anyone the grim fate that awaited traitors. The billions of eyes in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream would consume him alive. He did not wish to die. Instinct for survival trumped all else. He must escape. He needed to flee to the ends of the earth, to a place where no one could find him. If only he could break free from this forest, find a hiding spot, and wait for the bloodshed to cease. Zhang Pengfei fervently consoled himself as he plunged deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, within the camp, the battle grew increasingly fierce. A muffled thud echoed, a grim sound. An iron arrowhead had pierced through the log that served as cover for a soldier from the Lighthouse Nation, continuing its relentless trajectory into his side. The soldier screamed, glancing down at the grotesque arrowhead protruding from his flesh, smeared with wood shavings and blood, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. How could they possess iron arrows? Miyamoto Musashi witnessed this scene and steeled himself, with a sudden draw of the long blade at his waist. He recognized that close combat was their final chance. It was now or never. He let out a low roar and was about to charge out from behind cover when he suddenly heard Kain's voice behind him, commanding everyone to halt. There was a hint of smugness and malice in Kain's tone. Miyamoto Musashi turned to see Kain dragging a blood-soaked figure from the makeshift shelter. It was Zhao Ziqian. At that moment, Zhao Ziqian was on the brink of death, his face marred with bruises, clearly having endured horrific torment. Kain gripped his hair with one hand, forcing his face to be exposed to Qin Feng and the others, while pressing a sharp dagger against his throat. "You scum from the Dragon Nation, come out now," Kain shouted into the darkness. "If another arrow is fired, I will slit his throat. I will count to 3. 1. The forest fell into a profound silence. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes in the darkness. He sensed another familiar figure had quietly taken position. Lin Yihan was stealthily approaching from the rear of the camp. Executing his plan, the Dragon Nation's livestream chat exploded with chaos. "Oh no, a hostage. They're using a hostage. It's over. What should we do? Feng Shun is trapped. Feng Shun, please do not act impulsively." Despair and fury spread like a virus among the billions of viewers. 2. Wang Meng and Lung Yu ceased their movements, fixated on their compatriot who was being held hostage, their eyes filled with rage and helplessness. Just as Kain was about to shout one, a rustling sound pierced the air. The ferns parted, and Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, unarmed save for a dagger in his hand, his expression eerily calm. "I'll come out now, what?" Qin Feng spoke, his voice low yet resonant in the ears of all present. Kain's face twisted into a cruel and triumphant smile at the sight of Qin Feng. "It's quite simple. Discard your weapon and have your companions come out, hands on their heads, kneeling on the ground. Otherwise, I shall make him bleed right here." The dagger in his hand edged closer to Zhao Ziqian's neck, a thin line of blood seeping forth. "Very well," Qin Feng replied, his response decisive and unexpected. He casually tossed the dagger to the ground, producing a soft thud. "Lung Yu, Wang Meng, come forth." His voice remained undisturbed. Yet as he turned to signal the two to emerge, his gaze connected with Lung Yu and Wang Meng hidden in the darkness. Understanding immediately, Lung Yu and Wang Meng masked their internal turmoil with feigned reluctance and fury, dropping their bows and slowly stepping forward. Kain's smile widened, exuding the air of a victor. The Dragon Nation's livestream fell into a chilling silence, hearts gripped by an invisible hand, gasping for breath. "No, don't. Feng Shun. This is a trap. Surrendering leads to death too. Is there truly no way out? Lay down your weapons, and then what?" As Qin Feng gazed at Kain, he continued to inquire, his eyes serene as water, seemingly engaged in earnest negotiation. And then, Kain responded as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. "Then, of course, we bind you all and trade you to your Dragon Nation for resources. By the way, didn't you pick up a pistol during the airdrop? Hand it over obediently. And don't be clever. All right, but the pistol is not with me. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips. Where is it? Kane was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, a chill crept down his spine, a sensation of unprecedented danger slithering up his back like a serpent. Behind them, less than 5 meters away, a petite figure had emerged from the shadows, none other than the actress Lin Yihan. She gripped a black pistol tightly, the muzzle trembling slightly from anxiety, yet unwaveringly aimed at Kane's back. Beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead, and her tightly clenched lips even oozed a trickle of blood. But her gaze shone with astonishing brilliance. Lin Yihan trembled violently, recalling Qin Feng's earlier words, "Trust yourself. If it doesn't work, I have a backup plan. Be bold." She closed her eyes and then opened them wide, crushing all fear and hesitation beneath her feet in that moment. Bang! The crisp gunshot shattered the night of the jungle. A flash of fire flickered in the darkness as Kane's towering figure jolted violently. He looked down to see the blossoming crimson on his chest. His eyes filled with absurdity and resentment. He could not comprehend why, within just a few days, the people of the Dragon Nation could trust their compatriot enough to hand over such a crucial weapon, believing that the pistol should have been in his possession, that he should have been the one in command. Yet his progressively clouding vision could no longer ponder, and he weakly released Zhao Ziqian's arm, the dagger clattering to the ground. Zhao Ziqian also crumpled to the earth, and Kane staggered before crashing backward, the last glimmer in his eyes being that petite figure wielding the gun. In the moment Kane fell, time seemed to freeze for an instant. The triumphant smiles on Miyamoto Musashi and the remaining 2 henchmen's faces abruptly froze, morphing into sheer astonishment and horror. It was in that fleeting second. Attack! Qin Feng's icy voice reverberated through the forest. The ground beneath him suddenly caved in as he swiftly grasped the dagger he had previously discarded, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning towards the stunned Miyamoto Musashi, who had exposed a vulnerability in his shock. Roar! Damn you! Wang Meng's furious roar had barely erupted when his massive form charged like an out-of-control freight truck towards another stunned enemy. The massacre had begun. Chapter 65. A single blow shattering your Bushido. The Yamato competitor, Mariako, was still reeling from the shock of witnessing Kane's brutal execution. Compounded by the injury inflicted on his arm during the previous exchange with the iron arrow of Cold Moon, he found himself utterly incapable of reacting. All he could perceive was a colossal shadow, charging towards him like a bear. Instinctively, he raised his weapon to defend himself, but Wang Meng's movements were swifter. Die for me! Wang Meng's fury stemmed from the sight of his compatriot, Zhao Ziqian, being mercilessly tormented. All his wrath coalesced into his iron fist, as large as a cooking pot. Boom! Wang Meng's fist landed squarely on Mariako's face. The sound resonated like the shattering of a ripe watermelon. The Yamato contestant's head snapped back violently, his feet leaving the ground as he was propelled backward in a parabolic arc. In midair, a mixture of blood, flesh, and teeth erupted from his mouth. Mariako crashed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing and emitting incoherent murmurs. Yet, Wang Meng was far from finished. He dashed forward, lifted his foot, and mercilessly stomped down on Mariako's chest. Crack! That was the sound of ribs being brutally crushed. Mariako's body arched violently before collapsing entirely, rendered silent. Incredible! This is what a true warrior looks like. Goodness, that punch sent chills down my spine. So satisfying. This is the treatment these beasts deserve. Kill. Kill them fiercely. Wang Meng is amazing. Avenge Ziqian. In the live stream, the barrage of comments erupted like a volcanic explosion, igniting the fervor of all who witnessed Wang Meng's ferocious display. On the other side of the battlefield, the last Lighthouse Nation competitor, having suffered an injury from the iron arrow, was utterly incapacitated, slumped on the ground, struggling to breathe. Cold Moon displayed no semblance of mercy. Maintaining her vigilance from a few paces away, she remained cautious, wary of any hidden tricks he might possess. Thus, even when delivering the finishing blow, she drew her bow and shot an arrow that pierced his throat, nailing him to the wooden post of the shelter. Huff! Huff! Lin Yihan observed the figure slumped on the ground, gasping for air, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead and leaving trails on her cheeks. She did not cry, nor did she display fear. Rather, her gaze appeared somewhat vacant. This was the overwhelming sensation of exhaustion that followed her first act of killing. After Cold Moon dispatched that individual, she swiftly approached Lin Yihan, placing a hand on her shoulder and embracing her tightly. "You did exceptionally well." The stable and powerful touch, accompanied by comforting words, gradually calmed Lin Yihan's trembling body. She lifted her gaze to behold the smiling face of Long Yu. In her slightly unfocused eyes, fear began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of reassurance. In the center of the camp, only Qin Feng and Miyamoto Musashi remained. Musashi, gripping his glimmering longsword, watched with a pallid expression as the massacre unfolded before him. So many lives had been extinguished in less than 5 minutes. He could not fathom how the situation had so swiftly reversed, despite it being their trap, despite holding hostages. That gun in the hands of the actress, the iron arrow that pierced the log, and this man before him. Musashi's gaze was fixated on Qin Feng. He recognized that Qin Feng was the heart of this team. If he could eliminate him, everything would come to an end. Baka, Chinese scum. Musashi spat through clenched teeth, his sword pointing downward. "I challenge you to a duel, one-on-one. It is the honor of a samurai." Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, about to respond when a voice of high quality interjected, "Screw you." Wang Ming, having just dispatched his opponent, spat on the ground and charged forward with a dagger. "Why didn't you demand a one-on-one when you were bullying our compatriots? Today, I shall teach you what a true Dragon Country duel entails. It means the two of us against you alone." Qin Feng stood there, calm and composed, without adopting any combat stance. His gaze, as still as a deep well, regarded Musashi as if he were a mere corpse. He neither agreed nor disagreed. In his eyes, victory and defeat were already determined, and the process was meaningless. Wang Ming's intervention would merely hasten the conclusion of this battle. Seeing this, Musashi's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Very well, 2 against 2. Let me show you what a true samurai is." Before he could finish, Qin Feng moved, without warning and with no extraneous motion. He who had stood still a moment ago, transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling toward Musashi. It was too fast, so swift that even Wang Ming could barely comprehend the blur before him. Musashi's pupils constricted in shock. The dynamic vision he prided himself on struggled to keep pace with Qin Feng's speed. With no time to ponder, relying on his honed instincts, he exerted force from his core, his longsword slicing upward in a fierce arc aimed at Qin Feng's neck. This strike encapsulated the essence of his lifelong training, swift, precise, and deadly. Yet, in the face of this lethal blow, Qin Feng did not flinch or evade. At the very moment the blade was about to graze his skin, his seemingly unremarkable fist had already surged forward, as Wang Ming bellowed and took a step forward, intending to contest the prey with Qin Feng. He felt an exhilarating gust of wind sweep past him just as his muscles tightened. His raised fist remained suspended in midair, and then he beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Qin Feng's fist struck the abdomen of Miyamoto Musashi with an utterly inconceivable velocity. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the sound akin to a heavy hammer striking a ripe persimmon. The malicious grin on Miyamoto Musashi's face froze instantaneously, replaced by sheer agony. He felt as though a rampaging rhinoceros had collided with him head-on. An irresistible, terrifying force obliterated all of his internal organs in an instant, transmitting that power throughout his entire being. The long sword he held flew from his grasp, and he soared through the air like a monkey hurled by Qin Feng, crashing heavily against the sturdy trunk of a tree beside the camp. The tree shuddered violently, its leaves cascading to the ground. Had it not been for the tree's intervention, the impact would have been far more severe. Miyamoto Musashi slid down the trunk to the ground, gasping. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, but instead expelled a torrent of thick blood mixed with fragments of his insides, staining his chest crimson. Lowering his gaze, he was filled with a sense of unwillingness and confusion. How could this Dragon Country individual possess such terrifying strength? This thought lingered in his mind as his head tilted, his eyes bulging, and he succumbed to death, utterly without breath, his life extinguished. The entire camp was plunged into an eerie silence. Wang Meng's raised fist remained suspended in the air as he stared blankly at his hand, then shifted his gaze to the lifeless body of Miyamoto Musashi in the distance. Finally, his gaze turned vacantly towards Qin Feng. "I seem to have not even struck him," Wang Meng murmured, his worldview shaken to its core. "My goodness, does this brother possess such immense strength?" At that moment, a cold, vast, and emotionless mechanical voice resonated in the minds of all survivors in the wilderness, as well as throughout the entire Blue Star. Chapter 66. The Arrival of National Fortune Rewards. The Dragon Kingdom celebrates, while the Yamato Nation wails. Warning. Contestants from the Yamato Nation, the total number of deaths, including those killed, has exceeded 10. The first nation in the bizarre wilderness to surpass 10 fatalities. The National Fortune Punishment Mechanism has been activated. All citizens of the Yamato Nation suffer a slight decline in physical constitution. As the proclamation echoed, all present were rendered speechless. In the command center of the Yamato Nation, the faces of the high-ranking officials turned ashen. An elderly man wearing glasses suddenly slumped in his chair. In the heart of the Yamato Nation, an uncanny scene unfolded on a bustling street. A hurried office worker suddenly felt his legs weaken and collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, his knees aching with sharp pain. Bewildered, he glanced around, only to find many others like him, either falling or displaying expressions of anguish. In hospitals, countless citizens of the Yamato Nation emitted pained groans, and various machines blared alarming sounds. Panic spread throughout the nation like a plague. At that moment, the grand voice resounded once more. Reward determination. As the primary assailants, the Dragon Kingdom triggers the National Fortune Evaluation Mechanism. The highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom held its breath, hearts racing. All eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing a single word. Reward. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Physical Constitution 1. This announcement fell like a nuclear bomb upon a tranquil lake, instantaneously igniting a fervor across the globe. In that fleeting moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in jubilation. Countless citizens, still exhilarated from the recent night raid, felt a remarkable change within their bodies. At the border, a soldier plagued by arthritis for years was preparing to sleep. Massaging his knees when he suddenly froze, the chronic pain that had accompanied him for so long had noticeably diminished. In the arid expanses, a group of middle-aged men and women, voluntarily planting trees for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, straightened their bent backs, their eyes shining with joy as they gazed into the distance. Young people laboring diligently in various cities simultaneously felt a surge of warmth radiating from their limbs, instantly dispelling all fatigue. Even those being clandestinely taken away from mining felt a marked enhancement in their physical condition. This group had been the very ones mocking the Dragon Kingdom's contestants in live broadcasts, now pleading, "Let us return. We no longer disdain our contestants. I will never again defame them. I truly see my errors now." The same scenes unfolded in every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Workers, long accustomed to backaches, felt their bodies grow sturdier, while sickly children flushed with vitality. Physical Constitution 1. These 4 words resonated not as a mere statistic, but as the most tangible and profound experience for over 1 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief moment of astonishment, a tidal wave of exuberance followed. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, applauding and cheering for the team led by Qin Feng. God of Feng is incredible. Wang Meng is formidable. Goddess of the Cold Moon. Ihan, well done. The sensation of starvation over the past 5 days is overwhelming. Is this what it means to enhance one's constitution? How exhilarating. My mother's chronic hypertension has remarkably decreased after a recent check. Grateful to Team Qin Feng and all the athletes from Longhua. It feels as though time has elongated. Far more effective than the previously renowned dragon beard grass. To the person above, you. I shall also give it a try. As the city's windows illuminated one by one, the muffled gasps transformed into resounding cheers. Countless individuals surged onto the streets, embracing strangers, sharing this unexpected joy that descended from the heavens. In the official live stream of Longhua, the barrage of comments had gone utterly wild. Host Sa Baining, with tears welling in his eyes and a quivering voice, proclaimed, "A miracle. This is the miracle of Longhua. Our athletes are tirelessly dedicating their blood and sweat, securing a future for us and our entire nation. A nationwide celebration. This is genuine collective jubilation. This is even more exhilarating than receiving food. The body is indeed the foundation of revolution. I am moved to tears. I finally comprehend what national fortune entails. Our athletes are battling fiercely ahead, while we enjoy the benefits from behind. Brothers, from now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of Qin Feng and his team, I shall be the first to confront them. To the person above, I am first in line. Do not rob me of the opportunity." In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere in Longhua, the nations of the Lighthouse and Wokaku were engulfed in wails of despair. A slight decline in physical constitution is a fatal blow to the frail elderly. Countless individuals surged towards hospitals, plunging societal order into chaos. In the highest command center of the Lighthouse Nation, the atmosphere was oppressive. The commander, his face ashen, slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, that fool Kane. Did he not claim that everything was under control? Immediately contact Wokaku. Demand answers. Is this their Miyamoto Musashi? Even a mere chicken is beyond their capability." An 8-star general from the Lighthouse Nation fixed an intense gaze upon Qin Feng's calm visage on the screen, filled with trepidation. This Qin Feng. He is no longer a mere threat. He is altering the very rules of warfare. Immediately reassess his danger level and elevate it to the highest. In the wilderness, Qin Feng's team also received this announcement. Although they could not sense the external jubilation or lamentations, the elation of their victory was palpable. Note, this reward does not apply to participants within the wilderness battlefield. This final note caused Wang Meng to smirk, yet his joy remained undiminished. He slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. "Ha! Wonderful! How delightful for those wretched souls in Wokaku. A mere -1. It should have been a direct -10. Cold Moon's lips curled into a rare, faint smile as she relaxed her clenched fist, her eyes brimming with pride. This is the meaning behind her fight. Gently patting Lin Yihan in her arms, she smiled and declared, "All right, this time we have emerged victorious." Upon hearing this, Lin Yihan nodded emphatically, tears of joy streaming down her face. In that moment, all her fears and apprehensions dissipated like mist. Qin Feng listened quietly, a subtle satisfaction flickering across his expression. This was merely the beginning. "All right." Qin Feng's voice shattered the silence. "Let us hasten to rescue the others. We must clear the battlefield and inspect the spoils. There remains much to be done. Yihan, you performed splendidly. Take a moment to rest. We shall handle the rest." The trio swiftly fell into action, their roles clearly defined and their efforts remarkably efficient. Wang Meng gathered all the weapons, supplies, and backpacks of the captured individuals at the center of the camp. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, his face devoid of emotion, approached a fallen body, crouching beside it. With precision and swiftness, he drew his dagger and sliced open the clothing of the corpse without a moment's hesitation, stripping away a sizable piece of relatively intact fabric. He folded it skillfully before moving on to the next target. This fabric was waterproof and sun-shielding, ideal for constructing roofs for future shelters. At that moment, Lung Yu dashed to Zhao Ziqian's side, utilizing the seized bandages to expertly tend to his wounds. A brief examination revealed primarily external injuries, dehydration, and hunger, but no immediate threat to life. She retrieved a water bottle from her backpack and carefully offered him a few sips. The cool spring water soothed his parched lips. Zhao Ziqian struggled to open his swollen eyelids, and through his blurred vision, he beheld the graceful and refined visage of a young woman from the Dragon Kingdom. He was momentarily taken aback, and then tears welled in his once dull eyes. He wished to speak, yet his throat could only manage a series of rasping sobs. Lung Yu offered him another couple of sips and reassured him, "Do not rush." After a long pause, Zhao Ziqian managed to squeeze out a few words. Thank you. I have burdened you all." Did they capture that traitor, the traitor? Chapter 67. A moment of respite and the next target. Traitor? Cold Moon momentarily halted her ministrations as she tended to Zhao Ziqian's wounds. Lifting her gaze, her piercing eyes swiftly fixed upon his face. As a soldier, she harbored a profound aversion to the very notion of betrayal. Can you clarify? Which traitor? Her tone involuntarily chilled by 3 degrees. Zhang Pengfei, from the Dragon Kingdom. The depths of hatred flickered in Zhao Ziqian's eyes. It was he. He deceived me into coming here. He has long since allied himself with those beasts. Upon uttering these words, he seemed to expend every ounce of his strength, and overwhelmed by psychological torment, his head tilted, plunging him into a deep slumber. Cold Moon furrowed her brow in concern. After meticulously examining him and confirming that he merely fainted from exhaustion, she carefully arranged him before rising slowly. Her typically frosty visage was now enveloped in an air of chilling resolve as she advanced toward the center of the camp. At that moment, Qin Feng and Wang Meng operated like 2 finely tuned machines, swiftly managing the aftermath of battle. Wang Meng was tasked with accumulating all valuable items, while Qin Feng meticulously stripped the clothing from bodies. Qin Feng, Cold Moon approached, observing him folding a relatively clean shirt after removing it. Our compatriot has regained consciousness. What is his condition? Without lifting his head, Qin Feng continued his work, though he is not in immediate danger. He bears numerous injuries from the assault and is exceedingly weak due to prolonged hunger. Cold Moon paused, lowering her voice. He also mentioned that the one who lured us here is a Dragon Kingdom contestant named Zhang Pengfei, and he's betrayed us. Qin Feng's movements came to an abrupt halt, gradually straightening, memories of that faint aura escaping into the depths of the forest amidst the chaos flooded his mind. So that was it. I had thought it merely a cowardly enemy fleeing the battlefield, but it turns out to be something far more insidious. His expression remained stoic, yet a glimmer of icy resolve flickered within his dark eyes. A traitor lurking in the shadows, poses a greater threat than 10 visible enemies. He was well acquainted with the thought processes of Dragon Kingdom contestants and understood their vulnerabilities. This insidious presence must be eradicated swiftly. A traitor? Wang Meng, having overheard their conversation, sprang to his feet, his already fierce countenance now flushed with rage. Damn it! I despise such treacherous scum who betray their own. He kicked a nearby corpse away in fury, roaring, what did he run off to? I shall sever his head right now. As a Marine, loyalty was etched into his very being. The betrayal of a comrade incited a fury more profound than the sting of an enemy's blade. Calm down. Qin Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, instantly silencing the furious Wang Meng. He had already distanced himself, and pursuing him now would likely yield no results. Furthermore, Zhao Ziqian's current condition rendered movement inadvisable. Lin Yihan approached, her brow furrowed at the mention of the word traitor. In this merciless wilderness, not only did they face wild beasts and foreign competitors, but they also had to be wary of treachery from their compatriots, which filled her with disgust. You are right. Cold Moon interjected. We are currently burdened with an injured comrade. Recklessly pursuing them would be perilous. Moreover, the supplies in this camp are considerable, and we must take them all with us. Wang Meng gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. He glanced at the unconscious Zhao Ziqian and ultimately suppressed the raging fury within him. Fine. I'll heed your words. Let that scoundrel live a few more days. Qin Feng nodded, raising his gaze to the sky before surveying the towering pile of spoils. It is just dawn, and everyone is exhausted. Let's rest until noon. Have lunch, and once our compatriot's condition improves, we will gather all our belongings and return to our base. Agreed. He scanned the group, his eyes briefly resting on each face. We will take turns keeping watch for 3 hours. I'll go first since I'm not tired. His words were concise, and no one objected. This was indeed the best course of action at present. Qin Feng moved aside, retrieving his pipe and tobacco from his backpack. Unperturbed, he settled on a chunk of wood, meticulously shredding the tobacco with his knife before filling the bowl and lighting it. A wisp of blue smoke curled upward, releasing a familiar, herbaceous aroma. Wang Meng, about to retreat to the makeshift shelter for a brief rest, found himself irresistibly drawn by the scent. Observing Qin Feng's contented demeanor, he could not resist the temptation, trudging over and plopping down beside him. I must say, brother, this stuff is quite remarkable. I'll have to get myself one of these. Qin Feng, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the traitor and the future of the camp, barely registered Wang Ming's intent. Reflexively, he replied, "Sure, I'll make one for you later." At these words, Wang Ming instinctively reached out for the pipe, then awkwardly scratched his head, offering an embarrassed chuckle. Heh. Upon hearing this foolish laughter, Qin Feng realized Wang Ming was eager to take a few puffs. With a light laugh, he handed over the pipe. Wang Ming grinned, accepting it eagerly and inhaling deeply. This time, perhaps due to his body acclimating, the spicy smoke filled his lungs without inducing a violent cough, instead bestowing a unique sense of relaxation. He exhaled a long smoke ring, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. This feels delightful. He patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and, while making his way to the makeshift shelter, said, "I'll take over for you soon." An hour and a half later, Wang Ming's internal clock awakened him precisely. Although his muscles ached terribly, his mind felt considerably clearer. He rose, stretched his limbs, and approached Qin Feng. "Brother, it's my turn now. You should rest." He awkwardly gestured towards the pipe in Qin Feng's hand. Could I keep this for now?" Qin Feng handed him the pipe with a nod, then found a sheltered corner, wrapping himself in a thermal blanket and closing his eyes. He did not drift into slumber immediately. Instead, the details of the previous night's battle replayed in his mind like a fast-paced film. The enemy's defenses, his comrades' reactions, and the traitor Zhang Pengfei, who had escaped. The competition ahead would only intensify. He must grow stronger at a faster pace. Qin Feng's thoughts shifted to the spoils of war and his master-level forging skill. The iron arrowhead was merely the first step. In the face of more formidable foes, he would require more sophisticated weaponry and defenses. He could even begin to experiment with crafting more intricate traps or weapons, such as lasso traps and repeating crossbows. A series of concrete plans took shape in his mind, and the path to strength became clear and defined. As the warm sunlight filtered through the leaves and graced Qin Feng's face, the camp's inhabitants gradually began to awaken. Chapter 68. Fortune Smiles Upon Me. News from the Dragon Kingdom. As the cold moon awakened from her slumber, she busied herself with urgency. Approaching Zhao Ziqian, she found him slowly stirring from his sleep. "How do you feel?" she inquired, her voice soft yet resolute. As she spoke, she meticulously tore the jerky into tiny morsels, casting them into the freshly acquired cooking pot. After a brief infusion, the jerky softened considerably. Zhao Ziqian's parched lips cracked, his gaze unfocused. He weakly nodded, his eyes drawn to the morsel she presented. Instantly, his eyes brimmed with tears. During his days of captivity, he had subsisted on meager scraps and muddy water, enduring a life more wretched than that of a beast. Never had he been treated with such tenderness. He opened his mouth, mechanically chewing the warm, savory broth that slid down his throat, a wave of warmth flooding his empty stomach. "Thank you. This broth is exquisite." His voice, now less hoarse, carried a hint of gratitude. "It's nothing. Tell us about the traitor." Cold Moon's tone remained frosty, yet her actions were gentle. "Share everything you know." The mention of the traitor ignited a fierce hatred in Zhao Ziqian's eyes. "It's a Dragon Kingdom man. Zhang Pengfei," he exclaimed, breathless with emotion. He recounted his journey, detailing his encounter with Zhang Pengfei and the ensuing betrayal. He is a despicable traitor. He stood by and watched me get beaten, and he even joined in, pledging loyalty to those from the Lighthouse Nation. Zhao Ziqian's emotions surged once more. By the end of his tale, he clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, his body trembling with rage. As his narrative concluded, a heavy silence enveloped the camp. Wang Ming, unable to contain his fury, struck a nearby tree trunk with a fierce blow, causing leaves to rain down. "That wretched scoundrel," he spat. "Rest assured, we will not let him escape, and we shall kill him with our own hands." Qin Feng's gaze swept over the group. "Now, we have more pressing matters at hand." He gestured toward the mountain of spoils. "We must clear the battlefield, inventory the supplies, and take everything we can carry. His command was firm and left no room for dissent. Then we returned home. The word home warmed the hearts of all present. Yes, they still had a home, a sanctuary crafted by their own hands, a safe and warm refuge. It was the only haven they possessed in this brutal world. As the midday sun filtered through the trees, the air grew stiflingly hot. The return journey would be arduous. The spoils were abundant. 3 cooking pots, 7 or 8 thermal blankets, a plethora of weapons and assorted supplies, filling 4 tactical backpacks to the brim. Alongside the bags of the deceased, there were more than 10 in total. Wang Meng even fashioned a makeshift sled from vines and sticks to bear the heaviest loads, dragging it like a weary ox, sweat soaking his back. Ah, when will that little dung ever grow up? Wang Meng sighed, his thoughts drifting to the little calf, Dun at the camp. How splendid it would be if it were a mighty bull. Lin Yihan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Mengge, Dun still has to grow for at least a year and a half. Let me take over for a bit. She hurriedly stepped forward, somewhat clumsily attempting to grasp the plow's reins. After the battles and carnage of the previous night, she seemed to have matured considerably overnight. Shoo, you little girl. Just stay back. Wang Meng grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, as the weariness of his body seemed to dissipate. This is hardly enough to warm up my muscles. Just take care of yourself. Zhao Ziqian remained weak, relying on Qin Feng as support as they moved forward slowly. The entire group resembled a merchant convoy, recently returned from a successful raid, steadily and resolutely making their way home. In the streaming room, the audience from Longguo watched this scene with a mix of sorrow and pride. My heavens, this is practically a moving-out retreat. Mengge is amazing. Truly a logistics commander. Fengshan is so strong. Let him carry the supplies. Hey up there, Mengge is too rough. He might drop the injured. Looking at Fengshan and their bundles, I suddenly feel a sense of safety. Homeward bound. Once we return to that valley, we will be invincible. As I walked, Wang Meng, who was pulling the plow, suddenly halted. I say, Brother Qin. He turned his head, a peculiar excitement lighting his face. I just remembered something. When we caught that monkey, I detected a faint scent of alcohol on it, unmistakable. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Do you think there might be that legendary monkey wine in this forest? Monkey wine? Lin Yihan and Leng Yu exchanged puzzled glances. Qin Feng's face lit up with joy. He had heard tales of monkey wine, where certain monkeys would store various wild fruits in tree hollows or trunks, which would naturally ferment into the fabled drink. He was about to contribute to the conversation when he glanced at Zhao Ziqian, who was drowsily resting on his back. That monkey forest isn't too close, and taking a detour might waste time. His condition doesn't quite permit it, perhaps next time. Hey, Fengge, I'm fine. To his surprise, Zhao Ziqian roused, offering a faint smile filled with an inexplicable anticipation. You don't know, but I usually have good luck. What if there really is some? It's a precious find. It can disinfect and warm you up. Seeing the spark in his eyes, Qin Feng paused for a moment before nodding. All right, let's go take a look. The group redirected their path towards the monkey forest. Just as they were about to exit a patch of grass that reached their waists, a faint yet rhythmic vibration resonated from the live-streaming watches on their wrists. The 5 of them halted, instinctively raising their wrists in unison. Upon the watch's display, a vivid crimson dragon emblem is slowly pulsating. Beneath this emblem lies a bold line of text, Dragon Nation Supreme Command Center. This is a message from the command center. Leng Yu's voice carries a hint of surprise. Since their entrance into this desolate wilderness, Dragon Nation has been able to communicate with all contestants every 7 days. This marks the second official message they have received from Dragon Nation. Qin Feng signaled for everyone to halt and sought a relatively concealed spot. His voice low as he commanded, "Let's take a look." He tapped the emblem, and a virtual light screen projected into the air, revealing clear text line by line. Leng Yu, Wang Meng, and Lin Yihan gathered closer. To all surviving contestants of Dragon Nation, 1. Concerning the traitor Zhang Pengfei. This contestant has engaged in the deception and harm of compatriots, an act constituting treason. All Dragon Nation contestants, while ensuring your own safety, are to pursue and eliminate the traitor Zhang Pengfei. Upon reading the first line, Wang Meng's fists clenched tightly. producing a cracking sound as he squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Deserve death. This decree from the national level unequivocally pronounced Zhang Pengfei's death sentence, slightly alleviating the resentment of betrayal that lingered in their hearts. Qin Feng's gaze continued downward to the second part. 2. Important intelligence sharing. Regarding the 10,000-fold return trigger mechanism. Based on extensive observation and data analysis of thousands of contestants' live streams, we have preliminarily deciphered some return rules. Specifically, concerning fixed resource points, such as water sources, unique plant communities, etc. Contestants must engage in continuous utilization of these resources within a week to significantly increase the probability of triggering the 10,000-fold return. One African contestant has successfully returned 10,000 streams. Upon reading this, Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. A week. Continuous utilization. Instantly, the image of the clear stream beside the valley flashed in his mind. Since their arrival at the valley, they've been drinking from that water source daily. Counting the days carefully, tomorrow. It seems to be precisely the 7th day. An indescribable surge of excitement and anticipation welled up within him. This signifies that their base is not merely a sanctuary, but a location poised to bring monumental surprises to Dragon Nation. Lung Yu's breath caught slightly. Exchanging glances with Qin Feng, they both discerned the same brilliance in each other's eyes. The value of this intelligence is incalculable. Wang Ming then thumped his thigh in realization. That's it. We discovered so many resources before, yet couldn't return many of them. It turns out there was this mechanism. The text on the light screen continued to refresh. Chapter 69, Monkey Wine and Sweet Potato Vines. Regarding the previously witnessed armed individual with an Asian visage, it has been confirmed that he is a contestant from Cambodia, wielding a short-barreled shotgun obtained from an airdrop. This contestant is exceptionally ruthless, having already claimed the lives of several participants. Currently, only Qin Feng and this individual are armed. Thus, all contestants from the Dragon Nation must exercise utmost caution. Upon reading the final message, the virtual light screen transformed into a cascade of starlight, dissipating into the air. This news cast a shadow over the recently uplifted atmosphere in the camp. A firearm. In this wilderness dominated by cold weapons, the emergence of a gun could significantly alter the balance of the battlefield. Those South Asian ruffians truly possess remarkable luck. Wang Ming's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He understood better than anyone the implications of a shotgun in one-on-one or even one-versus-many confrontations. Cold Moon also furrowed her brow tightly, acutely aware that this individual was inherently brutal and murderous, hoping that the other contestants from the Dragon Nation would not encounter him. Enough! Qin Feng's voice shattered the silence. He readjusted Zhao Ziqian on his back, ensuring a more comfortable position for him. Knowing is better than being in the dark. At least we are now aware of which faces to be wary of. His tone was calm, yet this tranquil demeanor inadvertently soothed the anxious emotions of those around him. Wang Ming, upon hearing this, shook his head, attempting to cast off the weight of pressure. Rubbing his hands together, he forced a hint of excitement onto his face and pointed toward the direction of the monkey grove. Let us not dwell on it too much, Brother Qin. Let us first retrieve that monkey wine. With that in hand, if nothing else, having a sip tonight will warm our spirits, which would be splendid. His words lightened the atmosphere considerably. Noticing the spark in his eyes, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. All right, let us go take a look. The group turned, advancing towards the direction of the monkey grove that lingered in their memories. Half an hour later, familiar chattering sounds emerged from the forest ahead. This is the place, Wang Ming whispered, scanning the surroundings. A troop of monkeys was joyfully frolicking among the trees, perhaps due to the previous capture of 7 companions. The monkeys had heightened their vigilance. As Qin Feng and his party entered the area, a robust monkey king stood atop a high branch, baring its teeth and emitting a sharp warning call. Instantly, dozens of monkeys surged from all directions, shrieking and hurling stones and rotten fruits. Damn! These rascally monkeys hold a grudge, Wang Ming exclaimed, waving his arms to deflect a fruit aimed at Lenihan. This time, we will only drive them away or eliminate them. Qin Feng swiftly issued commands, his voice clear and composed. Wang Ming, you and I will charge head-on to draw their main force. Cold Moon, clear out any stragglers with your dagger. Heroine, use your bow and shoot at will, without concern for accuracy. Understood. The three responded in unison. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wang Ming charged forth like a raging bull, brandishing a confiscated pot lid as a shield, crashing through the throng of monkeys and instantly disrupting their formation. Meanwhile, Qin Feng flitted beside him like a wraith. When he chose to strike, he did so with precision, deftly using his long knife to send a monkey hurtling away from Wang Ming's path. In less than a minute, the monkey horde was utterly vanquished under their coordinated and dynamic assault. The Monkey King let out a desperate screech, retreating in disarray with his remaining followers. Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, beginning to scour the forest. Qin Feng, employing his masterful environmental awareness, detected in the air, amidst the scents of earth and decaying leaves, a faint yet distinct aroma that mingled sweetness with the essence of alcohol. This intriguing scent emanated from a massive, fallen, dead tree. The trunk was at least 2 meters in diameter, resembling a sequoia, and had decayed to the point of forming a natural hollow, its entrance blocked by decaying leaves and moss. Approaching, Qin Feng gently cleared the debris from the hollow's opening with his dagger, and a rich, intoxicating fragrance erupted from within. Just inhaling that aroma sent Qin Feng into a euphoric state, prompting him to call the others. Indeed, it exists. Hurry, bring the pot. In the distance, Wang Ming caught the scent and nearly leaped with excitement, swiftly turning to retrieve the pot and kettle they had just confiscated. With the combined efforts of Qin Feng and the cold moonlight, they used a shovel and a machete to gradually enlarge the decaying hollow. As the opening expanded, the scene inside unfolded before their eyes. At the bottom of the hollow lay a thick layer of amber-hued, viscous liquid, within which various indistinguishable wild fruit seeds floated. The potent aroma of alcohol wafted forth from this pool. We struck gold. We truly struck gold, Wang Ming exclaimed, gazing at the pool of monkey wine with drool nearly spilling from his lips. Without hesitation, he cautiously scooped the liquid out with the pot. The viscous liquid, alluring in color, nearly made one's mouth water as the rich scent enveloped them. Qin Feng swiftly took the military pot and kettle, meticulously ladling out the precious liquid. The monkey wine, thick as honey and tantalizing in hue, filled 3 military pots and 2 kettles to the brim. There was still plenty left in the hollow. Save some, Wang Ming urged, seeing that they had gathered enough, and he sealed the hollow as entranced with leaves, leaving a trace of it behind. Who knows? They might brew again in the future. A sly grin flickered in his eyes. Mengu is truly cunning. Ha! Lin Yihan chuckled upon hearing this. At that moment, Zhao Ziqian, who had been resting on the ground, inadvertently cast his gaze towards a nearby patch of vacant land. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity with the leaves of the plants growing there. Struggling to rise, he stumbled over, pushed aside the weeds, and began to dig into the soil. In the next instant, he froze, his body engulfed in an overwhelming joy. Sweet potatoes! It is sweet potatoes! He held aloft a fist-sized tuber with a purplish-red skin, trembling with excitement. As the crowd gathered in response to his exclamation, they were astonished to discover that beneath the unassuming soil lay a vast expanse of wild sweet potatoes. Almost simultaneously, as Zhao Ziqian shouted the word sweet potatoes, a global announcement resonated. Ding! Longwa contestant Zhao Ziqian has discovered a high-yield crop sweet potato, triggering a 10,000-fold return. A random area within Longwa has generated tens of thousands of acres of premium sweet potato fields. This announcement detonated in the minds of humanity worldwide like a heavy nuclear bomb. In the highest command center of Longwa, a general, who had just been fretting over intelligence regarding the Kingdom of Cambodia, suddenly sprang to his feet. What? He fixated on the refreshed information on the screen, disbelief mingling with ecstatic joy in his aged eyes. Report to the superior. A multitude of sweet potato fields has inexplicably appeared across the mountains and hills of the nation. The voice of a communications officer trembled with excitement, nearly erupting in a shout. Instantly, the entire command hall was engulfed in a sea of jubilation. In the official live broadcast room of Longhua, the comments surged wildly. An elderly expert from the Ministry of Agriculture trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his cheeks. This crop is drought-resistant, cold-tolerant, requires little from the soil, boasts an astonishing yield, and is easy to store. A single vine can produce an immense harvest. Dongqing could no longer contain the joy and smile on his face as he recounted a story from their ancestors. In the past, one of our forefathers, Mr. Qin Feng, sustained millions of compatriots with just one sweet potato vine. This is no exaggeration. It is a fact etched in history. Survival expert Chun Yi fervently explained. Dear viewers, do not underestimate this humble sweet potato. It is more than mere sustenance. Its vines and leaves also serve as excellent fodder. The entire realm of Longhua was utterly immersed in a euphoric celebration. Chapter 70. The Unexpected Visitor at the Camp. A colossal creature within a live stream. The barrage of comments had become so dense that the visuals were nearly obscured. Wow, sweet potatoes. It's truly sweet potatoes. Thank heavens. Thank you, Zhao Ziqian. This young man is extraordinarily lucky. Haha, who claimed Zhao Ziqian was useless. Step forward and face the music. This is auspicious. To all the veteran viewers in Ziqian stream, this is what a lucky star looks like. I've been in Ziqian stream as well. He has the highest yield of wild fruits, but alas, his physical prowess is lacking. He can't even catch a chicken. Amidst the jubilant comments, a few discordant voices emerged. What about the monkey wine? After all this, how come there is no return for such fine monkey wine? This is unacceptable. As soon as this comment appeared, it was swiftly drowned out by torrents of indignation. Is the person upstairs brainless? It's all a matter of probability. Perhaps next time when he goes to retrieve the wine, it will trigger something. I don't think he is foolish. Rather, he is malicious. I've reported him. Let us check his IP. Perhaps he is a spy sent by some player enjoying a good life. Stop wasting your breath on him. Where's the secret department? Send him off to mine. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the field of sweet potatoes, finally resting upon Zhao Ziqian, the contestant who had survived thus far due to sheer luck. Perhaps he truly could bring unforeseen surprises to the team. He stepped forward, taking the sweet potato from Zhao Ziqian's trembling hands, which were still quaking with excitement. Weighing it in his palm, he wiped it clean with his clothing, broke off a small piece, and offered it, saying, "Let us taste this treasure discovered by our national hero." Zhao Ziqian was taken aback, gazing at Qin Feng's beaming face. He nodded earnestly and accepted the raw sweet potato, immediately popping it into his mouth without hesitation. As he chewed vigorously, a wave of earthy sweetness exploded on his palate. This was the most delectable thing he had ever tasted in his life. Sweet. Incredibly sweet. Ha ha ha. After a burst of laughter, everyone began to excavate sweet potatoes from the ground, piling them onto Wang Meng's plow. Take as many as we can carry. Then, we return home. Time to go home. Lin Yihan meticulously gathered the scattered sweet potato leaves from the ground and set them aside. Wang Meng looked at the leaves, grimacing. These things taste like chewing on grass, bitter and astringent. What use are they to us? With a twinkle in her eye, Lin Yihan gathered the leaves with tenderness and remarked, Mengge, this is the full banquet for our Duan, the finest feed. Wang Meng was momentarily stunned, then enlightenment dawned upon him. Right? How could I have overlooked that? I was only thinking of human consumption. It's our Yihan who is so attentive. The group returned home, their spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. However, as they traversed the familiar waterfall and returned to the valley where their camp was situated, all footsteps abruptly halted. From a distance, they beheld a colossal, indistinct shadow leisurely meandering at the center of the camp, and the atmosphere at the valley's entrance instantly became tense. Every heart raced with trepidation. What could it be? A bear? Or something else entirely? Wang Meng abruptly cast aside the plow's reins, drawing forth a hatchet from behind him. Lung Yu and Lin Yihan swiftly unstrapped their bows, knocking the sharp iron arrows with deft precision. Qin Feng gently set Zhao Ziqian down against a rock, activating his masterful environmental awareness. The silhouette of the colossal creature became increasingly vivid in his mind. It was cloaked in tawny fur, adorned with a pair of curved horns, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Was it akin to a bull? The massive shadow meandered through the camp, occasionally bowing its head as if grazing on something. Just as they stealthily approached within 10 meters of the camp, the massive bull seemed to sense their presence, lifting its head and turning toward them with gentle, enormous eyes. In that moment, they discerned a small figure affectionately nuzzling against its leg. Dun dun. The massive bull was not munching on anything, but rather grazing on the grass surrounding the camp. The boulder initially positioned to prevent Dun Dun from wandering had been pushed aside, leaving deep drag marks on the ground. Was it Dun Dun's mother? Lin Yihan covered her mouth, her voice trembling, caught between surprise and fear. The colossal bull seemed to understand her words, letting out a low, gentle moo towards the group, as if offering a belated greeting. As the sound echoed, Dun Dun joyfully dashed from beneath its mother's immense shadow, affectionately rubbing its small head against Lin Yihan's calf. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, and everyone exhaled in relief. Wang Meng was the first to relax, boldly stepping forward and circling the cow, marveling with wide-eyed wonder. What a magnificent creature! Its stature could rival two of our old yellow bulls. He reached out to pat the cow's sturdy thigh, feeling its rock-like muscles. Dun Dun's lineage is impressive. Qin Feng approached, his gaze fixating on the cow's flank and hind legs, where deep claw marks marred the fur. The edges of the wounds raw and exposed, the hair around them already dried. It had endured a fierce battle, one that had come at great cost. The cow seemed to sense that this group bore no ill intent, even perceiving them as the saviors of its offspring. It lowered its massive head, gently rubbing its grass-strewn cheek against Qin Feng's arm, emitting a deep, pleading grunt. It was beseeching our assistance. Qin Feng stroked the cow's head, softly stating, "I will tend to its wounds." Lung Yu's voice remained as calm as ever. In the ensuing moments, the entire camp busied itself around the newly arrived patient. "Yihan, go boil some water and add a bit of salt." "All right." The cow stood there, unusually compliant, as if aware that it was being rescued. Yet, when the cold moonlight illuminated the heated dagger that cautiously sliced away the putrid flesh surrounding its wound, a sharp pang of agony made its massive body tremble violently. A suppressed wail escaping its throat. "Hey, little sister, bear with it. It will soon be over." Wang Ming comfortingly patted the cow's neck with his large hand. As saline solution was poured onto the mangled wound, the cow nearly collapsed from the pain, its legs buckling, yet it merely gasped heavily, its enormous eyes reflecting suffering, without a hint of struggle. What a remarkably understanding creature. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. At that moment, Zhao Ziqian was nestled in a warm refuge, sipping warm saline water, a hint of color returning to his pale face, while the camp bustled with activity. As night descended, the crackling of the campfire filled the air. A military pot perched over the flames, simmering with chunks of sweet potato, releasing a rich, sweet aroma that wafted through the surroundings. Nearby, several roasted sweet potatoes, freshly unearthed from the ashes, sported blackened, slightly charred skins. Wang Ming, unable to contain his anticipation, snatched one up, grimacing from the heat yet unperturbed, his hands juggling the scalding vegetable while he blew on it. Hiss! Hot, 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 hot! He eagerly split the steaming sweet potato open, exposing its golden flesh to the air, an even purer and more enticing fragrance enveloping him. Ignoring the heat, he took a hearty bite, the sweet, soft texture instantly filling his mouth. "Damn, this is extraordinarily sweet," he mumbled in delight, his face radiating unabashed satisfaction. Lin Yihan chuckled at his antics, carefully pricking one open with her dagger, using a wooden shard to distribute the piping hot flesh to Zhao Ziqian, who had just been served a steaming bowl of sweet potato soup. As he gazed at the golden broth and tender chunks of sweet potato, his eyes welled up. Just a day prior, he had been teetering on the brink of death, convinced of his imminent demise. Yet now, not only had he survived, but he was also savoring a delicacy he had never tasted before. He gulped down a large mouthful of soup, the warm sweetness radiating from his throat to his stomach. Sweet, so sweet. His voice was hoarse, tinged with an almost imperceptible quaver. The cow lay placidly nearby, its wound having been simply treated, ruminating on the sweet potato leaves it had consumed earlier. A small calf nestled beside its mother, occasionally reaching out with its tongue to lick her face. This scene brought a semblance of peace to the perilous wilderness camp, reminiscent of home. Our benefactor deserves to eat more. Wang Meng grinned, handing Zhao Ziqian another roasted sweet potato. You, my friend, are truly a harbinger of fortune for our dragon country. Even your waste could yield golden nuggets. Mengo, your words are harsh, Zhao Ziqian replied. By the way, why aren't you all drinking? Lin Yihan playfully scolded, yet a smile adorned her face. Wang Meng stuffed a roasted sweet potato into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "Oh dear, there's no barbecue today. Drinking without it feels rather dull. Tomorrow, just wait and see. My brother Qin and I shall venture into the woods. We'll hunt for some game. Now, do tell me, what would you like to eat?" Chapter 71. Exploring new discoveries in the wilderness. Exchanges between nations. Everything is possible. Lin Yihan blinked her eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her face. With sweet potatoes, monkey wine, and the presence of the Dunn family, I believe we are the happiest souls in this desolate wilderness. Wang Meng laughed heartily, patting his belly. Tomorrow, my brother Qin and I shall venture forth to procure some game to complement this monkey wine. The taste. Enough of that, don't drool now. Lung Yu was tidying up the dishes, her gaze sweeping over the shelter. There's a pressing issue. Our refuge is becoming increasingly cramped. Indeed, what was originally designed for 3 has now to accommodate 5, making the space feel particularly constricted. Moreover, with both men and women present, it does pose some inconveniences. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Starting tomorrow, we need to construct several more shelters. With sufficient manpower, our efficiency will undoubtedly rise. I propose we build connected units, linked by a corridor. Zhao Ziqian appeared noticeably revitalized. This way, we can ensure privacy while still facilitating communication. Excellent idea, Wang Meng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. We should also build a stable for Dund and his family. They deserve to settle in as well. Ha ha, splendid. Qin Feng observed the lively scene, feeling the tension in his heart ease considerably. As night deepened and the bonfire gradually extinguished, the group retreated into the shelter to rest. Though the space was cramped, each face bore an expression of safety and contentment. Due to his loud snoring, Wang Meng was assigned the first watch. Wrapped in a thermal blanket, he curled up beside the camp, a dagger in hand, carving something into a piece of wood. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, in the Dragon Nation Supreme Command Center, the lights blazed brightly. Numerous personnel, grouped together, intently monitored the live broadcasts of competitors from various countries. Upon any discovery, they would duly record it, preparing to inform all contestants in the Dragon Nation later. A staff officer hastily entered the operations room, holding a latest statistical report. According to feedback from various locations, our mineral extraction has increased by 15% since yesterday. The veteran general seated at the head of the table accepted the report and scrutinized it. Excellent. Ensure the logistics department accurately records these individuals' contributions. Those who complete their tasks may return, while those who remain obstinate shall face increased labor demands. Furthermore, are these minerals being utilized for exchanges with other nations? Indeed, the primary objective is to exchange for some rare metals and fresh produce. The advisor hesitated momentarily, noting that several nations are eager to trade their athletes-returned resources and specialties for our sweet potato vines. The old general, setting down the report, inquired with keen interest, who are the parties involved, and what terms have been proposed? The nation of Korea claimed that one of their athletes had triggered a 10,000-fold return on cabbage, expressing a willingness to exchange 10,000 tons of pickled vegetables for our sweet potato vines. Pickles? The old general furrowed his brow, then chuckled as if he had heard the most absurd joke, waving his hand dismissively. Let them keep it for themselves. Reject the offer. Is there anything else? The advisor flipped through the documents in hand. A message has arrived from the nation of D. Their athletes have discovered an oil field. They wish to use oil in exchange for our sweet potato vines as a foundation for their future desert agriculture. The old general's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing his face. Now, That is an enticing proposition. Oil is a strategic resource. We must negotiate thoroughly. Let the diplomatic department handle it, and see what price they can offer. Understood. The advisor saluted and departed, and the old general turned his gaze back to the large screen displaying the scene at Qin Feng's camp, where several individuals were peacefully slumbering in their shelter. A flicker of contentment passed through his eyes. What a remarkable group of young men and women. You're not only fighting for yourselves, but for the entire nation. As the morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting gentle rays upon the camp, the chorus of birds awakened everyone from their slumber. Qin Feng stretched and stepped out of the shelter, inhaling deeply the fresh air. A cow grazed leisurely nearby, while Dung Dung frolicked around it, a scene that brought joy to the heart. "Good morning, Brother Qin." Wang Ming emerged from the shelter, stretching lazily. "I slept like a log last night. It has been ages since I had such a restful sleep." Lung Yu and Lin Yihan also rose in succession, busying themselves. Lin Yihan went to tend to the cow, while Lung Yu began preparing breakfast. Zhao Ziqian, though still limited in movement, leaned on a wooden stick, limping as he assisted Lin Yihan in gathering fresh sweet potato vines for cattle feed. Despite his clumsiness, his face radiated a sense of fulfillment in finding belonging. "What are today's plans?" Lung Yu inquired while roasting sweet potatoes. Qin Feng glanced at the clear sky. "Wang Ming and I will go hunting and see if we can find other vegetables. You all should start planning the location for a new shelter here in the camp." "Great." Wang Ming rubbed his hands together in excitement, eager to stretch his limbs once again. After a simple breakfast, they prepared to leave. "Let's go, Brother Ming." Qin Feng secured a recently acquired long knife at his waist and called out to Wang Ming, who was using a pot lid as a mirror to tidy his tousled hair. "Hey, coming." Wang Ming responded with a casual acknowledgement, placing the pot lid atop his head as if it were a hat, brandishing a chopping knife in one hand and a long spear in the other, striding forth with vigor. "Brother Qin, which direction shall we venture today? The eastern forest appears promising. We might just encounter a foolish roe deer. What do you think we might find today? Wild horses, deer, or perhaps something else?" Throughout their journey, Wang Ming was exceedingly talkative. Qin Feng replied helplessly, "Meng Ye. With all your noise, you'll scare off every creature within a 10-mile radius." Wang Ming chuckled in return and subsequently quieted down considerably. After traversing the forest for about an hour, Qin Feng's keen sense of environmental awareness detected traces of animal scents. There seemed to be the scent of animal droppings ahead. Lowering his voice, he suggested, "Let us circumvent and approach from downwind." Just then, Wang Ming abruptly halted, pointing at a thicket by the roadside. "Brother Qin, what do you see over there?" Following his gesture, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon clusters of bright red berries hanging amidst the bushes, appearing particularly enticing under the sunlight. Wang Ming, intrigued, approached and leaned in to sniff. "It has a slight sweetness. What is this? Is it edible?" Qin Feng scrutinized the crimson berries, and a vague recollection surfaced. "Yes, they are edible." Wang Ming's eyes lit up as he promptly plucked one and popped it into his mouth. "It's truly sweet, but it seems to have a slight toxicity." Qin Feng added promptly, "What?" Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically, and he began to frantically spit out the berry. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Observing Wang Ming's panic, Qin Feng could no longer suppress his laughter. He walked over, plucked a few berries himself, and nonchalantly tasted the familiar sweetness. "Look at how frightened you are," he said, chewing on the fruit. "I remember my grandmother mentioning these berries in my childhood. They're called snake fruits. They say they're toxic only if a snake has slithered past, but during times of hunger, who could resist such sweetness? A little one tea harm you." Wang Ming wiped his mouth, his face flushing with embarrassment as he retorted, "Damn. Brother Qin, you've picked up some bad habits. You nearly scare me to death." Qin Feng, no longer teasing him, pointed to the cluster of berries. "These are edible and quite plentiful. Let us gather more to bring back for Yihan and Ziqian to try." Wang Ming stood up, joining in the gathering, and soon they had filled their arms with 2 large handfuls. Just as Qin Feng placed the last handful of snake berries into his backpack, the cold yet familiar mechanical voice resonated once more in the minds of people worldwide. "Ding! Dragon Kingdom contestant Qin Feng and Wang Ming have discovered the edible plant wild strawberry, triggering a tenfold return. Thousands of wild strawberry growth sites have been randomly generated within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 72. United in the hunt for the gigantic beast. Is there a reward? At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the old general had just concluded a preliminary video conference with the Kingdom of D, his face adorned with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a global announcement resonated, deepening the smile upon his lips. Wild strawberries, he murmured, then turned to the agricultural expert beside him and inquired, "What is the value of this plant?" The expert adjusted his glasses and promptly replied, "Report, sir. The nutritional value of wild strawberries is generally modest. However, the entire plant possesses medicinal properties, capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, as well as dissipating stagnation and reducing swelling. More importantly, it requires minimal growth conditions and exhibits remarkable adaptability, making it an essential plant for greening and soil conservation." Excellent. The old general nodded vigorously, issuing new directives without delay. Soon, a new announcement from the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center was disseminated through various channels, reaching the ears of every citizen. To all compatriots, all returned plant resources shall be shared among the populace. Citizens residing in the resource areas may, after reporting, take suitable amounts for use and cultivation, but they are also responsible for their care. Destructive and extinction level harvesting is strictly prohibited. Taking without protection, merely reaping the benefits, is forbidden. Upon discovery and verification, regardless of status, violators shall be sent to the Western Mining District to participate in national resource extraction labor as a deterrent. This announcement, articulated with sternness and gravity, instilled a profound sense of responsibility among the citizens, who had, moments ago, rejoiced at the sudden emergence of sweet potato fields and wild strawberry bushes at their doorsteps. We must contribute our share for the benefits earned through the sacrifices of the competitors. Indeed, who would dare waste these treasures? I shall be the first to report them. Going to mine? Ha ha ha, that's a ruthless tactic. I approve. It should be promoted globally. The mindset of the upper floors has been broadened. This is how it should be. Everyone is a soldier in the national fortunes battle. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Qin Feng and Wang Ming, having gathered wild strawberries, continued their exploration deeper into the dense forest. After some time, Qin Feng knelt down, pinching a bit of damp soil and bringing it to his nose to inhale. Among the earthy scent, there lingered a faint, peculiar odor. His gaze gradually shifted, ultimately fixating on a thicket several dozen meters ahead, where the ground bore distinct signs of trampling. A few ferns had been severed at the waist, the break still fresh. There's a substantial creature ahead. Qin Feng's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable certainty. From the signs, it weighs at least 300 pounds, and it seems it is feeding on something. Wang Ming's breathing slowed, excitement igniting in his eyes. 300 pounds? What a colossal beast that must be. Brother Qin, are we going for it? Patience. Qin Feng restrained the impulsive Wang Ming, gesturing towards the wind direction. We are upwind. The scent will carry over. Let us detour and approach from that side. The two men crouched low, their steps light and silent, gradually circling in a semicircle, inching closer to their target from the downwind direction. As they drew nearer, a series of grunting and crunching sounds, accompanied by the noise of rooting, became distinctly audible. Wang Ming brushed aside the last broadleaf before him, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. It was an extraordinarily large wild boar, its body enveloped in a thick coat of black bristles, and its stout limbs resembled stone pillars. Most terrifying were the pair of curved tusks at its snout, sharp as daggers. At that moment, the gigantic boar was deeply engrossed, fervently rooting at the ground with its snout, unearthing irregularly shaped tubers caked with dirt, and crunching them with a fierce appetite. Goodness! Wang Ming swallowed hard, pondering that this creature must weigh no less than 300 pounds. Those tusks could easily slice through flesh with a mere thrust. Yet, Qin Feng's attention was partly fixated on the tubers the wild boar was consuming. They appeared to be some type of wild yam or taro, deeply buried underground. It was no wonder such a massive beast was so enthralled. They must be quite delectable. Mengge, do you possess the confidence? Qin Feng's gaze returned from the boar to Wang Ming. Let us do this. Wang Ming licked his dry lips, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. I'll follow your lead. Excellent. Qin Feng quickly surveyed the surrounding terrain, a plan forming in his mind. He pointed to a colossal ancient tree to the left of the wild boar, one that would require two people to embrace. I'll draw its attention from the front. You sneak around behind that tree. When it charges at me, I'll lead it towards the tree. In its haste, it will inevitably enter a brief standoff with the tree, and that moment will be your opportunity. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened like a blade. Aim your spear at its eyes or neck. Strike with all your might. And what about you? Wang Ming inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Me? A cold smile curved at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as he patted the long knife at his waist. I will deliver the final blow. The plan was straightforward yet brutally effective, targeting the essence of their objective. Understood. Wang Ming nodded emphatically, lowering his voice as excitement bubbled within him. Just wait for it to be days from the impact. Rest assured, I'll make sure to create an opening in its neck. With that, he fell silent, gripping his spear tightly as he stealthily vanished into the nearby underbrush. Qin Feng took a deep breath, picking up a fist-sized stone and weighing it in his hand. His heartbeat steadied as his masterful environmental awareness allowed him to perceive Wang Ming's positioning, even sensing his breath and heartbeat. Now was the moment. Qin Feng hurled the stone with all his strength, aiming for the boar's ample rear. Thud! The stone struck true. The wild boar, engrossed in its feast, unleashed a thunderous roar of fury. It abruptly turned, its small, bloodshot eyes instantly locking onto Qin Feng, who stood a short distance away. A blatant provocation. With a fierce snort, the boar expelled two plumes of heavy white vapor from its nostrils, lowered its head, and aimed its deadly tusks at Qin Feng, furiously digging its hoof into the ground. In the next moment, it charged like an uncontrollable black tank, propelled by a gust of rancid air, barreling towards Qin Feng. The ground trembled beneath its weight. The viewers in the live stream held their breath in trepidation. Wow, that's enormous. Is this the king of pigs? Run, Feng. One hit from that thing could be fatal. It's over. This is a disaster waiting to happen. They must have a plan. Trust in Feng. Faced with the relentless force of this terrifying charge, Qin Feng exhibited no trace of fear on his face. He did not retreat, but instead slightly bent his legs, fixating his gaze on the wild boar. Closer, even nearer, he could smell the foul stench emanating from the boar's mouth. Just as the tusks were about to make contact with his body, Qin Feng sprang into action. His body moved at an incredible angle to the side, pushing off the ground with force, and he narrowly evaded the deadly collision. The boar's colossal inertia rendered it unable to halt, as it charged straight towards the ancient tree designated as their destination. Boom! With a deafening crash, the entire ancient tree shook violently, leaves cascading down. The boar's head collided forcefully against the trunk, releasing a pained grunt. Its massive form momentarily stiffened due to the tremendous recoil. Now is the time. Mengge! Qin Feng's roar echoed through the forest. Ambushed behind the tree, Wang Ming sprang forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, erupting from the shadows. Die for me! His eyes bulged, veins protruding, every ounce of strength surging into the spear gripped tightly in his hands. With all his might, he thrust it towards the unprotected, soft neck of the wild boar. Thud! The sharp iron spearhead pierced through the thick flesh without resistance, blood gushing forth like a fountain in an instant. The wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching howl of agony. The excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy as it violently twisted its body, attempting to shake off Wang Ming. Wang Ming gripped the spear firmly, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he was pushed backward by the boar's immense force. His arm muscles straining to the brink of tearing. In that moment of stalemate, a figure flashed to the opposite side of the boar. Qin Feng. His long knife traced a cold arc through the air. The polished blade shimmered with the light of death, and with precision and swiftness, it sliced horizontally across the wild boar's neck, targeting the carotid artery. Swish! A deeper, longer wound appeared. The anguished cries of the wild boar abruptly ceased, its massive form convulsing violently for a few moments, the fierce glint in its eyes swiftly dimming. Finally, with a resounding thud, it collapsed heavily to the ground, never to make a sound again. The warm blood stained the earth beneath it. In the forest, only the heavy panting of Wang Meng remained. Who? Who? Leaning on his spear, Wang Meng gasped for breath, gazing at the colossal beast before him, his face alight with exhilaration and disbelief. I can't believe it. Brother Qin, we've taken down? Qin Feng wiped the blood from his blade and approached the wild boar's side. His gaze traversed the carcass, settling on the disordered patch of ground that the creature had ravaged. He stepped forward, cleared the earth, and unearthed a clump of irregular tubers, caked in soil, the very items the boar had gorged itself upon. Mengu, stop panting, Qin Feng said, brushing the tuber against his clothing and offering it to Wang Meng with a playful smile. Come take a look. It seems we have stumbled upon another treasure. Chapter 73. The smoke rising from afar, the warmth of home, Wang Meng panted, still exhilarated. He accepted the tuber handed to him by Qin Feng. It was roughly the size of a fist, its exterior dark and uninviting. Upon breaking it open, a pattern of black and white was revealed. Bringing it closer to his nose, Wang Meng wrinkled his brow at the familiar scent of gasoline. This thing is what we call pig truffle back home. Edible, but not particularly palatable. He returned the tuber to Qin Feng, his gaze lingering on the wild boar before them. After all, the allure of such fungal delicacies paled in comparison to the prospect of wild boar meat. Qin Feng smiled and meticulously wiped the pig truffle on his clothing. You're right and yet wrong, Mengu. His voice remained calm. It is indeed unearthed by pigs, but we refer to it as black truffle. Black truffle? Wang Meng paused, the name resonating in his memory, though he couldn't quite place it. It was a premier edible fungus, thriving under stringent conditions. Qin Feng's eyes fell upon the black truffle as he continued. This is quite a pricey ingredient. Sot it with the tenderloin of our freshly hunted wild boar will produce an exquisite flavor. He left the thought hanging. Yet Wang Meng's eyes sparkled with anticipation, saliva unconsciously pooling in his mouth. He gazed at the seemingly ordinary black lump in his hand, his perspective instantly shifting. What are we waiting for? Wang Meng's enthusiasm surged, dismissing the gasoline odor entirely. He threw down his spear and dropped to the ground, frantically digging as the wild boar had moments before. Hurry, let us unearth more. We must let Ling Yu and the others have a taste of this. Ha ha ha. Mengu, your mood swings are remarkable. One moment, disregarding it. The next, it's my treasure. In the area disturbed by the wild boar, the two unearthed several more pieces of varying sizes of black truffles. Regrettably, the system notification did not sound. Neither the massive wild boar nor the precious black truffles triggered the tenfold return. It appeared they would have to return for another attempt. Qin Feng mused inwardly, not feeling disheartened. While the tenfold return was indeed significant, ensuring the team was well-fed and boosting their morale was equally paramount. Let us go back and let everyone taste this delicacy, Qin Feng exclaimed, brushing the dirt from his hands, his face beaming with joy. Together, they hoisted the 300-pound wild boar. In truth, with Qin Feng's current physique, he could easily manage it alone, but Wang Meng insisted on assisting, so he acquiesced. As they made their way back, Wang Meng suddenly halted, squinting towards the horizon. Brother, look over there. Qin Feng followed his gaze to the distant mountain ridge, where a wisp of pale blue smoke curled upward, strikingly visible against the blue sky and white clouds. Is someone there? Wang Meng's voice was tinged with caution. Qin Feng focused intently, sensing that the distance exceeded his perceptive range. It could also be a spontaneous forest fire. The dryness of this season makes it prone to ignition. Shall we take a look over there? No rush, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. It's too far, and with this hefty pig in tow, our movement is rather cumbersome. Let's return to the camp first. We can discuss it once we're settled. Wang Meng nodded in agreement, and the two continued to drag the wild boar back home. At the camp, Ling Yu was instructing Zhao Ziqian on how to dig and plant sweet potatoes. Although Zhao's injuries had not fully healed, he fervently swung the entrenching shovel. Meanwhile, Lin Yihan was beside them, diligently washing the clothes everyone had changed out of. She submerged the garments in the stream, beating them with a piece of wood. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, yet earnest. Nearby, a mother cow and her calf grazed leisurely, painting a pastoral scene that lifted one's spirits. "We're back," Wang Ming called out from a distance. Upon hearing his voice, everyone looked up, and their expressions turned to astonishment as they beheld the enormous creature being dragged behind Qin Feng and Wang Ming. "My goodness!" Lin Yihan exclaimed, covering her mouth. "What on earth is that?" "A wild boar," Wang Ming declared triumphantly. "This hefty beast weighs over 300 pounds. It will sustain us for quite some time." Lung Yu approached, circling the wild boar with admiration in her eyes. "Well done. Its tusks are impressive. How did you manage to kill it?" Just as Wang Ming was about to boast, Lung Yu interrupted him. "Are you hurt? Quickly, take off your clothes. Let me take a look." Her tone was urgent, and it was only then that Wang Ming and Qin Feng noticed the bloodstains on their clothes. No, it's all the boar's blood," they explained. Upon hearing this, Lung Yu felt relieved and turned her attention back to examining the wild boar. Lin Yihan, noticing their condition, set down the clothing and rushed over. Her eyes filled with concern, devoid of any disgust. "You should take off your outer clothes. I'll wash them for you." "That would be much appreciated," Qin Feng nodded, not putting on airs as he began to remove his jacket. Wang Ming scratched his head awkwardly and remained silent. Lin Yihan shot him a glance, saying, "We're teammates. Helping each other is only natural. Besides, after your hard work hunting, washing a few clothes is nothing." In the live stream, viewers were captivated by this heartwarming scene, flooding the chat with comments. Yihan has changed so much, transforming from a delicate star into a supportive partner. This is true friendship revealed in adversity. Feng and his team saved her, and now she is repaying them in her own way. It's heartwarming to witness like one big family. After Qin Feng and Wang Ming had removed their outer garments, they began sharpening their knives in preparation for processing the wild boar. "Mengo, shall I take the lead, or will you?" Qin Feng tested the blade's edge, finding it sufficiently sharp. "Allow me. This task is familiar to me." Wang Ming rolled up his sleeves, declaring, "Back in my military days, slaughtering pigs and sheep was my specialty. Our skills are not to be underestimated. We can thrive anywhere." As he spoke, he gestured over the neck of the wild boar, accepting a military pot handed to him by Qin Feng. With a swift incision, blood gushed forth, filling the pot. First, he let it bleed, then proceeded to eviscerate. Wang Ming's movements were deft. The entire pig was a treasure trove. Although its fat was not as abundant as that of domesticated pigs, it was sufficient for their needs. The pig skin, meat, entrails, and bones were meticulously organized by Wang Ming. The skin could be tanned into durable leather, the fatty meat rendered into lard for long-term preservation. The entrails could be used for bait in the stream, and the bones boiled for broth. The pig's blood was funneled into the thoroughly cleaned intestines, preparing to be transformed into blood sausage. The camp was enveloped in a potent scent of blood, yet more prevalent was the joy of harvest. Lung Yu, having finished her tasks, approached, gazing at the abundance of pork on the ground. With so much meat, it wants to be consumed immediately. We need to find a way to preserve it, perhaps by making cured meat. Qin Feng suggested, "We can salt it and then smoke it. It will last a long time." As he spoke, he retrieved several pieces of black truffle from his backpack. "Today, let us prepare a delightful dish." "What is this?" Lung Yu inquired, examining one piece closely and bringing it to her nose for a sniff. "It smells like chocolate." Her voice dipped slightly, revealing her uncertainty about the aroma. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard a joke. "What? Little sister, how does your nose work?" "To me, it smells like gasoline." "Ha ha. This stuff is akin to cilantro. Some perceive it as a stench while others find it fragrant." Qin Feng interjected, "Never mind that. Soon you shall savor the deliciousness." Chapter 74. Roasted wild boar with black truffle paired with monkey wine, a global sensation. At the stroke of 1 in the afternoon, the bonfire blazed vigorously, and Qin Feng, seated beside it, found himself coughing uncontrollably from the smoke. Soon, Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Wang Ming approached and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Let me take over. You have more pressing matters at hand." Turning around in confusion, Qin Feng observed Wang Ming pulling out a flawed pipe. "Heh, I simply cannot manage this. Please assist me." "Ha ha, certainly." Qin Feng rose, making room for him. Skewered on several sharpened wooden sticks, large chunks of wild boar sizzled enticingly as they roasted. Golden drippings fell into the flames, erupting into sparks and releasing an alluring aroma. In a pot nearby, a clear broth simmered with ribs, steaming invitingly. As Qin Feng stood to the side, deftly modifying the pipe with a dagger, he kept his gaze fixed on the meat. When it seemed nearly done, he decisively retrieved a few pieces of black truffle, slicing them thinly. Just as the meat reached perfection, he sprinkled the truffle slices evenly atop, releasing a unique fragrance that harmoniously melded with the savory aroma of the pork, tantalizingly wafting into the air. "Come, taste this." Qin Feng offered a skewer of roasted truffle-infused pork to the group. Wang Ming was the first to seize it, eagerly taking a large bite. In an instant, his eyes widened with astonishment. The crackling skin of the pork was crisp, while the interior remained succulent and juicy. The truffle slices, having been roasted, exuded an exquisite aroma that not only eliminated any unpleasant notes, but elevated the pork's flavor to extraordinary heights. "Wow, it's heavenly, absolutely divine," Wang Ming exclaimed, his words muffled as oil dripped from his mouth. Lin Han and Lung Yu also took delicate bites, their faces reflecting the same astonishment. This flavor was an unparalleled delight they had never experienced before. Accompanying the dish were freshly picked wild strawberries, their bright red hue offering a delightful sweet-tart contrast that perfectly cut through the richness of the roasted meat. Finally, Qin Feng produced a bottle of monkey wine, the amber liquid swirling gently in the pot, exuding a crisp fruitiness and intoxicating aroma. "Here it comes, the main event. Monkey wine. Mengu, pour for everyone. Kulme. Fill them up." Wang Ming took the pot and began filling the rough wooden cups before each person. Once everyone's cups were brimming, Qin Feng raised his own, looking around at the smiling faces and proclaiming loudly, "To this feast, to our dragon country. Cheers! Cheers!" No holding back. The wooden cups clinked softly before the bonfire, resonating with a deep sound. "Wow, so sweet." "Another cup, Mengu," Lung Yu whispered to Lin Han, who was happily indulging beside her. "Drink less, don't get drunk. We still have work to do this afternoon." She appeared quite the matriarch, and Lin Han obediently nodded. The group sat in a circle, feasting heartily on meat and drinking deeply, the atmosphere warm and lively. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow, as if adorning this secluded paradise within the wilderness with a golden halo. In the global live broadcast, countless spectators gaze upon this scene, saliva pooling at their feet. Overwhelmed. Is this wilderness survival? Surely, it's a Michelin 3-star outdoor culinary experience. Truffle roasted wild boar, fresh wild strawberries, monkey wine. A contestant from the Lighthouse Nation hunted a goat a few days ago. I was salivating over the roasted whole goat, but compared to Feng Shan, it pales in comparison. Haha, there's a contestant from India relishing roasted monkey meat, and he even plans to raise them. Here's a tip. Close your eyes while consuming nutritional supplements and imagine it's roasted meat. You'll find yourself even hungrier. In the command center of the Lighthouse Nation, a white general adorned with a star of valor glowers at the screen, his countenance darkened by discontent. Black truffles, monkey wine. These Dragon Country folks, are they on holiday? With a sudden motion, he extinguishes half a cigarette in the ashtray and barks at his aide beside him. Did MacArthur not trigger a tenfold return? "Go, bring me a goat. I desire roasted whole goat." The aide, visibly troubled, cautiously replies, "General, the return supplies appear randomly across the nation. Most goats are in citizens' pastures, classified as strategic reserve resources, and are currently being raised." The general scoffs, casting a sharp glance at the aide that sends a chill down his spine. "Go tell those damned ranchers that their general now needs the fattest goat to bolster national morale. I care not for their strategic reserves. I want to see on my table within an hour. This is a command, not a negotiation." If it's unfeasible, let him march to the front lines and consume nutritional supplements. Yes, understood, General. The aide, beads of sweat forming on his brow, nods vigorously before retreating hastily. The general then refocuses his attention on the screen, watching the harmonious scene of Qin Feng's team, his jealousy nearly boiling over. After indulging in a hearty meal, the group leans back against wooden posts in contentment. Qin Feng wipes his mouth, glancing at the cows leisurely grazing nearby and the lively little calves frolicking about, and speaks. At times, we find ourselves with an abundance of meat and spoils that we cannot transport all at once. Moreover, to mine iron ore, relying solely on human labor is inefficient. We cannot remain trapped in this valley forever. The resources beyond are plentiful. He gazes at his companions, his eyes sparkling with a vision of foresight. We have timber, iron, labor, and most importantly, animal power. This afternoon, we shall construct an ox cart. An ox cart? The group is momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Qin Feng gestures towards the previously assembled furnace. We possess timber, iron, and labor. With an ox cart, our efficiency in transporting goods and cultivating land will be significantly enhanced. His words ignited within everyone a fervent flame known as civilization. From the days of primitive survival to the roasting of meat over campfires, from dwelling in caves to constructing shelters, and now to the forging of iron and crafting of vehicles. They are steadily reconstructing their own civilization in this primal wilderness. Excellent, Wang Ming exclaimed, rising to his feet with fervor. I shall follow your lead, Brother Qin. Whatever you propose, we shall execute. The others echoed his enthusiasm, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. The afternoon sun had softened its harshness, and a refreshing breeze swept through the valley. Qin Feng's team exhibited unwavering diligence as a monumental undertaking surrounding the ox cart commenced in the camp with meticulous organization. Meng Yi, Leng Yi, you two are responsible for the primary materials. Qin Feng pointed toward the cluster of sturdy hardwood trees not far off. We require 2 straight logs, each at least 3 meters long and as thick as a bowl, to serve as the main beams, along with several others of arm thickness for the crossbeams and the yoke. Not a problem. Wang Ming grasped a hefty machete he had acquired, feeling invigorated by its weight. The 2 men moved left and right towards the grove, and soon the echo of chopping resonated through the forest. Ihan, Ziqian, your task is to gather resilient vines. Collect as many as you can. Qin Feng turned to the other 2. Peel off the outer skin and then pound them with stones to make them soft and tough. We will use these to weave ropes and construct the cart-S enclosure. Understood. Leave it to us. Lin Ihan nodded earnestly. She was no longer the delicate starlet, her calloused hands standing as testament to her growth. Zhao Ziqian also nodded vigorously. Though he could not handle heavy labor, he was quite capable of intricate tasks. Armed with daggers, they ventured into the nearby thicket. After assigning the tasks, Qin Feng approached the unassuming earthen furnace. Taking a deep breath, he transported all the remaining iron, ore, and charcoal, focusing on the most technically demanding aspect of the cart-making process, the reinforcement of the axle and wheels. What is Fengshen planning? Is he going to smelt iron again? Goodness, this is incredibly hardcore. While others are fretting over their next meal, Fengshen has already begun to ascend the technological ladder, a palpable sense of the Industrial Revolution. With clearly defined roles and objectives, this execution is astonishing. Viewers in the live stream, particularly mechanical engineers and tech enthusiasts, widen their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness how Qin Feng would craft an ox cart under such primitive conditions. Chapter 75, 10,000 Springs of Vital Water. He skillfully layered charcoal and iron ore into the furnace, then ignited the fire. Next, he connected the enormous bellows crafted from deer hide to the air inlet of the furnace. With rhythmic pulls of the bellows, powerful gusts of air surged into the hearth, gradually elevating the temperature of the flames within. As time ticked away, the iron ore began to melt, coalescing into flowing pools of molten iron. Qin Feng, body-chested, felt beads of sweat trickle down his chin, evaporating into wisps of steam upon hitting the scorching ground. He was parched and in dire need of water to quench the impending metal components, prompting him to fetch some. He grasped 2 military pots and made his way to the nearby pond, a vital source they had relied upon for nearly a week for drinking, washing, and food preparation. Upon reaching the pond, he scooped up a handful of the icy water, pouring it over his searing chest, an exhilarating sensation instantly coursing through his limbs. Just as he submerged his pots into the cool stream, a familiar mechanical voice resonated globally. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Qin Feng has successfully utilized a fixed water source for 7 consecutive days, fulfilling the triggering conditions. Triggering tenfold return. Reward. 1,000 springs of vital water randomly generated within the Dragon Kingdom. The announcement echoed like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, unleashing colossal waves across the globe. At the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Command Center, the veteran general slammed his palm onto the sturdy mahogany table, the deep thud resounding sharply. He fixed his gaze on the golden announcement on the screen. 10,000 springs of vital water. An enthusiastic geology expert trembled with excitement, pointing at a massive map of the Dragon Kingdom, his voice quaking. Report to the general. In the heart of the Taklamakan Desert, underground water is surging forth. Report. A colossal alpine lake has been discovered in the western section of the Chilean Mountains. Report. Dozens of clear springs have emerged amidst the ravines of the Lus Plateau. Reports flooded in like snowflakes from across the nation. This was not merely a simple river. It was a source of vital water, self-replenishing springs that would nourish the land. For a nation, the significance of this was self-evident. It heralded the transformation of countless barren lands into fertile fields. It signified an epic leap in the country's developmental potential. Excellent, 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 the old general exclaimed thrice, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Immediately, mobilize all forces to secure every newly generated water source. Qin Feng paused momentarily, then smiled. Here it comes, the water has arrived. Returning to the blast furnace, he cautiously extracted a viscous stream of molten iron through the opening at the base using 2 long, robust, wet wooden clamps. The molten iron flowed into a rectangular groove, meticulously prepared with compacted moist earth. As the saying goes, one must possess a diamond drill to handle porcelain. In the wilderness, an array of tools is irreplaceable and foremost. A heavy hammer is essential. Precision is not paramount. Sufficient weight suffices. Given Qin Feng's current physical prowess, an ordinary hammer would not suffice. The molten iron sizzled upon contact with the damp earth, emitting a hissing sound and rising in a billowing white mist, accompanied by a fervent earthy scent. Once the iron cooled slightly and solidified into a rough ingot, Qin Feng deftly extracted it using several stout branches and placed it upon a massive slab of granite, which would serve as his makeshift anvil. Lacking a ready-made hammer for forging, he resorted to the most rudimentary method. He employed stones and a dagger to laboriously carve a gripping notch into one end of the still-glowing iron ingot. Subsequently, he inserted a piece of water-soaked hardwood into the notch, utilizing the weight and hardness of the iron block to repeatedly strike against the unyielding rock. The audience in the live stream, particularly the engineers and technology enthusiasts, were utterly astonished. What on earth is he doing? Is he using the iron block to strike itself? What sorcery is this? Theoretically feasible, utilizing the malleability at high temperatures and its own gravity for initial shaping and densification. But this requires precise control of temperature and force. A moment's inattention could cause the iron block to crack. This is no mere university student. This is the work of a seasoned blacksmith. Apart Chenye, his face flushed with excitement, pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. He is harnessing the shock waves generated by each impact to eliminate the bubbles and impurities within the iron block. This is a simplified form of ancient wrought iron. Good heavens, how many more unknown skills does he possess? At last, through repeated hammering and cooling, the iron block gradually took shape. One end became thick and flat, while the other was firmly embedded in the hardwood handle, giving birth to a robust, albeit somewhat unrefined, forging hammer. Qin Feng hefted the hammer in his hand, estimating it to weigh at least 10 kilograms. He nodded in satisfaction. Though rough, it was ample for his needs. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and Lung Yu had fulfilled Qin Feng's request, felling a sufficient quantity of timber. Several thick hardwood beams were neatly stacked aside, accompanied by robust crossbeams and a plethora of resilient vines. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian stripped, pounded, and softened the vines to prepare them as binding ropes. All eyes were fixed on the center of the camp, where Qin Feng stood before the blast furnace, ready to commence his performance for the day. Meng, the bellows are in your hands. Maintain maximum airflow, and do not cease. Qin Feng's voice was calm, yet powerful. Understood. Wang Ming responded with a nod, rhythmically manipulating the bellows. The deep, resonant sounds echoed once again as flames surged within the furnace, reaching a height surpassing that of a man, casting a crimson glow upon his face. Qin Feng cast the remaining iron ore into the blazing furnace, and then lifted the recently forged heavy hammer. His intention was to craft the most pivotal components of a cart, the axle and the reinforcing parts of the wheels. Clang, clang, clang. The weighty hammer struck the glowing iron block, producing a primal and awe-inspiring symphony of industry amidst the wilderness. With each strike, Qin Feng's precision was unparalleled, his gaze intensely focused. Though devoid of blueprints, every measurement and angle was vividly etched in his mind. He first forged a robust iron rod to serve as the axle's core. This iron axle had to be perfectly straight, solid, and uniformly thick at both ends. Under the astonished eyes of Wang Ming and Lung Yu, Qin Feng, relying solely on his keen eyesight and tactile perception, transformed an irregular iron ingot into an almost flawless cylinder through sheer force of will. Indeed, this was a testament to masterful forging. Goodness, Wang Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. Brother, were you a blacksmith in your past life? This craftsmanship surpasses even the finest machinist in our unit. Lung Yu remained silent, but the astonishment in her keen gaze surpassed that of Wang Ming. While Wang Ming perceived skill, she recognized the potential for warfare, utilizing local materials, smelting metals, and forging tools and weapons. This signified that as long as there were ores, Qin Feng could arm a legion with cold weapons. From sharp arrowheads and sturdy shields to intricate traps and powerful crossbows, a chill suddenly coursed down Lung Yu's spine. She realized that Qin Feng was, in a manner beyond her comprehension, transforming this humble encampment into a fortified bastion of offense and defense for warfare. Chapter 76. Heaven and Hell, the first vehicle of the wilderness. Next came the more intricate tasks. He forged 4 circular iron hoops and 2 disc-shaped iron pieces with central holes, intended to reinforce the wooden wheels. A robust hub and rim directly dictate the longevity and load-bearing capacity of the cart. Ling Yue quietly observed from the side. Although she did not comprehend the art of forging, she could sense an exquisite professionalism and unwavering confidence emanating from Qin Feng's fluid movements. While Qin Feng diligently crafted the metal components, the others were equally industrious. Ling Yue, Menggu, take that thick log and fashion it into 2 equally thick wooden wheels. Qin Feng instructed without turning his head. The two immediately set to work. Lacking saws, they resorted to using machetes and daggers, meticulously chopping, shaving, and grinding. It was a labor-intensive endeavor, yet their cooperation was seamless and remarkably efficient. Soon enough, the 2 heavy, coarse, circular wooden wheels began to take shape. Yihan, Ziqian, bind a main beam and crossbeam together according to the shape I've sketched. Qin Feng had drawn a rudimentary structure of the cart frame in charcoal on the ground. Understood. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian promptly commenced their tasks. They soaked the prepared vines to enhance their flexibility, then firmly bound the wooden pieces together, forming a sturdy lattice-like cart frame. As all the woodworking and metalwork came to fruition, the most crucial assembly phase commenced. Qin Feng deftly placed the glowing red iron hoop onto the edge of the wooden wheel. A pungent, charred aroma wafted up amidst thick clouds of white smoke. Yet Qin Feng remained unfazed. He lifted a pot of water and, with a swift motion, poured it over the assembly. In the ensuing steam, the iron hoop rapidly contracted due to the sudden cooling, locking tightly around the wooden wheel. The 2 components fit together as if they were destined to be one. thermal expansion and contraction. By heavens! Wang Ming exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Employing the same technique, Qin Feng embedded the iron hub with holes into the center of the wheel. Finally, he inserted the iron axle through the frame, attaching the two heavily armed wooden wheels to either end of the axle, securing them with wedges and vines. Thus, a simple yet formidable ox cart miraculously appeared before everyone's eyes. It bore no extravagant embellishments, the surface of the wood still marked by the axe's touch. Yet its incredibly sturdy structure spoke volumes of its practicality. It is born, the first vehicle of the wilderness. I am moved from the Stone Age to smelting iron, and now we are crafting vehicles. While others compete for food, Fengshen has already begun contemplating logistics and transport issues. This is vision. This is vision. The crowd gathered around the ox cart, as if admiring a masterpiece, their faces illuminated with a sense of accomplishment. Gulme, let us take it for test drive. Qin Feng chuckled as they approached the leisurely, grazing cow. This bovine seemed almost sentient upon seeing the group. It neither recoiled nor fled, but instead emitted a gentle moo, displaying an amiable disposition. Qin Feng and Wang Ming fashioned a simple yoke from the soft pelts and vines they had stripped, carefully placing it upon the cow's neck. The cow cooperated splendidly, even lowering its head of its own volition. Ah, this creature is truly remarkable, Wang Ming exclaimed, affectionately patting the cow's robust neck. From now on, I shall call you Strength, for you possess great power. He attached the yoke to the cart's shaft, and together they lifted several massive stones onto the cart. Strength, forward! Wang Ming imitated the old farmers, gently tugging on the reins. The cow mooed once more, its hooves digging into the earth as it began to stride forward with a steady gait. The heavy wooden wheels creaked and groaned against the grass, carving deep ruts into the soil, producing a reassuring sound. It moved. It truly moved. We have succeeded. Lin Yihan leapt up in excitement, embracing the nearby Lung Yu, laughing and shouting in joy. Rarely did Lung Yu allow a faint smile to grace her lips, but this moment brought such delight. Zhao Ziqian gazed at the slowly advancing ox cart, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Wang Ming, filled with pride, placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. With this fellow, we could not only transport iron, but even move mountains. Hey, Brother Qin, when we find a fertile plot, let's strength plow the land. We shall cultivate sweet potatoes and strawberries, and I, Old Wang, will prepare sweet potato soup for you every day. We will live in good fortune. Qin Feng smiled and added, in the coming days, we shall forge iron spears and shields, allowing us to venture further with the ox cart. Agriculture, settlement. A clearer vision of the future unfolded in everyone's hearts as the sun descended, casting a golden glow over the camp. The group gathered around the campfire, gazing at the ox cart quietly stationed beside the shelter, each harboring an ineffable feeling within. In stark contrast to the bustling construction at the camp, several dozen kilometers away in a damp thicket, Zhang Pengfei huddled like a mouse at the roots of a massive banyan tree. He was filthy and reeked of neglect, his face riddled with swollen welts from mosquito bites. Ever since he had escaped amidst the chaos of the skirmish at the cane camp, he had been living in constant hiding. Fearful of revealing his position, he dared not light a fire, surviving solely on wild fruits and the occasional raw insect. Several times, he had suffered the dire consequences of consuming toxic plants, nearly succumbing to death. Why must this be my fate? He lamented, clutching his head, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, murmuring to himself, I only wish to survive. What have I done wrong? I cannot believe you would endure abduction and torment by other nations without surrendering. He harbored a deep-seated resentment. He loathed the man named Qin Feng, who had shattered his tranquil life as a vassal. He despised the inept Cain and his band, who had allowed a handful of individuals to dismantle their stronghold. Now, he was branded a traitor, burdened with the sin of treason. He understood that he could never return, for whether in this desolate wilderness or on the blue planet, he had become a pariah, reviled by all. His only path to survival lay in finding a new, formidable ally before this perilous game of survival reached its conclusion. Alternatively, A malevolent thought took root in his mind: to eliminate Qin Feng and his companions. If they were to perish, he might have the chance to be accepted by another nation. Once this notion emerged, it spread uncontrollably like rampant weeds. He casually seized a nearby creature and devoured it whole, chewing with a fierce gaze. Chapter 77. The ox cart goes to battle. The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over Qin Feng's camp. Wang Meng, hands on his hips, gazed at the ox cart, a testament to the collective sweat of all involved, and smiled broadly. He stepped forward, caressing the sturdy frame as one would a lover, exclaiming, "What a fine piece of work! Brother Qin, how did you conceive such brilliance?" Turning to Qin Feng, admiration shone unabashedly in his eyes. Qin Feng merely smiled in response and approached the bonfire at the center of the camp, retrieving a well-prepared new pipe. "Here you go, Mengge," he said, handing the pipe to Wang Meng. As promised, Wang Meng froze, staring at the pipe in his hand before looking back at Qin Feng. The imposing figure before him, usually fierce in demeanor, now stirred unexpected emotions within him. Trembling, he accepted the pipe, pinching a bit of tobacco to fill it before leaning toward the bonfire to light it. With a satisfying pop, he inhaled deeply, the familiar spicy flavor rushing into his lungs, then escaping through his nostrils. Coughing slightly, he wore a look of utter bliss. Closing his eyes, he felt as if all the world's weariness and dangers dissipated in that puff of smoke. "What pure comfort! Absolutely divine!" he exclaimed, releasing a plume of smoke and marveling at the sensation. Lin Yihan, observing his rapture, couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at how happy Mengge is." "What do you know?" Wang Meng retorted, opening his eyes and proudly shaking the pipe in his hand. "This is what we call a man's romance. A smoke after a meal surpasses the life of a deity." Amidst the warmth of the moment, Qin Feng felt a tinge of unease. His gaze drifted beyond the flickering flames toward the distant forest, now cloaked in darkness. The wisp of smoke he had seen during the day pricked at his heart like a fine thorn. Were those his surviving compatriots or lurking enemies? The unknown threat must be controlled. Retracting his gaze, he surveyed his comrades gathered around the bonfire, their faces aglow with joy, and made a resolute decision. "Everyone, enjoy your meal and drink well. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow, 2 of us will drive the ox cart to investigate that smoking area." At this proclamation, Wang Meng and Lung Yu's expressions sharpened instantly. Wang Meng was the first to rise, thumping his chest. "Brother, I will accompany you. We shall drive dully, and any foe that stands in our way shall meet their end." Qin Feng shook his head. "No, you must remain at the camp. This place needs you. You are the strongest combat force after me and Lung Yu. You must ensure the safety of the base." Wang Meng paused, grasping Qin Feng's intent, and nodded firmly. "Very well, I will stay. Rest assured, with me, Wang Meng, no one will dare lay a finger on our home." Qin Feng turned his gaze to Lung Yu. "I will accompany you," she stated without hesitation, her tone calm and resolute. "Good." Qin Feng nodded, then added, "The distance is considerable. We shall set off early and strive to return the same day. Bring ample provisions and water." Lung Yu interjected, "And weapons. We must ensure we have enough arrows. Additionally, do not forget to bring that thermal blanket, just in case we are delayed and need to spend the night outdoors." "It's settled then," Qin Feng declared. As night gradually enveloped the desolate wilderness, 3 campfires crackled merrily. Over 2 small fires, strips of wild boar meat hung, suspended from vines and wooden frames, sizzling as their fat rendered and dripped into the flames, creating a rich aroma of smoke mingled with the savory scent of meat, wafting through the cool evening air. The main fire cradled a military pot, bubbling with sweet potato soup. The sweet potatoes, tender and soft, lent the broth a pale yellow hue and a wholesome, sweet fragrance. A warm bowl of easily digestible sweet soup paired with roasted sweet potatoes was a balm for the stomach. Wang Meng carefully cradled a bowl of sweet potato soup in one hand, while the other lovingly grasped his newly acquired stone pine pipe. He savored a deep puff of smoke before sipping the soup, the contrasting flavors dancing in his mouth, causing him to squint in delight. "Ah, now this is the life," he exclaimed, releasing a cloud of white smoke rings while admiring the rows of curing meat. Food, drink, work to be done, and a pipe to smoke. Life is indeed comfortable. Indeed, who would dare to dream of such a life in the wilderness? After a simple dinner, the night watch duties were reassigned. Lung Yu and I have tasks for tomorrow, so we shall rest well tonight, Qin Feng said, his voice firm yet gentle. Mengge, you're fit. You take the first half of the night. Rest assured, Wang Meng replied, joyfully toying with his new pipe, thumping his chest with pride. The first half of the night is when energy is at its peak and when trouble is most likely to arise. Leave it to me. Not a single mosquito will dare to intrude. Qin Feng nodded, turning his gaze to the other two. Yi Han, Si Qiyun. You will take the second half of the night. He made a point to emphasize, Zi Qian, your health isn't quite right yet. Do take care. The second half of the night will be primarily for vigilance. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. If there is any sign of disturbance, no matter how slight, wake us immediately. Understood, Brother Qin Feng, Lin Han replied with a serious nod, glancing at Qin Feng and then at Lung Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of worry, but even more trust. Please be careful. We await your return. Zhao Ziqian also responded with a vigorous hum, his pale visage etched with a fervent desire to contribute to the team. Once arrangements were made, Qin Feng and Lung Yu entered the shelter in succession. The warm glow of the fire kept at bay. Inside the shelter, the light was dim, with only a flicker of flame seeping through the cracks of the door, illuminating two silent figures. This was their core area, stocked with the finest weaponry and the most precious supplies. Rather than immediately resting, the two shared a tacit understanding and began to inspect their gear. Lung Yu removed her longbow, meticulously checking the resilience of the bowstring, and drew forth an iron-tipped arrow from her quiver, her fingertips gliding gently over the sharp tip, sensing its chilling aura of death. Meanwhile, Qin Feng organized a backpack containing jerky and various tools. In the darkness, only the subtle sounds of fabric rustling and objects clinking were heard. The smoke. Lung Yu's voice shattered the silence, crisp and clear, devoid of any superfluous emotion. If it is confirmed as the enemy, we will eliminate them directly. This was not a question, but a tactical affirmation. Without lifting his gaze, Qin Feng placed a water bottle into the pack and responded with equal succinctness. First, ascertain their numbers and nationality. The nationality is crucial. If they are from Lighthouse Nation, Yamado, or to the Korean Peninsula, we shall find an opportunity to eradicate them. He paused and added, as for other nationalities, if they possess items we must seize or pose a direct threat to us, the same applies. Eliminate them immediately. Understood. The dialogue concluded, devoid of any emotional exchange, merely the purest and most efficient tactical communication between two warriors before the mission commenced. It was a profound understanding that entrusted their backs entirely to one another. Qin Feng reclined on a bed covered with soft animal pelts, closed his eyes, contemplating the forthcoming day of system sign-in, uncertain of what treasures it might bestow. Outside the shelter, Wang Meng hummed an off-key military tune, wielding a stick to poke haphazardly at the campfire. The crackling of the flames intertwined with the distant chirps of insects in the woods, creating a serene lullaby. Chapter 78. Understanding the wind, seeing through the clouds. This new skill is extraordinary. As the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon and the mist in the forest lingered, Qin Feng opened his eyes. At almost the same moment, the cold moon stirred beside him. They exchanged a silent glance, a wordless agreement to rise and prepare. In his mind, Qin Feng intoned, "System, sign in. Ding. Host sign in successful. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill. Master-level weather perception." A golden light erupted within Qin Feng's consciousness, transforming into a myriad of intricate and fragmented information that surged into his brain. This was no mere transfer of knowledge. It felt akin to an instinctual awakening. In an instant, he possessed the ancient wisdom of his forebears, the ability to predict the weather over the next 2 days through the observation of cloud patterns, sensing air humidity, discerning plant shapes, and listening to the calls of birds and beasts. This was nothing short of divine prowess. In the perilous wilderness, precise weather forecasting meant the ability to preemptively evade torrential downpours, flash floods, and lightning strikes, as well as to select the optimal moments for hunting. Qin Feng was the first to step outside the shelter. As the cool morning air filled his lungs, the entire world transformed in his perception. He no longer merely inhaled the atmosphere. He comprehended the wind. He could discern the humidity of the dust it carried, the vapor content rising from distant streams, and the unique fragrances emitted by various plants at dawn. Countless pieces of information flooded his brain, instantly constructing an accurate meteorological model for the next 48 hours. His gaze swept across a corner where a spider web lay, large and round, with a spider motionless at its center. Raising his eyes, he observed several early rising birds soaring close to the treetops, their calls crisp and resonant. The air was dry, devoid of any heaviness. Over the next 2 days, the weather would remain clear and dry, with stable winds. Qin Feng made his assessment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was the most favorable weather for hunting. Outside, Lin Yihan had prepared breakfast. She appeared somewhat weary, as if she had not slept after keeping watch. "You're up? Just in time. The soup is ready," she said, holding a pot of warm meat broth. "Thank you, Yihan. You should rest for a while," Qin Feng replied, taking the broth and serving a bowl for himself and one for the cold moon. They began to eat heartily. Wang Meng and Zhao Ziqian, hearing the commotion outside, gradually awoke. Wang Meng yawned widely. "A big brother, Moon sister, are you ready?" "Don't worry. Old Wang will hold the fort. Rest assured, I am also ready to contribute." Lin Yihan handed them 2 parcels wrapped in large leaves. "Qin Feng, cold moon. This is the roasted jerky and sweet potatoes for the journey. Please be careful." Concern filled her eyes. Qin Feng accepted the provisions, nodding reassuringly. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Meng, you're in charge of vigilance. Additionally, please lead them to construct a makeshift shelter nearby with the remaining timber. It need not be overly complex. It should suffice to shield us from the wind and rain." "Rest assured," Wang Meng declared, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. "You can count on our return. Our base will expand yet again." Qin Feng nodded, casting a final glance at Lung Yu. The two exchanged a knowing look, their unspoken understanding palpable. With a low, resonant bellow, Dolly began to move, pulling the creaking ox cart into the depths of the forest. Qin Feng led the way with a longbow in hand, while Lung Yu flanked the cart, keenly observing their surroundings. Dolly embarked, leaving no trace in his wake. "Qin Feng." Lung Yu returned swiftly. Wang Meng called out from behind, waving his hand. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian stood at the edge of the camp, watching as their silhouettes were gradually engulfed by the dense foliage, until the sound of the cart's wheels faded entirely into the morning mist. "All right, enough watching." Wang Meng redirected his gaze, rolled up his sleeves, and seized a machete. "It is time for us to get to work. For the grandeur of our shared villa, let us commence." In the live broadcast room, the audience from Long Nation watched the scene unfold with defined roles and orderly precision, feeling both anxious and anticipatory. The team splits into 2. God Feng and Goddess Lung are scouting for enemy intel, while Wang Meng and his crew focus on infrastructure. Their teamwork is absolutely remarkable. I wonder who that wisp of smoke belongs to. Let not be those ruffians from the Lighthouse Nation or the Japanese. What of it? Let's eliminate them all. After watching the streams of competitors from other nations, the surroundings appear quite similar. It is impossible to discern who is on Feng's side. "We have set out. At last. We have departed." The host, Sao Baining, spoke with a hint of excitement. "Our Qin Lung duo, piloting the handcrafted all-terrain vehicle Dolly No. 1, has officially embarked on their expedition." His witty commentary alleviated some of the tension in the atmosphere. Yet beside him, Dongqing's eyes revealed a trace of gravity. This reconnaissance mission is of utmost importance. That wisp of smoke signifies the unknown. It could be surviving compatriots, lurking foes, or even a more complex third-party force. Every step taken by Qin Feng and Lung Yu will influence the strategic direction of the entire team. Special guest Chun Yi adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. "Everyone, take note. The route they have chosen is not the shortest straight line. Although the ox cart alleviates the burden, traversing through dense forest is exceedingly difficult. The path Qin Feng is currently following may seem circuitous, yet perfectly circumvents several rocky outcrops. He has already committed the nearby route characteristics to memory. His statement ignited the live chat, which erupted with excitement. Wow, I would not have noticed if expert Chen Yi hadn't pointed it out. Qin Feng's sense of direction is truly extraordinary. What sense of direction? This is called divine intuition. I suspect he can sense which path is more traversable. Enough with the banter. I am so nervous. I fervently hope that this is not a trap set by those rascals from the so-called beacon of democracy and the land of the rising sun. With great determination, we charge forth. Under the watchful gaze of countless compatriots, the silhouette of the ox cart weaves through the verdant forest, gradually receding from view, ultimately vanishing amidst a lush expanse of greenery. Chapter 79. The Return of Supplies. This time, who awaits ahead? Humans or ghosts? The creaking sound of the ox cart rolling became the sole rhythmic noise within this primitive forest. Dolly, with a steady gait, exhaled white mist from his nostrils as Qin Feng led the way, wielding his machete to clear away the encroaching vines. Lung Yu trailed alongside the ox cart, her gaze unceasingly vigilant, covering the blind spots in Qin Feng's line of sight. They had ventured for over 2 hours into an uncharted territory, where the surroundings had transformed into a realm of utter strangeness. The wildlife here was more abundant and animated than that near their camp. Moo, Dolly seemed restless, slowing its pace and breathing heavily. Fear not, Qin Feng reassured, gently patting its neck. Lung Yu also halted, her hand resting on the dagger at her waist. The air carries an unsettling scent. We should depart swiftly, Qin Feng declared without hesitation, promptly altering their course. However, just as he prepared to circumvent an obstacle, he paused, his sharp gaze fixated on a colossal tree. Wait! Lung Yu followed his line of sight, noticing that beneath the giant tree, there were no signs of the usual serpents, insects, or rodents, but rather a peculiar aroma wafted through the air, a blend of grass and medicinal fragrance that instinctively repelled the animals. Qin Feng's attention finally settled on a vine coiling around the massive trunk, its hue a striking crimson. What is this? Lung Yu remarked, her eyes wide with intrigue at the sight of such an extraordinary plant. As Qin Feng approached, he withdrew his dagger and cautiously made a small incision in the vine. In an instant, a thick, blood-red sap oozed from the cut, viscous and sticky, rapidly solidifying into a dark red gel in the air, while simultaneously emanating a strange herbal scent. Qin Feng scrutinized the sanguine liquid, pondering. Its color resembles blood. The sap is thick and coagulates swiftly, possessing hemostatic properties, and its aroma promotes circulation. Although I cannot name it, this is undoubtedly a premier material for wound medicine. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Regardless of its identity, this resource must be collected. Saying this, he drew his machete and began to chop away. Ding! Dragon Kingdom participants Qin Feng and Lung Yu had discovered the rare medicinal plant Dragon's Blood Vine. Dragon's Blood Vine contains potent anesthetic and blood-activating components, suitable for crafting wound medicine and anesthetics, making it an exceedingly vital strategic medical resource, triggering 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for acquiring 10,000 Dragon's Blood Vines, randomly planted in the Dragon Kingdom Mountains. The cold mechanical voice echoed globally. Dragon's Blood Vine, a natural anesthetic and wound medicine. An elderly military doctor with graying hair trembled with excitement, gripping the edge of the table tightly. What does this signify? It signifies a qualitative leap in the survival rate of our frontline warriors. The old general slammed his fist on the table, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Excellent. Truly excellent. Immediately assemble an expert team to provide the highest level of protection for all Dragon Blood Vine growth sites. Investigate its components and commence planting as soon as possible. Additionally, notify the diplomatic department that any party wishing to trade for this resource must offer genuine strategic assets in exchange. As noon approached, the scorching sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting flickering patterns of light upon the ground. They arrived at a relatively flat clearing in the woods, where Qin Feng halted to rest and partake in some sustenance. Dali, feeling as if granted a reprieve, immediately bent down to graze on the tender grass beneath. Qin Feng retrieved a food package from the ox cart and handed a portion to Lung Yu. Leaning against a sturdy tree, they silently savored the fragrant jerky and sticky sweet potatoes, surrounded only by the rustling of the cattle grazing and the melodic chirping of insects and birds, a moment of tranquility. Yet beneath this calm surface lay a tide of unspoken tension. Lung Yu took a bite of the jerky, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant plume of smoke, while Qin Feng tilted his head to observe the movement of the clouds above. His masterful sense of weather indicated that the humidity in the air was slowly rising, and the wind was beginning to shift subtly. "We must depart once we finish eating," he stated gravely. "In no more than 3 hours, we should reach that area. We need to ascertain the situation before nightfall." "Indeed." Lung Yu nodded, passing him the remaining water pouch. Without further words, they swiftly gathered their belongings, reharnessed the ox cart, and set forth once again. The distant smoke appeared to thicken compared to before, and the path ahead grew increasingly arduous. Dense underbrush loomed like verdant barriers, forcing Qin Feng to periodically wield his machete to carve a passage, significantly slowing their progress. "We must leave the ox cart behind," he declared, pausing to stroke Li's sweat-soaked back. Here, Lung Yu surveyed their surroundings, noting the secluded hollow encircled by massive boulders and dense forest. "Yes," Qin Feng affirmed. "From here, we shall proceed on foot. The target is too conspicuous." They unloaded the ox cart, tethering Li to a robust tree and ensuring it had ample fresh water and tender branches. Subsequently, the two equipped themselves with essential items: bows, daggers, water pouches, and a modest supply of jerky, packing them into a single backpack for a lighter venture. Unburdened by the ox cart, their speed increased significantly as they glided through the forest like phantoms, silently advancing towards the smoke. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, millions of viewers held their breath in anticipation. Are we finally drawing close? My heart is pounding like a drum. The mountains seem insurmountable. This forest is vast, and that smoke appears as elusive as a mirage. Be exceedingly cautious. My instincts warn me that place is not welcoming. As time slipped away, the sun dipped towards the west, casting a warm, yellowish hue. Qin Feng abruptly halted, crouching low, while Lung Yu halted behind him, half squatting, her dagger gripped in reverse. Scanning the surroundings with vigilance, Qin Feng extended his finger, pinching a bit of earth from the ground and bringing it to his nose for a subtle sniff. His brow furrowed tightly for the first time. Something was amiss. His voice was deep, revealing not only the scent of burning wood, but also a faint, metallic tang mingled with the odor of blood. Lung Yu's expression shifted. Such a scent could not arise from mere cooking smoke. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng's gaze became piercing as he surveyed the ground. Soon, he discovered an inconspicuous mark amidst the trampled grass, a blurred footprint. He crouched down for a closer examination. Judging by the depth of the imprint and the wear on its edges, it suggested a significant weight and hurried movement, possibly even a sprint. Following the trace a few steps further, he spotted a drop of dark brown blood, long since congealed, on a leaf of some nearby bushes. They exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a shared gravity. Without uttering another word, they treaded more softly, concealing themselves within the shadows of the trees, akin to true predators, inching closer to the lurking peril. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the distant smoke transformed into a hazy flame within the night. At last, they reached the final ridge. Qin Feng gestured, and the two of them crawled along the ground like lizards, silently ascending to the pinnacle of the ridge. Parting the last thicket before them, a small camp illuminated by the flickering firelight emerged vividly in their sight. Chapter 80. What are they about to do? Indeed, there are individuals present. This thought flashed simultaneously through the minds of the two, as the exhaustion from their arduous journey was instantaneously replaced by a surge of vigilance. At such a close distance, if they failed to ascertain the true nature of the others, the camp they had painstakingly established would be situated under the watchful eye of an unknown threat, rendering any hopes of peaceful slumber futile. Below the ridge, the camp illuminated by the flickering flames appeared rather crude. A makeshift shelter constructed from branches and thatch stood askew, surrounded by remnants of gnawed animal bones and various debris scattered near the fire. Three silhouettes danced in the firelight, two men and a woman. The distance rendered their national insignias unreadable and their words indistinguishable, leaving only their body language to provide the slightest hints. Exchanging a glance, the two instinctively reacted. They moved forward, utilizing the cover of bushes and rocks, each motion executed with the utmost delicacy, making not a whisper of sound. As they drew nearer, the scene within the camp came into sharper focus. The two men were both exceptionally tall and robust. One had unruly brown curls and muscles that bulged like a bear, while the other, adorned with rimless spectacles and meticulously styled golden hair, exuded an air of refined menace even in the wilderness. Suddenly, the burly man, Leo, roughly seized the woman, bellowing at her. She shook her head in terror, only to be struck down by a resounding slap. "Dance! You whore! Dance for me!" Leo's roar echoed faintly up to the ridge. The bespectacled man, Hans, merely adjusted his glasses, observing the scene with dispassionate indifference, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Under the duress of violence, the woman, trembling, could only rise and awkwardly sway her body by the fire. It was not a dance, but a quaking manifestation of fear. Witnessing this, Lena's gaze remained unperturbed. She was no naive maiden. In her eyes, there were neither men nor women, only targets with varying degrees of threat. Among the three individuals in the camp, two were potential adversaries, while the woman represented an unstable element, a liability that could scream at any moment. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the barrage of comments surged. What country do these beasts hail from? How can they treat a woman this way? So cruel. That female contestant looks on the verge of collapse. Maple God, Moon God, eliminate them. Protect the people. Everyone calm down. The situation is unclear. We must not act rashly. Don't rush to save a pretty face. Haven't you heard the farmer and the snake story? I say, launch a surprise attack and wipe them out. Loot and leave. The host, Sabine, also wore a solemn expression. We can see that the situation in this camp is exceedingly complex. Contestants Qin Feng and Lin Yue have chosen the most prudent course of action, continuing to lie in wait and observe. This is indeed a wise tactical decision. Expert Qin Yi added, indeed, in situations where friend and foe are indistinguishable, revealing oneself is the utmost folly. That bespectacled man has maintained a dispassionate calm throughout. Such individuals are often the most perilous. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, the situation below shifted once more. The man named Hans appeared to have lost interest in the woman's dance. He rose and murmured something to Leo, who grinned maliciously and ceased his torment of the woman. With one hand gripping an axe for protection and the other tugging at her hair, he strode into the forest. Ah! The woman cried out in agony as her scalp was wrenched, blood flowing from the raw wound. In the shadows, the cool moon analyzed in a hushed tone. If their intent is indulgence, then their vigilance will wane, presenting us with the perfect opportunity for an ambush. In her perception, humans, much like animals, exhibit their greatest vulnerability when their primal desires are satiated. Yet, Qin Feng shook his head, pondering why they would venture into the darkened woods when such actions could be performed elsewhere. His voice was devoid of warmth. Let us follow closely. No sooner had he spoken than his body slipped down the mountainside with the stealth of a wildcat, silently merging into the dense thicket. Cold Moon followed closely, the two maintaining a safe distance from the trio's footsteps. They navigated through the forest, and at last, the sounds of their quarry ceased. Passing through a thicket, they emerged into a clearing where a warm, humid mist enveloped them, laced with a faint scent of sulfur. By the dim moonlight, Qin Feng and Cold Moon beheld a scene that surprised them both. Deep within this dense forest lay a natural pool, approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Its waters crystal clear, shrouded in swirling white mist. They had stumbled upon a natural hot spring. The two men approached the spring's edge, brazenly shedding their garments, revealing bodies marred by scars and tattoos. Hurry, wench. Come down and scrub our backs. Leo bellowed at the woman, who flailed her arms in panic, retreating with terror in her eyes. No, please. But to Leo, her defensive gestures seemed like mere flirtation, igniting his primal lust. Vile creature. He laughed cruelly. his powerful arm lunging forth to seize the woman's hair. The sheer force of his grip elicited a piercing scream from her as she was dragged across the rough ground, leaving a trail as she was pulled toward the water's edge. Under the pressure of the two men, she had no choice but to despairingly shed her tattered garments, revealing a body bruised and battered, before numbly stepping into the warm waters. "Ha ha ha! Now, this is living!" Leo exclaimed, plunging into the water with a contented roar. "Hans, you were right. This wretched place is far superior to the miserable existence on Blue Star." Hans lounged in the water, comfortably resting against the rocks at the edge of the pool. He removed his glasses and wiped them, his gray-blue eyes glinting with a cold light. "Of course, Leo," he said, "here there are no laws, no morals, only the most primitive rule. Might is everything. Soon we shall trigger a tenfold return. In just 2 days, our nation will miraculously gain 1,000 such hot springs. At that moment, our family status in the nation will be unparalleled. Indeed, we shall be the heroes of our land." Leo excitedly splashed the water, eager to witness the envy of those fools from the Lighthouse Nation and the Island Nation, with hot springs to enjoy and women to attend to, and those weaklings from the Dragon Nation, who surely remain oblivious to our proximity, right? Hans, with one arm wrapped around the woman beside him, sneered, especially those Dragon Nation folks. "We've heard from our high-ranking officials that they've discovered a vein of, or, once our people arrive, we shall seize both the people and the mine." Leo, unable to contain himself, grinned lewdly. "Most importantly, I've heard that the women from the Dragon Nation are easily deceived. Just wait until I casually speak a few phrases in French. They'll be charmed into embracing me willingly." Hans cast him a sidelong glance before returning his gaze to the woman in his arms. One must always exercise caution. Not all women from the Dragon Nation are so easily swayed. Some are even more formidable and resilient than men. Their conversation was clearly audible to Qin Feng and Lung Yu, who were not far away. Competitors from a nation of Rue. Chapter 81. The Peril of the Hot Springs. An unexpected turn of events. Within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, despite the steam from the hot springs rendering the visuals somewhat hazy, the viewers were still able to discern the unfolding events with clarity. A moment of silence enveloped the room, which was soon followed by an even more fervent eruption of reactions. What on earth? It is indeed a natural hot spring. These fortunate scoundrels have struck gold. Switzerland, the nation that claims to be perpetually neutral? How can the contestants be in such a state? This infuriates me. They still have their eyes on our resources. Brothers, I have a daring proposal. Though it may be a tad unethical, I crave a clearer view. To the one above, Uncle Hat has already set his sights on you. Meanwhile, at the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, a communications officer hastily approached the old general, whispering urgently, "General, we have received an urgent diplomatic message from Belgium." "Belgium?" The old general's brow furrowed. "Indeed, they request our contestant, under the assurance of safety, to attempt the rescue of the female contestant captured by the Swiss competitor in exchange. They are willing to offer 2 large copper mines from their homeland in return for this assistance." The conference room fell into a profound silence. 2 large copper mines represented a significant asset. For a resource-depleted Blue Star, such strategic resources would tempt any nation. The communications officer then added, "The name of the female contestant is Elena. She is the daughter of their prime minister." "What? No wonder. So that is the case." An uproar filled the conference room. The old general paused momentarily, a glimmer of light flickering in his murky eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice subdued yet resonant. "Respond to them. First, this is not the appropriate time for communication with the contestants. Second, even when the time for communication arises, we shall never trade the interests of our nation for the lives of our contestants. All decisions in the wilderness must be made by them alone. Their lives are far more precious than any mineral." "Yes." The communications officer stood at attention, saluting before turning to leave. The old general's gaze returned to the large screen, watching the 2 figures lurking in the shadows, murmuring to himself, "Qin Feng, Lung Yu, how will you choose?" Beside the hot springs, Qin Feng's eyes traversed past the 2 Swiss men indulging in their revelry, landing upon the weapons carelessly discarded upon the rocks. Merely 2 axes for self-defense. Qin Feng raised his hand, signaling for stillness. Lung Yu instantly grasped his intent, as both of their bodies pressed tightly against the rock behind them, their breaths nearly silent. Now was not the opportune moment to act. Qin Feng lowered his voice to a mere whisper, almost relying on lip movements. They are submerged in the water. There is no angle for shooting. Cold Moon nodded, her tactical acumen allowing her to swiftly comprehend Qin Feng's considerations. The water level of the hot spring reached the chests of the 2 men, and the rocks lining the pool provided a natural cover. Even with her exceptional archery skills, a guaranteed kill was not assured. More crucially, should the first arrow miss its mark, the adversaries would become alert. In such close quarters, the burly individual named Leo posed a formidable threat. While Qin Feng was unconcerned for himself, he harbored deep worries for Cold Moon. Injuries, even minor ones, were unacceptable when far superior alternatives awaited them upon reaching the shore. Qin Feng's gaze was icy enough to chill the heart. The moment of dressing presented the best opportunity. The 2 resumed their concealment, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. However, the spectacle in the hot spring caused them both to furrow their brows. The conduct of the 2 men from the kingdom of Rue grew increasingly outrageous, punctuated by the intermittent cries of a woman, mingled with Leo's coarse curses and Han's commands. Qin Feng's hand instinctively tightened around the bow's grip, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, not out of sympathy, but from disdain. In his eyes, these 2 were merely exhausting their stamina and focus. Such foolish indulgence represented their greatest vulnerability. Lowering his gaze, Qin Feng tapped his wristwatch. Cold Moon momentarily froze, quickly grasping his intent. The potential scenes about to unfold were indeed unsuited for national broadcasting. She, too, pressed the button to terminate the live stream. Within the Dragon Kingdom's streaming room, the screen instantly blacked out, leaving only a message. The contestant has voluntarily closed the live stream. The barrage of comments erupted in a frenzy. What the hell? Just when it mattered, they faltered. What is Fengshan planning? Why shut down the live stream? I bet they are about to take action, not wanting us to witness the gruesome scene. Gory? What we desire to see is a different kind of carnage. Bro, your thoughts are quite perilous. Shall we check out the live stream of the Rue Kingdom contestants? Indeed, let's observe our contestants battling from the enemy's perspective. Let us